Chapter 1 My Space Leads to the Apocalypse. You worked until you graduated from university, no longer working in the city, but your daughter on the other hand has gone back to the countryside to farm, the old lady said angrily. What's wrong with Xia Qing coming back to farm? The pressure in the big city is so high, renting a place costs 2,000 or 3,000. It's good that she came back. Good for what? What's good about not making money? Also Mom, keep your voice down. Xia Qing has been on the train all night. Let her sleep a little longer, Xia Guohua said. Xia Qing was in her room at this moment, looking completely confused. A few years ago she awakened a small space of a few square meters. She originally thought it was a kind of special ability, but after all these years, aside from being able to store things, it hadn't brought her any convenience. When she came back, she only brought a small suitcase. She put all the things from her rented room into this space and brought them back, which saved her quite a bit on shipping costs. But at this moment, some things stored in her space were missing. Her clothes and daily necessities were still there, but what about the snacks she bought with money? What about the specialty products? And what about the yogurt and drinks she bought? Her space is a static space and she had stored all these things, but now all the food is gone. In all these years, her space has never encountered such a situation. Could it be that these things can disappear into thin air? Then she discovered that some things had suddenly appeared in the space. But what on earth are these things? All were men's clothes full of holes and there was a rusty knife? She took out a box of Oreo chocolate cookies, which were her snacks, but half the box had already been eaten, only half remained. The drink was also only half left. This obviously means someone has eaten them. Who ate her cookies? And they even put them back after not finishing? And this torn clothing, dirty and polluting her space, Xia Qing directly threw this torn clothing into the trash can. She suspected that a thief had entered her space, but who else could enter her space? Xia had not eaten for nearly 4 or 5 days. If it weren't for his extraordinary constitution, he would probably have starved to death. His lips were cracked and extremely dehydrated. Although his complexion was cold and dark, his features were sharp and his gaze remained fierce. On the blue star where he lived, the apocalypse had broken out for a year, and many foods had expired and could no longer be eaten. He went out to search for supplies and got injured, thinking he was going to die, but unexpectedly awakened a space ability. At this moment, this awakened power was simply a joke. Where should he go now to collect supplies? But the amazing thing was, this space actually had things. But it seemed to be all girls' stuff. Shampoo, hair wash and girls' shoes, clothes and sanitary paper. But he scanned a big bag of snacks along with water. He thought about taking them out, and unexpectedly, he really could take them out. He looked at the snacks feeling somewhat familiar. The food was very clean with no signs of mold. But having been hungry for too long, he couldn't eat too much. So he only ate a few packs, put some snacks back, and also placed his only parcel into the space. Although he didn't know why the space awakened or that there were things inside, he felt that his life was not meant to end. He could survive. He seemed to hear the voice of an angry girl. This voice was lively, soft, and pleasant. Who exactly stole my things? At this moment, he seemed to understand that the ability he awakened might be connected to someone else's space. So you found this somewhat amusing and frustrating. Sorry, I don't know how I connected to your space. I'm very hungry and haven't eaten for a long time, so I took some of your things to eat. I can give you crystal beads. What are crystal beads? Xia Qing frowned. The man's voice echoed in the space. His voice was very pleasant, although it sounded a bit hoarse. This made Xia Qing, who is somewhat voice-sensitive, not so angry anymore. The two people couldn't see each other, but they could hear each other's voices and were both able to connect to the space. Are you very hungry and haven't eaten? Do you have no money? Xia Qing asked with a soul-searching question. Although she didn't have much money either. Her family was in the countryside, but at least they didn't worry about food and drink. Xia Qing finally managed to get into university and could go to study in a big city, but while others had living expenses of 2,000 or 3,000 yuan a month, she only had 500 yuan a month and had to work part-time to support herself. She was majoring in painting and design, but it was too difficult to find a job, and the cost of living was very high, so she had no choice but to return to her hometown. Money. The man seemed to have heard something funny. Money is the most useless thing to me. A piece of gold is not worth as much as a loaf of bread. If you can give me food, I can find you lots of gold, silver, and jewels, the man said jokingly. Here, gold jewelry is everywhere, but food is the scarcest. He can even give crystal beads. Really? That's great. So what kind of food do you want? Xia Qing said excitedly. Where did this person come from? He actually has money but nowhere to buy food. So you listened to Xia Qing's voice, which didn't sound like a joke, and tentatively said, as long as it's food, it's fine. What do you want? Gold? Diamonds? Crystal beads. Crystal beads? What is that, crystal? Xia Qing didn't have the heart to ask. Anything is fine. Then what do you want to eat? Rice, spicy hot pot, roast duck. Hot pot? Roast chicken. So you listened to these menu items, his throat choked up a bit. Not only had he not eaten them for a long time, he hadn't even heard of these things before. Fruits. We have those too. Our family grows apples, strawberries, and peaches as well. So you became even more nervous upon hearing this. There were actually such things? After the apocalypse, plants had all mutated, not only becoming inedible but even poisonous. However, some people, in order to survive, had no choice but to eat the poisonous fruits. Not only the food, but even the water sources were contaminated. As Suyu listened, her mouth unknowingly began to salivate. Did she have all these things? Now Suyu was basically certain that this girl definitely was not from his timeline. Perhaps he is from another dimension. He awakened his special ability and connected to the girl's space. This is how cross-dimensional communication came about, which also brought hope to his life. I want to drink water. Is there any medicine? I'll give you a crystal bead, Suyu asked, as there were other friends in the base infected and running a fever. Medicine? What kind of medicine do you want? You're so rich, can't you buy any medicine? Xia Qing asked with a big question mark. We are not in the same time and space. On my side, it's the apocalypse. The world I live in is full of zombies and virus infections. Here, there is only extreme heat and extreme cold. Suyu's voice was somewhat lonely and his throat sounded even hoarser. The gold you mentioned, any city has it, but no one wants it. It's not even as valuable as an expired piece of bread. Xia Qing was very shocked. Gold. It was actually not even as good as an expired piece of bread. Chapter 2 is not needed, just give me the gold. As long as you have gold, diamonds, or anything valuable, you can exchange it with me. Xia Qing said excitedly, her eyes shining. Is there any water? The man's voice was hoarse. Mineral water? Purified water? Milk tea, soft drinks, and even beer. Which one do you want to drink? Just water is fine. His lips were cracked and dry. He just wanted to drink some clean water. The bottled water here has already become infested with parasites. Xia Qing can enter this space, but Suyu can only store and retrieve things. Xia Qing excitedly went to the kitchen, took her cup, made a cup of chrysanthemum tea for Suyu, and added a few pieces of rock sugar to it. What time is it already, and you're still not coming out to help? Aren't you going to feed the cows at home? The old lady looked at Xia Qing running out in her pajamas with great disapproval. Glancing at the clock, it was already 9 o'clock. Her grandmother favored boys over girls, and since her parents only had her as an only daughter, she had always been dissatisfied with their family. Instead, she was very biased towards the several children of her eldest uncle's family. Girls are just a waste. They don't know how to make money. When they get married in the future, they will belong to someone else's family. So much money spent on college. I mean, what's the point of girls going to school? It would be better to save the money and use it later to marry. Off my nephew. The old lady looked at Xia Qing's back, thinking she was being lazy and didn't want to work, then went back to her room to sleep. Xia Qing put the water cup into the space and did not wait for the man to take it out. Hey! Xia Qing spoke, but no one responded. According to that man, it's the apocalypse over there. Could it be that she wasn't killed by zombies right after binding to her space? Thinking about how he just said that the diamonds and gold on that side fell to the ground and he didn't even bother to pick them up. In the ruined city district, the occasional roar of zombies could be heard. Suyu's shoulder was injured, blood had stained his clothes and dried up. He cautiously looked towards the city's ruins, thick fog obscuring the horizon. Everything was gray and hazy. The once prosperous city was now devastated, becoming a paradise for zombies. At this moment, he was in a city occupied by zombies, where the stench of zombies could be smelled everywhere, and he had to stay alert at all times for those ravenous zombie monsters to appear. Suddenly, a zombie lunged at him, and he swung his hand to chop off the zombie's head, but the wound on his back still throbbed faintly. After replenishing some water and food, he regained a lot of strength. He passed through a street covered with stones, with many abandoned cars nearby, weeds growing from the cracks in the ground, and scrapped vehicles all around. It was getting dark. They had to find a place to hide quickly as the zombies would become active at night. Captain Sue, I can't hold on much longer. If I die, please take care of my family. My son is still young. The man said weakly. His lips had not had water for a long time, and the dry lips had even cracked and bled. What nonsense are you talking about? Since I have found you, I won't let you die here. Sue frowned. He originally wanted to take out half a bottle of water from the space for the man to drink, but found that there was actually a cup of steaming chrysanthemum tea. He thought it must have been made by that girl. Now he had to save his brother first, then go to the shop to find gold for her. He thought for a moment and first threw the dissected crystal bead into the space. This thing is an energy bead, and she should be able to absorb it as well. Those who have awakened spatial abilities, that is, the supernaturals, should all be able to absorb it. Quick, drink some water. So you didn't dare to take the cup of prepared chrysanthemum tea, but instead took the half bottle of drink he had left earlier. Liao didn't know why Siyu suddenly took out a bottle of drink. He was extremely thirsty and also cautiously took a sip. Tastes good. Xia Qing bought alien electrolyte water. It tastes pretty good, something they don't have in this world. Where did you find this drink? Liao asked in surprise as he realized. It's hard to explain in just a few words, but there will be food in the future. Liao's eyes immediately lit up. Since Siyu said there would be food, he believed it. That girl said, gold, diamonds, and crystals are all acceptable. He just put a crystal ball into the space, not sure if she received it. Xia Qing received it. Seeing the drink disappear into thin air, she knew he took it, but what is this green round ball about the size of a quail egg? It also smells a bit fishy. What is this? This is a crystal bead, dug out from a zombie's brain. You are also a psychic. Absorbing the crystal bead will enhance your physical energy. The man's voice was much better than before, no longer so hoarse. Dug out from a zombie's brain? Xia Qing was so scared that she dropped the crystal bead on the ground. A zombie's head? That means it was dug out from a human's brain. She, a person living in peaceful times, simply couldn't understand this. It seemed like it was messing with someone else's mind. I don't need it, right? You might as well give me gold. Xia Qing said somewhat speechlessly. Our space is too small. This might help upgrade and enlarge your space. So you said. This way I can find you more gold and diamonds. I can even bring you antiques from the museum. Whatever you want in this world, I can find it for you except for food and water. Their time and space is already an apocalypse, with food shortages, mutated plants, abnormal land, and polluted water. What they need is food. Alright. So how do I absorb the crystal beads? Xia Qing asked nervously. She had no choice but to carefully pick up the green crystal bead that had fallen on the ground in the space. Thinking of what the man just said. More space to store more gold. But before absorbing it, she should rinse it with water from the hose first. Swallowing it is the best way to absorb it, but if you can't accept that, you can also squeeze it to absorb it. Good. Xia Qing first left the space, then went to the water pipe to clean this thing. But I always feel there is a strange smell in my hand. Squeeze it until it bursts? Are you sure you're not joking? This thing feels like soft candy when squeezed if you didn't say it was taken from a zombie's brain. She was still quite easy to accept it. She thought for a moment and crushed the crystal bead, releasing a green spray. Most of the energy dissipated. She only absorbed a small portion of the energy, but the smell was a bit intoxicating. It can evolve your physique and make your body stronger. Chapter 3, the opposite time and space of day and night. The space hasn't gotten bigger at all. Xia Qing said somewhat disappointedly. Then it must be that the energy is insufficient. You need to absorb more. I will kill for the crystal beads. Suyu added. Although the space hadn't expanded, she did feel that she had the strength even without eating breakfast. Moreover, when she looked at herself in the wardrobe mirror, her dark circles seemed to have lessened. It even has a whitening function? But this smell is just too awful. Thinking of this, he already gave it to Jingzhu. She has to make him some breakfast. Xia Qing quickly went downstairs, then ran to the kitchen. At this time, her parents had already gone to the fields to work. However, there was still breakfast left for her in the pot, a few big steamed buns which were still warm in the pot at this moment. These were all home-raised pork, very fragrant. She kept one for herself and put 2 big steamed buns into the space. The rest were rice, flour, and oil. If all of these were taken away at once when his parents found out, they would probably think the house had been robbed. He was still thinking of rushing into the city to find a store, but now it was already dark, so he had to quickly find a safe place, a residential area where each home should have 1 or 2 pieces of gold jewelry. The time and space where he and Xia Qing are located are exactly opposite in terms of day and night. It seems to be a time-space difference. Suyu and Li Yaoxian found a rundown apartment building and dealt with 2 zombies. The wound on his back was pulling and about to tear open again. They hid in a family apartment building. The room was dusty and there were spider webs crawling on the walls. There were also rotting zombie corpses in the room, something both of them had already become accustomed to. Night had quietly fallen and the zombies were beginning to stir restlessly. Outside, the howls rose one after another. Suyu stepped over a corpse and took a gold necklace from her. Go. What's the use of taking a broken gold chain? Liao looked at Suyu in confusion. What's the use of this gold? Even if you throw it in front of him, he finds it a nuisance. Immediately, Liao watched Suyu head straight to the bedroom in this room, seemingly looking for something. Liao, where would you usually put valuable things at home? Valuable? What's the use of money? Liao gave him a look. Can money be eaten? Or what? He thought Brother Su had a fever in his head. It would be understandable if he asked where the food was hidden. Liao headed straight to the kitchen. As expected, everything was rotten. Opening the fridge released a foul smell, and there were several dead mutated rats inside. Liao frowned. This family hadn't even bought any canned food, which could have lasted a bit longer. Suyu took out a large meat bun from the space. It was the one Xia Qing had just put in. A big meat bun just taken out of the pot, steaming hot. Liao came over smelling a delicious aroma. Liao was already drooling. No matter how wide he opened his eyes, it couldn't express his shocked feelings. Where do you think valuable things would be hidden? Liao swallowed hard as he watched Suyu take a bite of the big meat bun, the juice bursting out. His mind had already crashed. Where did Suyu get this meat bun from? I just bought it with crystal pearls, Suyu said. Where did you buy it? I want to buy some too, Liao said excitedly. Who is so stupid these days? Using money that's basically useless to buy food? Are you out of your mind? Buying with money, huh? Most people would just hide the money in a cabinet, right? Liao took action. He had to find the gold. Before, he used to find this thing annoying underfoot and would just kick it away. Now he's even dismantled the entire cabinet, all just to find a piece of gold. This family can't be this poor, right? Finally, the cabinet was dismantled and a jewelry box was found inside, containing gold bracelets, gold rings, and gold necklaces. It's probably the traditional 3 gold items for a wedding? Here, boss. Can you give me a meat bun? I'm starving. If you let me have a bite of a meat bun now, I'd be willing to die. He can hardly remember the taste of delicious food now. When he's hungry, he can't even find grass to eat. Not eating for a day or two is a very normal thing. Xia was not reluctant either. He and Li Yao were comrades who had been through life and death together, and now they are brothers supporting each other in the apocalypse. He took out a meat bun from the space again. Xia Qing had only put 2 for her in total. So you put all the gold into the space, and it would definitely be received immediately over there as well. Li Yao picked up the meat bun, and although his hands were not very clean, he smelled the aroma of the meat bun. My eyes are freaking red. This is a meat bun. A big meat bun. I must not be hallucinating, right? Li Yao's eyes turned red. How long has it been? How long? He hasn't had a single bite of normal food. Li Yao wanted to bite down, but then he thought about the base, where the children were still eating expired and moldy food, and even his wife was gnawing on tree bark. He swallowed hard, suppressing his desire to eat. I have to go back and feed my son. Li Yao cherished this big meat bun, still thinking about how to wrap it up well. He brought his nose closer and just needed to take a few more sniffs of the bun's aroma. You eat. As long as we find gold, find valuable things. Then we have these things, Sui said firmly. The girl from that time in space had no money but could buy food. In his world, there was no food or water, but money was everywhere. As long as there are enough things to trade, it's fine. I don't know if that girl listened to him and absorbed the crystal beads. Find them. Tomorrow we're going to the mall wherever there are gold shops. Take them all. Li Yao was now excited as if he had been injected with adrenaline. Siu shook his head. The space isn't big enough to hold that many. Eat. There will be food. Siu said. Is there really such a big meat bun? Li Yao still couldn't bear to let go. He was too reluctant. This is a big meat bun. Where can you find meat nowadays? Those animals have all mutated. The meat is green and poisonous. And spicy hot pot, roast duck, steamed rice. Siu thought of that sweet voice and said, Stop talking. I feel like my mouth is watering all over the place. Right now, I just want to break out. Find the gold. Although Li Yao didn't know what strange abilities Siu had awakened, why ask so many questions about food? In this apocalypse, everyone has gradually awakened their abilities, except for Suyu, but his strength is impressive. Being a soldier king is no joke. But even though everyone has awakened their abilities, it's useless. They can't turn into food. It's dark outside, the zombies are very active, and even a little noise could get us noticed. Going out now is just asking for death, Siu said helplessly. Li Yao listened to Suyu's words and suppressed the urge to quickly go out and find gold. This big meat bun seemed to have opened up his taste buds. I want to eat more. I want to eat more. Men naturally have a large appetite, and with their bodies mutated in the apocalypse, they need even more energy, but there is no food. The hungrier they are, the worse their physical condition becomes. We have hope now, right? With food and water, the children and us, we can all survive, can't we? Chapter 4, Selling Gold. The first pot of gold. Xia Qing looked at the jewelry box that appeared in the space. There was really gold inside. Gold chains, gold bracelets, and gold rings. This should weigh about 40 to 50 grams. What is the current price of gold? Xia Qing eagerly checked on her phone. The price of gold is 599 per gram. Recently, the price of gold has been rising all the way. She should have replaced that broken phone a long time ago. It's so laggy it's unusable, and the family is supporting her college tuition, which is not cheap. My parents are both farmers, and every penny spent is hard-earned money from them. After graduating, she worked a 996 schedule every day, and her salary was only enough to cover rent and daily expenses. In the end, she couldn't withstand the pressure and came back. She still remembered calling her mother with a hoarse voice, saying she wanted to go home. She was actually feeling uneasy inside, but Yang Xia said excitedly, Come back. This will always be your home. At this moment, Xia Qing looked at the gold jewelry in her hand. Altogether, it was estimated to weigh more than 50 grams. Xia Qing changed her clothes and went downstairs. At this time, her parents were still working outside, and only her grandmother was at home. The old lady hunched over, watching Xia Qing rush out riding her electric bike. The old lady stood by the street, and soon a few other old ladies came over. Isn't your granddaughter in the big city? How come she's back so soon? I was just about to introduce a match for your granddaughter. He works in the county town, has social insurance and housing fund, looks energetic, and even owns a house in the county, said another old lady dressed in red floral cloth. Everyone knows that the Xia family has only one daughter. Marrying her means the family line will end. The Xia family has homestead land and some farmland to divide. Because the Xia family has no male heirs, they are always ridiculed by the village. It was so hard to support her through college, and now she's back after less than half a year working in the big city. Grandma Xia gets angry whenever she thinks about this. If a girl can't make it in the big city like a boy, maybe it's better to marry early, an old woman nearby agreed. Grandma Xia thought if Xia Qing got married early, then the homestead land in their family couldn't be transferred to the groom side. It also couldn't be cheaply given to outsiders for her nephews. When that girl comes back, I'll talk to her and tell her to go on some blind dates and have a look. The girls of this age in our village are already running errands. Your granddaughter needs to hurry up. The real reason Xia Qing was reluctant to come back was also because people in the village were quite gossipy, but her parents were her biggest support for returning. Many people in the village mocked them, but Xia Qing's parents have always been very supportive of her since she was young. Xia Qing rode her electric bike from the village to the county town, which took nearly 40 minutes, and she went straight to the big gold shop in the county town. Then she sold a box of jewelry. The price for recycling gold this time will be a bit lower, said the counter lady. But your style is quite novel, why did you sell it? This style comes from another place in a different time and space, so of course it is very rare here. She suddenly thought if she sold it online would it fetch a higher price? But she is short of money now, so she needs to exchange some for cash first to buy some equipment. At least she needs to buy a computer and change her phone at home. I'm a bit short on cash right now. I bought this at a high price in a big city, Xia Qing said without changing her expression. The female shop owner behind the counter smiled as she calculated with a calculator. The current gold price is $599, which is standardized nationwide. The buyback price is $499. Since your piece looks nice, I'll give you $550 per gram. Xia Qing knew that the buyback price would definitely be cheaper. All right. Xia Qing nodded in agreement. She was going to buy some food, and later the space side would also find some gold for her. The female boss showed her the calculator and said it's a total of 55 grams. At $550 per gram, the total is this amount. Do you want to pay with WeChat or Alipay? I'll pay then. Keeping it in Alipay can even earn interest. Alipay payment received. Xia Qing looked at the numbers on her phone with delight, her heart pounding. The most she had ever had on her Alipay before was just a few thousand yuan, but now it was over 10,000 at once. She was very excited about making a small fortune. But Xia Qing did not forget the most important thing. She quickly bought supplies for Suyu in another dimension. She went to the supermarket and bought instant noodles, self-heating pots, compressed biscuits and mineral water, and also went to the pharmacy to buy some medicine. She found a place with no one around and put all the things she just bought into the space. 1/3 of the savings had already been spent. Then she headed straight to the big mall in the county town and bought 3 mobile phones. Bought a smartphone each for myself and my parents. Her parents used to have old phones for the elderly, and the signal was often poor. Now she has replaced them with new smartphones. She also bought clothes and shoes for her parents and grandparents and purchased a computer for daily work and painting. The computer was delivered, otherwise she wouldn't have been able to carry so many things back on her electric bike. It was already 1 o'clock after shopping. She ate rice noodles here in the county town and also bought fried chicken. Ring ring ring. Xia Qing's phone rang. She glanced at the number. It was a call from her mother. Qing, where have you gone? Why haven't you come back for dinner yet? I stewed some meat for you, said Xia's mother. I'm in the county town. I'll be back soon. After hanging up the phone and looking at the things I bought today, I felt great. It feels so good to have money to spend. By the time she got home in the afternoon, it was already 3 or 4 o'clock. The old ladies at the village entrance all like to gather here at this time, chatting noisily about the gossip of various families. That's not old Xia's daughter. Why is she buying so many things? What a waste of money. Who can afford to marry her? She just came back from the big city. That girl is really different. Several old ladies chatted noisily, and soon they saw the granddaughter of the Sun family next door driving back in a small car. They started chatting about gossip again. Isn't that the Sun family's daughter? She's already driving a small car? Her daughter married into the city and even opened a small restaurant, making quite a bit of money. Xia Qing rode the electric bike home. The battery was almost dead. She had quickly charged it once at noon in the county town. When I have money, she will also buy a car, but she has to get a driver's license first. Later, I'll have my parents get one too. Xia Qing was carrying big and small bags as she walked into the yard. Yang Xia was feeding the chickens in the yard while Xia's father was sawing wood. Qing, why are you just back? There's food waiting for you inside. Yang Xia said happily as she saw Xia Qing return. Seeing Xia Qing holding quite a few things again, she quickly walked over to help carry them and said, Where are you going with all these things? Chapter 5, I spend money on whoever I want. Mom, these are the smartphones I bought for you in the county today. You and Dad each get one so you won't have to use that old phone anymore. Also, these are clothes and shoes I bought for you and Dad and Mom. You all try them on quickly. Smartphones? Those aren't cheap, are they? Dad Xia quickly put down the tool in his hand and wiped his hands again. Everyone in the village who can use a smartphone can also watch short videos on it, and sometimes he would also join in to watch. They said this was bought by someone's son for them during the new year. Now he has one too, happily receiving the smartphone. How do you use this? Xiao's father opened the smartphone, still not knowing how to use it. I'll go ask Sun Jiangwo, he knows how to use it. Saying that, Xiao's father took the newly unboxed phone and ran out the door. I'm right here, just let me teach you, okay? Xia Qing said, watching her father happily run out the front door. Your dad, he's going to show off to Sun Jiangwo. Since Sun Jiangwo got a smartphone after the new year, he often takes it out, and many of the village elders are quite envious. Xia Qing looked at the newly bought clothes and shoes and said helplessly, but the clothes and shoes I bought for my dad haven't even been tried on yet. Let your dad try them on when he comes back tonight. Qing, you feed the chickens first, I'll go try on the clothes and shoes right now. The fabric of this clothing is really comfortable, Yang Xia said as she touched the fabric of the clothes in her hand. Yang Xia went inside to try on the clothes and shoes while her father ran out to show off his smartphone. She had no choice but to help feed a few little chicks. Grow up quickly. When the time comes, I'll roast you all and trade you for gold. He. Xia Qing looked at these snowy white little chicks. Clearly these are all money. Xia Qing bought quite a lot of things for her father and mother, which alarmed Grandma Xia, who was outside. She had just returned from her eldest son's home when she heard from people on the street that her granddaughter came back carrying many things. She hurriedly came back, just in time to see Yang Xia wearing new clothes and new shoes. Daughter, this dress is really beautiful. These shoes are so comfortable. So soft. I've never worn such comfortable shoes before, Yang Xia said happily. Usually she wore cloth shoes bought at the morning market for just over 10 yuan. Xia Qing saw her mother happy and she was happy too. In the future she would have money and be able to let her parents live a good life. Humph. The old lady snorted coldly to make her presence felt. How can you work dressed like that? I bought it for my mom, she can wear whatever she wants, Xia Qing said unwillingly. Since childhood, Grandma never liked her mother and always spoke harshly to her. The old lady was so heartbroken seeing that the clothes were not cheap, yet she still bought a whole set. The key point is that she doesn't get a single piece of clothing. I heard you bought a smartphone for your mom, but your mom never went to school. How many big characters can she recognize? Your little nephew is in high school this year, you might as well give it to him. He's in high school, what does that have to do with my mom? If he wants it, let my eldest uncle buy it for him. The things I buy for my mom, no one else can have, Xia Qing said coldly. She used to have no confidence. Now she definitely has confidence. I'm only doing this for your own good. In a few years you'll get married and by then, there won't even be anyone in this family to take charge or stand up for you, the old lady said angrily. In a few years will I be dead or what? Xia Qing retorted defiantly. He's still your own cousin. What's wrong with you, as the older sister, giving him some gifts? Seeing Xia Qing about to argue with her grandmother again, Yang Xia quickly intervened to mediate, so that Grandma Xia wouldn't go around spreading rumors outside and ruin her daughter's reputation. Anyway, I spent the money to buy it, so I'm willing to give it to whoever I want. Ring ring ring. Xia Qing's phone rang, it was the delivery courier arriving. She hurriedly went out the door to get the delivery, it was a big box. Spending money again, buying what? Just got back and already wasting money, the old lady said angrily. She bought things for the whole family but didn't buy anything for her. She's still wearing patched up clothes and a pair of broken shoes. Mom, that set of clothes is for Grandma and Grandpa. When Xia Qing was carrying the computer upstairs to her bedroom, she said to Yang Xia. All right. I'll go deliver it to your Grandma and Grandpa right now. They will definitely be overjoyed. Yang Xia's grandparents live in the neighboring village, just a 10-minute ride by electric bike. Grandma Xia looked at the empty courtyard and thought, does everyone have a gift except me? Grandma, I'm afraid you'll say I'm wasting money. You're so frugal, so I won't buy it for you. Grandma Xia was so angry that her face turned red. Was she afraid of wasting money? She was afraid of spending her own money. Besides, she had already bought gifts for Grandma and Grandpa. Could she still be wasting money? Thinking that her granddaughter was deliberately not buying for her, Grandma Xia got even angrier as soon as she came out. Sun Jiangwo, can you show me how to turn on this smartphone? Father Xia took the new phone and went to find Sun Jiangwo. Oh, a new phone. Sun Jiangwo looked at the brand new phone in Xia's father's hand. It was a big brand Huawei phone, probably worth around 2,000 yuan. During the new year, his son only bought him a 1,000 yuan off-brand smartphone. This was bought by my daughter. I didn't want it, but she insisted on buying it for me. I didn't want it and she even cried, so I just accepted it. This kid is just too disobedient and wastes too much money, Xia's father said with a smile, but it didn't look disobedient at all. Sun Jiangwo's face didn't look good. Seeing Xia's father so smug and happy made him unhappy. He said with a forced smile, I don't know how to use this new model of phone either. You'd better find someone else to teach you. He just didn't believe that her daughter, who just graduated, could earn any money. Maybe she bought it on a loan. Is that so? Then I'll just go back and find my disobedient daughter to teach me, Xia's father said with a proud smile. Sun Jiangwo went home angry. He had been quite happy this year. His son came back and bought him a new phone, which he showed off in the village for a while. But not long after, Xia Jixiang's daughter bought him an even better smartphone. This made me even more annoyed. Sun Jiangwo was showing off his new phone everywhere. It was a phone his daughter bought for him. Yang Xia grabbed her things and immediately rode her bike back to her parents' home, riding very fast on the way. As soon as she entered, she said with a smile, Mom, these 2 sets of clothes were bought for you by your granddaughter from the city. Try them on to see if they fit. Chapter 6, Exchanging Supplies. Wu Kuling, who was sunbathing in the yard, watched as her daughter came in carrying big and small bags. Qing, you're back? Wu Kuling said with a smile. I came back just yesterday and I brought clothes for you and my dad. Try them on quickly. These clothes don't look cheap. Did you buy them at a mall in the city? At this moment, Xia Qing's aunt smiled and walked over to say, the tag is still on. These shoes cost $399. That's really expensive. Hurry and return them for the child. 300 plus is enough for my living expenses for a month. Wu Kuling saw the price and quickly waved her hand to say, this is your granddaughter earning money in the city to show her filial respect to you. At first, Qing's grandmother did not agree to let Xia Qing go to college. The tuition was tens of thousands a year, and it was her maternal grandmother who helped gather some money. Qing, this child bought a smartphone just like me and her dad. Smartphones aren't cheap, right? Wu Zuiping said, seeing her daughter happy and living well, she was also happy. In the future, I also have to let my daughter go to college and find a job in the city, said the aunt with a smile. Earning money by attending university in the city is promising. Please try it quickly. My dad has them all too. Wu Kuling said it was expensive, but when she picked up the clothes, she couldn't put them down. She quickly asked Yang Xia to help her go inside to try on the new clothes. Siyu and Liao stayed in the room together all night. Siyu looked inside the space and saw medicine, various self-heating hot pots, and a fragrant roasted chicken. He couldn't help but drool now and immediately took out a portion of the roasted chicken. Damn, am I seeing things? Roasted chicken. Liao said in shock. He didn't know how long it had been since he last saw a creature like a chicken. Since the apocalypse happened, all animals had mutated. Including the chicken as an animal, it was no longer fragrant, but had turned into a disgusting thing covered in green pus. Don't even talk about roasting it to eat. Just looking at it makes you want to vomit. Siyu was not stingy and gave half to Liao. Both of them did not gobble it down but carefully savored this roasted chicken, and there was even clean mineral water to drink. Tomorrow morning we'll go find supplies, then kill zombies, and return to the base, Siyu said. There are still quite a few people hungry in the base, and many probably won't make it through. Liao nodded. The feeling of this food in his mouth was so comfortable. The food before was completely just to fill the stomach. No matter how bad it tasted, it was all to survive. Even if it was poisonous or mutated plants, some people, when hungry, would eat dirt. In the base city, some pregnant women ate mutated plants, causing their babies to be born with various deformities. Some died in the womb before they were even born. There will still be this kind of food in the future, right? Liao swallowed and asked cautiously. As long as we find valuable things, we can exchange them, Siyu said firmly. Siyu frowned slightly. Seeing his expression, Liao became nervous. After tasting the big meat bun, roasted chicken, and drinking clean water, he was so afraid of losing it all. It's just that the space is a bit small. To exchange a large amount and support the entire base, crystal beads are needed. Only by upgrading the space can a large amount of supplies be exchanged. The population has sharply decreased in the post-apocalyptic world, and the people in their urban base are barely surviving. Crystal beads, leave the zombie killing to me, Liao said as if he was taking full responsibility. Although crystal beads are quite rare, they are still not very useful compared to food. Although crystal beads can enhance strength, if people can't even get enough to eat or clean water to drink, what's the use of improving supernatural abilities? People need solid food like iron needs steel. Skipping a meal makes you hungry and weak. As long as she levels up, the space will expand. Fight! I'm going out to fight zombies right now as long as there's food. Let's first look for valuable things, then return to the base. Those people will starve if there's no food. We'll give them food, have the people at the base give us crystal beads, and find supplies for us, Siyu said. Yes, my son is still at the base. Can you get some milk powder? Liao said. It should be possible. Let's first find valuable items as well as crystal beads. Give her the valuable items, and she will give him food and water. This can also be considered an equivalent exchange. Siyu is a very meticulous person. Although he can now exchange for supplies, the space is too small and the items that can be stored are limited. Only by first allowing the other party to upgrade and expand the space can more supplies be stored. The more supplies exchanged, the more people will survive in the food base. At dawn, the two of them headed towards the urban area, but they didn't dare to get too close because there were too many zombies, which was also life-threatening. They first dealt with all the zombies they encountered on the road, but most of the zombies did not have crystal beads in their brains. It's just like with the superpowered individuals, some people awaken, some do not, and the same goes for zombies. But for the sake of the crystal beads, they dissect the brains of every zombie they kill. In the small space, the food that Xia Qing bought already takes up half of it. Siyu took out 2 crystal beads and placed them in the space. They have a time difference now, it is daytime for him. It should have been nighttime when Xia Qing was there. The shops on both sides of the street, those convenience stores, small supermarkets, and snack shops had long been looted clean. The clothing stores had also been almost completely looted. Siyu looked at the space and then realized that Xia Qing had left a small notebook inside, with neat handwriting that said if there were novels or literary works, she wanted them all. Where's a bookstore? Let's go take a look there. Bookstore? Aren't we supposed to go to the gold shop? To get gold and money, Liao said, his mind now full of money. He used to regard money as worthless. Follow me. Siyu didn't want to waste words with Liao. The latter obediently followed Suyu. Now he was a big shot, and following a big shot meant having food to eat. The bookstore was filled with dust, and the books on display had already mildewed. He casually placed 2 books on the shelf and also put in a comic book. Next, he went to the nearby jewelry store. Although it wasn't a gold shop, it still had some valuable jewelry. He had collected almost everything. The space was too small to hold much more. Let's go back to the base first. First, send the food exchanged in the space back. Okay. The main issue is that the space is too small to hold too much at once. The next day, Xia Qing woke up and immediately entered the space. She ate a few of the food she bought yesterday, but there was still quite a lot left. The rest were a few books Suyu found for her, along with some comics and a bunch of jewelry. Although these are not made of gold, the material is very unique, and the workmanship is also very beautiful. She looked at the books and comics, which were from another dimension. Both of these books are novels, the upper and middle volumes, but the lower volume is missing. She turned on the computer and registered a writer's account on the most famous site. Typing so many words is too tiring. A whole scanner is needed. The rest are some jewelry pieces, all with very nice styles. Later, hanging them online to see how much they can sell for. Beep beep beep. Xia Qing's chat kept ringing. It was her middle school classmate Wang Cici. I'm getting married this week. Will you be my bridesmaid? Chapter 7 also has this benefit. Xia Qing thought that her relationship with Wang Cici was pretty good. They were from the same village and also classmates, so when she asked her to be a bridesmaid, she agreed. Okay. Nowadays, she rarely attends classmates' weddings, and class reunions have long lost their original meaning, turning into competitions. It's either competing over jobs, boyfriends, or conditions. Next, Xia Qing put down her phone, took out the crystal bead from her space, and began to squeeze it to absorb it. There were 7 in total, and she squeezed and absorbed them all. At first, she didn't like the smell, but now she's gotten used to it. After absorbing them, she felt a bit dizzy in her eyes, and her vision became blurry, so she took off her framed glasses. She looked at the clear world outside in surprise, then looked up at the computer. Without glasses, she could see the words clearly. I'm not nearsighted anymore. Haha. She is no longer nearsighted. I didn't expect the energy of this crystal bead to have this benefit. Now even if she knows it's something from a zombie's brain, she doesn't care anymore. As long as it can help her take off her glasses, it's all good. Not only her eyes, but her body also feels very energetic, as if she has endless strength. She can go help her parents with farming later. At this moment, I also noticed that the space has indeed increased by a few square meters. Absorbing the crystal bead can really upgrade the space. These pieces of jewelry are really super beautiful, styles I've never seen before. Thinking about Wang Cici getting married and asking her to be a bridesmaid, I picked a similar pink necklace for her and packed the rest in a big box to sell when I get the chance. Early in the morning, Xia Qing went to the field, Yang Xia went to the morning market, and only the old lady stayed at home to bask in the sun or went out to chat about gossip with people. Their family and the eldest uncle's family take turns taking care of the old lady, switching every month. After breakfast, Xia Qing rode her electric bike to the field. I also ran into the neighbor uncle on the road. Qing, you were doing so well living in the big city, why did you come back? Nowadays, most young people are moving out and developing their careers elsewhere. Well, I resigned and came back to help my parents with farming. The neighbors looked at her in surprise, with an expression of disbelief. Aren't you afraid of your uncle laughing at you? This kind of land is very hard to work on, and you, a college student, come back to farm. The old man shook his head, saying that the parents worked so hard to send their child to college precisely because they didn't want the child to suffer the hardships of farming. Xia Qing also smiled without anger and said, I often helped my parents with work when I was little. What do you call that working? The old man said with a laugh. The work in this field is all labor-intensive. You with your delicate skin and tender flesh just won't do. Look at this pesticide tank I'm carrying on my back. Filled with water and chemicals, it weighs several dozen jean. And I have to keep carrying it around the field. Spring is fine, but summer is hot and there are lots of mosquitoes. Compared to other jobs, this work is already quite easy. Xia Qing thought that after she exchanged the gold and jewelry for money, she would buy some machines and hire some people to farm, which would save a lot of effort. Mechanization is costly, not to mention hiring labor. Now vegetables and fruits can't be sold at good prices, so mechanization would actually lead to losses. The old man saw that Xia Qing was still determined to farm and couldn't help but feel sorry, shaking his head as he watched her back. She walked into the field and saw her father carrying the heavy pesticide sprayer on his back, moving through the field, hunched over, sweating profusely, soaking his clothes. Xia Qing saw her and quickly said, What are you doing running out to the field? Go back? You don't need to help with this. I already said, I came back to help you farm. Besides, these vegetables have all grown well, I can even sell them for you. Doesn't she have to come and see these vegetables? Sell it? You can sell it. Xia Qing said excitedly when he heard her words. Now vegetables are sold at rock-bottom prices. The vegetables grown with hard work are now sold very cheaply. The main reason is that there are greenhouses now, so you can grow any vegetable out of season, and in recent years, everyone's harvest has been good, but vegetable prices are getting lower and lower. Nowadays, everyone is moving towards planting premium vegetables with higher requirements. The seeds are also premium and expensive, so ordinary farmers don't want to plant them. First, I'm afraid the seeds won't grow well and the harvest will be poor. Second, I'm afraid we won't be able to sell them, which would be a big loss. Of course. Why else would I come back? I have big clients here who have already paid deposits. By then, all our family's vegetables can be sold. Xia Qing thought about his daughter buying a phone and other things. Maybe she really did get a deposit. That's great. I was just worried that our family's vegetables couldn't fetch a good price in the county town. The tomatoes we planted this time are all pretty good. Xia Qing looked at the tomatoes in the field and estimated that they would all be ripe in a while. She had already given them to Suyu, so that counts as a major client, right? Dad, take a break. I'll spray the medicine for you. After saying that, she took over the large medicine bucket. No, this is too heavy. You can't carry it. Just as Xia Qing finished speaking, he saw Xia Qing effortlessly lift the pesticide bucket onto her back. If it were before, she might really not have been able to do it, but now, after absorbing the crystal bead, her strength has increased a lot, and her physique has improved. Striding briskly to the field to spray the medicine, she walked as if the wind was under her feet, not feeling any burden at all. Seeing this scene, Xia Qing felt a bit upset in his heart watching his daughter move so effortlessly. They had only one daughter since she was little and had never let her do heavy work. They live frugally, suffering while studying away from home. Their monthly expenses in the village at home are less than 100 yuan, and they usually eat vegetables from their own home. But every month they give their daughter 500 yuan for living expenses. The child working away from home is also reluctant to spend money. It is estimated that Xia Qing has suffered a lot outside. Every time they talk on the phone, the child is very busy, either working overtime or on the road. She probably suffered a lot outside. If the child comes back to farm, then let her farm. Although it is a bit hard, she will no longer be wronged. It's just that this kind of land is somewhat hard to work on. If it really doesn't work out, why not let your daughter find a job in the county town? Xia Qing was about to tell his daughter to take a rest, but he saw that she was already carrying it very easily on her back. It was as if it didn't contain dozens of pounds of water. Before long, she had already finished injecting all the medicine. After walking around once, she didn't feel tired at all. Xia Qing felt this was definitely related to her absorbing the crystal beads. She finished chopping all the remaining vegetables, but if it were Xia's father, he would probably still be working for a while before taking a break. Xia Qing finished chopping everything straight away without even catching her breath. Xia Qing originally thought his daughter couldn't handle this hardship, but seeing that she had already finished all the work with a smiling face, he looked down at his rough hands, feeling even more confused in his heart. It usually takes him more than an hour to apply this medicine, but when this girl came, she finished it in just over 10 minutes. Is he getting old? He's not even 50 yet. Xia Qing thought the fresh vegetables looked really good, so she immediately sent 5,000 yuan to her father. Dad, remember to accept the money I gave you. Let's stop selling our family's vegetables outside. I've already collected them all. Chapter 8. Suyu has always been single. 5,000 yuan? That much. We don't need that much. Tomatoes are only 0.3 yuan per gene, and they sell for just 0.8 yuan in the city. Also, the purchase price for this cabbage is only about 0.1 to 0.2 yuan per gene. Xia Qing knew vegetables were cheap, but she didn't expect them to be this cheap. Xia Qing obviously did not believe his daughter's words. He usually sells his own vegetables, and making 2 or 3,000 yuan is already quite good. Sometimes he only makes 1 or 2,000. It takes 2 to 3 months for tomatoes to grow from seedlings to ripe fruit. What else do we have to do besides growing tomatoes in these 3 months? I planted some watermelons, but they won't be ripe for another month, Xia Qing said. They only grow seasonal fruits, so the vegetable prices can't go up. If there were greenhouses, cultivation and planting would speed up, and growing some off-season vegetables and fruits would fetch higher prices. Thinking of what Father Xia said about the low price of cabbage and that the growing period for cabbage is short, just a little over a month. When these tomatoes ripen in a few days, we'll plant Chinese cabbage. Chinese cabbage? That won't work. If we plant now, the price won't be good. It's better to plant around November. November is winter, and when it's cold, everyone likes to stock up on Chinese cabbage. Dad, my client ordered Chinese cabbage. Let's plant Chinese cabbage. I promise we won't lose money, Xia Qing said with a serious look. Daughter, you don't understand, the cabbage really can't be sold at a good price right now. Ding. Xia Qing's phone received a voice notification. WeChat payment received. 2,000 yuan. Xia Qing looked at his daughter's transfer, his rough hands trembling. In just a short while, his daughter gave him 7,000 yuan. That's almost as much as he makes selling vegetables in half a year. It's already good if a farmer can make 10,000 yuan selling vegetables in a year. This is truly hard-earned money. Dad, listen to me, let's just plant Chinese cabbage, Xia Qing said. All right. We'll plant it. I'm going to buy Chinese cabbage seeds now. Xia Qing was full of energy, especially since he just had this money in hand, and immediately went to buy the seeds. He transferred the remaining money to Yang Xia. Why is there so much money? Are you hiding some savings? Yang Xia asked. This was given by our daughter. All the tomatoes in the field have been sold. Also, the cabbage we plan to plant next month has all been pre-sold. I kept a few dozen yuan to buy the cabbage seeds. We'll plant all the cabbage. Xia Qing said happily. I've never sold vegetables for so much money before. All the hard work over such a long time was worth it. Although planting vegetables is tiring, the biggest worry is actually selling them. Riding a tricycle, I have to get to the county town as early as 4 or 5 in the morning, and I almost have to sell all day before I can return. At home, it's just him and his wife. Saying it's not hard is just not true. Now the tomatoes in the field have all been planted, so there's no need to go out to sell them anymore, which saves a lot of effort. Xia Qing thought that she needed to rent a warehouse in the county town to keep a low profile for a while. Then she would transport the vegetables there and store them in the space. So you saw that half of the supplies in the space were gone, that half was the jewelry he had stored, and the rest were the food and water Xia Qing had found for him. He felt that the space had expanded somewhat. It seemed the crystal beads were useful. He put in 2 more and waited for Xia Qing to absorb them. They were heading towards the base. Found a gold ring. Li Yaoxing cheerfully took a gold ring off a skeleton's hand. Fortunately, Xia Qing had no idea where their gold came from. Otherwise she would have had psychological shadows. Their base was not far from here, but since there was no transportation now, they could only walk. So you thought about waiting for the space to expand so that they could put down a car and have transportation. Now, after the apocalypse, all the cars are scrapped, and the gasoline has gone bad because of an acid rain. At some gas stations, the blazing fire burned fiercely for more than half a month. They returned to the base, which was dirty, messy, and poor, built with individual shacks, and there wasn't even a city wall. This was just a former military base that had been renovated. Brother Su, Brother Yao, you're finally back. A man wearing tattered clothes said, his eyes red when he saw Su return. Brother Su, many children in the base have fevers. None of them have gone down yet. The man said anxiously, one of the children with a fever was his younger brother. If we don't find fever medicine soon, it will be too late. The man said with red-rimmed eyes. There is fever medicine. Most of the medicine in the city's pharmacies was either expired or looted. So you took out a few bottles of medicine from the space and said, give these to the children for now. If it's not enough, I'll find another way. That's great, that's great. There's medicine. Brother Su brought back medicine. The children can be saved, the man said excitedly. When Li Yao heard that the children had a fever, he hurriedly ran towards the shack and Su followed him. The shack was built with military tents, and inside sat a woman with a sallow complexion who was Li Yao's wife, Tian Rue. She was only in her 20s but looked like she was in her 30s or 40s with waxy yellow skin. Li Yao married early while Su had always been single. Where's the child? How's the child? Li Yao asked anxiously. The woman brought the child out. Although the child was already 2 years old, he looked less than 1. Their faces were sallow and malnourished. In front of them, in a small pot, was a clump of blackish stuff, which was leaves picked from the tree. This stuff is sour, astringent, and poisonous. Adults can eat a little without harm, at most causing diarrhea, but for children, eating it is dangerous. There's no food left. The children haven't eaten for 2 days. The woman's voice was hoarse from crying, her lips cracked, and her eyes lifeless as she said. Yes, yes. Li Yao looked at Su Yu as if begging for help. So you took out the food Xia Qing had bought from the space, which also included soy milk powder. Soy milk powder, this can be given to the child, Su said. The woman's eyes instantly lit up when she saw the soy milk powder. Her child finally had something to eat. Daodu, don't sleep. Daddy has brought you something to eat. Li Yao found an empty drink bottle, filled it with mineral water and mixed in soy milk powder. Tian Rue, trembling with excitement, took the drink bottle and carefully fed it to Daodu. Daodu groggily opened his eyes, seemingly too weak even to eat, but with food at his lips, humans have a survival instinct. Even children do too. Gurgle. Daodu drank half a bottle. Don't drink too much. Eat small meals multiple times if you're too hungry, Li Yao said. There are instant noodles here, Li Yao, hurry up and cook them for Tian Rue. Food has been scarce recently and even the poisonous plants around have been picked and cooked to eat. However, these mutated plants are all poisonous and many people have toxins in their bodies. If they keep eating them for a long time, they probably won't live long. I'll go check on those kids to see if there's enough medicine. Li Yao lit a fire to cook instant noodles. The aroma was so strong that it attracted people nearby to come over. Chapter 9. Both sides felt it was worth the exchange. Several people looked haggard and thin, their eyes all focused on the steaming hot pot of instant noodles Li Yao was cooking, with steam rising and carrying an enticing aroma. In their eyes there was both a burning desire and a hint of indescribable sorrow. The corners of their mouths twitched slightly involuntarily, as if every breath was trying to capture that faint fragrance. Some swallowed nervously, producing faint sounds in their throats. The air seemed to freeze. Time slowed down unusually at this moment, with only the sound of the instant noodles boiling, and every person's eyes showed intense longing. In fact, if someone stepped forward to grab it, others would probably rush in all at once. Liao looked at the people in the shacks opposite him. Each person's face looked grim, and the long-term hunger had made their bodies thin and gaunt. Very few people were able to awaken and evolve. Liao turned sideways, blocking the view of the others. They won't steal our food, will they? That burning gaze was too aggressive and terrifying. Tian Rui was holding the child. Dodo drank the soy milk, and now he seemed much stronger. They don't dare. Liao's gaze became fierce, his eyes sweeping over them. The others were also scared pale and dared not step forward, but they couldn't help looking this way, their mouths constantly salivating. So you looked at the children all crowded in a shack. These were orphans whose parents had both died, and only they took care of them. Brother Yu, these children can't eat the leaves, Wang Chong said with red eyes. The leaves are poisonous. Most of these soldiers have evolved and can withstand eating them, but some people's bodies have developed problems from consuming poison for years. Not to mention these little children. All the food here is for the children. So you produced a lot of food out of thin air, which left Wang Chong dumbfounded. This is all clean food, Wang Chong said excitedly. There is food. Several children, seeing the food, all looked at it with strong desire. From now on, bring me gold and all kinds of valuable things, and I will give you food, so you said. Valuable? Gold? What's the use of that? But if there is food, they will look for it. They will look for anything. All right, brother Yu. The space wasn't big. Xia Qing distributed the food she bought, and he also kept some for himself to eat. Upon hearing there was food, many people gathered around, and some even tried to snatch the food. For a bite to eat, they are capable of doing anything, but with him around, no one else dares to cause trouble. Even if all these people attack together, they are no match for Suyu. So you called the other three brothers to maintain order, cooked all the instant noodles together, and gave them to the children first. Suyu is powerful. He is the manager of their base. Wang Chong, Zhang Liang call Liao. At first light tomorrow, come with me to the city. These three people are all evolved beings with decent physical fitness. The other brothers have not evolved, and since they have long consumed polluted food, their physical fitness has deteriorated. All right. Okay. Several people responded simultaneously. So you previously had higher physical fitness, once traversed a dangerous jungle alone to kill rebels, truly a soldier king. However, after the apocalypse, physical fitness was also far from what it used to be. But later they discovered crystal beads that could enhance their physical abilities, although the remaining toxins could not be neutralized. The space was small and this little food was not enough for the children at their base. The children who didn't get any food looked at everything helplessly and pitifully. Some children were even stuffing dirt into their mouths and some adults were strongly restraining themselves. There isn't enough food to go around, Wang Chong said, frowning as he looked at Suyu, and swallowed his saliva. All the food had been given to the children. Suyu said, Wang Chong, Zhang Liang, go collect and see who has gold, diamonds, or other valuable items and gather them all. Although Wang Chong and Zhang Liang did not understand what Suyu had for these things, they still followed the instructions. Immediately after, Suyu sternly spoke to the others in the base who had not yet received food. As long as I, Suyu, am here, each of you will have food and clean water. But to survive here with me, first, no stealing, second, no bullying the weak and elderly, third, obey my orders. Anyone who disobeys will either die or get out of here. We all listen to Brother Yu. Wang Chong quickly echoed. Listen to Brother Yu. Suyu was already powerful and now that he could find food, they were like their rebirth parents. They would do anything for them. Xia Qing saw that some gold jewelry had appeared in the space again, but they looked dirty and needed cleaning, and the food in the space was all gone. Thinking of Suyu saying that there was a shortage of water and food over there, she went to the county town in the afternoon and bought out all the steamed buns and baked cakes from the small shop, found a secluded place to put into the space, then went to the mall to find a gold recycling shop and sold all the jewelry. This time she went to a different gold shop. It was a bit cheaper than the last one, but she still sold jewelry worth 20,000 yuan. Then she went to the market to look for several warehouses and finally found a suitable one. This warehouse is quite remote in a corner inside. If you want to rent it, I'll give you a discount, 800 yuan per month. The only inconvenience is the corner inside. Otherwise, for more than 200 square meters, I would have to pay at least 1,500. A man wearing a striped long shirt said kindly. This warehouse has never been rented out. The boss is really worried. All right, let's add each other on WeChat. I'll rent it for half a year first. Xia Qing said. She liked this corner of the warehouse because it was relatively hidden and had no cameras. The man was very happy to see Xia Qing rent it so smoothly. Finally, it was rented out, and he immediately handed over the warehouse key. There was still quite a bit of empty space inside, so Xia Qing went to the market to buy a lot of vegetables and also check the vegetable prices. The vegetable prices were really cheap. The most expensive was only 2.5 yuan per gene, but in the Magic City, a random takeout costs 20 to 30 yuan, and a cup of milk tea is also 20 yuan. Xia Qing also bought a lot of pork bones and put them into the space. Seeing that the space was already full, she finally felt at ease. It should be late at night over there now. When he wakes up the next day and sees so much food, he will definitely be happy. When the space station is upgraded later, she will buy more food for that side. Then Xia will find her gold, diamonds, and all kinds of valuable things. If she randomly takes a treasured item from that time-space museum, she should be able to sell it for quite a lot of money here, right? She looked down at her hand. Her manuscript was approved. Only now did she remember that the novel only had the first and middle volumes, but no final volume. Chapter 10 of the novel exploded in popularity. After returning home, Xia Qing immediately paid to download a scanning app on her phone and scan both the first and middle volumes, totaling 450,000 words. The first release was 50,000 words. Just after the contract was approved, she released another 50,000 words at once, and then she didn't bother with the rest. From now on, she just needs to post 10,000 words daily. After scanning the book, she tore it up and threw it in the trash can. I don't know if there will be any royalties, but I guess it won't be known until the beginning of next month. If this book becomes popular, she will ask Siyu to find the next volume for her. In the future, let Siyu go to the bookstore to find more novels for him. The technology on both sides is about the same. They have mobile phones here, and Siyu's side should have them too, right? Xia Qing sold those ordinary pieces of jewelry on the second-hand platform Xinyu, with prices ranging from 1,000 to 10,000 yuan. Some of these pieces of jewelry had tags showing the most expensive ones were only a few hundred yuan, but they stood out for their novel and attractive designs. She hadn't checked for half a day, and surprisingly quite a few people had already made purchases. She hurried to the village's express delivery supermarket to send all the items out. A considerable amount of money has been credited again, and now her balance is already 50,000. It's only been a few days. She never had this much money in her bank card before. A sense of happiness surrounds her. She feels she will become richer and richer, provided that Siyu doesn't starve to death in the apocalypse. Check the space, the things haven't been moved yet, probably sleeping? After all, there is a time difference between the two sides. Drip drip. This afternoon at home, we still need to rehearse a bit. Only then did I remember that the day after tomorrow Wang Cici is getting married, so I changed clothes and went to Wang Cici's house. Their village is at the east end, just about a 10-minute walk. Xia Qing was looking at her phone, browsing a novel app. The novel she published is on the Qimao app. On the first day her contract was approved, she published 50,000 words. The total is 100,000 words, and the rest have been scanned but not yet published. With 100,000 words, it climbed to the top 3 on the new book chart, and quite a few people were urging for updates. This is about to become a hit. Xia Qing felt a surge of excitement in her heart, wondering how much the manuscript fee would be this month. Watching the backstage comment section, people kept flooding comments, and some were even flooding coins. Xia Qing. An incredulous voice came from the front. It's really you, I almost didn't recognize you just now. Wang Cici was a bit shocked to see Xia Qing. Originally, I thought the Xia Qing in my memory had eye bags, dark skin, and wore thick black-rimmed glasses. Besides having a nice voice, she had no other special features, so I invited her to be a bridesmaid. But the girl in front of me is not wearing glasses, her eyes are bright, her pupils are black, and her skin has become fairer. Why is this different from what she thought? Because her skin is not fair, she wanted to find someone with darker skin to contrast with herself. Because Xia Qing rarely goes home during university, the last time the two met should have been during the new year. Taking a regular train takes the whole night, and the plane or high-speed train is too expensive, so she is reluctant to use them. Wang Cici. Congratulations. Xia Qing had just learned that her novel became popular, and she was in a good mood. Wang Cici's face twitched imperceptibly. Come in quickly, there will be another bridesmaid soon, all from our village Li Chui. Li Chui? In her memory, she was a little chubby girl. The wedding is tomorrow morning, and the house has already been decorated. They are all uncles, elders, and aunties from the same village. Everyone knows each other. So Qing is here. Do you have a boyfriend yet? I heard that salaries are high in big cities. You can earn several thousand to over 10,000 a month. Qing is 22 this year, right? If you don't have a boyfriend, I can introduce one to you. Several older ladies were cracking sunflower seeds and chatting. Isn't it great that this girl came back early to get married? Cici married well. She has a house in the county town and is a civil servant. Stable. Girls should find a good partner. Qing, if you don't have a partner, the ladies can introduce one for you. Xia Qing returned to the village and asked everyone about their salary, whether they had a partner, and when they would get married. After having the first child, they still urged for a second and third child. It's been half a year since I last saw Qing. She has really become more beautiful. Not really that great, otherwise I would say I don't dare to recognize her. Wang Cici's face didn't look very good when she heard this. If Xia Qing was the bridesmaid at her wedding tomorrow, wouldn't that overshadow her? She would rather spend 200 yuan to hire someone. She originally wanted to save some money. Wang Cici pulled Xia Qing aside and hesitated as she said, Qing, you don't need to be the bridesmaid anymore. We already have enough people. Xia Qing heard there was such a good thing. She actually didn't want to be the bridesmaid either, so this was a good opportunity to refuse. All right. I can't sell any of the sweet potatoes from my field. Last year, sweet potatoes sold at a good price, but this year no one is buying them. You also grow sweet potatoes? I do too, and they need to be dug up in the next couple of days. They can't sell at a good price even in the county, so they have to go to the city. But going to the city means paying for transportation and postage, so I'm afraid there won't be much profit this year. Xia Qing's eyes lit up when she heard this. She thought that since Suyuside didn't have enough food, these sweet potatoes were a good thing and would definitely fill them up. Moreover, the price is cheap now, so she bought them all and sent them to Suyuside. Second aunt, how many sweet potatoes did your family plant? Almost 3 mu of land. Since last year's sales were good, we planted all of it this year. Xia Qing thought that last year a whole batch of sweet potatoes became famous, so they sold well, but this year there are quite a few less. Second aunt, how much are you buying sweet potatoes for? Last year it was 0.6 yuan per jean, but this year the purchase price has dropped to 0.3 yuan per jean. Second aunt was also very worried. Auntie, I will buy all your sweet potatoes. When the time comes, you can weigh them and I will buy them all. What? Second aunt thought she had misheard. That's 2 mu of sweet potatoes. It's probably more than a few thousand jean. Qing, don't lie to me, we're neighbors after all, such a big deal. Auntie, let's add each other on WeChat and I'll transfer you a 500 yuan deposit. If I can't collect it later, you don't have to refund it. If all these 2,000 jean are sold at the purchase price of 30 cents per jean, that would only be 600 yuan, but Xia Qing already transferred her a deposit of 500. Our family also planted 2 mu of potatoes, are you interested? Second aunt smiled. Our family also planted sweet potatoes, Qing, will you buy them? If you do, I'll give you a better price. Grandpa Jia hurriedly promoted from the side. Our family plants yen sweet potatoes. I'll give you a purchase price of 40 cents per jean. Chapter 11. I want to collect a large amount of vegetables. Several people eagerly asked Xia Qing, mainly because now the village can grow crops that will come to harvest, but how to sell them is the most difficult part. If they buy online, it would really be a loss for these villagers, plus the delivery fee, the cost wouldn't even be covered. Farming is inherently hard work. Most of the villagers in their village sell to the county town, or a bit farther to the surrounding cities. Alright, let me get in touch again, and if I need anything I'll contact you. Xia Qing didn't expect that the thousands of jean of sweet potatoes she bought would be received with such enthusiasm. The bride, Wang Sisi, was left standing aside. Thinking that she wouldn't have to be a bridesmaid tomorrow, she also didn't have to attend the wedding. She was busy with a bunch of things. So she gave Wang Sisi 200 yuan in advance. She is now generous with money and besides, she will be even richer in the future, so this 200 yuan really doesn't mean much. She now has tens of thousands in her hands. There will be even more in the future. In the village, when giving red envelopes, they are all from the same village and not relatives. Even giving 50 yuan is common. In the city, it starts at least from 200, with a minimum of 500. Wang Sisi originally felt a bit uncomfortable seeing Xia Qing's skin become even better than hers, but now seeing that she gave herself a 200 yuan red envelope, she was no longer unhappy. Enthusiastically telling Xia Qing all kinds of things, indeed money can bring you more emotional satisfaction. Returning home in the afternoon, Xia Jixiang and Yang Xia were both waiting for her, along with her grandmother. Before Xia Qing even entered the yard, Yang Xia couldn't wait to ask. Qing, I heard you bought 3 acres of sweet potatoes from Wu Ernyang? And 2 acres of potatoes from the Sun family? If something happens in any household in the village, the whole village will know within a few hours. I have a friend in Modu, and since I came back this time, I have been collecting vegetables. The few acres of land in our family planted with watermelons and tomatoes, didn't I harvest them all? Even if my dad plants cabbage, I will harvest that too. Over there, it's the end of the world. The land can't be cultivated, so they definitely need a lot of food. Daughter, you really are the family's lucky star. These days it's hard to sell the vegetables, so this saves a lot of trouble. Otherwise, they would have to haul them to the county town early in the morning to sell. Vegetables are more expensive in the morning, but by afternoon or evening, the prices drop again. Now the harvest gets better year by year, but the vegetable prices get cheaper year by year, so these farmers are getting poorer and poorer. If it weren't for all the young people in the village going to the city to work. Xia Qing bought them all up at once, so there are only a few trips left. Dad, when the time comes, just collect them all and take them to the warehouse in the county town. I have the address, I'll go with you. Alright, great. I knew it wasn't for nothing that I supported my daughter to go to university. She would definitely develop better in the city, Xia Jixiang said with a big smile. After some time, I'll buy you a tractor so farming won't be so tiring, Xia Qing said with a smile. That tractor isn't cheap, it costs tens of thousands. Xia Jixiang still felt reluctant to spend money. These days, machinery is expensive. Qing, you have a way to collect sweet potatoes, but why not help your own family first? Your eldest uncle's family still has an acre of land. That must be at least over 1,000 jean. Old lady Xia ran over and said. But Qing has already collected so much, is there still a need to collect more? Yang Xia frowned and said, having heard that Qing had already paid a deposit to Wu Ernyang. Collecting too much, if it can't be sold later, Qing will also suffer a loss. She is afraid that her daughter will lose money. Then just cancel the order from Wu Ernyang's family and take your eldest uncle's first, Grandma Xia said indifferently. Canceling is impossible, I've already paid the deposit. How about this, I'll place another order in a few days. Xia Qing said she also needed to check with Suyu to see how much more he needed. The old lady immediately became unhappy upon hearing Xia Qing's words, her entire face turning sharp. How can it be just a few days? Qing, that's your eldest uncle. Shouldn't you settle things with your eldest uncle first before dealing with others? What kind of matter is this? I never said I wouldn't settle it. Can't I wait a few days before deciding? Xia Qing sighed and said her grandmother's heart was just too biased. Then give me a 500 deposit. I'll hand it to your eldest uncle and first reserve your eldest uncle's sweet potatoes before anything else. Xia Qing isn't short of this 500 yuan, but what she lacks is her grandmother's attitude. I really don't have money right now. I'll have money only after I sell all the sweet potatoes I've collected. Besides, eldest uncle is family, so the deposit money doesn't matter. You've already given Wu Ernyang a 500 deposit, but you won't give it to our own family? Xia Qing is your own eldest uncle. Xia Jixiang saw that his mother was about to argue with his daughter again, so he acted as a peacemaker and said, Qing, you've been tired all day, you should go upstairs. Grandma Xia was not okay with it and wanted to grab Xia Qing. The deposit money today was meant to be paid by her first. I'll pay this 500 deposit. Xia Jixiang said this to avoid a quarrel, fearing that if Grandma got angry and fainted again, his eldest uncle would definitely blame their family for not taking good care of her. Then people outside would come and gossip again. Xia Qing just transferred him more than 7,000 yuan yesterday. Then, give it to me now. Grandma Xia is not at ease without having the money in her hands. Xia, go get 500 yuan in cash for mom. The money at home is all managed by Yang Xia, although Yang Xia is also very reluctant. Qing still hasn't decided whether to accept it or not. What if she doesn't accept it in the end? Wouldn't Qing lose money? Yang Xia was still very concerned about her daughter. Xia Jixiang certainly knew this principle. If his mother made a fuss, it would cause a lot of trouble and maybe next month he would have to stay at their home instead of going to their eldest brother's place. Hurry up. Although Yang Xia was unhappy, their family always ended up at a disadvantage. There are 2 brothers in the family, as well as 2 elder sisters-in-law and 1 younger sister-in-law. They always end up suffering losses every time. But thinking back to the last incident, the old lady stubbornly stayed at their place for more than half a month, causing her a lot of trouble. Just consider this money as paying to avoid disaster. But it's only 500 yuan, less than the family's monthly expenses. Mrs. Xia took the money in her hand. Her expression changed from gloomy to bright, and she left the house in high spirits. Yang Xia watched the excited old lady leave. She frowned, looking sullen and unhappy. I'm old, don't take it to heart. Xia Jixiang said quickly, seeing his wife unhappy. Then what if our daughter takes a loss? Well, just consider it spending money to avoid disaster. Qing gave a lot more for the vegetables. I'll pay this money, just think of it as spending money to avoid disaster. I can't stand the commotion anymore. The 2 of them thought about the old lady's previous commotion. The whole village came to see him as a joke, and both of them fell silent. Xia Qing went upstairs and her phone had been ringing non-stop all afternoon, all of them casting recommendation votes for her, along with comments. It seems the novel has exploded in popularity. The food in the space was all cleared out. She hurriedly entered the space and told Suyu that she wanted all the novels from the bookstore last time. Chapter 12, emptied half a jewelry store. Suyu woke up and found the space filled with food, instantly getting excited. One of the meals was specially prepared by Xia Qing for him, a serving of grilled meat rice. Xia Qing considered him a regular customer. Giving him something special wasn't too much, right? She even thoughtfully added a cola since men all love drinking that stuff. Suyu felt very pleased in his heart. Li Yao and the others all received steamed buns, but there were still too many people in the base, so Xia Qing's small space needed to be upgraded. Moreover, with so many people in the base eating every day, the consumption must be enormous. Even though they bought so many steamed buns and baked flatbreads, it was unlikely that everyone could get a full one. Most people could only get half. But they didn't have to eat dirt or poisonous, sour, astringent tree bark. They were all excited to the point of madness. The soft big white steamed bun made some people want to cry while eating it. Your milk powder probably won't arrive until tomorrow or the day after, Suyu said. It's okay, there are still a few bags of soy milk left to drink. Children who have been hungry for 2 or 3 days often refuse to eat. Now being able to have a normal meal is already a blessing. Li Yao, Wang Chang, and Zhang Liang were all gnawing on steamed buns, feeling quite pleased when they saw Suyu eating grilled meat mixed with rice and even drinking cola. Why, you still have meat? Li Yao quickly came over in a flash. Don't mock why he was so excited, because it had been too long since he last ate meat, and the others also gathered around. This is my meal, Suyu said calmly, but inside she was very pleased. After all, it was special treatment for her. With food to eat these past 2 days, Suyu's complexion has gradually recovered. Although no one else knows where Suyu got it from, they only know that he awakened a mysterious spatial ability. It smells so good. This drink looks really tasty, Wang Chang said, his eyes sparkling as he stared at the can cola in Suyu's hand. Next time, I'll get some for you to try as well. Suyu thought that first they should solve everyone's food and clothing needs, and then find a way to build city walls so that people have a safe place to live. Right now, their location is in a large underground military air raid shelter. After the 4 of them finished eating, Li Yao went to check on his son. Little Bean, who was already able to sit up, and his complexion had improved a lot. The four of them were going to the urban area to kill zombies today, and each of them fought very hard. After all, today we came here with full stomachs. Poochie Poochie, Wang Chang cut the zombie with one stroke and took out the crystal bead from its brain. There is a supermarket over here, but the food inside has long been gone, Wang Chang said regretfully. This urban area is relatively close to their base, so the food had already been looted. It has been a year since the apocalypse and there is almost no food left. You go, where's a bank? Li Yao's eyes lit up excitedly as he said. There must be a lot of money in the bank. Siyu shook his head. The two of them are in different time and space, and the monetary systems are different. No. You go. There's a jewelry store over there. Li Yao excitedly pointed at a small jewelry store across the street. Wang Chang and Zhang Liang were stunned. Weren't we out here to kill zombies and find supplies? What's the use of finding a bunch of gold? Thinking back to when Siyu said we needed valuable things, could it be related to this? Let's go. The four people headed straight to the jewelry store. The main door of this place was intact, and inside, apart from cobwebs, there were no signs of damage to the other display cases. Compared to the mess in the supermarket, it seemed no one had ever been here. Several people dismantled the display cases and collected various gold jewelry, jade bracelets, and so on into the space. Thinking of the novel Xia Qing had instructed him about, they then went to the bookstore. He collected a few more books until the space was full and could hold no more. They could only wait until tomorrow to come back and collect more. The space is small. After collecting these items, they did not rush to leave. They hunted a few zombies on the outskirts and only returned after finding about a dozen crystal beads. By the time they returned, it was already afternoon. When the sun sets, the zombies become very active and their strength increases in all aspects. Even the evolved ones dare not stay overnight in the city. A few zombies attacking them could be easily hunted down, but hundreds or thousands of zombies would only mean being torn apart. Suyu and the others returned to the underground air raid shelter, where there was only dim lighting. This was still the external generator they had found earlier, with just a few light bulbs barely enough to use. You brother you. An elderly grandmother a bit older in age stopped Suyu. Suyu frowned, thinking she had come to ask for food, and said, today's food has all been distributed. There will be more tomorrow. The old lady took a jade bracelet off her hand. It was a bracelet she had worn all her life. This is for you. Can you find medicine for my grandson tomorrow? Suyu took the jade bracelet. It looked to be of good quality, but in these times, even a piece of bread is worth more. What illness does your grandson have? Suyu asked anxiously. It should be acute enteritis. A square-faced man with glasses approached. He was a doctor before the apocalypse and now he also treats people in this base. But he only treats illnesses because he has no medicine or equipment. All right, I'll think of a way, Suyu replied. Many people in the base have acute enteritis. It must have been caused by eating some unclean food before, Leo said. Whatever it is, let's talk about it tomorrow. After Suyu spoke, the others did not dare to bargain anymore. After Suyu and the others left, the old lady's eyes were red, and the doctor beside her wanted to say something comforting but didn't know how to start. Mom, you eat. A little girl held half a steamed bun in her hand. She didn't dare to finish eating it and wanted to give it to her mother. You eat. The woman said weakly, her face pale, eye sockets sunken, and lips blackened. This was the result of long-term consumption of too many toxic substances. Mom, don't die. I'll give it all to you. Please stay alive. The 4-year-old girl cried heart-wrenchingly. Several people watched this scene. Here, everyone had already become accustomed to it. It's still okay at their base, but it is said that at the neighboring base, without food, they even resorted to cannibalism. Siyu entered the space and found that the things he had stockpiled had not yet been moved out. Considering their time difference, it should be late at night over there, and there was only a note left behind. The next day, Xia Qing woke up early in the morning. She has been feeling refreshed lately, perhaps because of having money, and after absorbing the crystal beads, her body has undergone quite a few changes. The first thing I do upon waking up is to check my phone, and 99% of the messages are from the Qimo novel app. It's only 6 o'clock now. Then she entered her own space. The sparkling gold jewelry almost dazzled her eyes. Chapter 13. The whole family got their driver's licenses. Gold necklaces, gold bracelets, and various gold rings, pearls, agate, and crystals. He basically moved an entire store over. Xia Qing's guess was right. Almost half the store was moved. Immediately after, Xia Qing saw the note he wrote. The handwriting was strong and powerful, just like the person himself, clearly someone with great strength. Seeing the things he needed to buy, steamed buns, sesame seed cakes, and medicine to treat enteritis. It had to be bought. So much hard-earned money. Some of the necklace and bracelet designs were really quite beautiful. She was reluctant to sell them. If it needs to be sold, it has to be sold. That's the only way to have money. But first, these pieces of jewelry have to be dealt with. She took out a big box from under the bed and stuffed all the jewelry from the space into it in a frenzy. She put on a necklace she liked right away. One suitcase wasn't enough, so she found another big box and packed everything under the bed. Her bed was really covered with all kinds of jewelry. There are also quite a few placed in the wardrobe. Space needs to be cleared to make room for Suyu to store things. Fortunately, the houses in the countryside are built relatively large, and her room is also more than 20 square meters. She took out all the gold bracelets and put them into her backpack. She planned to sell them in the county town today, and if that didn't work, she would go to the city to sell them. She couldn't sell so much gold in one jewelry store to avoid arousing suspicion, as that would cause trouble. Xia Qing opened her phone and saw that her novel was already in the top 3. Excited, she posted 20,000 words, delivering a huge update all at once. Under her bed were stuffed full of gold jewelry, and before leaving, she even locked the door to her room. She must get a driver's license and buy a car. Now that she has money, she needs to improve her life. Otherwise, what's the use of having money? This kid, why did she leave so early in the morning? Yang Xia watched Xia Qing rush out and shook her head with a smile. Xia Qing arrived at the county town. A gold shop was selling 100 grams, and today brought an unexpected surprise. The gold price went up. Recently, the price of gold has been continuously rising. This time she earned quite a bit again. She sold a lot of gold in the morning, then signed up for driving school for herself, and after thinking it over, she also signed her parents up. In the afternoon, she took a bus to Jiang City and sold gold at every shop one by one until she had sold out all the gold in her backpack. Looking at the huge sum of 900,000 yuan already in her bank card on her phone, she never even dared to imagine it before. Working for a month earning 5,000 yuan with a 996 schedule, she doesn't need to do that anymore. She easily earned this much. Now there are also several large suitcases of jewelry at home, which she plans to sell all at once. It's estimated they could fetch hundreds of thousands. The rest are crystals, amber, and similar jewelry, which aren't as valuable as gold, so she'll sell those online. She won't just be a couch potato anymore. She plans to open an online store on Taobao to sell some items from different dimensions. Because we need to figure out a way to get rid of all those things for now, don't have Siyu find valuable items for her. First, slowly sell those things online. Thinking of what Siyu needed, she went to the pharmacy again to buy various medicines for treating enteritis, as well as fever reducers. Others all thought she was there to stock up. She also went to the market to buy buns, steamed bread, and milk powder until she couldn't carry any more. This was marked by Suyu. She was especially attentive. Luckily, there was space, otherwise she wouldn't have been able to bring it all back. Seeing that the space was already filled by her, she finally stopped buying. Forget about just buying, it actually felt pretty good. There were still more than a dozen crystal beads in the space, and she hadn't had time to absorb them yet. All this fuss had already lasted until the afternoon, but she didn't feel tired at all. Instead, she felt like she was pumped full of energy. Earning money to buy things. Is this tiring? Not at all. Back in the Magic City, when shopping with colleagues, she could only look but couldn't bring herself to buy. Now she finally found the emotional value of shopping. She was thinking that if Siyu later found something for her from the museum through them, selling it casually would probably be worth tens of millions or even hundreds of millions, right? Xia Qing was so excited thinking about this that the whole house could be rebuilt into a big villa. It might even be possible to take her parents on a trip abroad. When she got home, Xia Qing told Yang Xia and Xia Jixiang, "Dad, Mom, I signed you both up for a driver's license. Download an app on your phone and start learning all of Subject 1 first." Getting a driver's license? Grandma Xia frowned. Signing up for a driver's license test probably costs 1 or 2,000. The eldest son of her uncle's family, who graduated from university but still hasn't found a job, also said he wanted to get a driver's license. The day she went back to give money, Xia Jiqiang, who is her eldest grandson, was on the phone asking his dad for money, saying it would cost 2,000 yuan to get a driver's license in the city. Yes. After getting the driver's license and buying a car, we can all drive, and it will be much faster to go to the county town, Xia Qing said with a smile. It takes 40 minutes to ride the electric bike, but less than 20 minutes by car. Good. Good. I'll go learn right away. Xia Jixiang was extremely happy. Thinking that his daughter would buy them a car in the future, the corners of his mouth almost floated up to the sky. No, he has to go out now to have a chat with Sun Jiangwo. I'll be back for dinner after the party. Xia Jixiang grabbed his phone and ran off in a flash. Xia Qing knew she went out to show off to others. Having a boastful dad, she couldn't help it. In the past, their family was often talked about by the villagers, always saying he only had a daughter who would take care of him in old age, secretly mocking him. Now let them see what's wrong with having a daughter. She's just as good. Even more filial than a son. Just have your dad take the test. Why did you sign me up too? This is such a waste of money. Yang Xia said it was a waste of money, but the corners of her mouth couldn't help but lift. Over the years, she had endured quite a bit of ridicule. That won't do. When my mom gets her driver's license, I'll buy you all a small car. Then you can take my grandma and grandpa out for a drive. Otherwise, when my grandma is sick and needs to go to a big hospital, we have to borrow a car or take a taxi to the county hospital, or even go to the city. It's really too inconvenient. All right. I'll take out my phone and study properly right now. Yang Xia could hardly contain the smile at the corner of her mouth. When she goes back to her parents' home, no one there will criticize her anymore, and she can finally hold her head high in front of her sister. What are you learning? You're already this old and you still want to get a driver's license. Grandma Xia couldn't help but say. At his eldest son's house, they hesitate to spend money even for their grandson to learn to drive, but for this granddaughter, they just signed her up with Xia Qing and even want to pay for young Xia's driver's license. These three people each pay 2,000 yuan for the driver's license, so that would be 6,000 yuan, right? Thinking of this, the old lady looked at Xia Qing and wanted to say she was a spendthrift. She doesn't understand life. Such a waste of money. Grandma, you should go to my eldest uncle's place tomorrow, right? Should I take you there tomorrow? Yes. Tomorrow, Grandma Xia should go to her eldest uncle's place. The Xia Qing family has gone there. The old lady's expression changed abruptly. Xia Qing's family has many children, so the living space is tight. It's unlike here where there could be a big room. Xia Qing is the only daughter and no one asks her for money. Xia Qing has 3 sons, one of whom is in college. The remaining 2, one just started elementary school and the other is in middle school. They all want money. How could an old lady from the village have a retirement pension? She is biased towards Xia Qing and unwilling to spend money from the eldest son's family, so she wants to spend it from Xia Qing's side, inherently believing they only have one daughter. In the future, everything will be given to outsiders. Chapter 14, is the jade bracelet worth a few hundred made of icy jade? When old lady Xia heard Xia Qing say this, she felt a bit anxious about sending her back. Can't I stay a couple more days at my son's house? Of course. It's just that I realized you've already been staying for a month. I was worried it might be inconvenient for you to go over there, so I thought I'd come to see you off. In the village, once a girl marries out, she's like water that's been poured out. The men divide the land and are responsible for elderly care. The 2 brothers agreed at the beginning to take turns every month. Tomorrow is the first of the month, so it's time to switch. So close. I can just come over to eat when the time comes, the old lady frowned and said. If you don't feel comfortable living there, can't you just go eat and then come back here? Xia Qing, don't argue anymore. She didn't want to keep arguing with Grandma and quickly went upstairs. She paid the deposit on Taobao, and the review was completed in 2 hours. Quite a few were sold on Xianyu and she has to go and send them out tomorrow. Next, she bought quite a few things from Taobao, instant noodles, dried noodles. Online shopping is so convenient now, she doesn't need to go out to buy things anymore. Thinking that in another month it will be summer and there isn't a single air conditioner at home, every summer they just use a broken electric fan, and the whole family shares it. She directly ordered 2 air conditioners from Taobao, spending 5,000. The toilet at home needs to be replaced as well as the refrigerator. The TV. She actually wants to change the bed, but there are jewelry pieces under the bed, so she can't change it for now. Qing, it's time to eat. Here I am. Xia Qing went downstairs, and among the pile of jewelry Xiu gave her from the space, she found the only jade bracelet which was very beautiful and lovely. She liked it at first sight and was reluctant to sell it, so she gave it to her mother to wear. If Mom doesn't like it, she will take her to the jewelry store to choose. She is just afraid that Mom is reluctant to spend money, so in the future she will slowly let them all get used to it. Today I made dumplings. Yang Xia said happily. Ever since her daughter came back, everything has been good, and her mood has improved too. The reason why Grandma Xia is willing to live at the second son's house is also because Yang Xia cooks well and is willing to cook, especially when Xia Qing is around. A daughter is not like the eldest son's family. For 3 sons, at least each should buy a house, right? In the future, marrying wives will cost money. We're having dumplings tonight. The shepherd's purse picked this morning is so fresh. Yang Xia chopped the bright green shepherd's purse, then mixed it with plump native pork. Then she took soft dough wrappers, wrapped them one by one, and also prepared a soy sauce and vinegar dipping sauce. That flavor is fresh. Xia Qing ate 3 big bowls by himself. Xia's dumplings wrapped like this are delicious. Save a bowl for Xiaopeng. Grandma Xia was praising people now. Xiaopeng is the youngest son of the eldest uncle's family. Yang Xia looked a bit displeased. Every time the old lady said this, she would always give some of their family's things to the several children in the eldest uncle's family. Are their children just children? Isn't Qing also a child? Mom, this bracelet is for you. Xia Qing took out a jade bracelet and said. The moment Yang Xia saw the jade bracelet, she was instantly attracted and didn't even bother to be angry with the old lady. This jade bracelet is really beautiful. The old lady didn't know how much the jade was worth. Deep down, she only recognized gold and thought this bracelet just looked nice but wasn't valuable. Actually, Xia Qing also didn't know the price and there was no tag on it. This jade bracelet is much clearer than the one your aunt wears. Yang Xia said, reluctant to put it down. Xia Qing knew that her aunt Xia Mei was the person with the best living conditions in her grandmother's family. She was the first person in the village to be admitted to university and also married into the Magic City. So this is also the reason why Yang Xia, no matter how hard it is, insists on supporting her daughter through university. Previously, when she was working and studying in the Magic City, her aunt always helped out. Although the 2 sisters were close, they would still occasionally compare themselves to each other. Saying that, Yang Xia went to send a short video to Yang Mei and also sent a message. This is a jade bracelet my daughter gave me. Pretty, right? I didn't let her spend money to buy it, but she insisted on buying it for me. Before long, my Aunt Yang Mei replied with a message. Can you take a video for me? Your jade bracelet is very translucent. It looks like ice-grade jade. What is ice-grade jade? Yang Mei quickly sent her a picture. The price of ice jade ranges from about 30,000 to several million, and even the cheapest ice jade, the Confucian ice jade, costs around 100,000. No way. It looks real, very translucent, like high-grade ice jade. Yang Xia looked at the message sent by her elder sister, then looked again at the translucent bracelet. Qing, how much did you buy this bracelet for? Yang Xia asked nervously. It better not be tens of thousands. She doesn't even dare to wear it. She has to lock it in the cabinet and then put it under the bedboard to feel at ease. How would Xia Qing know how much this costs? The value in another dimension should be different for them, right? Besides, this one is free for her. Xia Qing said casually, it's just a few hundred yuan. Although a few hundred yuan is not cheap for them, compared to gold it's nothing. Yang Xia breathed a sigh of relief. Wearing a bracelet worth a few hundred yuan was not a big deal for her. Your aunt said that next month we'll go to their house to visit. Your older cousin is getting engaged. Going back to Magic City again? Xia Qing frowned slightly. Thinking of that city, she had left in a rather embarrassed state. It takes a long time to get there by car, and the train ticket costs several hundred per person. Yang Xia was also very hesitant. Then I saw that my aunt said they bought the tickets to Magic City and asked us to bring Grandma and Grandpa along. Grandma's illness needs to be checked by a doctor in Magic City. Go. You two sisters haven't seen each other for a long time. I've got the land at home covered. Xia Qing said, looking at Yang Xia, who hesitated but still wanted to go, knowing that she was worried about the family. Don't worry. These vegetables don't even need to be taken to the city to sell. By then, just planting some cabbage will be enough. I can handle it myself, Xia Qing said. Go. You've worked hard following me all these years. Go take a trip to the Magic City. Yang Xia's eyes reddened. Her husband still cared for her. Where are you going? Are you not going to feed the chickens and ducks at home? Grandma Xia frowned, thinking that with Yang Xia gone, no one would cook for her anymore. These chores are small tasks. I can handle them alone. Mom, don't interfere with this. Next month you should go live at my eldest brother's house. Xia Qing said with a frown. What a waste of money. Grandma Xia said angrily, her face turning red. All right. Then next month, Qing, you come with me. Yang Xia said with a beaming smile. Okay. Xia Qing didn't want to make her mom unhappy, but it's Shanghai after all. However, this time she felt a bit more confident. At least she had money in hand. With a month left, she wanted to earn some more. Shanghai is definitely not like their little rural hometown. A few hundred yuan can last a month, but in Shanghai, a single meal easily costs hundreds or even thousands. Wherever they were going, they couldn't expect Auntie to pay for everything. Chapter 15, continuing to improve life for the whole family. After lunch, Xia Qing watched her mom washing the dishes and thought about ordering a dishwasher and a robot vacuum cleaner online. Summer is fine, but in winter, washing dishes and clothes makes Yang Xia's hands red and cracked. But first, pack up the items sold on Xinyu yesterday and send them out at the courier supermarket. There are quite a few people buying her stuff on Taobao as well. Roughly calculated, she has earned 20,000 yuan from selling things online. The cost is just the shipping fee. Xia Qing found the second volume among the pile of books you got for her and scanned it all as well. She flipped through a few more novels, which were quite interesting, and before she knew it, she had been reading all morning. Thinking of the crystal beads, she absorbed more than a dozen at once again. Woohoo! After she finished absorbing, the space indeed became larger, and her skin also became more delicate, her body full of strength. Qing, tomorrow night I'm treating my classmates to a meal. Remember to come too, at the Four Seasons Green restaurant in the county town, room 201. Okay. Xia Qing responded and hung up the phone. Xia Qing didn't attend the wedding. This should be another thank you banquet in return. It just so happens that she needs to go to the county town tomorrow to the driving school. She paid extra for the test. The requirement is speed. She might as well go there for dinner in the evening. The home appliances she bought online are being delivered today. I placed the order yesterday afternoon, and it's going to be delivered this morning. JD is really fast. Are they afraid she might ask for a refund? At noon, Yang Xia stewed a big pot of food with meat from rural native pigs, adding some cooking wine, salt, and MSG, stirring it in the pot with a slotted spoon. Then sauté the chopped green onions in ginger strips, add the large chopped pork pieces, kelp, meatballs, and winter melon. Finally add some vermicelli. Rich, fragrant, clear, and refreshing. How could it not taste good? The rest were afraid of eating something too greasy, so I picked 2 tomatoes from the garden, cut them into pieces, and mixed them with some sugar. Sweet and refreshing. I have to say, the food Yang Xia makes is really delicious, and the steamed big buns from our own home are soft and fragrant. Xia Qing ate a big bowl. Woof woof woof, every household in the village raises 2 dogs, and Xia Qing's family is no exception. The leftover food at home is all given to the big yellow dog, who is pregnant and has a big belly. Gurgle gurgle. Xia Qing rubbed the big yellow dog's head, petting it while checking her phone. Today is September 2nd, the day the Chimo manuscript fees came out. Last month, only 3 or 5 days were published, so I estimated the manuscript fee wouldn't be much. But when I checked my phone, the fee for those 3 or 5 days was actually over 5,000 yuan. It was a big surprise for her. If she sells the copyright in the future, it might even fetch hundreds of thousands, right? The few novels you found are quite interesting. Once she finishes reading and scanning them for release, she can also earn manuscript fees. Qing, the tomatoes can be picked these days. Where should I deliver them to you? Xia Qing asked. The Nanpu warehouse number 20 in the county town. After picking, I'll go with you to deliver. Xia Qing thought for a moment and said again. You just focus on picking, someone will come to transport it then. Otherwise, her dad would have to make several trips on a tricycle. She might as well just rent a truck. And this good thing, that's really great. Xia Qing was so happy he couldn't stop smiling. This year is really good. No need to haul goods at 3 or 4 in the morning anymore. This is all thanks to Qing. Sending Qing to school is definitely the right choice. Xia Qing was so happy he couldn't stop smiling. Xia Qing is not even 50 this year, but he has been doing hard labor for years. Both sides of his hair have turned white, his face is full of wrinkles, and people would believe he is 70. Farming and delivering vegetables, staying up all night until dawn is normal. Only in the afternoon, when fewer people are buying vegetables, do they find a shady spot on the street to take a nap. Summer is fine, but winter is just too cold. Setting up greenhouses in winter is still an expense. That's why vegetables are more expensive in winter. As long as Suyu stays alive and well, she has enough sources of income, and their vegetables will always have buyers. In the afternoon, Xia Qing's delivery phone kept ringing nonstop. Large packages were all delivered to the doorstep, and Xia Qing could only go to the door to move them. What did you buy? Yang Xia and Xia Qing also curiously gathered around. The neighbors nearby also gathered around, including Dad's good friend, Sun Zhengwo. This is the air conditioner I bought. Summer is coming soon, so I'll install one in my parents' room and one in my own room. Also, our refrigerator is too small and too noisy, so I bought a new one. And the TV, I'll buy you an 80-inch big TV so that watching will be more comfortable. Also, this multifunctional sofa chair is really comfortable to sit on. I also bought a dishwasher this afternoon. The robot vacuum will probably arrive tomorrow. The countryside homes just have more space. That must have cost quite a bit, right? Yang Xia still felt that her daughter had spent a lot of money. What are a dishwasher and a robot vacuum? Does that mean we won't have to wash dishes anymore? Not much. Dad, Mom, I have money now, let's live better from now on. Isn't making money for spending it? Alright, if our daughter is filial, then we will happily accept it. Xia Qing was full of joy. He took it in stride, having the means to live well is good. Even without a son, a daughter is still his own child. He was never stingy, but he just didn't have much ability, only knowing how to farm, and farming only brought in little income. Now that his daughter has succeeded, he is overjoyed. He wants everyone in the village to see. Even with just one daughter, he can be proud. It was all bought for me by my daughter. Zhengwo, when my new TV is installed, come to my house to watch TV. Such a big TV, it must look great even from a distance. Xia Qing's voice was loud and the neighbors around could hear him clearly. Sun Zhengwo's face didn't look very good, but he still had to keep up appearances. Alright, I'll come see how big your TV is then. Sun Zhengwo also had 2 sons and a daughter at home. His daughter had long been married. Back then, he often secretly mocked Xia Qing for having only a daughter, saying that she would be the end of the family line. Now seeing that the girl came back, she was given a new phone, and all the home appliances in the house were replaced with new ones. Not only that, I heard that the vegetables grown were all bought up, so there was no need to go out and sell them hard. Sun Zhengwo felt it was true that he was envious. Such a big box, Zhengwo, come help me move it. I'll treat you to a drink tonight, Xia Qing said with a beaming face. Sun Zhengwo twitched the corner of his mouth. Who cared about that drink? He had to go back and call his son tonight to have a good talk about this matter. I'll move it. Xia Qing went over to help, but was immediately blocked by Xia's father. It's too heavy for you to move, I'll do it. Jian Gua, come help. Sun Zhengwo reluctantly went over to help lift it. Actually, Xia Qing can move it. She doesn't feel it's very heavy, probably because it absorbed the crystal beads. Running the air conditioner in summer wastes a lot of electricity, doesn't it? What a wasteful thing. If you're hot, just use a fan, isn't that enough? The old lady stomped her feet angrily beside them. It's okay, Mom, you can just use the fan when the time comes. Qing only bought 2 air conditioners and won't install them in your room, Yang Xia said. The old lady's face turned pale with anger, then she softened and said, 1 air conditioner is enough for us. We'll send the other one to your elder brother's house, so when I go to stay there it will be cool too. Chapter 16, the valuable things are all ready. My daughter spends money to support her parents, so why am I giving gifts to my eldest brother? The old lady opened her mouth to say something, but several neighbors around her spoke enviously. Xia, you're really blessed. Your daughter has made something of herself. Yes. Xia, you really have a good daughter. The neighbors saw the big and small boxes at home and such a large TV, and each of them became envious. There are TVs in the village now, but few families have air conditioners, mainly because everyone thinks air conditioners consume too much electricity. Such a large delivery truck coming in caused quite a stir among the village gossipers, and soon the news spread everywhere. The eldest uncle's house was only about 10 minutes away, and Tian Kaiwa heard that the second younger brother's family had bought so many things. The second younger brother's family bought so many things. Has Xia Qing made it big outside? Adoption. Let's have the youngest son adopted into the second uncle's family. When Xia Qing gets married there, the family homestead and farmland will all belong to us. We'll talk about this when Xia Qing's engagement is fixed. Xia Qing frowned and said. He was unhappy. Both were hard-working university graduates who had graduated and started working, but Xia Qing came back and bought things to support her parents. But what about his eldest son? Every time he called, he asked for money, saying that living expenses in the big city were high. Rent was expensive. He never bought anything for them. So how could Xia Qing come home and buy so many things? Xiao's father was unpacking boxes and the installer would come tomorrow. I'm going out tomorrow morning. Mom and Dad, one of you stay home and keep an eye on things. Okay, the two replied happily. This TV is really big. Xia Jixiang looked at the huge TV. Our old broken TV and refrigerator will be sold tomorrow. They're just in the way at home. Xia Jixiang said. There was still an old-fashioned TV in the living room. Now this TV was bigger and thinner and it definitely looked better. Forget it, this was also bought with money. Yang Xia was a bit reluctant. But this feeling only lasted until tomorrow. After setting up the TV and refrigerator, by comparison, Yang Xia still had the old broken TV and noisy, shaky refrigerator taken away as scrap. So you received big meat buns from Xia Qing again, along with more than a dozen bags of milk powder, instant noodles, and mineral water. Liao, take a few bags of milk powder for your child to drink, and distribute the rest to the younger children. Okay. Liao's hands trembled as he held the milk powder. Wang Chong, these baked buns and big meat buns are for you guys to eat. Distribute the rest. Several large bags of steaming hot baked meat buns appeared on the ground. Wang Chong and Zhang Liang swallowed hard, smelling the meat aroma. They felt they could eat a dozen big buns in one go. But there were too many people at the base now, so 1 or 2 buns each was enough. Distribute all this water first, let the children drink it. Okay. Wang Chong and Zhang Liang were so excited they couldn't speak. Tell everyone at the base that food will only be provided for 7 days. After 7 days, except for young children, no more food will be distributed. Everyone must exchange items with me. With 7 days' worth of food, their physical strength would stabilize. They wouldn't eat those poisonous leaves anymore and their bodies would get better. What to exchange? Wang Chang asked foolishly. Leo gave him a look and said, of course, crystal beads or valuable things. Valuable things aren't hard to find. They're everywhere on the streets. Although these people's combat abilities were not strong, the zombies' activity weakened during the day, and they were slower than an adult running. The county town and villages had no food left, but all the valuable things were still there. Liao, you are responsible for collecting valuable items at home and registering them for exchange. Okay. So you still had things to do. He also needed to kill zombies during the day, hunt for crystal beads, and try to give as many as possible to her side so that her space could upgrade and expand. This way, the supplies collected at one time would be enough. The four quickly settled the matter, and Wang Chang and Zhang Liang were also preparing to announce this. Liao went back and gave the milk powder to Tian Rui, then took a few large meat buns and some mineral water. Dad, Little Bean had eaten normal food these days, and his eyes became clearer from the previous haze. Good boy. You will never go hungry again. We will have food from now on, right? Tian Rui's voice was hoarse and trembled uncontrollably. Yes. If we find more valuable things, we will have a continuous supply of food, Liao said seriously. Yao, do you still remember my home? Tian Rui said. Of course I remember. Before the apocalypse, Tian Rui was a wealthy young lady, the daughter of the richest man in Jiangcheng. My family's basement has my dad's vault, which contains a lot of gold, precious diamonds, famous calligraphy, paintings, and antiques. Liao twitched sharply and said, wait for me, I'll call brother you over right now. Tian Rui's home was in the Jiangcheng wealthy villa area, not in the urban area, so there were definitely fewer zombies. But if they went directly to the city to search jewelry stores, there would definitely be many zombies. Every pink diamond in my family's vault is auction grade. Back then, Tian Rui had spent lavishly on Liao, but after the apocalypse, all the money became fleeting. So you knew that area was a wealthy district. We'll clear out that wealthy district and move there. They were living in shacks here, which was okay for now, but if they waited here until the extreme cold came, many people might not survive. Now that they had food, their bodies had strength and they no longer waited aimlessly for death. Life had a goal, so they definitely had to do something. So you had already become their leader, there had to be someone to lead, and everyone trusted him without a doubt. All right. Then let's gather all the evolved ones and clear it out together. Liao said enthusiastically. The living conditions there were much better than here. There were only 5 evolved ones in their base, but there were also some former soldiers. Organize a vanguard squad, no compulsion. Good treatment and benefits. Food and drink provided, Siu said calmly. The treatment and benefits were really good. Food and drink were provided. Okay, I'll arrange it right away. I'll get you some valuable stuff. After Jiangcheng, there are other cities. And vaults. Liao said excitedly. These days food was hard to find, but shiny gold was everywhere. So you also left a note for Xia Qing, telling her that a large amount of food and valuable things would be needed recently, and she could ask for them anytime. He was ready. Chapter 17. There's a joke to see Xia Qing knew that Suyu had prepared a lot of valuable things for her, but she couldn't fit them all at home. And keeping them all in the bedroom felt very unsafe. She had to deal with all these things first. Thinking about the wealth over there, Xia Qing was overjoyed. What matchmaking? What dating? Make money. Build a career. That's the real deal. The richer the big city, the more you can enjoy. What fairness? That only applies among equals. The wealthy enjoy things that ordinary people can't even imagine. Cars, villas, those who mocked her for not being able to afford luxury. Brands can all afford them. Early the next morning, she scanned another book and directly submitted a contract application for 20,000. Then she went to the county town in the morning. She was going to take the first part of the driving test today. Dad, Mom, you need to study hard. In a few days, you'll also take the first part of the driving test. Got it, got it. Xia Qing said. This morning, someone came to install a TV, air conditioner, dishwasher, and robot vacuum cleaner at their home. The air from this air conditioner is really cool, Yang Xia said happily, feeling the cool breeze in her bedroom. Otherwise, every summer, especially during the dog days, she would break out in heat rash. Xia, come and look at this big TV. The picture quality is so clear, you can even see the pores on the people. And the sofa Qing bought, I can just nap on it at noon. It's electric and really amazing. Jixiang, look at this big refrigerator Qing bought for us. It makes no noise at all, and it opens by itself when you put your finger on it. And this dishwasher, just put the pots and bowls in and press a button, no need to worry about it. Yang Xia said with curiosity. After washing dishes for half her life, her hands were rough and dry. Now she wouldn't have to wash dishes anymore. Grandma Xia looked at all the new appliances in the house. She hadn't even enjoyed them for a day yet. Today she was supposed to go to her eldest son's house. She was supposed to go 3 days ago but delayed for a few days. If she delayed any longer, it wouldn't look good. Now Xia Qing's wife, Tian Kaihua, came specially to pick up Grandma Xia. She still had to farm and work, the second son was boarding at school, and the youngest son needed to be picked up and dropped off every day. Grandma going over could help with cooking, which would save Tian Kaihua a lot of trouble. Mom, I came to pick you up today. Tian Kaihua's smile faded instantly when she saw the big color TV in the bedroom after entering. Although she had heard many people in the village talking about it yesterday, seeing it in person was still a psychological shock. She had been to the county's appliance store before. A TV of this size would cost at least several thousand, even over 10,000 yuan. Grandma Xia was reluctant to leave. Although she favored the eldest son's family, she was comfortable living at the youngest son's house and didn't have to cook. I haven't packed yet. Grandma Xia wanted to delay more time. Yang Xia took out a big package filled with Grandma Xia's things and said, It's okay, Mom, I've packed everything for you. I'll come to pick you up again next month. Grandma Xia reluctantly followed Tian Kaihua. Then I won't see you off. Yang Xia smiled at the corner of her eyes, barely able to hold back her smile. Grandma Xia had looked down on her since she came in. When she gave birth to Qing, she was scolded for eating a few extra pieces of pumpkin a month. It was her own mother and sister who came to take care of her in the end. Now she could take care of her with a good attitude because her husband treated her well. Tian Kaihua's eyes swept over the big TV and the brand new refrigerator, wishing she could move them all to her own home. When Qing got married in the future and her youngest son transferred ownership, all these things would belong to her. Xia Qing successfully took the first part of the driving test in the morning. She didn't know if it was because she absorbed the crystal beads, but she felt her memory had become very sharp. In any case, she passed the first part smoothly. Next was practicing driving 2 or 3 times a week, and taking the second test in half a month. She was also paying for the fast track. At noon, she ate in the county town and bought a lot of big meat buns, steamed buns, and sesame seed cakes. See, you said these things are filling, can get more? This time bought quite a lot, 500 pieces, bought from several places. Then went to the jewelry store to sell 2 diamond rings. The diamond recycling price was also good, and she found that the gold price was still on the rise. In the afternoon, she went to the county's big mall to buy a set of clothes and then got a haircut. With her now pale white skin, changing her outfit greatly improved her temperament. She glanced at the restaurant address Wang Cici had invited her to on her phone and took a taxi directly there. She first went to a restroom, then heard voices outside. Did you hear Sulu is coming today too? Yeah. I also informed Xia Qing. Suli's partner is my husband's sister, didn't expect he would come today as well. That will be a joke to watch. Didn't Xia Qing secretly like Sulu before but was rejected by him in front of so many people? Look at Suli's family conditions. The biggest mall in the county is run by his family, and he's the school heartthrob. And Xia Qing, a rustic student from the village, confessed to Sulu. Wang Cici frowned slightly. After all, Xia Qing was invited by her, and now she looked quite good. Jia, don't say anything later, you are my good friend. Xia Qing and I are from the same village, don't make it too awkward, Wang Cici said with a frown. If she had known Sulu was coming today, she wouldn't have invited Xia Qing. Xia Qing in the restroom frowned slightly. This was also a melodramatic plot. She had taken money to help deliver the love letter. But Sulu saw her, didn't even look at the letter, and directly rejected her. Everyone who saw this thought she was the one confessing. She knew her parents worked hard to support her schooling, getting up early and working late. Since someone gave her money even just for 2 days' meals, she agreed. She didn't expect this matter to become a joke for everyone. Since then, she understood some money couldn't be earned. She was still very good at studying, otherwise it would be impossible to get into the design university in Modu under such circumstances. Poor people all think going to university is the way out, but very few can really make it. Her major was very expensive. Only after arriving in Modu did she realize some things depend on talent and luck, but money and power come first. Can she blame those powerful people? Everyone is like that. What's so special? Just a village university student admitted to Modu? Still ends up going back to farming, Sun Jiajia said disdainfully. Back then, Sun Jiajia and Xia Qing were both top 3 in the class, but later Xia Qing got into Modu and she also got into university. The former's parents scraped together money to support their child going to university, the latter's family disagreed, favoring sons over daughters, only letting her attend a vocational school before going to work. After the two left, Xia Qing came out of the restroom and looked at herself in the mirror. Chapter 18 Having money in hand is confidence. A month ago, her skin was dark, with 800-degree myopia, wearing thick black-rimmed glasses, always tired from work, staying up late made her skin rough. But now her skin was white, glasses off, eyes became clearer. There were tens of thousands in her bank card. Indeed, having money in hand gives confidence. Before, her clothes might be from Pinduoduo or Taobao for less than 200 yuan. She didn't even have many clothes in her wardrobe. Today, she spent 2,000 at the county mall without blinking, and the salespeople treated her differently, very enthusiastically. This gave her a particularly comfortable emotional value. All the depression and inferiority disappeared. Xia Qing came out of the restroom and she didn't really want to eat this dinner tonight. Wang Cici's reserved private room was not far from the restroom. As soon as she came out, she ran into Wang Cici receiving guests outside. Xia Qing. Wang Cici looked at Xia Qing in surprise, although she had already noticed Xia Qing's change that day. But today she was obviously even more charming, appearance is 30% looks and 70% dressing. After all, Xia Qing had given her a gift, and she had bought a lot of vegetables planted in the village, including those from her second uncle's family. Now being able to buy vegetables in large quantities definitely meant there were connections behind it, and Xia Qing had bought a lot of things for her family yesterday. Even the smallest things in the village could spread quickly. Wang Cici originally wanted to remind Xia Qing that Sulu was coming today, but unfortunately her husband also came, and his eyes lit up when he saw the beautiful Xia Qing. Is she Cici's friend? Please come in. Zhang Wen smiled. Congratulations, congratulations. Xia Qing said politely and also brought a gift for Wang Cici. A wedding gift. Wang Cici looked down and saw that the gift bag Xia Qing gave her contained a high-end Dior lipstick and she couldn't stop smiling. Who wouldn't like a generous friend? Wang Cici's face became even more enthusiastic. You're too kind. Come inside and have a seat. The reception had 2 tables in one hall. Wang Cici took Xia Qing to the table with her friends. One of the men, seeing Xia Qing approach, flashed a surprised look and asked with a smile, Cici, who is this beauty? Why not introduce her to us? Zhang Chao, this is Xia Qing. Don't you remember? We were in the same class in high school. Wang Cici said with a smile. Not to mention her, even she hadn't recognized her at first. Xia Qing. Zhang Chao was so shocked he was speechless. Xia Qing was first or second in high school, so many people knew her, but apart from academics, she was quite ordinary. Moreover, in Zhang Chao's memory, Xia Qing's skin was yellowish and dark, and her skin was very dry in high school. Sun Jiajia stood up in surprise and looked Xia Qing over from head to toe. Zhang Chao. Xia Qing greeted with a smile. She was good at studying and had a good memory, especially now after absorbing many crystal beads. She could remember things after seeing them a few times. She could remember all her high school classmates, which was sometimes painful because she also remembered bad things vividly. Yes. That's me. Come sit. This is our class's top student. She scored over 600 on the college entrance exam. Zhang Chao said eagerly. He secretly stared at Xia Qing, not expecting her to look so good after becoming fairer. So what? She still came back to farm, didn't she? Sun Jiajia raised her eyebrows disdainfully. Others thought Xia Qing couldn't make it outside and had to come back to farm. People like Zhang Chao, Li Chui, and Wang Cici all knew about the conflict between Sun Jiajia and Xia Qing. Wang Cici walked over, pulled Sun Jiajia, frowned and whispered, Jiajia, don't cause trouble. Xia Qing was here today to celebrate with her, not only giving a gift but also bringing a present. Zhang Chao politely extended his hand and pulled open the seat next to him. Smiling, Xia Qing, come sit here. We haven't seen each other for so long, let's add each other on WeChat. Back then, only 2 people in their class went to university, but Xia Qing went and Sun Jiajia didn't, so she must have felt bad. Okay. Xia Qing sat down gracefully. Wang Cici looked at Sun Jiajia, hoping she wouldn't cause trouble later. Xia Qing took out her phone and added Zhang Chao on WeChat. This is the latest Apple 17 just released, priced at $89.99. Zhang Chao was stunned when he saw the phone Xia Qing took out. Generally, ordinary people in county towns wouldn't be willing to buy such a phone. After all, it costs 3 to 4 months' salary. Sun Jiajia looked down on it, thinking that people returning from the city just like to show off, and maybe it was even bought on online credit. You came back from the city? What have you been busy with? Zhang Chao said warmly. Xia Qing was originally a top student, unnoticed before, but now it was different. Xia Qing thought for a moment and said, just buying vegetables to supply to big city food factories. Li Chui's eyes lit up when she heard Xia Qing's words. I heard from people in our village that you bought a lot of vegetables. Yes. Li Chui asked shyly, my family grows vegetables on 3 acres of land, can you still buy them? Potatoes and sweet potatoes. She had also heard that Xia Qing bought quite a lot, mainly because her parents were old and there weren't many family members, so collecting all the vegetables and selling them to the city was really exhausting. If there was a buyer, it would naturally be very convenient. Xia Qing smiled and said, of course. Seaside had many people and was very short of food. Li Chui's eyes showed wild joy and she said excitedly, great. Thank you so much, Xia Qing. Xia Qing said very straightforwardly, how about this, add me on WeChat and I'll transfer you a deposit. Li Chui saw the 500 yuan WeChat transfer and her chubby face blossomed with a smile. Sun Jiajia looked very unhappy at this scene, but when she saw Su Le come in, she greeted him warmly, Su Le. Sit here. The girl next to him dressed in a little Chanel-style outfit was Su Li's girlfriend. Sun Jiajia glanced sideways at Xia Qing, thinking that no matter how well she dressed, she was still a bumpkin from the village. Zhang Chao and Li Chui both glanced at Xia Qing, seeing that she looked calm and very relaxed. Among this table, the ones who had gone to university and had higher education were Xia Qing and Su Le. Su Le wore gold-rimmed glasses and a black casual shirt, looking very decent, not at all like a rich second generation. There were 2 tables in total, one for the groom's friends and one for the bride's friends. This is Sun Jiajia, Zhang Chao, my high school classmates, Su Le introduced to his girlfriend Xiaojing. Sun Jiajia pointed at Xia Qing deliberately and said, this is Xia Qing. Don't you remember? She wrote you love letters back then. Wang Sisi frowned. Was Sun Jiajia acting crazy today? Although she was her good friend, she shouldn't make things awkward in this situation. Chapter 19, Humor Level 100 points. Wang Sisi quickly explained, this is Xia Qing, our class top student back in high school. That was many years ago, Xiaojing, don't take it seriously. Xiaojing looked at the lazy Xia Qing and casually hugged Su Li's arm, smiling, Su Lu is so outstanding. Someone liking him just shows I have good taste. Back then, Su Lu tore up the love letters directly, not giving any face. Wang Sisi frowned and said Jiajia. Sun Jiajia was indifferent. She just couldn't stand Xia Qing and was jealous of her. Their high school grades were not very different, sometimes she even scored better than Xia Qing. Their family conditions were basically the same, even hers was a bit better. She also got admitted to Kyoto University. But she couldn't go while Xia Qing could, so she was jealous. Seeing her again was like seeing that painful memory of herself. She should have been able to go to university too and live better than Xia Qing. Su Li's face looked unpleasant. To be precise, it was because he had been upset at home that day and hadn't done well on his exams, so he lost his temper. Xia Qing stood up, a gentle smile playing on her lips as she said, Su Le, that love letter back then was written by Wang Jingjing from our class. I took 20 yuan from her. Everyone was stunned for a moment, not expecting Xia Qing to reveal this in public. It wasn't written by Xia Qing. Yes, I remember Wang Jingjing liked Su Le a lot back then and even asked me to help deliver things to him, Zhang Chao recalled. Li Chui also remembered something and said, Wang Jingjing bought me milk once and asked me to deliver love letters to Su Li's drawer. Yes. She also gave me money to help deliver things, but I refused, Wang Sisi recalled, but she didn't deliver because she secretly liked Su Lu at the time. At this moment, Sun Jiajia's face turned ugly because she also remembered Wang Jingjing had approached her. Yeah, many classmates were asked by Wang Jingjing back then. How did it end up with Xia Qing? Li Chui spoke up for Xia Qing. Xia Qing had just transferred her the deposit, so this couldn't be wasted. We were young back then, making a fuss over everything. Su Le twitched at the corner of his mouth, looking at Xia Qing and said, sorry, I didn't do well on the exam back then, it wasn't because of you. Everyone was surprised that the usually arrogant Su Lu apologized publicly, stunned for a moment. Sun Jiajia wanted to say something but was held back by Wang Sisi who whispered, don't cause trouble today. Soon, everyone sat down again, and things stabilized as they chatted and drank. Xia Qing, I heard you went to Modu Design University, one of the top universities in the country, Li Chui said enviously. Yes. I heard the design school has many celebrities. Is Zhang Lingyi there? Modu Design School of Design is right across from Modu Film Academy. Not really, Xia Qing said, not paying much attention as she was busy working and studying every day. After several rounds of drinks, most had drunk quite a bit, but Xia Qing was very clear-headed, not drunk at all. This was her first time drinking. Sun Jiajia, perhaps in a bad mood, had drunk too much and staggered to her feet, having just heard everyone asking about Xia Qing going to university. Xia Qing, why do you get to go to university? To Modu? My grades are the same as yours. Everyone saw Sun Jiajia's state and thought she was drunk and talking nonsense. Sun Jiajia, sit down. Li Chui frowned and pulled her. But the drunk Sun Jiajia was strong and shook off Li Chui, walking straight toward Xia Qing. Why do your parents have to sell everything to let you study? Why can't I? Xia Qing looked up at her, frowning, and said, you should ask your parents. It's not that I stopped you from going. Sun Jiajia looked down at Xia Qing's iPhone and said resentfully, you blocked my luck. Buying an iPhone 17 and acting all high and mighty? Maybe you bought it on some online loan. Xia Qing almost laughed in anger at her words. Sun Jiajia, are you crazy? Jiajia, don't make a scene. She's drunk. I'll take her out. Xia Qing, I'll come back to apologize to you later. Wang Cici frowned and pulled Sun Jiajia outside. I'm not making a scene. She's blocking my way. Sun Jiajia pushed Wang Cici away and swung at Xia Qing. Xia Qing frowned, stood up, and just raised her hand to block. Everyone heard a crisp snap. Sun Jiajia let out a painful, shocking scream. Ah. Later that night, several people were at the police station. Wang Cici and her husband Zhang Wen, Su Le, and Zhang Xiaojing also came along. Sun Jiajia's arm had been bandaged at the hospital and she was sober now. In the interrogation room, a man wearing a dark blue police uniform asked, are you going to accuse her of breaking your arm? That's right. This is the X-ray I just took at the hospital. Sun Jiajia placed the film on the table. The CT scan showed clear fractures and there was a report below stating a fracture in the right wrist. The police officer looked at Xia Qing beside her. Unlike Sun Jiajia's domineering attitude, this girl appeared gentle and elegant. Moreover, this girl seemed to weigh less than 100 pounds. How could she have that much strength? She was the one who tried to hit me. I was just defending myself. I only blocked once and didn't fight back. The restaurant has surveillance and there were witnesses outside. Outside, Wang Cici and several others were present. Many people saw what happened. Even though Wang Cici was friends with Sun Jiajia, this matter couldn't be lied about. The police checked the restaurant's surveillance footage and saw a drunken Sun Jiajia pushing Wang Cici away, then reaching out to hit Xia Qing. Just as Xia Qing said, she only blocked the attack. Miss Xia Qing was indeed acting in self-defense. Do you want to hold Sun Jiajia responsible? Xia Qing replied without hesitation, of course. No. She's the one who broke my arm. Otherwise, how could I have a fracture? The police officer frowned and emphasized, MS. Sun, it's clear that you were the first to hit someone, which caused this series of consequences. Now you will be held responsible, fined 1,000 yuan for disturbing social order, and you must apologize to MS. Xia. No. I won't apologize. If you refuse to apologize, you will be detained for 3 days. But my arm really is fractured. The police officer's expression turned serious. Please sign here to choose whether to apologize to Ms. Xia or go to detention. Please don't waste public resources. Sun Jiajia's face turned red with anger. If she didn't apologize, she would be detained. She gritted her teeth and said, sorry. Today she not only paid a 1,000 yuan fine but also bowed and apologized to Xia Qing in front of so many people. The police completed the procedures and let them leave the station. After they left, a female police officer couldn't help but say to her colleague, that girl, does she have a calcium deficiency? I heard excessive sun protection can cause calcium deficiency. She hit someone and ended up fracturing her own bone. Our station has another ridiculous case. Chapter 20, Physical Strength Improvement. CC, what's wrong with your friend Sun Jiajia today? Zhang Wen frowned. It was supposed to be a happy day with friends coming over, but Sun Jiajia caused such a scene. At first, Wang Cici took Sun Jiajia to the hospital for emergency treatment. The doctor said it was a fracture and then she insisted on calling the police. Back in our class, only Sun Jiajia and Xia Qing got into university, but Jiajia's family didn't agree. She even tried to commit suicide and was sent to a vocational school for 2 years. Does she have a mental illness? Zhang Xiaojing pointed to her head. Wang Cici shook her head, saying she hadn't heard of any mental illness. Cici, it's better to stay away from Sun Jiajia from now on. Today's incident was too embarrassing. Hospital and police station involved. Zhang Wen frowned. She wasn't like this before. Who knew she'd act like this when she met Xia Qing? Wang Cici said helplessly. Probably seeing Xia Qing doing better than her and being drunk made her lose control. Zhang Wen thought for a moment and said, it's better to keep less contact with Sun Jiajia in the future. I think your friend Xia Qing is pretty good. She has connections to purchase a large amount of vegetables. Zhang Wen works at the county government, and recently the higher-ups have been thinking about how to improve the sales channels for agricultural products to help farmers get rich. Several families in our village planted sweet potatoes this year. When the purchase price came out, many people almost cried, but unexpectedly Xia Qing bought from several families. Today they also saw Xia Qing directly transfer the deposit to Li Chui. This shows that the purchase is not fake, otherwise, why would she be so straightforward? She didn't even look at the field and directly transferred the deposit. Xia Qing is a straightforward person. Xia Qing took a taxi home after 2 a.m. Wang Cici even sent her a WeChat message, saying she would treat her properly next time. When she got home, she immediately entered the space. The food she stored during the day was already gone. She planned to ask her main client what else she would need tomorrow. Suyu, what are you doing? It was daytime for Suyu. He was leading several evolved beings and a few joined vanguard squads to clear zombies. Then he heard Xia Qing's sweet voice. Isn't it late at night there? Not sleeping. Suyu's voice was bright, like the moonlight outside in the deep night. Someone just hit me and her arm got broken. Xia Qing found this a bit laughable and told Suyu briefly what had just happened. After absorbing the crystal bead, the body is enhanced to varying degrees. You weren't polluted in that time space, so the enhancement is greater. So that's how it is. Unexpectedly, Sun Jiajia's bone fracture really had its reason, but she deserved it. I bought a large amount of sweet potatoes and potatoes. I'll harvest them in a few days and give them to you. Tomorrow I'll keep buying steamed buns for you. Okay. So you killed a zombie, took out a crystal bead from it, and stored it in the space. She saw a still warm crystal bead. We're planning to clear the wealthy district in the next few days and need a lot of food and water. Okay, I'll prepare it for you at dawn. I have several big boxes of gold bars, diamonds of various prices, calligraphy, paintings, and antiques. When do you want them? Xia Qing was a bit excited when she heard this, but looking at her small room, there was no place to put them. The safest thing was to sell them first. For high-value diamonds, she could only go to the big city to find an auction house. Looking at the 2 big suitcases of unsold items under her bed, she held back her impulse and said, just give me a batch of diamonds in a few days. She would go to the magic city in a few days. No matter how many precious and valuable things she sold there, it wouldn't be conspicuous. That was a first-tier big city. Do you have mobile phones there? Xia Qing asked, curious about that time space. A basic phone appeared in the space, a Nokia. So you usually use military-issued special equipment for missions. They were all coded phones, which Xia Qing didn't quite understand. Do you have guns? Weapons? We do. But they can't be bought. They're controlled by the state. So you knew she lived in a peaceful and prosperous time-space country and didn't make excessive demands. As long as there was clean water and uncontaminated food to give them hope to live, that was enough. Xia Qing came out of the space and quickly went to sleep, planning to hurry and buy food tomorrow. Thinking about selling diamonds in a few days. Then her bank card balance would increase by several zeros again. Siyu was leading people to clear zombies. Brother Yu, by the day after tomorrow, the zombies in this wealthy district will be mostly cleared. Siyu said, find a few generators, use electric railings to make a fence around, and assign people to guard 24 hours. A man hurriedly ran over anxiously and said, Brother Yu. Brother Yu. 2 people have been bitten. Siyu frowned and hurried after him. One person was grabbed by the arm and the other was bitten on the leg. These 2 didn't follow our orders and ended up encountering a small wave of zombies. We went to rescue them, but both were already injured. Both were already trapped all over their bodies. Suyu looked at the sky. There were still 6 hours before dark. Wait 3 hours. If they mutate, kill them. If not, find a place to lock them up first. Generally, people bitten on the neck mutate within minutes. Bites on arms or legs, which are farther from the brain, have several hours before mutation. If lucky, they become evolvers. If unlucky, they turn into zombies and are dealt with by others. I don't want to die. I don't want to become a zombie. Don't kill me. The man was very scared and tried to break free, but the ropes were tied tightly. The other man, bitten on the arm, had a numb look in his eyes. Rather than becoming that kind of zombie, he'd rather be put out of his misery. But they were not given a choice and were directly hidden away in a room. Zhang Liang held a sticky crystal orb and said, we cleared a total of 23 crystal orbs. You keep a few for evolution, give me the rest. 1 crystal orb was enough to absorb for several days. Like Xia Qing, who absorbed incompletely, it was a waste. But to help Xia Qing advance quickly, this method of absorption was the fastest. Now that there was food in the base, although it wasn't as abundant as the 3 meals a day before the apocalypse, compared to the days of gnawing on tree bark, being able to eat normal meals was the greatest happiness for them. Chapter 21, Oh my God. Am I dreaming? Xia Qing got up at 7, having only slept 4 hours in total. Perhaps because she absorbed a lot of crystal orbs, she was full of energy. If she had this spirit earlier, working 996 wouldn't have been a problem. Remembering Suyu's instructions from last night, she bought more food today. She first turned on the computer and found that many items in her Taobao store were sold out. She quickly printed out the orders to pack and ship them later. I didn't expect things from this alternate time space to sell so well. After all, crossing an era, the cultures on both sides were different. If the clothing and other various designs from there could be used as references, then she could earn a lot of money without even using her own brain. Several tens of thousands of yuan had been credited to her phone again. She opened her phone and checked the 7-Cat app. Both books had become popular. Novels that were hits in another time space would not do worse when published here. Each book had about 10,000 words, with many comments and rapidly increasing favorites. On the desk were comics from another time space. Since she originally studied drawing, she could create these too, just by a tablet to scan and upload. Drawing and design are very difficult now. Because of AI, anyone can draw. Although lacking soul, it has produced a large number of designers. She looked at the styles of these comics, which were quite novel. She bought a tablet on Taobao and could submit comics after it arrived. Now literary value was greater than others. For antiques and relics, people paid more attention to emotional value. Downstairs, Yang Xia shouted loudly, Xia Qing. Grandma Sun is here to see you. Qing Qing ah. All the sweet potatoes in our family have been dug up. More than 3,000 Jean? Where should I transport them for you? Mrs. Sun, pack the sweet potatoes well. I'll come over with a cart to haul them. Mrs. Sun couldn't stop smiling when she heard that. Someone is coming to transport them. That's really great. All right, Mrs. Sun, wait for me at home. Someone will probably come by this afternoon. Okay. These are the sweet potatoes dug up from the field today. I'll also bring some for your family to eat. Mrs. Sun put down a bag of sweet potatoes and left happily. Xia Qing quickly contacted the warehouse in the county town. I need 2 trucks to Southbridge Village this afternoon. The freight for 1 truck is 500, including loading and unloading. Okay. Xia Qing had money now and didn't want to bargain. The two added each other on WeChat, and Xia Qing directly transferred 1,000 yuan. Labor costs and truck fees are quite expensive. Villagers rarely rent trucks to transport vegetables. Most families use tricycles more often. Their Nashon village isn't very wealthy even in the county town. Nowadays, everyone talks about poverty alleviation and helping farmers, but few actually put it into practice. Qing, your dad is picking tomatoes in the field. Go help him later. Okay. Along the way, Xia Qing met many people who greeted her warmly. Qing, our family planted 3 acres of eggplants. Do you want to buy? The market price outside is 0.7 yuan per Jean. We sell for 0.5 yuan. Our cucumbers are 0.4 yuan per Jean. Bye. Xia Qing paid deposits, and the elderly men and women happily left. Thinking of this, she called for 2 carts. She refused the rest of the people who came to her, mainly because the warehouse was almost full today and she still had to store everything in the space at night. Grandpa Zhang, who was just rejected by Xia Qing, looked unhappy, and his wife was scolding him. I told you to ask Xia Qing earlier. Now she's not accepting anymore. By evening, her warehouse was already piled full of the vegetables collected today. She immediately entered the space to contact Suyu. It was still late at night over there. Suyu. Before the apocalypse, he was a special forces soldier, and he had lived a highly tense life for a year during the apocalypse. Even in sleep, he would wake up at the slightest noise. I collected a lot of sweet potatoes and potatoes, but I can't take them all at once. Suyu quickly understood her meaning. Wait, I'll find a place now. They were still in an underground shelter and needed to find a spacious room. Late at night, Li Yao, Wang Chong, and Zhang Liang were also woken up. The 3 were not unwilling but rather excited. All right. Xia Qing heard Suyu's voice and knew they were ready, so she started moving the vegetables into the warehouse. One collected, one took. The 2 worked very cooperatively. Soon, the warehouse was emptied of vegetables. Over there, they also collected sack after sack, already piled full. Xia Qing looked at the empty warehouse and said, done. Received. Suyu and the others looked at the sacks piled like a small mountain, some rolling down from the top. Li Yao picked one up excitedly and said, This is sweet potatoes? Not only sweet potatoes but also potatoes and tomatoes. They are fresh. Li Yao and the others had red eyes. It had been too long, they were almost forgetting the memory of fresh vegetables. Those bright red vegetables grew out of the soil. The land has now mutated and plants have become very scarce. These are tomatoes. Wang Chong held a tomato in his hand, bit into it without washing, and the sour juice filled his mouth. Li Yao and Zhang Liang each took one and took a big bite. They're fresh. Not mutated. I'll go let my wife and son try some. Li Yao was eager to have his wife and son taste it. So you said wait. It's early morning now, let's wait until daylight to distribute. Right. They're still sleeping. I was too excited. These are fresh vegetables. If other bases knew they had so many fresh vegetables, they would probably come to snatch them. They must protect these vegetables well. Although they have had food these past few days, it is still not enough. This time the quantity is very large. Everyone can eat their fill. Before it was only enough to keep them alive, but now they can live better. Eating these fresh vegetables is slowly reducing the toxins in our bodies. They have more hope for the future. Wang Chong, go wake up those few people from the vanguard team. Okay. Soon 7 or 8 people hurried over. These people, due to long-term hunger and toxin invasion, still had dark faces from lack of sleep. These few had slightly better constitutions. Upon seeing Brother Yu, they greeted Suyu first. Brother Yu. Then they saw the piles of sacks like small mountains. You all eat first. Eat well so you can work hard. Oh my god. Am I dreaming? Sweet potatoes. Potatoes and eggplants. They picked up the tomatoes and ate them raw. Seeing they had almost finished eating, Suyu instructed, the vanguard team will be responsible for distribution tomorrow morning, and you all will be in charge of guarding. Chapter 22. These foods taste better than the bark I've chewed. Before the vanguard team and their people hadn't slept all night. Looking at so many vegetables, they were extremely excited. It was like holding billions of yuan in their hands, so tense. These are fresh, non-toxic, pollution-free vegetables. Moreover, plants here are barely growing anymore. Without these vegetables, in a few months even bark would be gone. Then they would really resort to cannibalism, something they had seen in other bases. But here, although there are several hundred people, such things have never happened, mainly because Suyu's management is very strict. They are all holding on to human dignity. Early in the morning, Liao notified everyone in the base to start distributing food. Sweet potatoes! Sweet potatoes! The slightly crowded line became even more packed when people saw the fresh sweet potatoes. Fresh sweet potatoes! Wang Chong saw the line getting more crowded and shouted loudly, "Quiet! No cutting in line! Everyone get out if you do! There are always one or two troublemakers trying to rush to the front." Zhang Liang kicked one aside. They had eaten well last night. A man with almost no hair clutched his stomach, curled up on the ground. "Anyone who cuts in line again will be kicked out. Don't even think about taking a bite of food from us." After saying this, Zhang Liang dragged the man off the ground and threw him out. The man grabbed Zhang Liang's pants leg, begging, "Please, don't make me leave. I was wrong, I won't cut in line again." Because previously distributed steamed buns and stuffed buns were not received by dozens of people at the back of the line, this time those at the back wanted to rush to the front. Go to the very end of the line. The man still wanted to struggle a bit. "Wait, can I go back to my previous spot?" Zhang Liang insisted on the rules. "No, either get out of the base or go to the very end." Many people in the base were losing hair. Except for these few evolved ones, almost everyone else was fine. Others, due to long-term malnutrition, some young people were already bald. "No, I won't leave the base. I'll go to the very end." There were fresh vegetables in the base and a visible future. Only a fool would leave here. With this one troublemaker stepping forward, the rest of the people in line behaved obediently, watching the front of the line distributing sweet potatoes. The first person to receive a sweet potato was a woman, not even 20 years old, with very little hair left, so thin that a gust of wind could knock her down. Not only that, the veins on her skin were faintly darkened. Children were given an extra tomato. He thought for a moment, took out his Nokia phone, recorded the scene of vegetable distribution, and uploaded it to his base. When they build the base in the future, he already had a name in mind: Sunny Day Base. This time, the amount of vegetables sent by Xia Qing was large. Everyone received some and there was still a lot left over. Have a few people watch over the leftover food. Okay. These were precious foods to prevent anyone from stealing. In a few days after we clear that area, we'll move there completely. That area was a wealthy district with villas, making construction easier now. The main thing now was to let those who had eaten their fill recover some strength before having them build. If anyone doesn't get full from the food they receive, they can exchange valuable items for more. A few members of the Vanguard team said firmly, "Got it, brother you. Even if we lose our lives, we can't lose this food." Soon, the entire base was filled with people making fires. Those with pots boiled sweet potatoes and eggplants. Those without pots roasted sweet potatoes and eggplants. Suddenly, the base was filled with the rare aroma of cooking smoke, as if this was the hope to survive. Young children, especially orphans, were given special care. "Brother, this is so delicious, better than eating tree bark," said a child wearing shoes that no longer fit, showing a blackened thumb, holding a sweet potato and a tomato, with a dirty face. She bit into the juicy tomato, staining her mouth red, pulling a heartbreaking smile, and looking at Suyu with sparkling eyes. Suyu patted her little head. The child was only 4 or 5 years old, and a light touch caused several hairs to fall out. Children of that age had long lost memories of previous food. Since they had memories, they had only eaten expired snacks or even poisonous leaves. Elsewhere, Liao was cooking sweet potatoes and potatoes for his wife. After cooking, he mashed them so the child could eat. "Wife, eat more." "No need, let's save these," Tian Rui said reluctantly. "There's plenty. Brother, you said we won't lack food in the future. How can you not believe brother you? You have to eat more to recover your health. Only when your body recovers can we live on. The three of us will live well." Tian Rui's eyes reddened. She looked at her hands, once smooth and fair, now malnourished with visible blue veins. On this day of food distribution, everyone received food. Some were extremely excited, while others wept bitterly. "Dad, wake up. There's food. Sweet potatoes." A man in his 20s cried loudly. He had received food, but his father, who was in his 50s, had already passed away. He opened his hand and saw that he was still clutching the steamed bun given out 2 days ago, having only taken one bite of half a bun. His father had wanted to save the rest for him, but his body couldn't hold on and he passed away. Some were extremely excited, carefully sharing the food they received today, eating in small bites and savoring each mouthful, while others were so hungry they gobbled it down. So you watched the man holding his father's body, his voice hoarse from crying, and said, "Wang Chong, notify everyone that food will be distributed these next few days." Okay. The love of parents is truly pitiful. Some people were excited to hear that food would be available tomorrow, but they also knew that the days of daily food distribution were limited. They needed to go out and find valuable items to trade. Some forward-thinking people had already started forming teams. The reason life had no hope before was because there was no clean food. Even if they went out to look, there was nothing edible. Of course, some risked going to the city, the place surrounded by zombies, to find food, but most of it was expired or contaminated, breeding bacteria. Is anyone willing to team up with me? Let's first look for valuable items. Let's go to places with fewer people, like cars on the highway. Yes. Let's all go look first. Brother, you said that in a few days we'll have to trade valuable items, and surely many people will be looking then. Chapter 23, Ordering large quantities of milk for the children in the apocalypse. The next day, Xia Qing got up early and continued processing her batch of jewelry. The 2 large boxes of jewelry under the bed were almost done. Then she saw the phone Siyu had placed in her space. This time it was turned on, so it seemed he had managed to get power over there. Since Xia Qing didn't have a compatible charger, she turned on the phone and saw the text messages saved inside. I thank you on their behalf for the food with photos. Photos? Xia Qing curiously opened the album. She wasn't used to this old phone, the screen wasn't touch sensitive. The first photo inside shocked her. It was even poorer than a destitute rural village. Men and women were skinny to the bone, but their eyes held hope. The first person holding the distributed sweet potato showed an excited smile. 1 sweet potato was enough to satisfy them. There was another photo of a little girl who looked only a few years old, with sparse hair that seemed about to fall out. She was holding nothing but a sweet potato and a tomato, but looked very satisfied, as if she had eaten something delicious. Xia Qing's eyes reddened. She thought her own past was hard, but for these children at least she had never lacked food or drink. Today she planned to go to the neighboring village, where they raised cows and produced milk, to order several large buckets of milk for those children. They looked so pitiful. 1 sweet potato and 1 tomato could bring such smiles. It was truly easy to satisfy them. Having seen the photos, she thought she wasn't far from knowing what Siyu looked like. She was a voice enthusiast. His voice was very pleasant, so he must be good-looking too, right? But in this post-apocalyptic world, where people are starving like that, Siyu probably isn't doing much better. Looking at the photos, everyone is worse off than refugees. If they weren't still alive, they'd look more like walking corpses. Right now, they're just online friends, so let's not think too much and just help each other out for the time being. Seeing the extra crystal beads in the space, she absorbed them all, feeling that the space had expanded quite a bit. Today, she should be able to store more supplies. Qing, come have breakfast. In the morning, Xia fried some small fried dough sticks herself, which were very crispy, along with 2 salted duck eggs, and millet porridge with some chopped vegetables. Xia Qing drank the sweet millet porridge and said with a smile, today we planted some bok choy in the field. It will be ready to harvest in about a month. This year, they don't have to get up early and work late to sell vegetables, which is much easier, and the newly planted bok choy doesn't need much care. They can rest for a few days these days. Okay, I'll take it all. Xia was still a bit worried and asked with concern, Qing, can you sell all these vegetables? Won't you lose money? No. I came back this time specifically to collect vegetables for a big factory. I'm not making much money in the middle, it's just to benefit our village. Xia Qing said happily, daughter, you're such a good kid. You've helped several households in our village. Xia was a bit worried. Qing, don't spend money recklessly. You've only earned a little money. Why are you buying so many things for the family? Xia really feared her daughter would suffer and wanted her to save money. She had heard neighbors secretly saying that her daughter suddenly came back with money, either she became a mistress or took out online loans. Many college students have gotten into trouble borrowing online loans. Xia Qing was about to give a reasonable explanation when the phone rang. It was an unknown number from Modu. She put it on speaker directly. She answered while eating. Hello, are you Chao Lajiao? I'm Ruan, an editor from Qimao. Hello. Xia Qing remembered she had signed 2 books with Qimao, both successfully contracted under Ruan. Your 2 books, Power Over the World, and The First Imperial Daughter, a film company wants to buy the rights. But neither of these 2 books is finished yet. Xia Qing updated 50,000 words for both books in one go last night. Anyway, she didn't have to type hard herself, she just scanned and uploaded. I saw you posted 100,000 words yesterday. You must have some manuscripts saved. The company wanting to buy your rights is Tian Entertainment. It's a 3-year film rights deal for 2 million yuan. After personal income tax, you can get 1.8 million yuan for the rights to these 2 books. Hearing this, Xia Qing was quite excited. Suddenly, she heard a bang and looked up to see Xia Qing's chopsticks had fallen to the floor. Xia covered her mouth, unable to believe it. If published later, we can share the profits. If you're willing, you can check the contract. It's already sent to your QQ. Okay. I'll look at the contract first. The dining table was silent for 5 minutes. Finally, Xia Qing, holding back her inner turmoil, said calmly, see, I told you I have money. Xia often read novels, preferring free ones over paid ones. And she had recently read those 2 popular novels mentioned on the phone. You're actually Chao Lajiao. Xia's eyes sparkled instantly, saying, when will you release the next chapters? Why don't you let me see them first? Has mom become a fan? Xia Qing didn't like reading novels. He used to watch short videos on Sun Jiangmo's phone. Since Xia Qing bought her a smartphone, she downloaded a short video app. However, Xia Qing's attention was on those 2 million. He could never earn 2 million farming all his life. Dad, Mom, once I get the money, I'll buy you a house in the county town? A lifetime farmer, why go to the county town? Then I'll just renovate our house. Xia Qing said with a smile. All right. Xia smiled and said, today I'll kill a chicken and stew some potatoes with chicken for you at noon. Then hurry up and get your driver's licenses, I'll buy each of you a car. Xia Qing quickly responded, okay. I'll go study for the theory test now. In the morning, Xia Qing had something to do. She was going to the neighboring village to buy a large amount of milk for the children. After breakfast, she rode her electric scooter out. The neighboring village was a major cattle-raising area. The surrounding counties and even cities were supplied with milk from there. This village was relatively wealthy with wide and good roads, and almost every household had a car. Xia Qing casually entered a house. Many cows mooed, and the freshly milked milk was very fresh. Hello, I want to order milk. I don't sell retail. Retail sales are troublesome enough. I'm not buying retail, I want to place an order. How many Jin are in these buckets? There were several buckets of freshly milked milk at the door. A woman was labeling these large buckets of milk. Someone would come to pick them up later. Seeing Xia Qing was not there to buy retail, her expression immediately improved and she said, "Those are no good. They have already been reserved. If you want some, it will be tomorrow morning. This bucket is 500 Jin, 2 yuan per Jin." Xia Qing calculated. One bucket cost 1,000 yuan. 10 buckets were roughly what her space could hold at once. If not, she would have to call Siyu to help. Then give me 10 buckets, deliver them to the county warehouse tomorrow morning. Chapter 24, Special Care for Siyu. The woman's face immediately lit up when Xia Qing ordered 10 buckets of fresh milk at once, and her attitude and tone improved. If you buy 10 buckets, I'll give you 10 Jin of milk for free, total 10,000 yuan. 500 Jin per bucket, 2 yuan per Jin, 1,000 yuan per bucket. Regular packaged milk is 250 milliliters, which is half a Jin. Buying packaged milk at the supermarket is much more expensive and it contains preservatives. This is pure fresh milk. But there is a drawback. Unless stored in space, it can only be preserved for up to 7 days outside. They exchanged WeChat contacts. Xia Qing transferred 10,000 yuan directly and carried the 10 Jin of free milk home. Back home, both books each release 50,000 words. She browsed the comments. Long live the author. I just love reading novels that update explosively every day without waiting. The updates are really fast. Love. It's so much. With stockpiled drafts, she was not worried. She glanced at the electronic contract, found no issues, and signed it directly. However, the contract would only take effect after she finished publishing the rest of the novels. So she set both novels to update automatically with 50,000 words daily. Both novels were medium to short stories. The second was a long story. Updating 50,000 words daily. The author is really intense. Xia Qing turned off software notifications. There were too many comments. At this update speed, both books would be finished in less than half a month, and nearly 2 million would come in. This speed of selling rights was unmatched. Magic City, Chimo headquarters. Wan, you really hit the jackpot. You signed a new author and already sold 2 copyright books so quickly, a colleague said enviously. Why wasn't I the one who signed the contract back then? 2 bestsellers, plus Wan Ruan's commission from selling the copyrights must be quite a lot, and with the year-end bonus, she now has a top-tier author under her wing. Originally, Wan was planning to resign, but now she doesn't dare to leave at all. Meanwhile, Xia Qing had her eye on a historical romance comic, and the tablet had arrived, so she scanned everything and published it on Icon Comics. This is a very famous comic platform. It used to be very popular, but ever since AI drawing came out, the app's traffic has dropped by more than half. After all, people have feelings, and there is still a difference between human-drawn and AI-drawn art. Xia Qing only uploaded the first 3 chapters. The rest will be uploaded after signing the contract. Qing, your aunt has already bought us high-speed train tickets for 9 a.m. the day after tomorrow and will arrive in Modu in the afternoon. Okay. Yang Xia was both nervous and excited. It was her first time going to a big city like Modu in all these years. She was going to Modu the day after tomorrow, so she needed to send more supplies to Siyu today and tomorrow. So in the afternoon, she went out again and ordered a lot of dried noodles, cup noodles, and bottled water, all delivered to the warehouse. These were all prepared and delivered to her within 2 hours. It was now 4 p.m. and it was still late at night in Siyu's time zone, but she had to send all these supplies over today. There was also a large amount of milk to be transported tomorrow morning. Thinking of the late hour over there, Xia Qing softly called. Out, Siyu. Are you there? She originally thought he might only hear her after a while or that she would need to call several times. But Siyu almost instantly replied, his voice carrying a hint of lazy hoarseness. Here. His voice was really pleasant, deep and powerful. I bought a lot of supplies for you and there's milk coming tomorrow. Can you receive them today? I'm going out the day after tomorrow. I'm afraid the purchase won't be timely. If he went to Modu then without a warehouse, he wouldn't be able to buy supplies in bulk. Hearing Xia Qing's voice, Siyu immediately perked up and said, I can. Wait for me. Siyu quickly called a few people. This time, Xia Qing sent quite a lot of supplies. This big box is specially for you. Xia Qing had specially bought many things for him and put them in a large cardboard box. That small box is for the little girl who takes photos for you. I don't even know her name yet. I'll ask next time and tell you. Okay, I'm going to Moda the day after tomorrow. Can you find some valuable things for me to sell there? Not too many. Xia Qing quickly added. Siyu paused and said okay. He had already found many valuable things for her, even some good stuff hidden in the underground warehouse of Tian Rui's house in the villa area. But he thought it made sense. Xia Qing also needed to find a reasonable outlet to sell these things. After arranging all the food Xia Qing gave, Li Yao and the others also noticed the expiration dates and some of the food they had never seen before. These things come from another world. How do you eat this self-heating pot? Wang Chang frowned slightly as he looked at the self-heating pot. I know this one. I'll teach you later. We'll share this self-heating pot ourselves. It's delicious, Li Yao said with a smile. What's in this big box? Zhang Liang asked curiously. Suyu hurriedly moved his big box and the small box away. This is mine. Li Yao looked at Suyu's stern expression and nervously moved the large box away. I suspect this box was given to Yugo by some woman. How is that possible? Yugo has a woman, Wang Chang said in disbelief. In his understanding, Suyu was a soldier king. He had dealt with countless ruthless drug dealers and had even gone undercover on the edge. What kind of women hadn't he seen? Yet that still didn't shake Yuji's resilient heart. Even after the apocalypse, many helpless women wanted to cling to him, but he rejected them all coldly. Yugo. He's a man, how could he not like women? Zhang Liang said in disbelief. You think Yugo is like you? Couldn't resist temptation. Ahem, I was protecting her, Zhang Liang said embarrassedly. After the apocalypse, Zhang Liang met a woman who initially clung to him for protection and later they became a couple after some passionate moments. Among them, except for Suyu, no one else. Wang Chang was cold because his lover had turned into a zombie, so he never got over his past emotional wounds. So much food, looking at the dates and origins, none of it is from our world. Could it be from somewhere else? No matter where it comes from, as long as there's food to eat, that's enough. Why worry so much? Less talk, more action. Follow Yugo. Li Yao frowned and said. Yao Gu is right. So you took the box back. His bed was a hammock and he usually slept on it. He drew a dagger from his waist and carefully cut the tape. The box opened to reveal a solar lamp, a smartphone, and various delicious canned foods. Fish cans, meat cans, various sausages, and a whole box of eggs. Suyu's lips curled slightly. Was this special treatment for him? A new smartphone with a line of neat handwriting and cute little drawings beside it. Use this to take photos for me clearer. Suyu fiddled with it and accidentally took a photo of himself. Chapter 25, could the photo be him? Suyu went early to find the little girl, unlike other children who always had a dazed, blank expression. Only this little girl's eyes were exceptionally bright, like a ray of hope in this ruined world. What's your name? The little girl shook her head. She didn't know her name. There is a sister named Qitian. She asked me to give this to you. Suyu placed a small box beside the little girl. It wasn't big to him, but for a 4-year-old girl it was quite large. The little girl looked at the box on the ground with confusion, not knowing what was inside. Suyu looked at the broken child before him and said softly, I'll help you open it. The box was opened by Suyu, revealing a cute plush doll, followed by a set of brand new clean clothes and a pair of shoes. Below were some small breads and other food suitable for children. The whole small box was packed full. Wow! The little girl instantly liked the cute cloth doll. Which little girl doesn't like dolls? She wanted to hug the doll, but her hands were dirty with black dirt under her nails. Touching the clean doll, the little girl felt nervous, as if she didn't belong. Suyu picked up the doll and placed it in her arms. Did the mother in the sky give this to me? The little girl vaguely remembered what her mother said before hiding her in the cabinet, that she would watch over her from the sky. Mom on a sunny day. Suyu looked at the little girl's expectant eyes and couldn't bear to shatter her hopes. It's your mother. All of these are gifts from her. My mother. All these were given to me by my mother. The little girl's face lit up with a big smile, her eyes shining even brighter. Suyu handed her the items and was about to leave. He still had to collect some valuable things to give to Xia Qing. Xia Qing said not to take too much, so he just took a small jewelry box. These items were pried from a safe. In their time and space, they were worth at least several million. However, due to the time difference in their era, the prices varied somewhat. Before the apocalypse, gold here was only about 150 grams. Remembering Xia Qing's words, he hurried back to take photos and found the little girl holding her doll, fighting with a boy a head taller than her. Are you a dog? Open your mouth. The boy grimaced in pain. Here, adults were not allowed to bully the weak. If caught, they would be expelled from the base. But children often fought among themselves. Children with parents and some orphans were divided into 2 factions. It hurts. I'm not stealing from you, let go. Hearing the boy, the little girl finally opened her mouth, and the boy's arm was bleeding from the bite. Stinky kid, you bit me. The boy tried to hit her, but a strong hand grabbed him by the back of his collar. Suyu lifted him up effortlessly. Let me go, the boy cried fearfully, struggling with his legs dangling. You go, kids don't understand. Don't be too harsh. A man rushed over from behind. It was the boy's father. He had been watching the whole thing. Why didn't you stop him when he was stealing? If I catch him again, he's out. Yes. I won't dare again, the man quickly said. Now that their base had food, no one wanted to leave. Suyu put the boy down. The boy's eyes were full of fear, not even daring to look at Suyu, trembling all over. Suyu helped the fallen little girl and patted her head. Kids don't understand and adults don't either? Don't come to get food tomorrow. Suyu said coldly, holding the little girl in one arm and the box in the other as he left. The man suddenly panicked and wanted to kneel and beg Suyu, but meeting his cold gaze, he didn't dare say another word. The other orphans nearby watched the scene. They had been envious but didn't try to snatch anything. They were content with the food they were given. Suyu frowned slightly, looking at the orphans, then down at the little girl he was holding, tightly clutching the doll Mom had given her. Things would get better. Tomorrow, Xia Qing would bring them a large supply of milk, and all these children would be able to drink it. Xia Qing's mother was packing at home, thinking about how expensive everything was in the big city. She packed many homemade dishes into fresh-keeping boxes, along with steamed buns. Xia Qing saw the smart device in 2 boxes. When she opened them, the sparkling pink contents almost dazzled her eyes. Xia Qing looked it up online. It was full of conch pearls. There are big ones and small ones. These are all natural conch pearls, most of which are very small, nearly oval in shape, and there are even a few that are very symmetrical teardrop shapes. They come in light pink and orange pink, with the pink ones being the most expensive. She remembered a famous actress, Reba, wearing teardrop-shaped earrings made from conch pearls, worth 300,000. This one is worth about 100,000, and in this box she counted 30 pearls. This box is worth at least 3 million. However, one pearl is obviously larger and has a very pure color, estimated to be worth quite a lot. But these conch pearls are priced by weight, about 5,000 to 100,000 per gram. Instantly, her wealth exceeded 1 million. She also saw a thick book of short stories, modern romance with tragic love, and after a few glances she got hooked. These novels get more addictive the more you read, and since it's a medium short story with about 200,000 to 300,000 words, she could scan and sign a contract to sell it, confident she wouldn't worry about copyright fees. The rest was just a phone with 10% battery left, indicating Suyu had been playing for a long time. She opened the photo album and saw photos Suyu took of a little girl who had changed into clean clothes and was holding a cloth doll he gave her. She still didn't know that she had become the mother of an orphan in another dimension, watching from above. She has no name. She said she wants you to give her one. There was a note with this sentence. Xia Qing thought for a moment and wrote 3 characters on it, hoping she would always live a lucky life. When flipping to the last page of the album, she vaguely saw a shadow and instantly became nervous. Is this a selfie? Chapter 26. Only Suyu's profile. His profile, illuminated by flashing lights, had sharp and steady lines, with a straight and handsome nose bridge. Only the profile. Xia Qing felt an indescribable nervousness mixed with hope and excitement. Both hope and regret. Why only the profile? She charged the phone fully and planned to put it back into the space after waking up tomorrow, then go deliver milk in the morning and buy some supplies. Life there was really miserable, especially for the children. Suyu said there were at least dozens of kids, most of whom were orphans. Today she went to the county market and ordered 3 pigs, all slaughtered and delivered to the warehouse. Each pig weighed 200 jin, about 100 kilograms, and she bought 3. She also bought 50 bags each of rice and millet, all stored in the warehouse. She was afraid she wouldn't be able to buy many supplies later in the Magic City. She also bought over 100 baskets of eggs, each basket weighing 10 jin, about 5 kilograms. This all cost nearly 100,000 yuan. The goods she bought had been gradually delivered to the warehouse. Suyu. A pleasant male baritone voice came to her ear, a somewhat deep voice. I'm here. He was waiting for her. Knowing she was there, Xia Qing started putting things back into the space. To keep the milk fresh, Suyu didn't rush to take it out. They gave out 1 bucket daily to the people. The remaining large buckets of milk and eggs were stored in the space for preservation. Xia Qing looked at her emptied warehouse and said, I'm going to the Magic City tomorrow. Contact me anytime if anything happens. Okay. I also found many books that girls like to read. Xia Qing thought of the few tragic romance novels she read before, most of which later were about military marriages and military romances. Good. Put them all in the space. In recent days she had absorbed crystal beads and the space had expanded a lot. After putting in several large buckets of milk and dozens of jin of eggs, there was still room for other things. Suyu specifically placed a small cabinet in the space, storing all the books he found, and the jewelry was put inside for Xia Qing to easily access at any time. If it weren't for Xia Qing's request not to give her too much at once, he could have filled the entire space for her. Xia Qing was also slowly digesting these things, completing the accumulation of original assets, and couldn't be too conspicuous as that would attract too much attention. Liao and the others once again got up groggily, but this time they were all prepared. I've noticed that recently every time food is delivered to us it's at night. Then we should be thankful. Zhang Liang started salivating when he saw the pork. That's several pigs worth of meat. We can stew meat now. Tomorrow, have a few reliable people from the Vanguard squad stew all this meat. Not only was there meat, but Xia Qing even bought them the seasoning packets for stewing meat. She really was very thoughtful. Arrange for someone to distribute milk to the women and children. So you immediately arranged everything. Zhang Liang thought of something and asked, Brother Yu, the Vanguard squad only has 8 people, and recently 2 more want to join. You guys assess their character. If 2/3 agree they can join. 10 people is enough for now. We'll make further plans after we move to the villa area in a few days. The others responded okay. In the morning, Li Yao and Zhang Liang, you two stay behind. Wang Chong, come with me to the villa area. Okay. Wang Chong responded. The villa area had its own generator, but it still needed some repairs. They searched the surrounding zombies and carefully cleaned up. By the way, brother Yu, the two people who were bitten by zombies last time, I've eliminated the zombie from one of them, and the other successfully became an evolved one. I've already let him join the vanguard squad. That man was called Wang Shuai, also a veteran. Both were bitten at the time. One was terrified and struggled constantly, fearing death and turning into a zombie, but Wang Shuai did not. Instead, he waited quietly, showing strong psychological resilience. Good. Evolved ones have zombie antibodies in their bodies, which enhance their physique and immunity. However, if a weaker evolved one is bitten by a zombie or encounters a stronger zombie, the toxin increases and the evolved one might get infected again. If an evolved one is infected again and turns into a zombie, it will be a mutated zombie with even greater strength. At dawn, a long line formed at the door to receive food, and everyone queued up orderly. So you stood above and said coldly, "Today is the last day for food distribution. From now on, food distribution will require exchanging valuable items. Any valuable items are acceptable except electronic products. Electronic products refer to phones, pagers, and similar devices. Today we distribute steamed buns plus half a gene of rice. Tomorrow will be stewed meat. Those who can, go collect valuable items so we can exchange them for a continuous supply of food." After Siyu finished speaking, everyone was extremely excited. Today there's meat. Pork too. I really want to eat. But it's a pity we have to exchange items for meat, someone in line said eagerly. The few people in the middle of the line wore happy expressions because they had gone out yesterday to find various items. It was like going on a treasure hunt. If food couldn't be found, valuable items couldn't be casually found either. Who doesn't have some gold jewelry at home? Today we can finally eat meat. It's been so long since we've smelled meat. Recently eating normal food has made me feel much stronger. As long as they stop eating those poisonous leaves, their bodies will slowly recover, but the damage deep in their bones will still remain. Liao looked at the thin orphans and some children crowded outside. Liao said, "Children, come over here to receive milk. Both the elderly and children get a portion, bring your cups. Only one spoonful. There's milk. More milk." The people in line immediately stretched their necks to look forward. Today there was both meat and rice and milk. Their eyes shone brightly, feeling that the whole world was beginning to have light. Zombies are not the scariest. Hunger is the most desperate. This food represents their hope for life. "Can I exchange something valuable for some milk?" a man said excitedly. "Only the elderly and children can receive it because there isn't much milk," Liao frowned and said. "My wife is pregnant but malnourished. Can I exchange some for her?" the man pleaded. Siyu looked behind him and saw a skinny woman with a big belly, about 6 or 7 months pregnant, but actually close to giving birth. "Then have your wife come to receive it. Pregnant women are also considered vulnerable groups." "Thank you. Thank you." The man was very grateful, almost kneeling down. Chapter 27. Naming Little Luck. The children who received milk were very happy. Some orphans didn't have cups and used all sorts of strange containers. Although dirty, they were used to it. Being able to drink milk was already very fortunate. The children not only had milk, but Xia Qing also bought them bread and cheese sticks. This time every child got some. "These are gifts from my sunny mom in the sky," a little girl said with a smile. Xi walked over, squatted down, and patted the little girl's head. She had already changed into clean clothes, but her face was still dirty. Xiyu's eyes flickered with a trace of pity and said, "Sunny mom gave you a name, Lucky. She hopes you can live a lucky life." "Great. I have a name." Little Lucky was very happy, and not only her, the other children were also very happy. Every day with food to eat was a happy day. "So delicious. Soft," one child said excitedly while eating a cheese stick. Some children swallowed it in one bite, afraid someone would snatch it, while others chewed slowly to savor it. Some clumsy and nervous children dropped food on the ground but quickly picked it up and ate it with care. When they had no water before, they even drank urine. What was a delicious food dropped on the ground? They still picked it up and ate it. After distributing the food, Siyu and Wang Chong continued toward the villa area, each carrying a backpack filled with water and some food. This time, the two of them would stay there for 2 days to clear out the zombies around. After clearing most of them and fencing the area with cable poles, they could live there and change their environment. However, the atmosphere this time seemed a bit off. "Brother Yu, look, I found a gold ring." "Brother Yu, I found this crystal ornament." "Brother Yu, this zombie is wearing a big gold watch." Several people killed zombies while scavenging items from them. In just a few hours, they had already filled half a backpack. Siyu held the gold watch, which showed no signs of damage, the time was still correct, and it was surrounded by small diamonds. Looking at the same zombie that Wang Chong had just killed, with torn clothes and no visible special abilities, it was estimated that he was also a wealthy person before the apocalypse. Wang Chong now felt a strong desire to collect anything valuable, especially shiny things. Those items could all be exchanged for food. The next day, they were set to depart for Modu, needing to take a bus to the high-speed rail station in Haching. They got up at 6 in the morning, ready to leave. Xia Qing was shocked to see young Xia carrying so many bags. "Mom, are you going to a market in Modu? Why bring so many things?" Modu is a big city and the food on the high-speed train is so expensive. Bringing my own saves money. Xia Qing put all the food bags back and smiled. Mom, don't forget. Your daughter has money now. You don't need to bring all this. Yang Xia hesitated a bit, but Xia Qing stepped over and took all the big bags, saying, listen to your daughter. Mom. Don't worry. Your daughter now makes millions just from selling copyrights and the novel brings in a good daily income. Just follow me and enjoy life, okay? Yang Xia nodded, still a bit worried about the meals she made, but Xia Qing could eat them. Without carrying so many bags, it was much easier. Yang Xia took one suitcase and Xia Qing carried a small bag. This time, besides them, Grandma was also going to Modu. Grandma's health wasn't good, so they planned to have a checkup while in Modu. Dad, while we're gone these few days, you should practice driving well. After the test, we'll buy a car. Xia Qing immediately agreed, smiling broadly. All right. The three of them arrived at Hanqing high-speed rail station just in time for the train. Grandma and Yang Xia were both riding the high-speed train for the first time, curious about everything, looking around here and there. These seats are quite comfortable. Grandma smiled. Still a bit nervous. It's okay, Mom, don't be nervous. I'll take you on the high-speed train often in the future. Good. Yang Xia was both happy and nervous. It was exciting to travel far for the first time. Ahead, a few people were discussing the novels they had recently read. Have you read Power Over the World and The First Imperial Daughter? They're really amazing. The key is the author is Wan. 2 books, 50,000 words a day. It's so satisfying to follow the story. There must be some stockpiled drafts. Really great. I just love these strong female lead novels. I heard they're going to be adapted into TV dramas. Definitely going to be good. Xie Yan is really hard to cast. On the surface, he's elegant and pure. But inside, he's a scheming, crazy tutor. Who can play that? It really tests acting skills. Yang Xia listened to the 2 young girls in front discussing. These 2 novels were actually written by her daughter. She smiled broadly. Xia Qing knew that after selling the film and TV rights, she didn't yet know who would star, and later she might even be consulted for her opinion. Modu, Xia Qing's aunt's home. Linjin, you promised to pick up my mom and sister at noon. How can you go back on your word? Linjin said impatiently, why don't you just bring them by taxi? I'm busy at work and can't leave. You just look down on them because they're from the countryside. Yang Mei frowned slightly. Over the years, she always took the 2 kids back during holidays, while her husband always had excuses not to go. I've already arranged a hotel for them. What more do you want? I'm too busy at work to leave. Don't make trouble. Lin Jin hung up the phone after speaking. There was another female secretary in his office. Mr. Lin, what would you like to eat for lunch? The woman's eyes flickered, looking seductive. Lin Jin looked at the woman in front of him, youthful and beautiful. The old women from the village at home looked rustic and really an eyesore. Especially since he heard that relatives from the old family in the village were coming all. Those annoying poor relatives, what were they coming for? He didn't want to invite them at all for the child's engagement. Yang Mei frowned, her eyes reddened with anger. Although Lin Jin was from the Magic City, he was once a poor young man. The 2 of them had come a long way. She was a top student who graduated from the village, a university student from Magic City in those days. Later, after marriage and having children, she stayed home to take care of the kids. Lin Jin's career had been climbing steadily in recent years, but the gap between them was growing larger. Since her husband wouldn't pick them up, she planned to call her son to go together. Ace, your grandma and aunt will arrive at 1 p.m. Can you take me to pick them up? Sure. Grandma and aunt are coming now? Then I'll take the afternoon off, Lindsay said happily. Chapter 28. How much should I make up? Yang Mei has 2 children. Her eldest son Lindsay is 28 years old and works at a government office in Magic City. His salary isn't high, but the benefits are good. Her daughter Lin Wan is 20 years old, signed with an entertainment company but hasn't officially debuted yet. Yang Xia looked at the bustling crowd at the high-speed rail station, the bright lights, and the flashing billboards nearby, feeling a bit disoriented. There are so many people at the Magic City high-speed rail station. I'm dizzy. Follow me. Xia Qing held one hand of each, leading Yang Xia and Grandma out of the station. Yang Xia felt relieved that her daughter didn't make her carry too many things. All those big bags were really inconvenient. There was still some distance to walk after leaving the station. Lindsay said, Mom, will Grandma and Aunt stay at our house? Wan and I aren't home, so it's perfect for them to stay. Yang Mei looked at her son, still thoughtful, but she didn't expect Lin Jin to have booked them a budget hotel. Although she wanted them to stay at home, since home was definitely much more comfortable than a hotel. Your dad booked a budget hotel for Grandma and Aunt. Your grandma is still at home. Lindsay knew Grandma's temper and didn't say anything more. Soon after 15 minutes, Xia Qing led Yang Xia and Grandma out of the station. Grandma got excited as soon as she saw Yang Mei and quickened her pace. Mom! Yang Mei's eyes also reddened. She had married far away and came home at most once a year. Mei. Grandma's voice was also a bit choked. Although they sometimes video called, it wasn't the same as meeting in person, seeing and feeling each other. Lindsay looked at the 2 elders and smiled gently. Grandma. Aunt. This is Xiao Liang, right? You've grown taller. Grandma said with a smile looking at Lindsay. Lin Zhe's childhood nickname was Xiao Liang, but it was rarely used after he grew up. Yes. Lin Zhe's gaze fell on Xia Qing, clearly surprised and uncertainly said, Qing. Yes. Cousin Lin Zhe. Xia Qing nodded. When Lin Zhe came back to the hometown as a child, they often played together. She even envied Lin Zhe and Lin Wan back then. They always wore nice and beautiful clothes. Aunt would buy them every year, so she was quite affectionate toward Aunt. Qing, girls change a lot as they grow up. I almost didn't recognize you. You look so good. Xia Qing smiled slightly, just a bit fairer. And you don't wear glasses anymore. Lin Zhe looked her over and said, I wear contact lenses. She smiled awkwardly. She couldn't exactly say that after absorbing the crystal bead, her eyes were no longer nearsighted and her vision was now very good. After getting in the car, Aunt, Grandma, and Yang Xia seemed to have endless things to talk about. Lin Zhe had something come up in the afternoon, so he left after dropping them off at the hotel entrance. They had taken the high-speed train all morning without eating, so Yang Mei took them to a restaurant. Grandma Xia, take a look and see what you want to eat. Forget it, I'll order. Yang Mei feared that if they knew the prices, they wouldn't dare to order, so she just ordered directly. Mom, you'll have to put up with staying in this budget hotel. Yang Mei's eyes reddened at the thought. It's okay. Mom can stay anywhere. Grandma said kindly. She also understood Yang Mei's hardship. Although she never said anything when she came back, she could still hear some things from the children. After the meal, the budget hotel was right across the street. Only one room. Yang Mei was so angry her face turned red as she called Lin Jin. The first call was cut off, but Yang Mei didn't give up and called 2 more times before finally getting through. However, her tone wasn't too harsh, perhaps long-term housewifery had softened her. She said, Lin Jin, my mom and my sister have come over. Why did you only book 1 room? How many rooms do you want? 1 room costs 500 a night, and besides, they won't be staying long. After Lin Zhe's engagement tomorrow, they would send them back. Yang Mei frowned and lowered her voice. My niece is also here. You can't have the 3 of them share 1 bed, that's too cramped. So what? Why can't a family sleep together? I'm about to start a meeting. If there's anything, we'll talk at home tonight. Also, don't make the dishes too salty tonight. My mom can't eat very salty food. Lin Jin impatiently hung up the phone. Grandma and Yang Xia had never been to a big city before. This small budget hotel made them very curious and they didn't notice the odd expression on Yang Mei's face. But Xia Qing's hearing had become very good. She clearly heard the conversation between aunt and uncle just now. She went straight to the front desk and said, Please open another room with a big bed and upgrade the standard room just booked to a big bedroom as well. I'll pay the difference. Okay, please wait a moment. Please show your payment code here. Xia Qing scanned with her phone and seeing the payment amount, she didn't pay much attention. At this moment, Yang Xia hung up the phone and came over with a bad expression. Seeing Xia Qing pay for another room, her face turned slightly pale. Yang Mei awkwardly said Qing. Xia Qing smiled and said, not wanting to embarrass Yang Mei, Aunt, let's let Grandma go back and rest first. They've been traveling all day. Okay. Mom, you rest well today. If you need anything, tell me. I'll come find you early tomorrow morning. All right. Yang Xia took a taxi home, reluctant to leave. Thinking about Lin Jin's attitude, she was both angry and anxious. After some thought, she transferred 3,000 yuan to Xia Qing. Qing, this is for the hotel just now. Your mom and grandma are reluctant to spend money, but consumption here is high. Don't save money, buy whatever they want to eat without letting them know the price. Got it. Don't worry, Aunt. Xia Qing thought for a moment and accepted the money, otherwise she might not feel at ease. Yang Xia wanted Grandma to stay in 1 room for easier care. This hotel costs quite a bit, right? After attending Xiao Yang's engagement banquet tomorrow, let's go back the day after tomorrow, Grandma said with concern. Don't think just because your aunt lives in a big city, her heart is happy. Grandma pointed to her heart. Xia Qing looked at Grandma in surprise. Along the way and even during the meal just now, Aunt had behaved very well. If she hadn't overheard the conversation between Aunt and Uncle just now, she wouldn't have known their marital relationship seemed not very good. She also recalled visiting Aunt's house once during college and seeing Aunt's mother-in-law, who looked down on her. No way. When my brother-in-law was courting my sister, he used to write hundreds of letters a month. Yang Xia said in disbelief. I think my sister is doing quite well. She's 50 now but looks about 40, younger than me. A few years ago she told me her husband got promoted again. Chapter 29. 1 million transferred. Grandma said nothing, just shook her head. It was about 3 in the afternoon and Xia Qing was eager to sell her box of conch pearls. She had already searched online for major pawnshops in the city, but she first went to a jewelry store to inquire about the selling price. After comparing, she still chose the jewelry store. Xia Qing had just been there and the receptionist was still enthusiastic. After all, someone who could bring a box of conch pearls must have good family conditions. Let's sell at the price you quoted earlier, Xia Qing said. Comparing prices, the jewelry store's buyback price was higher. Okay, I'll notify the manager now. We need to verify the goods, but rest assured, the inspection will be done in front of you, the receptionist said with a smile. All right. Please wait here a moment. The receptionist used the walkie-talkie to notify the manager, then made Xia Qing a pot of tea, with some snacks on the small table. Soon the manager arrived with an appraiser. The appraiser held a special light tester to inspect the box of conch pearls, then used a small specialized instrument for further testing. The quality is very good. For are perfectly symmetrical, with a popular bright pink color on the market, priced at 200,000 each. The rest are priced at 100,000 and 50,000 respectively. The appraiser was very professional categorizing them. The heavier the conch pearls, the higher the value. Okay, please calculate the total. The manager smiled broadly. These conch pearls were very well preserved with no damage. After repurchasing, they could be made into jewelry, and the price would double with some matching. The total is 1.8 million. Please show your bank card. We will transfer the money within 5 minutes. Okay. The buyback needed confirmation, and the transfer would take some time. So you also found many other items for her. She thought for a moment and took something out from her backpack, actually from her space. Can you help me see how much this is worth now? It was a diamond ring, with a violet stone surrounding a diamond in the center, looking dreamy and romantic. The manager said the diamond isn't very large, but the design is eye-catching. I had this custom made, but I don't want it anymore. How much can I sell it for? Xia Qing said calmly. She couldn't say it was brought from another dimension, right? The appraiser took the ring with white gloves to avoid leaving marks on the valuable item. Your diamond is about 0.7 carats, color H, clarity VVS 1, cut 3x. The current buyback price is 9,800 per carat. He placed the diamond on a specialized scale which showed 0.5. It should mean 5 carats. Your style is still very nice, the resale price can reach you on. Then sell it. Xia Qing had no attachment, she had a bunch in her space cabinet. She just wanted to know the approximate resale price of the diamond so she would have an idea when selling it in the future. Okay. The manager didn't ask anything and just went about his business. Soon her money was credited. They had seen too many cases of buying and reselling. Some even returned goods on the same day. He had even once resold jewelry worth over 10 million at one time. Men like to buy gold and silver jewelry for women. In divorce settlements, only jewelry belonged to themselves. Wealthy rich wives would buy a lot of jewelry. Xia Qing went to 3 stores and now her palms were shaking, because there was already more than 10 million in her bank card. The items in the cabinet were almost sold out, but when she came back the next day, she found it filled again by Suyu. In just a few hours, she had become a millionaire. But in this magic city, don't mention 10 million, there are people with hundreds of millions. Engagement banquets in Magic City are held at night, so Lin Zay's engagement was tomorrow night. She directly turned and went upstairs to the mall. These were all brand stores and no single piece of clothing was priced below 4 digits. Xia Qing walked into a store looking at the styles. Other sales clerks stood coldly nearby, sizing her up from head to toe the moment she entered. No one came to serve her, only a seemingly inexperienced young girl came over enthusiastically to assist Xia Qing. That person definitely can't afford it. Not a single branded piece on her. She's definitely just looking. Once she sees the price tags, she'll leave the store in less than a minute. The other 2 senior sales clerks whispered behind her back. These old salespeople could tell at a glance how much the customers' clothes cost. Until another fashionably dressed woman in full designer brands entered the store, and the 2 rushed to serve her with great enthusiasm. The contrast with how they treated Xia Qing was stark. Miss, this dress is our latest style. And this skirt really suits your temperament. The 2 sales clerks circled the woman, introducing the items as they walked, but the woman just looked around once and then left. Xia Qing liked 2 suits, very suitable for her grandmother and mother. Do these 2 come in medium size? Yes. The trainee salesgirl nodded. Then wrap these 2 sets up for me. Are you going to buy them? Xia Qing looked at the girl in front of her, with a clear and naive expression like a recent college graduate, and smiled, I'm going to buy them. The female sales clerk who had just looked down on her immediately came over and did a complete 180-degree attitude turn, smiling, hello, you want these 2 sets? Follow me, I'll wrap them up for you. The trainee salesgirl was pushed to the back, looking embarrassed. This was another attempt to steal her sale. Xia Qing frowned and said, she can just wrap them up for me. The trainee salesgirl's eyes lit up when she heard Xia Qing's words, okay, please wait a moment, I'll go find the suits for you. The rejected sales clerk's face stiffened. Her hearing was very good, did they think she didn't hear their whispers? Soon, the trainee salesgirl wrapped the 2 suits, and Xia Qing picked 2 pairs of shoes and said, wrap these for me too. Okay. The interned sales clerk was so surprised that she couldn't speak. This was a huge unexpected order. She hadn't sold a single piece of clothing all month and was barely breaking even. Today was her first sale since she started working. Xia Qing followed the sales clerk to check out. The little girl's hands were trembling with excitement as she processed the order. Hello, the total is 16,000 yuan. After scanning the payment code and hearing the confirmation sound, Xia Qing left carrying big and small bags. Her commission for this month's order would be at least 2,000 yuan. She was almost overwhelmed with excitement. Chapter 30. Someone is stealing food from the base. In the evening, Yang Mei made a WeChat video call to Grandma and Yang Xia. Qing just came back, bought clothes for us, and even bought dinner. You don't have to worry anymore, said Yang Xia. Through the video, Yang Mei saw several gift bags on the bed. The brand of those clothes was quite expensive. The 3,000 yuan she gave Xia Qing probably would only be enough to buy one piece of clothing. There was still hot porridge and steamed soup dumplings from takeout on the table. The two chatted for a while and Yang Mei ended the WeChat video call. What time is it? The meal still isn't ready? Are you trying to starve me, your old wife? Said a robust elderly woman. The woman wearing a chipa with her hair styled in curls was Yang Mei's mother-in-law, a genuine woman from Shanghai. This is not my mom, she came with my younger sister. We chatted for a bit and now I'm going to cook. Yang Mei put on an apron and went into the kitchen to prepare dinner, feeling increasingly aggrieved. She has been taking care of her mother-in-law for over 10 years in this family, yet when her own mother comes, she is not allowed to take care of her. Soon, a few small dishes were prepared. Lin Jin came back in the evening as well. The dishes on the table were exquisite and delicious, but someone was still not satisfied. Xiao Xia, this meat is a bit tough, Grandma frowned and complained, spitting out a piece of meat. Lin Jin angrily said, next time, cook the meat until it's tender. Don't you know mom has poor teeth? Yang Xia held back a sigh and, thinking of transferring 3,000 yuan to Xia Qing, said, I'm out of money this month, transfer me some household expenses. Lin Jin, upon hearing this, angrily threw down his chopsticks and said, Out of money? Out of money again? I give you 10,000 yuan a month. It's only been a few days and it's all gone? My mom and my sister came over, I transferred them 1,000 yuan. She didn't dare to say it was 3,000 yuan. Didn't you book the hotel for them? Why do you still need money? You insist on having them come to the engagement banquet tomorrow night. Yang Mei held back her anger but still said gently, it's my son's engagement, how can I not invite my own family? What's the point of coming? Buying them round-trip tickets, booking hotels, a trip that costs over 10,000 yuan. You don't know how hard I've worked to earn money these past few years. My son's engagement and wedding. The bride price, the house, the car, none of it would be possible without me. And my daughter Nguyen, perfectly fine in university, insists on becoming some kind of star. She still hasn't even debuted yet. Yang Mei felt even less confident after being criticized. You can't bite the hand that feeds you. Stop arguing. You're giving me a headache. I told you long ago not to marry a woman from the countryside. So many troublesome poor relatives. Yang Mei's face looked extremely unpleasant. Looking at the table full of exquisite dishes, she suddenly felt a bit dizzy. After all these years of hard work taking care of two children, serving her father-in-law, and after his death, serving her mother-in-law. Today she picked up her younger sister. Seeing her sister living happily in the countryside, her brother-in-law called her twice on the way. She suddenly made a decision and said, from now on I'll go out to find a job. As for mom, if she can't manage, you can hire a nanny to take care of her. Yang Xia put down her chopsticks, went straight into the room, and locked the door. She called her son but was afraid of making him worry and she couldn't get through when calling her daughter. So she called Yang Xia but the voice on the other end was somewhat chaotic. We are at this Oriental Pearl. Xing Qing brought us here to take a boat ride. The signal by my ear is a bit poor. This boat and this tower are so big. This building is so tall. Yang Xia said excitedly. Yang Mei saw from the video that they were on a cruise and right across was the Tower of Magic City. She has never really come properly. After hanging up the phone, Lin Jin knocked on the door outside the house, and his rare attitude actually softened. Isn't it just 1,000 yuan? Going out to find a job is harder and more tiring. What can you do at your age? I'll transfer 2,000 to you. Take good care of our mom at home. My company has something going on, so I'm leaving first. Yang Mei looked at her phone. Lin Jin transferred 2,000 yuan to her. Hiring a nanny, especially one to take care of the elderly, costs at least 10 to 20,000 yuan a month. Who can tolerate my mother-in-law's temper? Xia Qing took her grandmother and Yang Xia for a walk around. They went to sleep as soon as they got back. She wasn't actually tired and was quite energetic, looking at the bracelet showing she walked 20,000 steps today. After absorbing the crystal beads, her constitution really improved. She bought quite a few special Xilong Bao from the Magic City, and even the soup dumplings were stored in the space. Buying large quantities of supplies is too conspicuous, but small amounts can still be purchased. Xiu has cleared all the zombies around the villa area. As expected of a villa, the interior decoration here is really comfortable. Brother Yu, this mural on the wall looks quite valuable, doesn't it? Brother Yu, I think this porcelain plate is also quite valuable. Keep them all. Su Yu shook his head helplessly. These past 2 days, Wang Chong wanted to pack back anything valuable he saw. Xiu entered the space and saw that the cabinet was half empty, so he filled it up again. Not only that, he also packed a set of lyrics. He remembered that Xia Qing wanted novels, so these lyrics should be very useful to her too. Xiu took out the steaming hot soup dumplings. Xia Qing had bought 10 baskets. He and Wang Chong each took 5 baskets. He was afraid of burning himself and decided to wait before eating. Wang Chong couldn't wait, swallowed it in one bite, and his mouth was almost scalding hot, yet he was reluctant to spit out the soup dumpling. These past few days following Brother Yu, I've really been full at every meal and feel like my strength has increased quite a bit. Wang Chong said in one breath, good, delicious. This generator has been repaired and the power is okay. It's just not very strong. Let's make do for now. Everyone will move over in a few days. It would be better to build railings and walls, that way it will be much safer. They returned to the base in the afternoon, and there are obvious signs of a fight at the base right now. Liao saw Siyu return and finally breathed a sigh of relief, saying, "Brother Yu, you're finally back. These dozen or so people somehow heard that we have food here and brought others to rob us." Liao's head was injured and several others also had varying degrees of injuries. "We captured the leader of the evolved ones. This group is no match for us at all." The dozen or so people who rushed and looked grim, they hadn't eaten for a long time, had no strength, and still wanted to come and steal their food. "Don't kill us. We just want to eat something. We really can't survive anymore. Don't eat us." Some people had already started to become extremely scared and some even showed symptoms of panic. The leader of the evolved ones was caught and brought over. Siyu glanced at him and asked, "Where are you from?" "Wushan City." Siyu frowned slightly. "That place is about 100 or 200 kilometers away. We have been fleeing all the way here but found that everywhere is the same. The plants have withered, there is no food, and the cities are full of zombies. We originally had over 100 people but now only the dozen or so who came with me are left. We barely escaped from another group. Those people specialize in hunting live humans. They eat people." Upon hearing this, everyone else felt their scalp tingle. Although they had heard of cannibalism, they had never encountered it before. "Don't eat me. Don't eat me." Among the dozen or so captured, hearing this scared one so much he wet his pants, and a strong stench filled the air. Siyu and the others took a few steps back. "How did you find this place?" "We overheard someone saying that valuable items could be exchanged for food, so we followed those people here. At first, we thought it was a lie. But after seeing the food for real, these few people couldn't help but rush forward to grab it." Chapter 31, Siyu's lyrics book for him. "Brother Yu, what should we do with these people?" Liao also didn't know what to do with these dozen or so people. They tried to grab food but were all stopped. "Let them stay for now and share some food with them. There is currently a labor shortage, and he needs manpower to build a formal walled base. See, can you share food with us?" The man was excited upon hearing this. "Yes. Are you an evolver?" The man was clearly much stronger than the others. "Yes. And my younger brother too." The man hurriedly asserted his value and pulled out his younger brother. A boy of about 8 or 9 years old was pulled over. He was an evolver, but probably a bit weak due to long-term malnutrition. However, they had never seen such young evolvers before. They had never seen a child successfully evolve. The little boy was a bit nervous. He had also seen with his own eyes those people having no food, roasting human corpses to eat. It caused a great shock to his heart. "Give them 2 extra portions of food." The 2 people were so excited that they even knelt down and kowtowed to Siyu. It must be known that food is extremely precious now. "But let me make it clear up front. No grabbing. No fighting. Follow the arrangements. Otherwise you'll be kicked out of the base, and if it's more serious you'll be killed on the spot." Siyu cast a cold glance at them. The few people trembled, those were murderous eyes. "We dare not. We dare not. We will definitely obey the arrangements," the man hurriedly said. After arranging things for them, Leo gave each of them a sweet potato, and the 2 evolvers each received an extra one. These people were so hungry and desperate that when they felt dizzy from hunger, they even stuffed dirt into their mouths. These sweet potatoes were all raw and no one even bothered to roast them. Everyone just picked up the sweet potatoes and started gnawing on them. "Tomorrow, send some people ahead to the villa area to set up a fence." "Okay." In another dimension, after Xia Qing woke up, she saw that the large bags of steamed buns she had placed in the space yesterday were missing a few. That small cabinet was filled with many items, all found jewelry, and a large gold watch that looked quite valuable, with small diamonds embedded around it. There was also a book of song lyrics, and these lyrics were really good. She found a classical-style lyric that was very suitable to include in her novel. She immediately uploaded it. Early in the morning, Yang Mei came over and suggested taking Grandma to the hospital for a checkup. The appointment had already been made in advance. Yang Xia also went along, but Xia Qing did not. Since she came to the Magic City this time, she handled as many sellable items as possible. She went straight to the pawn shop with the gold watch. The origin of this gold watch is unknown, but it is surrounded by diamonds and the watch face inside is also made of diamonds. "If you want to pawn it, I'll give you a bit more money," said the slightly chubby man wearing glasses. The origin of this watch is unknown, but it is indeed a good watch. "So how much is this?" 250,000. "This is the highest I can offer," the man said sincerely. "Then sell it, it's a pawn sale." "All right." The man was delighted. They were also very happy to accept such a straightforward pawn sale. This watch really suits his taste, shining with golden light. She went to a gold recycling shop and sold quite a few things. Siyu left her a message, found Tian Rui's home, and there was a jewelry box in the basement. Inside was a pink diamond worth tens of millions, and jewelry worth over 10 million. Xia Qing was instantly excited. Their generation was worth tens of millions, and now their pink diamonds are all auction level, at least worth hundreds of millions. She doesn't even dare to take them out to sell now. Auction level, selling them to these jewelry stores would be too much of a loss. She must have enough capital so that taking these out in the future will be very normal. She sold another 1 million this morning, and now she has more than 10 million. First, the money needs to be used to generate more money, and second, it is also necessary to purchase food for Suyu's side. Thinking this way, she already had an idea in her mind. After finishing here, she would go back home. She wanted to open a store or something like that in Seoul so she could buy vegetables in large quantities. While calculating a few ideas in her mind, she felt a bit thirsty and bought a 25 yuan milk tea from a nearby milk tea shop. The phone ringtone sounded and Xia Qing looked down to see that it was a call from her mother. As soon as she answered the phone, Yang Xiao's panicked voice came through. Qing, come to the hospital quickly. Your grandmother's condition is not good. Xia Qing immediately became nervous and hurriedly took a taxi to the hospital. In the hospital office, the elderly lady sat outside, seemingly knowing something. Here's the situation. The elderly lady is quite old, but judging by her physical condition, she is still doing well. My recommendation is to undergo surgery. If the surgery is not performed, given the current severity of the elderly lady's heart failure, she might only have about a month left. What if the surgery is done? If done and there are no other underlying conditions, it will last at least 5 years. This is a major hospital in the Magic City. Trust their technology. How could this happen? 6 months ago, the county hospital checkup showed nothing. Yang Xiao's eyes were red. The conditions at the county hospital are definitely not the same as those in first-tier cities. This definitely has some symptoms. Sleeping must be very uncomfortable, the doctor sighed. The old lady doesn't have medical insurance and is always reluctant to go to the hospital, Yang Xia said, thinking of something. Do it. Let's do the surgery, Yang Mei said. Yes, do it, Yang Xia also said firmly. Since they have come to the big hospital in the Magic City and can be treated, they must be treated. Yang Xia immediately called their uncle to inform him of the situation. The grandfather at home is still alive and almost came over when he heard this, but he is old and has poor mobility, and the uncle can't leave. There are children at home, as well as elderly people in family land. The two of them can't come over. Xiaoxia, give me your bank card number. I'll transfer 50,000 to you first, Yang Ziyuan said. After hanging up, Yang Ziyuan said to his wife, transfer 50,000 to our second sister. Mom needs 250,000 for surgery. So much money? But this is Leilei's money for college next year, and Yaya also needs to go to school, Hu Fang said somewhat unwillingly. Still, we have to pay for my mom's treatment. Yang Ziyuan said irritably. Then we don't need to take so much money, right? The eldest sister is in the Magic City. Her living conditions are much better than ours. The second sister has only one child, and it seems she has been earning quite a bit lately, buying a lot of things for the family. This is all the money our family has, Hu Fang said reluctantly. The family is poor, so this amount of money is considered a fortune to them. Then my mom needs treatment too. At worst, I'll go out to work this year. Chapter 32. At this moment, she was very grateful to Suyu. Yang Mei called Lin Jun. There was no way, apart from the monthly living expenses, he had never given her any extra money. No money. Do you know I work every day like a fool? My son's engagement banquet tonight costs 50,000 yuan. Bride price, wedding, house, where else would I have money? Handle your family's matters yourself. After Lin Jun finished speaking, he hung up the phone and frowned as he smoked in the hotel. This is a bracelet I bought for you, it's a gift. The woman was wearing a robe, about 30 years old, and she took the Cartier bracelet with a beaming smile. Yang Mei had no choice but to call Lin Zhe over. Lin Wan, who had just started working in another city, couldn't help much. Xia Qing hurried over. She heard the surgery fee was 250,000 yuan. Now his uncle had gathered 50,000 yuan, and Yang Xia also took out 60,000 yuan from the family savings. Yang Mei was already thinking of ways to sell her jewelry. By the time Yang Mei finished selling the jewelry and brought Lin Zhe over, Grandma had already been arranged to be hospitalized. Yang Mei heard that Grandma had already been arranged to be hospitalized, and she knew that hospitalization required paying the surgery fees in advance. Mom is hospitalized? Have you all gathered enough money for the surgery? Yang Mei said in shock. Auntie, don't worry, I have already paid, Xia Qing said in a low voice. Qing has paid. Yang Xia sighed. If she didn't know that her daughter's copyright fees amounted to more than 1 million, she would have been very worried about these more than 200,000. Lin Zhe hurried over with his girlfriend. They were originally preparing for the engagement ceremony in the evening, but when they heard about Grandma's situation, they rushed over immediately. Paid it, Lin Zhe said in surprise. When he was a child, he had been to Yang Mei's hometown, where the conditions were quite ordinary. Originally, he planned to scrape together the money bit by bit, but he didn't expect to have to pay it so soon. Lin Zhe's girlfriend looked like a social elite woman, wearing gold-rimmed glasses. Yes, it's already paid, Xia Qing said with a smile. At this moment, she was really grateful to Suyu because if it weren't for him, she would probably still be worrying about how to get the money. She could clearly survive, otherwise it would very likely be impossible to gather the surgery fees and she would have to give up on her grandmother's life. Lin Zhe and Liamo came over but didn't help much. The two of them just came to see the grandmother. Liamo was holding a fruit basket of considerable value. Grandma smiled and said, "This is a gift for you as a token of greeting, just a little something." Grandma pulled out a red envelope she had been holding tightly for a long time. "No need, Grandma," Lin Zhe said with some pain in his heart. The elderly lady had specially come to bring him a red envelope. Just accept Grandma's little token of kindness, young Xia said. Lindsay nodded, while Li Mo beside him frowned slightly. She simply did not want to accept it. Looking at the red envelope with some black spots on it, a look of disgust flashed in her eyes, but her good upbringing still made her accept it. As soon as the two of them stepped out of the hospital door, Li Mo didn't want to open the red envelope at all and threw it to Lindsay. Your grandma gave it to you, I don't want it. Lindsay opened the red envelope. Inside were brand new 500 yuan bills. His eyes reddened slightly. Rural elders don't have retirement pensions, so saving money is very difficult. In the village, they really take care of the elderly. Unlike in the city where most people rely on their parents. I heard from your sister before that you were going back to the countryside? You paid 250,000 just like that? What kind of work are you doing? Li Mo asked curiously. After all, although she has a high salary of 20,000 yuan a month, it is still a bit difficult to come up with 250,000 all at once. After all, almost everyone lives paycheck to paycheck. I'm not too sure. I haven't seen him for a long time either, Lindsay said with a frown. Now it's all set. None of the three can attend the engagement party. Neither grandma nor her mother will go, and it wouldn't mean much if Xia Qing went. Qing, I gave your card number to your uncle and he transferred 50,000 yuan to you. Xia Qing looked at her phone and indeed received a notification of the deposit. Aunt's face looked a bit awkward as she said, Mom's surgery costs can't all be paid by you. I'll find a way to make up my share for you. Actually, Xia Qing didn't mind, but since both sides had said so, she had no choice but to agree. Xia Qing booked a room in the big hotel opposite the hospital, as staying overnight in the hospital was not allowed. During the day, she would arrange meals to be delivered to young Xia and Aunt. Hello, I am Li Yue's agent. I got your phone number from your editor. Li Yue? Is that the singing star Li Yue? Xia Qing remembered Li Yue seemed to be very popular. Yes, I am her agent. I have been following your novel. After reading it, I saw the lyrics you wrote later on. Li Yue is very interested. Could we buy the copyright to your lyrics? Of course. I have many more lyrics. I mean, I have written many lyrics before. Xia Qing said with a smile. Which city are you in now? I would like to meet you in person to sign the contract. Although electronic signing is also possible, I would like to meet and discuss with you. Li Yue really likes this poem. It feels as if it was tailor-made for her. And it even has a novel as its background. I am currently in Magic City. The voice on the other end of the phone sounded even more delighted and said, That's great, let's add each other on WeChat. I'll send you an address and we can arrange a time. Okay. Soon, Xia Qing added the contact on WeChat, and the two agreed to meet at 10 a.m. tomorrow at the People's Cafe in the Magic City, where a seat had already been reserved. In a very good mood, Xia Qing bought 20 cups of milk tea and placed them in the space, leaving a note for Su Yu. In a good mood, treat him to milk tea. Also bought a box of sausages and a box of instant noodles. Buying so many things at once is too conspicuous in a place like Shanghai. She buys a little at a time and puts it away, but she still really likes shopping. It seems to give her a sense of accomplishment. At 9 a.m. the next day, she took a taxi and set off. This is the Magic City People's Cafe, where all seats must be reserved in advance, otherwise you cannot get in. A full 360-degree panoramic floor-to-ceiling window, and at dusk during the sunset lighting period, you can overlook the continuous scenery of Lujiazui and the Bund in Magic City. Xia Qing arrived on time and found that Li Yue's agent was already there, an elegant and capable woman. Xia Qing casually ordered a cup of cappuccino. Li Yue really likes your lyrics and wants to buy your copyright. Before Xia Qing came, she also checked the information. Famous lyricists can sell a single character for 8,000, even over 10,000. She is not famous at all. We are also very sincere. Li Yue really likes your lyrics. How about a price of 3,000 yuan per character? Is that acceptable to you? Sure. Xia Qing quickly agreed. She was still unknown, and some slightly well-known authors charged thousands of yuan per character. Back then, top lyricists could sell a single character for over 10,000 yuan. Actually, according to the agent's plan, the price of this lyric could even reach 8,000 yuan per character, but whether the lyricist is famous or not is also very important. If it's just purely writing lyrics, the price they offer of 1,000 yuan per character is already high. It just so happens that this lyric fits that popular novel, and I heard that the novel also sold its film and television rights. When the time comes, the theme song will definitely be assigned to them, so they compromised on a high price. They also want to continue cooperating with the girl in front of them in the future. Chapter 33 can be seen as a kind of mutual redemption. Xia Qing had also checked some market prices in advance. The price of 3,000 yuan per character was indeed quite high for her first published work without much fame. Good. Then I will sign the contract. The payment will be transferred to you within 2 hours and your right to authorship will be fully retained. This poem has a total of 320 characters, at 3,000 yuan per character. The price is 960,000 yuan. The agent named Jiang Nan handed her the contract. After checking and finding no issues, the two signed the contract. Pleasure to cooperate. Jiang Nan really likes Xia Qing, mainly because she also enjoys reading novels, especially this kind of strong female lead stories. Miss Xia, if you have any good words in the future, you can send them to me. I hope we can have a long-term cooperation. No problem. The contract is completed. Jiang Nan still has other matters to attend to. The words have already been purchased, and the subsequent creation process needs to be accelerated. There are very few good lyrics and melodies nowadays, almost all are the same. Finding a good lyric is already very difficult. When Lei Yue's new song is released, it might even become popular again. Grandma's surgery was very successful, she just needs a few more days of rest to fully recover. Mom, let me go back with you this time. Lin Zigang is engaged, aren't you staying? Grandma still wasn't at ease with her eldest daughter. The wedding is not until next year, so there's no rush. Yang Mei still wanted to go home to take care of her mother. She hadn't been around all these years. I'm fine, and besides, there's Xia Ziyuan, so you don't need to worry. Grandma patted Yang Mei's hand to comfort her. As expected from a major hospital in the Magic City, the surgery went very smoothly, and after 2 days of observation, discharge is possible. Such a major surgery and only a week in the hospital before being discharged, Yang Xia frowned, feeling uneasy. At that time, I stayed in the county hospital for more than half a month. Xia Qing smiled and said, beds are very tight in big hospitals, so since Grandma's surgery went well, she was naturally discharged early. The train ticket for this return trip was bought by Xia Qing, directly purchasing a high-speed rail business class seat, which is also quieter and more comfortable here. So you and the others from another dimension have already started moving people to the villa area. So you said, a few of the evolved ones will live in this villa, and the 2 newcomers will be arranged a place first. There is an underground warehouse beneath this villa that can be used to store supplies. Liao Dao, the generator has already started working and those people have been assigned tasks. There are too few laborers, we have less than 300 people, over 100 are elderly and children, and fewer than 200 are able to work. It would be great if we had a radio station, we could search and notify other survivors. So you immediately thought of a solution. Xia Qing's spacetime technology is somewhat more advanced than theirs, so maybe she would have a way. You wrote it down in the phone's memo. Please ask Xia Qing to help find it later. Settle these people first. They have just started eating, so they need to recover slowly. It's impossible to get better all at once. She said it's milk tea, you can share and try some. After saying that, so you seemingly pulled out more than 20 cups of milk tea out of thin air. There was bawang bi ji, mishui bingcheng, and iced coffee. I'll get some for my son to drink. Liao took 2 cups without hesitation. The others each took a cup as well. So you casually took a sip of a random flavor. The taste was slightly bitter. Looking down, he saw the milk tea. So delicious. Mine is still iced and there are ice cubes inside, it's so refreshing. Zhang Liang couldn't help but praise. I have never drunk these kinds of beverages before. While drinking, Zhang Liang also said, Brother Yu, we have gathered a lot of good stuff from other villas and moved them to the room on the west side of the first floor. When Xia Qing needs it, he will put it into the space. This side is a wealthy villa area, the suburbs are to the west of the city. They have already surrounded this area with railings and any approaching zombies will be shocked. Occasionally, some wandering zombies would come by during the day, but they were all taken down by the evolvers. Just having a fence is definitely not enough. Building walls with cement and steel reinforcement is much safer. Siyu was already thinking about how to build it in his mind and gave all the necessary materials to Xia Qing. Xia Qing couldn't sleep at night either and saw the message Siyu left for her. I'll buy you several drones, plus surveillance, and add a regional network, so you can detect zombies in real time. Siyu was a bit confused by what was said, but he still knew about surveillance, although it was not common in their era. Alright, thank you very much. Siyu was very grateful to Xia Qing. That day he was injured and went through several days without water or food. The whole world fell into darkness, and it was she who gave him hope to live on. No need to say thank you, I should be the one thanking you. Thank you for making me so rich. Otherwise, her grandmother probably wouldn't have had the money for surgery and would have been abandoned, a life that could have lasted several more years lost. It could be considered a form of mutual redemption. Xia Qing immediately placed an order on JD.com for several drones, along with infrared surveillance and a regional network box. Early the next morning, she contacted via WeChat and ordered 10 more buckets of milk. Xia Qing felt that if she wanted to open a supermarket, she should inform her parents. Dad, Mom, I want to open a supermarket. The money from my phone is enough to start it. Opening a supermarket? In our village? Xia Jixiang said in surprise. No, opening it in the county town. She originally planned to open it in Hancheng, but opening it in the county town is also fine. After all, it's a reason to supply goods to Suyu's side. Great! I support you, daughter. With the support of her parents, Xia Qing was able to handle it very easily. She went to the county town to find an agent in the morning. Are you sure you want to buy this? This location is somewhat remote, but it still has good prospects for development in the next few years, the agent explained. This area is the outskirts of the county town surrounded by newly developed zones. The houses have all been built, but the foot traffic is relatively low. Yes, I'll buy this one, including the 2 surrounding shops. I want them all. The 2 surrounding shops can be used as warehouses later. The agent's eyes curved into crescents when she heard Xia Qing's words. She just closed 3 big deals at once. How could she not be excited? But she still held back and immediately arranged to go through the process. The shops in the county town were not very expensive, but among the 3, one was quite large, and it cost her more than 4 million. This was also the first time she had spent so much money, so she was somewhat nervous. After buying it, she just hired a renovation company to do a simple refurbishment. By the time the renovation here is finished, the warehouse over there will no longer be needed. Chapter 34, Delivering Drones and Buying Cars. So you received the drone and didn't know how to use it at first, but there was a tutorial video downloaded by Xia Qing. Surveillance installation, regional network setup. Xia is truly a soldier king. He learned these things very quickly. He immediately arranged for someone to install it. With this, they could remotely monitor the surrounding situation and even search for survivors. However, he was still a bit unskilled when first controlling the drone. So you handed the drones over to a few members of the Vanguard team for daily patrols. The remaining more than 20 surveillance cameras were also installed along the railing. When there wasn't enough food before, it felt like there were too few people. Now that the base is established, there are actually not enough people. Liao said, with the drones, we can search for survivors. Xia frowned and said, survivors also need to be identified before they can enter our base. Understood, Liao replied. Those who uphold the moral bottom line of humanity will stay. Some people, due to lack of food, resort to cannibalism, which is not unheard of. They no longer deserve to be called human and are no different from those zombies. From now on, our base will be called Sunny Day Base. So you had already thought of this name a long time ago. Good. Naturally, the others had no objections. The fact that they could move here today and have hope to survive was all thanks to Suyu. Nowadays, there are fewer people in the base and there are many houses. It doesn't feel like living in cramped, cold shacks made in underground air raid shelters, which are poorly ventilated and often have odors. The living environment has greatly improved now, and most supplies like clothes can also be found. So you recalled what Xia Qing said and said, when Zhang Liang distributes supplies today, have him take note of their previous occupations or special skills. Alright. The distribution statistics were done quickly. Most of these people are workers, and a few have special skills. Xia Qing went to the village again to purchase a lot of vegetables and also bought rice and flour, which were delivered to the warehouse. Food is all consumable, and since they now have to build walls every day, which requires physical labor, they end up eating more. The space has expanded quite a bit. Recently, she has been absorbing crystal beads every day, and now the space is over 100 square meters. She can clear out everything in the warehouse in one go. Taking advantage of the store renovation, Xia Qing also took all the driving license tests. She learned subjects 2 and 3 twice and mastered them, then passed subject 4 the very next day. After getting the driving license in hand, she went straight to the county town today to buy a car. She headed straight to the BMW 4S store, where there were both gasoline and electric cars. I'm too late for this SUV, but there's that red sedan. She was preparing to give the SUV to Suyu, but it seems that the gasoline in that world is all contaminated. Also, there are very few gas stations, so she casually bought a few barrels of gasoline. The salesperson at the 4S shop, seeing Xia Qing buy the car so decisively, smiled happily and said, all right, please have a seat and rest for a moment. I will go handle the paperwork for you right away. The salesperson also brought Xia Qing drinks and a fruit platter with snacks. Xia Qing first took a sedan home and had the other one delivered to the warehouse. Tomorrow, after the several large buckets of milk she ordered, along with rice, flour, and oil are delivered, they will all be sent over to Suyu's side together. I see that person is only 22 years old, and today they bought 2 cars in one go, worth over 600,000. Buying a car is really straightforward. Unlike others I've met who take several days to haggle over a car, the salesperson said with a face full of envy. Driving the small car into the village instantly attracted quite a few people until they saw the car parked in front of Xia Qing's house. At the entrance of the village it was wide open and cars could park anywhere. Old Hua, you are really lucky. I see your granddaughter drove back a brand new car. Grandma Xia was holding some vegetables, still calculating when she could go live with her youngest son, since she had to cook every day at her eldest son's place. Bought a car? That's impossible, right? Grandma Xia frowned in disbelief. Just a few days ago, she heard that Yang Xia's mother had surgery in the Magic City and spent a lot of money. She was even afraid to ask her for a loan. Really? Such a new car. Everyone in the village has seen it. You really are so lucky. Your granddaughter is truly outstanding. When old lady Xia heard others congratulating her, her expression was full of envy, which felt quite good. But when she thought that it might really be her granddaughter who bought the car, she felt a bit unhappy. From initially not believing it to becoming half doubtful, I decided to make a trip to my youngest son's house. Sure enough, as I reached the intersection, I saw a small car from a distance. Daughter, this car is really nice. Can I drive it? Of course you can. Dad, Mom, once you both finish getting your driver's licenses, you'll be able to drive. You can't drive on the road without a license. All right. Our family has a car now. Xia Jixiang said joyfully. Tomorrow I'll take you to the county town. The store has been renovated. I'll take you to have a look. She still has to go to the factory to discuss supply. Running a supermarket like this is really busy. A happy family of 3 joyfully gathered around their newly purchased car, looking forward to buying a plane when they have more money. For the vegetables and fruits in the supermarket, I just want to order from our village. Dad, please help me check this. No problem. I know exactly who grows what in this village. This is also doing a good deed for our village, Xia Qing said with a smile. Now most of the people left farming in their village are elderly, the young people have all gone to work in the city. In this way, Xia Qing's purchase of the village's vegetables will make a lot of people grateful to her. The old lady was carrying a vegetable basket and reached the car in just a few steps. Yo Jixiang. Xia. Mom, why are you here? Xia Jixiang asked deliberately. He calculated that there were still 7 or 8 days before it was his turn to pick up his mother. Actually, if I weren't so biased, he would be very willing to take care of the elderly, but he always bullies his wife and children when he's not around. What's wrong? Can I come and take a look? Is this for buying a small car? That must have cost quite a bit. Qing, I'm not trying to criticize you, but when you get married in a few years, the groom side will buy the car. You're buying one in advance to give to the groom's family later, the old lady said with concern. Girls don't need to buy cars, the old lady said with a look of pity, making it seem like it was her money being spent. Xia Qing frowned slightly, and before she could resist, Xia Jixiang got angry. Mom, all my life I've bought Qing some nice clothes, but you say she doesn't need them because she's a girl that wearing old clothes is fine. I let her go to school and learn painting, but you say a girl doesn't need that. Whatever I buy for her, you say a girl doesn't need it. What's wrong with being a girl? She's still my daughter. Now that my daughter is capable, she can buy whatever she wants. Xia Jixiang said it all in one breath, feeling very relieved. Yang Xia's eyes were red, and Xia Qing also felt warm inside. When old lady Xia saw her youngest son being so firm, she softened and didn't say much. Alright, since we've bought it, let's just keep it. Anyway, our family will have a small car from now on. The old lady felt quite happy when she thought about the envious looks the villagers gave her when she just returned. However, when she got home, she told her eldest son and daughter-in-law about it. As soon as she entered the door, the eldest daughter-in-law started complaining. Mom, why did you just get back? Pumping will be home from school soon, and what time will dinner be ready? Chapter 35, please adapt the script a bit. Old lady Xia didn't mind at all, instead, she was in a good mood and said, Jixiang's family bought a car today. I just went over to take a look, and it's really nice. Didn't the eldest grandson say he didn't have enough money to take the driving test? I'll give him 1,000 so he can hurry up and get his license. Tian Kaiwa suddenly widened her eyes in shock and said, What? The second younger brother's family bought a car? Bought it. I said, what car would a girl's family buy? But your second younger brother still refuses. By the time of the wedding, it will all belong to someone else's family. Old lady Xia gets so angry whenever she thinks about her second son. By then, when the second son's family is gone, there won't even be a man at home to break the basin, and the eldest grandson will have to do it. At the funeral, the eldest son breaks the basin, a custom that has been passed down for thousands of years. Only then did Tian Kaiwa beside him come out of her shock, but upon hearing that old lady Xia was going to take out 1,000 yuan for her eldest son, her mood finally eased. What has Qing been doing outside? How did she earn so much money? Could it be some shameful business? Tian Kaiwa's mind was filled with melodramatic TV shows about being kept by someone. I also want to learn to get a driver's license. My second brother has already signed up for driving lessons, Xia Qing said. You better not learn, let Fei Fei learn, and then he can drive us out for a spin, Tian Kaiwa said with a frown. Getting a driver's license costs several thousand yuan, just let our son learn. Xia Qing thought so too, but felt troubled. Alright. But that car belongs to Qing, wouldn't it be a bit inconvenient to borrow it? The old lady frowned upon hearing this and said unhappily, what's so difficult about it? You are his eldest uncle, we are all one family, so what's there that can't be lent? Mom is right. We're all family, so what's there that can't be lent? Tian Kaiwa said. She thought to herself, the second younger brother's family has only one child, so when something happens at home, shouldn't they be relied on for help? What's wrong with lending a car? By then, the homestead land will belong to their family. The next day, Xia Qing took her parents to visit her supermarket, which was planning to open in a few days. This is the suburban area of the county town. It's not far from their home, just about a 10-minute drive. Mom, if you don't want to stay at home, come take a look here. I just posted a job advertisement these past 2 days. Young Xia nodded, looking at such a large supermarket, feeling very excited inside. Xia Jixiang turned around, his brows slightly furrowed as he said with concern, Qing, the environment around here is a bit desolate. Although Xia Jixiang is not highly educated, his family runs a supermarket and there are many people around, so that's how they manage to sell things. Although the buildings around here have been constructed and the environment is nice, no one has moved in yet. I've already checked out this area. And I have regular customers, Dad, you can rest assured. Then let's listen to the daughter. Xia Qing immediately joined the city's supermarket chain, allowing direct supply from there. Before the opening, Xia Qing had already placed a large order. This supermarket has a huge warehouse at the back, and the basement can also be used to store supplies. Over the next few days, several people came to apply intermittently, and Xia Qing hired a total of 3. At the entrance, she directly installed many self-service checkout machines, which save on labor. Moreover, she ordered a large quantity of goods for Su Yu's side, so she did not plan to hire too many people. She hired a total of 3 people, 2 in their 30s, Wang Qin and Zhang Li, and another person in their 40s, Wu Fang. All 3 are very honest individuals. Aunt Wu Fang is responsible for cleaning the store from 8 to 10 in the morning and from 2 to 4 in the afternoon. She can rest 2 days a week, and her monthly salary is 2,800. Alright, I promise to clean thoroughly, Wu Fang said happily. This is a good job, close to home, only 4 hours of work each day and 2 days off. Where can you find such a good job? Jinjia, Zhang Li, you are responsible for the manual cashier work in the store. There are 2 shifts. The first shift is from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m., and the second shift is from 1 p.m. to 7 p.m. 1 day off per week, salary 3,500. By the way, double pay on holidays and overtime pay for extra hours. Before coming, they thought the interview here was difficult. More than 20 people came for the interview, but all were rejected except for these 3. The person walking ahead said that this boss was inexplicable and didn't know how he got eliminated. Unexpectedly, after just asking them a few questions, they were allowed to stay. The fact is that Xia Qing absorbed too many crystal beads, making her voice and eyes more sensitive, allowing her to catch even some small facial expressions and movements of people. The first few were not honest, but these 3 are not many, 2 moms and 1 aunt. The 3 people were very happy, especially the 2 moms. This way they could work in shifts without getting tired and still take care of their children. The key point is that the salary is also high. There is even overtime pay on holidays. That's really great. Let's sign this employment contract. The probation period is 1 month, and the salary will be paid as usual. Alright. Everyone involved in the collaboration expressed great satisfaction, and the contract was smoothly signed. Xia Qing asked them to start work the day after tomorrow. The factory supplying her goods will arrive tomorrow. For some rice, flour, and oil, she ordered double the usual amount. 1 batch goes to the regular warehouse, and the other to the empty shop next door. Several people walked out of the shop, all very happy. Wang Qin said excitedly, the supermarket cashier job I applied for before finished at 10 p.m., but this shift ends at 7 p.m. The key salary is good and the benefits are also decent. With double shifts, you can also take care of the children at home. No wonder the interviews were so strict before, the benefits are good. Otherwise everyone would want to come. After resolving the supermarket store issues, Xia Qing's comic also became a hit, and the editor even called her to urge for updates. Xia Qing had already scanned everything in advance and then released several chapters consecutively. The 2 historical romance novels published by Xia Qing have already become huge hits, ranking 1st and 2nd on the charts respectively. After the rights to these 2 books were sold, there has been talk online about who should star in the adaptations. However, the endings of both books have not been fully released yet. On Weibo's trending search, The World in Power, who is suitable to play the male and female leads of the first imperial daughter? This is the first big female-led drama. Of course, it should be played by Reba. Xiao Bao is also very suitable. In short, there was even a poll made online, and many people were tagging her Weibo account underground. Her account has already been verified, the author is hyping it up, and now she has more than 2 million fans. Xia Qing's phone rang. Hello, I am a producer from Tian Entertainment Company. Hello. Here's the thing, I read your novel. Could I ask you to adapt it into a script? Chapter 36. The Jade Bracelet Worth 2 million. Xia Qing frowned. She didn't have time right now as there were many tasks waiting for her, like purchasing supplies and arranging transportation. Sorry, I haven't had time recently because I've been updating 2 books. Alright then. I'll add you on WeChat. Could you help us by recommending a few suitable male and female leads you have in mind? Xia Qing thought for a moment and said, okay. Then the producer added Xia Qing on WeChat and sent him several female and male celebrities. He also asked her about her preferred candidates, as they would consider the novel author's opinion. Xia Qing thought for a moment and felt that Zhao Bao and the rising male star Zhou Lingyi were very suitable, but the final choice would be up to them. Once the official start of filming is confirmed, can I invite you to come to Shanghai to have a meal together? To sit down and chat with the screenwriter and the lead actors. Because the quality of this book is really excellent, and it is the first novel adapted into a TV series with a strong female lead. They can foresee that it is going to be a huge hit. Sure. Xia Qing was still very excited after replying to the WeChat messages. These are all popular internet celebrities who used to be out of reach. Now she actually had the chance to have a meal with them. Thinking about the short video she saw on Dole recently where a rich woman was cozying up to a male model, making many women envious. In the afternoon, the cement Xia Qing ordered arrived at the warehouse, and she could only wait until evening to transport these materials to him through the space. There have been too many crystal beads these days, with at least a dozen crystal beads waiting for her to absorb every day. The more she absorbs, the more the space grows daily. Faintly, she still hears Su talking to someone late at night. She has spent most of the money in her hands with only 3 to 4 million left. She decided to make another trip to Kyoto to sell some jewelry. The most important thing for suicide is actually weapons, but their country does not allow the sale of weapons. In fact, Xia Qing has also thought about, once she has sold enough and has a few $100 million in hand, she could go to the United States to purchase a batch of guns and ammunition for suicide. Mom, I'm going to Kyoto tomorrow morning. Do you want to come too? It only takes a few hours to get to Kyoto by high-speed train. Sure. Young Xia was very happy. After tidying up, Xia Qing directly bought 2 high-speed train tickets to Kyoto for the morning. This time Yang Xia took the high-speed train without the oddities from last time. Kyoto is the capital of Huagua, so there are many people. Yesterday, a middle-aged man next to me, slightly balding and wearing glasses. At this moment, he kept glancing at Yang Xia's arm from time to time. Xia Qing also noticed this. She was naturally very perceptive. The man seemed a bit unable to hold back and started a conversation. Hello, I see that the quality of your jade bracelet is quite good, a rare variety of mutton fat white jade. Yang Xia had no idea about these things and smiled. How would I know? This was bought by my daughter. It only cost a few hundred yuan. The man was stunned for a moment. When did mutton fat white jade ever cost just a few hundred yuan? Where can you even buy it? He wanted to buy them all. Ordinary mutton fat white jade usually costs over $1 million. I see that the quality and color of yours are very translucent. Not only that, the inner circle is round, the outer circle and the rod are round and thin, and the craftsmanship is also very good. The man was very confident in his own judgment. He was very fond of collecting jade bracelets, jewelry, and similar items. Over $1 million. Yang Xia couldn't believe her ears, her pupils trembling as she looked at the jade bracelet in her hand, feeling as if it weighed 1,000 pounds. Yes. The man nodded solemnly, asking not to doubt his expertise. Beside them, Xia Qing rubbed her nose. She didn't know the exact price of the item as it was found for her by Suyu. Yang Xia mechanically turned her head to look at Xia Qing and asked in shock. Qing? This jade bracelet is worth over $1 million. Xia Qing had already prepared an explanation and said, I bought this for a few thousand yuan when I was traveling in an ancient town. A few thousand yuan? The man almost blurted out and asked, May I ask which ancient town? He also wants to go find a bargain. Many ancient towns or every household in the village have heirloom items. In the early years, quite a few people went to the village to treasure hunt. Items like ceramics, basins, and even the wooden doors of houses were bought by some knowledgeable buyers for a few hundred to over 1,000 yuan, then sold for tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands. The elderly didn't understand these things. They were items and used in their own homes. Selling them for a few thousand yuan was very valuable to them. Sangnan Ancient Town. Their country really does have such a place. The man quietly memorized the name of this ancient town and decided that after finishing his business in Kyoto in a few days, he must go there. This thing can't really be worth over $1 million, right? Then I definitely can't wear it anymore. Yang Xia said nervously. She still really liked this jade bracelet, but after learning the price, she simply didn't dare to wear it. She had never earned $1 million in her life, and now she was wearing it so blatantly on her hand. Thinking this, Yang Xia wanted to take off the jade bracelet. Mom, no need to take it off. I only bought it for a few thousand yuan. Didn't you say it was a few hundred yuan at the time? I was afraid you wouldn't want to wear it if it was just a few thousand yuan. Xia Qing leaned close to Yang Xia's ear and said, That man's judgment might not be accurate. What if he's just bluffing you? The man beside them smirked. He was a great jewelry collector. His eyes had never been fooled. How about this? I can offer $2 million to buy your jade bracelet. I can transfer the money to you as soon as I get off the high-speed train, the man said immediately. Yang Xia fell into doubt again. Actually, Xia Qing wasn't sure how much the jade bracelet was worth either, as he hadn't taken it for appraisal. At that time, Suyu gave her some jewelry and she picked out this piece to give to Yang Xia, also thinking it looked nice. This one won't do. My mom really likes it. If you really want to collect jade, please also take a look at this jade bracelet of mine. Xia Qing took a jade bracelet out of the backpack behind her. Although its quality is not as translucent as the one in Yang Xia's hand, it is still quite good. This jade bracelet can be considered a high-grade icy type, with fairly good texture, but its market price is only between 300,000 to 800,000. If you want to sell, I can offer you 750,000. The man took out a black business card from his wallet to make his words more credible and handed it to Xia Qing. I am Lin Dong from Kyoto Wanbao Trading. You can look me up online, the man said confidently with a smile. Xia Qing obediently searched the name online. Lin Dong is 43 years old, the vice chairman of Wanbao Group, the vice president of the China National Jewelry Association, and an expert-level appraiser. Chapter 37, A Hurried Meeting at the Spatial Rift. Yang Xia was very nervous, frequently glancing at her wrist and then covering it with her clothes. Upon arriving in Kyoto, Xia Qing booked a luxury hotel again, but first she took Yang Xia for a tour around the International Trade Mall. Yang Xia looked at the bracelets in the store, each costing tens of thousands of yuan, and there were also bags worth hundreds of thousands. What is this quilt made of? It actually costs 720,000. It must be covered with gold. A pair of shoes that aren't even comfortable to wear costs 50,000. At first, Yang Xia was still in shock, seemingly not understanding at all, but after seeing the prices of various items in the mall, she was already numb from the shock. There are quilts worth 720,000, frying pans worth over 100,000, so even if she is wearing bracelets worth over 1 million, it doesn't seem like a big deal. Xia Qing saw that her goal was achieved, and it seems she should take Yang Xia to shop here more often in the future. When she first came to the big city for university, she thought it was a fresh start as a freshman, but later she realized that was just naivety. Hello, Mr. Lin Dong, do you remember me? I was on the train yesterday. Remember, are you going to sell the jade bracelet? The man said with a smile. Yes. Lin Dong gave an address, and Xia Qing took a taxi there. She asked Yang Xia to wait for her in the nearby cafe. Mom, wait here for me for a while. I'll go handle something and come back. All right, you go ahead. Yang Xia also knew her daughter had things to do. The last time she came to Magic City, it wasn't such a big shock. This time coming to Kyoto was when she truly experienced the consumption of a big city. Wanbaohang is located in Kyoto's bustling commercial district. Those who enter Wanbaohang are wealthy people with low-key luxury. Only a few pieces of jewelry are displayed in the main hall. The rest require entering a special service area for one-on-one service. After Xia Qing came in, she directly asked, Mr. Lin Dong asked me to come. You must be Miss Xia, please come this way. Mr. Lin has already instructed that a professional appraiser will come here. All right. The genuine leather sofa seat, with a large TV in front playing various jewelry shows, and she has a remote control at hand to freely switch channels as she wishes. After selecting, they will take out the actual items to try on personally. Please have some coffee. The woman held a delicate tray with a cup of coffee and sugar cubes on it. Before long, a senior appraiser dressed in a suit came in. Hello, I am Su Yang, the man said gently and politely. Xia Qing didn't waste any words and directly took out a plastic bag from her bag, inside which was a pink diamond. Su Yang's eyes lit up when he saw the pink diamond, and he immediately put on his white gloves and took the plastic bag. Then she began to examine it carefully. Among the dazzling world of numerous jewels, the charm of pink diamonds is irresistible. Collection-grade pink diamonds are truly treasures. The color is soft and charming with very high softness and saturation. I need to confirm this with a machine. Okay. Xia Qing noticed that Su Yang was somewhat excited, and after testing with professional equipment and seeing the numbers, he was a bit shocked. Miss Xia, please wait a moment. Su Yang seemed to be making a phone call, and soon after, a professional appraiser arrived. Su Yang smiled and said, this is a very high-purity pink diamond. Such a pink diamond can be auctioned. An auction-grade pink diamond? But Xia Qing remembered Su saying this was an ordinary pink diamond. She also took out the smallest pink diamond with a similar color from the box to try selling it first. In our country, pink diamonds are very precious minerals. Because of their beautiful color, they are highly sought after, so I suggest putting them up for auction here. We charge a 2% service fee on the auction price. Okay, Xia Qing agreed. The auction price will be much higher than the recycling price. Xia Qing signed a series of terms. The auction will take place 3 days later, and the proceeds from the auction after deducting the service fee will be transferred to Xia Qing's bank card. She played with Yang Xia in Kyoto for 2 days before returning. At night, she directly asked Suyu, how much is the pink diamond over there approximately? Tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands. Our ore here is very abundant. As expected, she casually found a box of pink diamonds for her, and it was something that could be found in an ordinary jewelry store. The time spacer on Suyu's side is much more abundant than theirs. How are things over there? With the cement you gave, we are repairing the walls to prevent zombie invasions, and we are actively searching for survivors now. They are also trying to figure out whether the land can be cultivated. Previously, when they couldn't eat enough every day, they had no mind to study these things. Now with the food provided by Xia Qing, they are trying to research the mutated land. You can dig up some soil for me and I'll find someone to test it for you. Okay. Xia Qing has recently absorbed a lot of crystal beads, expanding her space. When she sleeps drowsily at night, she can feel the world over there. There is even an illusion that she can go there as well. Xia Qing entered the space and felt a white crack ahead, with some faint light inside. She had only taken 2 steps forward when her vision went black and the world spun. She clearly remembered that the sky was still dark when she first entered the space, but now it was bright here, even somewhat dazzling to her eyes. Before she could react, someone grabbed her neck, making it hard for her to breathe. Who are you? How did you appear here? The man said in an extremely cold tone. She could even feel a strong murderous intent, but the voice was so familiar. With slightly lowered eyelids, a high and straight nose bridge, and very pale thin lips, every contour line concealed a chilling coldness. Xia Qing didn't even know where she found the strength to grab Suyu's hand that was pressing against her throat. Suyu, is that you? If it weren't for Suyu, she wouldn't have been strangled to death as soon as she arrived here, right? The man heard the familiar sweet voice, his throat hoarse from strangling her. A flash of astonishment crossed his eyes. After a moment of daze, he quickly released his hand, and feelings of regret and guilt surged instantly. How could he treat her like this? Just as Xia Qing was about to say a few words to Suyu, she felt a strong force behind her pulling her back into the space, as if she was being bounced back. So you hurriedly asked, Xia Qing? It's me. Just now I saw a crack in the space and went in. I didn't expect it to really be your world. Xia Qing felt quite surprised. Suyu was truly regretful. He had just grabbed her, that delicate neck was probably reddened by his grip. If he had used a bit more force, he might have accidentally killed her. Living in the apocalypse and being a special forces soldier, he was highly alert even when sleeping. Sorry, I didn't realize it was you just now. The two were very familiar with each other's voices but had never met before. It's okay, although I can enter your space, it seems I can't stay for too long before being bounced back. This situation had never happened before, it must be because of the crystal bead. So you felt a surge of excitement for some unknown reason when he thought of this. They had just met briefly, does this mean that from now on Xia Qing can come into his world? The crack is still there but Xia Qing feels her energy is already depleted. To enter, does she need to absorb the crystal bead? It was already very late on Xia Qing's side, while it was just dawn on Suyu's side. The surrounding villa walls have now been completed, and an electric fence has been connected on top. Su Yusin walked absent-mindedly through the small base. The people here were already in much better condition than before. Some people hurriedly lowered their heads and called out, Brother Yu, when they saw Siyu come out, but he seemed not to hear them at all. Brother Yu, why do you keep staring at your own hands? Yeah, I saw it too. I just called him, but it seems like he didn't hear me. Liao said helplessly. I don't even know what that hand was doing. Chapter 38, The Impact Within. Usually the few of them take turns going out to hunt zombies. One reason is to clear zombies to prevent them from invading and harming ordinary survivors, and the other is to search for crystal beads. The energy of the crystal beads is still very useful for these evolvers as it can enhance their physical constitution. So you first sent someone to dig up a piece of soil from the outside land and put it into the space. Now that we have transportation, I want to go to the military secret base where there are communication devices linked to satellites that we can bring back. And this way they will have a military system that can connect to global satellite signals, allowing them to contact other cities. Transportation. Liao frowned, now he didn't even have a bicycle. So you directly took out a car, an SUV. Although it couldn't compare to the off-road vehicle he drove, having a car now was already very good. A car? Liao exclaimed in shock. Brother, you can now not only get food but also have a car? The distance was too far before. If we walk, it would probably take us several days and nights. If it were before the apocalypse, he wouldn't be worried at all. He had once traveled alone through the tropical rainforests of Zambia. But after the apocalypse, with food scarce and not having eaten for days and nights, how could he even think about finding the military base signal source? So you ignored Liao and with the shocked looks of Wang Chong said, with a car, we should be able to get there in one morning. Liao, you stay at home. Wang Chong, you all stay at home. I can go too. Brother you, Liao said with determined eyes. He can't always stay at home and lets you handle all the dangerous tasks. So you patted his shoulder and said solemnly, the child is still young and you can't be careless about the matters at the base. Protect the safety of the survivors. We also need to prevent survivors from causing trouble. No way. Who among the survivors dares to cause trouble now? Liao said in a deep voice. There's no food for troublemakers who would dare to snatch. Anyone who snatches will be immediately kicked out of the base. Then I'll go with you, Wang Chong said. So he shook his head, it was more convenient for him to go by himself. It will be over quickly, I'll be back in a day. I'll leave the base matters to you. Don't worry, brother you, Liao replied. So you drove the car and left the base directly. He originally wanted to take Wang Chong with him. But thinking that Xia Qing might suddenly appear by his side, he still went alone. Su Yu, who was driving, thought about pinching Xia Qing in the morning and now regrets it terribly. He wouldn't scare her, would he? Her place is a peaceful world where killing is illegal. Such an environment is unheard of there. What if he scares her and she doesn't dare to come? Xia Qing woke up in the morning and received a text message on her phone. Seeing the bank deposit notification, she instantly felt energized. That pink diamond was actually auctioned for over 90 million. After giving Wanbao Trading a 2% service fee, she still had over 90 million left. But Wanbao Trading really makes money. They earned over $1 million just by flipping one auction item. She saw the soil that Suyu had brought her, as well as nearly 30 crystal beads. This many crystal beads? Is this for him to absorb more? She thought that in that world Suyu would probably be rather rough because the impression given by the insufficient food was like that of a starving person, but his appearance was very stern. Unfortunately, she only glanced once and before saying much, she was pulled back. She actually developed a crush on a man from another dimension. Today she finished posting 2 little books in one go, and surprisingly, this even made it to Weibo's trending search in the afternoon. Riding the wave of Weibo's trending heat, the powerful film and TV drama officially announced its cast. This wave of popularity really picked up fast. Right after that, the first Imperial Daughter also announced a film adaptation, but the female lead has not been confirmed yet. On WeChat, the producer from Tianyu Media this time is named Zhang Xin. The novel concluded today basically without any issues, and the script is also mostly a direct adaptation. They just want to seize the momentum and hurry up with the filming. Hello, Miss Xia, the filming we scheduled will start next month. Do you have time to have a meal together? Okay. The two of them agreed on a meeting time in Hangdu, which is very close to their home, and the high-speed train takes only about 2 hours. Are we going to see the real celebrity? I'm a bit excited. Looking at the more than 30 crystal beads in the space, she absorbed more than 10 at once and entered the space. The gap was still there, and this time it felt like there was much more energy. It was noon for her now, and it should be night on Suyu's side. Going in now didn't seem very appropriate. While she was hesitating, she saw faint light and roaring sounds coming from the spatial rift. Thinking that Siyu was in danger, she directly entered the gap. Every time she shuttles through the gap, she feels energy being consumed. Siyu planned to arrive and take the signal device within a day, but unexpectedly encountered more than a dozen survivors here, so he stayed. One of the men said excitedly, "Captain Su, it's really you saving my life again." This person is Yang Shua, a special forces soldier from the International Peacekeeping Unit, who has eliminated many criminal organizations together. You all share these foods first. Siyu took out a box of bread and some water from the space and gave it to Yang Shua. Yang Shua looked at the food, his excited hands trembling. They had searched for so much food these days, but it was all moldy. It's food. Yang Shua actually knelt down with a bump. The longer he lived, the more desperate he became. Because there was no food, even the water in the river was covered with layer upon layer of black, oily-looking substances. Someone couldn't help but drink out of thirst, but the disgusting taste was like drinking gasoline. Brother Su. Thank you. Only those who have not experienced such days cannot feel such pain, nor understand the preciousness of food. At this time, those who share food with them are simply like reborn parents. Go distribute it quickly and follow me from now on. So you helped Yang Shua up and said in a deep voice. Yes. Yang Shua was very excited, trying his best to calm his emotions, trembling as he took the food to distribute to others. There was only a faint firelight in the room. It was night, zombies were active, and everyone tried to avoid making any noise. Xia Qing suddenly appeared beside Siyu once again. This time he quickly reacted, a flicker of movement passing through his eyes, and said, "Is that you?" "Yes. It's me. It's nighttime here with you." Xia Qing was much calmer the second time she came, with only a faint flicker of firelight. Both sides could only see the silhouettes. Xia Qing smelled a fishy stench and frowned slightly as she asked, "Where are you guys? Why is there a bad smell?" "An indescribable fishy smell like the smell of fish?" So you looked at the corpses of the zombies ahead and frowned, saying, "It's the stench of corpses which has already been dealt with. This place is safe." Although she knew this was the apocalypse, the everywhere presence of corpses and the smell of decay made Xia Qing very hard to accept. She had only heard Siyu talk about what their world was like before, and when she watched movies, she would imagine it, but now it was truly appearing here. Xia Qing felt somewhat at a loss. It's food, it's food." Yang Shua distributed the food, and several people devoured it ravenously with messy hair, thin bodies, and she even saw a pregnant woman. A skeletal figure with only the belly round and swollen. The people here looked terrifying, even worse off than those starving refugees. Xia Qing wanted to see Suyu's appearance through the firelight but could only see his upright figure. Chapter 39, A New Life. Just as Xia Qing wanted to say something more, she felt a pull that directly sucked her back into the space. "I'm back again. It seems I can't stay long in your time and space," Xia Qing said somewhat disappointedly. "This time you stayed longer than last time by 3 minutes." It seems to be related to her absorbing the energy of the crystal beads to evolve. As long as she levels up and evolves, the time she can stay will be extended. Unfortunately, you can only enter once a day. Previously, the two of them were chatting by voice, but now they have switched to a video meeting. There is some nervousness, but the time just now was very short. Besides, with the unclear view, Xia Qing could only see Suyu's large figure and his distinct facial features. Those eyes were very deep. The first time she saw them, they were filled with killing intent, but this time they were obviously much softer. "I have already had the soil testing report checked by a professional institution, but the results won't be available until 3 days later." "Okay." Siyu calmed his somewhat excited heart. From now on, she would also be able to come to this world. He felt very excited, as if he was no longer alone. Xia Qing ordered a large amount of food again. The people over there are really too pitiful. You can only understand how shocking it is by seeing it with your own eyes. She thought she would have to wait until evening to go over, as it would be daytime there then. This felt like an adventure to her and was quite exciting, but unfortunately, every time she entered, the time was too short before she was pulled back. It was as if the time and space over there were rebounding against her. Xia Qing absorbed all the remaining crystal beads in the space. This time, to avoid waste, she directly swallowed them. The beginning of everything is difficult, but later on it no longer feels hard to accept. This time, she absorbed too much at once and almost fainted. By the time she regained consciousness, it was already midnight. When she woke up, she felt a bit smelly all over, so she took another shower. Her hair not only grew much longer but also became much thicker. She felt her whole body filled with energy. This time, when she entered the space again, she saw many new things inside, like some large military equipment. "Suyu, I'm coming over." This time she knew to give a heads up in advance. She was afraid that suddenly coming over would catch Suyu off guard, although this had already happened twice before. Suyu was about to say not to come over, but Xia Qing had already walked toward that gap. This time she came out beside Xiu again. At this moment, he was holding a sharp short knife and sliced open the zombie's head with one cut. The gurgling head rolled like a ball to Xia Qing's feet. She nervously swallowed, but fortunately, she liked watching those Resident Evil and zombie horror movies. However, the impact from the TV is nowhere near as intense as reality. The place she is in now is a dilapidated highway, with gray and gloomy weather where not a trace of blue can be seen. So you quickly dealt with several wandering zombies and did not immediately split open their heads in front of Xia Qing. Xia Qing wore a white t-shirt, jeans, and a pair of clean white sneakers with thick hair cascading down like a waterfall. So you wore camouflage military pants on the lower half and a black t-shirt on the upper half, revealing a section of strong, slender arms, but there was a large bruise on the outside. His military boots did not cover the ankles, making him look tall and slender. His facial features were sharp, exuding a cold aura, with thick black hair and a calm, steady expression like Mount Tai between his brows. This was Xia Qing's first time seeing Suyu's face completely. His aura was strong and his features distinct. Be careful, come here. Suyu grabbed her hand and shielded her behind him. His hand was hot and rough, full of strength. On this road, zombies will occasionally come by. On this road, there are abandoned cars and dried-up corpses. Some zombies have their lower bodies severed, but their heads are still there, still writhing, dragging their intestines that have already spilled out. The scene looks extremely disgusting. Yang Shuo looked at the suddenly appearing girl, her face clean and smooth, her skin fair and delicate, and he was momentarily stunned. Why you, who are you? How did you suddenly appear? Yang Shuo asked in surprise. Siyu stood coldly in front of Xia Qing and said, she is mine. It was the first time Yang Shuo had seen Siyu protect someone like this. Even though he had many questions in his heart, he wisely chose not to ask anything. There was a pregnant woman in their group who had just been bitten by a zombie that suddenly lunged out. Yang Shuo took a quick step forward and dealt with the zombie that suddenly crawled out. As she's going to mutate, right? Another girl said fearfully. There were more than a dozen people in total, most of them boys, with only 2 or 3 girls. The sudden appearance of Xia Qing brightened their eyes, but their stomachs were still empty and they had no other thoughts. When full, one thinks of lust. Now, being hungry all day, nothing else can be thought of. The hunger is so intense that there isn't even the strength to say a word. The girl knelt on the ground, her face pale as iron, veins bulging on her neck, and her eyes red as if about to mutate. There were wounds on her legs, marks from being scratched and bitten by zombies. Help, child. The hoarse voice forcefully uttered a few words. She felt like she couldn't survive. She had been bitten by a zombie and was about to mutate, but perhaps her child could survive. The skin on the woman's body quickly became dry and shriveled. The infection was mutating very rapidly. Siyu frowned and said coldly, it's about to mutate. Everyone else was frightened by these words and stepped back in fear. The girl who just wanted to help was also scared away far. Mutation? Is she going to be infected by zombies? Before Xia Qing finished speaking, Yang Shuo, holding a knife, said, have a safe journey. Child, the woman said with her last bit of strength. The amniotic fluid flowed loudly and the people around silently watched everything. No one dared to step forward to help. A large hand covered her eyes, but her sharp hearing could still catch the sound of the knife piercing the skin and blood spurting out. Yang Shuo pushed aside the woman's belly, and immediately there was a frail child, unexpectedly with faint breathing. Wow. It was just a slight cry. With a swift strike, the infected pregnant woman's head was also cut off. The people around were no longer afraid when they saw such a scene because these things happened every day and had become normal. Yang Shuo also marveled at the miracle of life, saying he is still alive. But if he doesn't have food, he will die too. The girl just now, Tang Wan, ran over and said, Shuoge, I'll come. Tang Wan took out a not very clean piece of clothing from her backpack and wrapped the dirty little child. The pale child, with lips lacking color, was thin and only a few dozen centimeters tall. A new life, Tang Wan said quietly. Having witnessed too many deaths, but this child survived, and it seemed as if everyone's spirits came back to life along with him. Yang Shuo said, follow the man in front to the sunny base where there will be food. Chapter 40, Intensive Study of Bloody Movies. Xia Qing was unable to see anything because Siyu covered her eyes. His hands are so big. Let's leave here first, Siyu said. They needed to hurry back to the sunny base, otherwise it would get dark, and the night could be dangerous. You don't need to cover my eyes anymore, Xia Qing said with a frown. She knew that this place was a post-apocalyptic world, so she dared to come here, having fully prepared herself mentally. Siyu nervously withdrew his hand, his long eyelashes brushed against his rough palm without blocking his view. Xia Qing realized that her head only reached his shoulders. Siyu is very tall. She is about 1.62 meters, so Siyu must be at least 1.85 meters tall. Her hair smells so nice, with a minty shampoo fragrance. Oh my god. Although Xia Qing had already mentally prepared herself, seeing the blood all over the ground and the bodies mangled and bloody was still shocking. Ugh. Xia Qing turned around and couldn't help but vomit. It was nighttime there. Fortunately, the food she had eaten had already been digested. Siyu lowered his head and asked, are you okay? The reality was too shocking. She took out a bottle of drink from the space and quickly took a few sips. Her face instantly turned pale and her lips lost their color. I'm fine, Xia Qing said stubbornly, but she was a bit too weak to straighten her waist after vomiting. Taking a breath, she smelled the metallic scent of blood in the air and almost vomited again. Feeling a sudden pull, she returned to the space and hurried to the bathroom to vomit. 10 minutes. Suyu said quietly as he watched Xia Qing disappear. Yang Shuo looked at the woman who suddenly appeared and then suddenly disappeared, his curiosity reaching its peak. How did that person just disappear? Am I seeing things because I'm hungry? A certain man blinked uncertainly and said, Let's go, the sunny day base is almost here. Suyu said calmly. Yang Shuo's curiosity was forcibly suppressed. Suyu turned back and cut open the 2 zombie heads on the ground. The action was clean and efficient, taking out 2 crystal beads from inside and placing them into the space. Not a single zombie head was spared. After Xia Qing went back, she still couldn't fall asleep. She turned on the computer and watched Resident Evil, Silent Hill, Alien, A Nightmare on Elm Street again, anything bloody she watched. This time it was really embarrassing. She had just met Suyu and within less than 2 minutes she started vomiting. She remembered that at the time she noticed Suyu's military boots were a bit worn as well as his clothes. She might as well just order a nice set of clothes for Suyu directly online. This is not the apocalypse, so a suit definitely wouldn't work. Instead, she picked out a practical outdoor sports outfit for him. The clothes need to be dirt-resistant and durable, the best and most expensive outdoor sports brand, windproof and rainproof, with clothes, pants, and shoes totaling 50,000 yuan. She really is generous when it comes to spending money on a man. After thinking it over, she bought herself another set of women's clothing from the same brand. It was also inconvenient for her to go over wearing shorts or a skirt. She finished these tasks by morning, surprisingly without sleeping all night. She is also very energetic now, so she went out early in the morning to check the fields. Their vegetable field has already been planted with baby bok choy. Xia Qing, are you still harvesting vegetables? Aunt Sun asked with a smile. Of course I am. But for harvesting vegetables, go talk to my dad. Xia Qing has already handed this matter over to her dad. The more vegetables, the better. The land over there can't produce enough, and seeing those starving people without food, they look miserable. After taking a walk around the vegetable field, she drove to the county warehouse. The previously harvested vegetables and the reserved milk were all stored in the warehouse. Suyu led a group of people to the sunny day base. The people here obviously looked much more energetic and spirited than them. Brother Yu. The vanguard squad guarding the main gate saw Suyu return and all promptly let him through. For these newly arrived survivors, arrange a place for them. Yes, Brother Yu. The man immediately responded. Turning around, he said to the survivors, all of you come with me. On the road. Today I found a gold bar. I also exchanged for an eggplant and a watermelon. Not as lucky as you, but I worked 2 extra hours today and got some processing points too. The people in the base all had hope for life on their faces. The group saw someone holding a watermelon and couldn't help but rush forward to ask for it, but they were immediately held back by the members of the vanguard team. In the sunny base, anyone who snatches food from others will be kicked out of the base. Severe cases will be sentenced to death. Since you are new here, there are 2 ways to obtain food in sunny base. One is to exchange labor for points to redeem food, and the other is to trade valuable items like gold bars for food. Newcomers can get free food for 3 days, after which you have to rely on yourselves. No fighting allowed, no snatching. Minor offenses will result in expulsion from the base. Severe offenses will be punishable by death. Suyu manages the sunny day base very strictly. It can be said to be with an iron fist. It is precisely this that allows for management, enforcement of laws, and establishment of rules. Brother Liang, these are all new survivors. Survivors, please register, stating your profession and skills before the apocalypse, then come here to receive food. The survivors all lined up to register, seeing that the people in front had each received a bottle of water and 2 sweet potatoes. It's water. Clean water, the man said excitedly upon receiving the water. Zhang Liang saw a girl holding a newborn baby in her arms who looked pale and seemed to have been born not long ago. This can is infant formula. You take it and give it to the child to drink. You can take this child to the treatment room to have their condition checked. Tang Wan stared at the can of formula in shock. She actually had little hope left and didn't know if the child could survive. Even though there was food and water, a newborn baby needs to drink milk. She had no milk, but she was unwilling to give up. Tang Wan's eyes reddened as she said, /thank you. Thank you, /. They found hope for life when they came here. It was no longer pitch dark. This time the survivors were assigned to Villa number 6. There are few people now and the houses are still enough to live in. Yang Shuo registered as an evolver and he also received supplies. He learned that it is possible to join the vanguard squad here. So you took the instruments out of the space and specifically found a space to store them. In this area, there is network coverage. He took out the walkie-talkie on the table and called Li Yao. Go and call Yang Shuo the new survivor. Yang Shuo? He's here too. Li Yao said with surprise. Yes. Soon, Yang Shuo was called over. Seeing the equipment in the room, he immediately knew why he was summoned. Yang Shuo checked it over and said, "It works. We can try connecting it. So you can also operate it, but since he often goes out, someone needs to stay here." Yang Shuo and Suyu reassembled it together. An antenna still needs to be installed outside. After more than 2 hours, the assembly was finally completed. Xiu called over Li Yao and the other evolvers through the walkie-talkie. Chapter 41, this time it should be immune, right? Xia Qing always brings him a lot of things, saying it's special care for him. What is this grilled meat bibimbap? Yang Shua was already salivating. Eat up. Brother Yu has all kinds of delicious food, Liu said calmly. Yang Shua swallowed and directly grabbed the bibimbap to shove it into his mouth. Yang Shua ate 3 boxes of bibimbap in one go. He had been hungry for too long. After eating, he wiped his mouth and said solemnly, Brother Yu, from now on I'll follow you. There are now 6 evolved members in our base including you, and that kid is considered a backup. 1 evolved member leads a vanguard squad, forming 6 squads in total. Li Yao is in charge of base security, Zhang Liang is responsible for base material reserves, Wang Chang is tasked with going out to find supplies, Yang Shua, you should get familiar first. The newly evolved veteran Wang Shui is responsible for the construction of the base. Wang Shui nodded. That time when he was bitten by a zombie became a turning point in his life. He became an evolver. Su Yudo, with great power comes great responsibility. Our sunny day base will only get better from now on. He believes that even if the world is shrouded in darkness, he must create a breach and establish a ray of light. I walked all the way from Anya City and originally found a granary, but the rice in the granary fields was all rotten and infested with worms. They had to cook and eat the rotten, blackened rice in order to survive. There were originally more than 200 people, but unexpectedly, nearly more than 100 died after eating that food. Rotten food has a very strong toxicity. Not only that, there is a small base of dozens of survivors in Anya City, and they eat people, Yang Shua said coldly. At that time, he also rescued a few people. The scenes were terrifying to witness. They specifically capture living people, lock them up, treating them like livestock, giving them neither food nor water. Yang Shua said worriedly, those people can no longer be called human. They have guns in their hands and many of them are evolved beings. Anya City is very close to us. Are you worried that they will come to our base? Liao asked with a frown. They have captured all the survivors around, and since they have no food left, they will definitely migrate to the surrounding areas. How many of them are there? You said they have guns? Were they once soldiers too? Only soldiers and special police officers would use firearms. Not soldiers. We soldiers all have our bottom line. Even if we starved to death, we would never do such things. They are people who came out of prison. A zombie crisis infection occurred, and the people in prison were actually safer because the prison is in a remote area and has cells. One of my childhood friends is a prison guard. I fled to Anya City to find him, but he has already been tortured to the point of being unrecognizable and is mentally disoriented. Speaking of this, Yang Shua was already crying uncontrollably. The few seconds he was conscious were enough for him to want to kill himself. His childhood friend's arm and thigh were already gone. They were eaten by those people. In order to free his brother, he personally killed his childhood friend, wishing him liberation. He burned the body himself, making it impossible to leave the corpse to those damn bastards. Those people all deserved to die. At this point, Yang Shua became emotional, his eyes bloodshot. Unfortunately, the other side had many people, all armed with guns. He had been hungry for several days and could only save those few who had not yet been eaten. Everyone listened in silence. Liao said it would be great if we could get our hands on some guns. Guns are hard to come by. Xiu was also very silent, not knowing what he was thinking. At the beginning of the apocalypse, he also had a gun, but the bullets had long been used up. The guns are in the military, but the military bases are all secret. Back in my days, the military was stationed in remote wilderness. The armory isn't that easy to find. Even if those people have guns, they are consumables. After such a long time, it's uncertain whether there are any bullets left. Wang Chang said. After a long pause, Xi said, tomorrow, go to the motorcycle factory in the city and bring back some motorcycles. They won't be allowed to come looking for us. He will personally lead people to eliminate those who deserve to go to hell. With motorcycles, their range of activity will expand. These survivors can't avoid working either. It's best to modify the motorcycles into mountain bikes. The road is so full of potholes that ordinary cars get stuck in them. Xia Qing received the soil test report here. Open the file on WeChat. Everything is marked in red above. It's no wonder that soil can't grow anything. No wonder nothing can be grown over there. Xia Qing directly placed an order online for a soil quality testing instrument to send to Suyu, hoping that they could find land suitable for planting there. Suddenly she had an idea. If she transported the clean and fertile soil from here to another dimension, would it be possible to grow plants? This needed to be tested. So she told Suyu about this idea. Suyu, put this big pot into your world and see if you can grow something. I planted some baby bok choy. Okay. Suyu took out a large flower pot from the space and placed it in his bedroom, along with a watering can specifically for watering. These clothes and shoes are what I bought for you. Suyu looked at the whole set of clean clothes and there was even an electric shaver. He tried them on, and the clothes were very comfortable. Especially this fabric is windproof and waterproof. The key is that the sizes all fit very well. In the next few days, Xia Qing noticed that quite a few crystal beads had appeared in the space. How many zombies has Xia killed these days? She has been watching bloody movies for several days in a row, so she should be immune by now. Anyway, she hasn't gone to Suyu's world these past few days. At 1 a.m., Xia Qing hadn't slept. She entered the space. Suyu? I'm here. What are you doing over there? Can I come over? I'm searching for supplies in the city. Suyu was dissecting the zombie's head when he heard Xia Qing's voice and quickly slipped into a nearby medium-sized shopping mall on the first floor. He had been hunting zombies these past few days, but searching for supplies was also true. He could trade food with Xia Qing, but they also needed to use other things, clothing, and daily necessities. Searching for supplies? Xia Qing perked up at the mention. Was it that kind of self-service in the apocalypse where you could take things freely without spending money? Xia Qing changed her clothes and then entered that gap. Every time she appeared, it was beside Suyu. Does the clothing fit well? However, the amazement in her eyes was still not hidden. That build those long legs. Suyu looked at Xia Qing wearing the same clothes as him, a faint, barely noticeable smile curling at the corner of his mouth. This place is a shopping mall, but because no one has been here for years, spiderwebs have formed everywhere. Just as Suyu told her the first time, these jewelry counters are covered in dust and no one has been attending to them at all. There were quite a few beautiful accessories displayed on the counter, and she picked some to put into the space. No need to pay at all, just take them directly. You go. Wang Chong ran in with people from outside. Just now, after they killed the zombies together, they turned around and couldn't see Suyu anymore. Some team members saw Suyu walking into the mall and followed him as well. Their clothes were stained with blood and dirt, their beards unkempt, and seeing a clean girl next to Suyu seemed completely out of place in this world. Chapter 42 is clearly a couple's outfit. Suyu saw Wang Chang and a few others come in and slightly frowned, though it was hard to notice. Wang Chang looked at the two people clearly wearing matching couple outfits. This is... Where did this girl come from? So clean and bright, several boys couldn't help but stare in amazement. The main thing is that girls nowadays are sallow and thin, their complexions lack any color, their skin is cracked, eye socket sunken, and hair coarse. The girl in front of me was too delicate, with waterfall-like thick hair, and her face showed no fatigue, her bright eyes were full of hope. So he stepped forward to block the view of several men, and his tone grew colder. This is my friend. Declaring ownership right away is also a way to protect her here. No one else dared to look at Xia Qing, even though there were many questions. Wang Chang seemed to have guessed something and was very excited inside. The atmosphere was somewhat tense. Brother Yu, these are the crystal beads we found. Wang Chang broke the awkwardness, holding a bag of crystal beads in his hand. He had kept 2 for himself, enough for him to absorb for several days. So you took the crystal beads and stored them in the space. Does she get dozens of crystal beads in her space every day like this? Xia Qing, with limited time, said, shall we go upstairs to take a look? I'm afraid we don't have much time. The others were a bit stunned. This girl wants to go shopping? Crazy. Shouldn't we be focusing on finding the needed supplies and leaving quickly? In the apocalypse, you wouldn't even know how you died while shopping at the mall, right? So you Dao, come on, I'll take you there. The brothers behind Wang Chang looked completely confused. That girl actually said she wanted to go shopping at the mall? There's no time left. There are quite a few zombies in the mall upstairs, are you crazy? A few people whispered quietly, not knowing where brother Yu found such a dead weight. Wang Chang looked back coldly and said, stop the damn nonsense. Go up and follow brother Yu. Xia Qing faintly heard roaring sounds from the second floor and nervously swallowed. She had seen so many zombie movies in her mind. Grr. As soon as she got to the second floor, a zombie rushed at her. It was daytime, so they moved slowly. Before the zombie could reach Xia Qing, Suyu had already rushed over and swiftly took it down with a knife. Xia Qing's complexion was slightly pale but much better than before, and the stench in the air could still be smelled. Immediately after, several zombies smelled the living and rushed over, but Wang Chang and the others chopped off their heads. The heads rolled on the ground and the blood stuck to the floor. There aren't many valuable things on this floor, mostly clothing. Suyu hadn't finished speaking when Xia Qing disappeared from the spot once again. He glanced at his watch, it hadn't been 10 minutes yet. Looking at the bloodstains all over the ground, maybe it was frightened? Suyu quickly asked through the space, are you okay? I'm fine. I'm not scared, it's just that I can't get used to this smell for the time being. She was immune to bloody movies, but those were real scenes. The zombies themselves emitted a rotten stench, and when their heads were chopped off, green sticky blood sprayed out. That smell was like a combination of fishy and fecal odor. She needs to go back and order a full-face respirator. Wang Chang and the others were shocked. That person suddenly appeared and then suddenly disappeared. Several people opened their mouths slightly, their eyes full of shock, but they all tactfully refrained from asking. They were very curious. Curiosity is tormenting. They only knew that all the food nowadays was provided by Suyu, and if they offended Suyu, there would be no more food. They shouldn't ask what they shouldn't. Suyu coldly ordered, don't talk about today's matter outside. Several people said in unison, got it, got it. They would only be foolish to tell others. Although they wouldn't say it, they were still very curious in their hearts. Various guesses about the girl's identity. Could she have developed some special evolved ability? Invisibility ability? Several people were guessing wildly in their minds, but only Wang Chang vaguely knew something. Wang Chang, Li Yao, Zhang Liang, and a few others were brothers who had been through life and death situations with Suyu back in the day, so naturally they knew more than others. But now they are all evolvers, with physical fitness, strength, and endurance far superior to ordinary people. Except for Suyu who has spatial abilities, none of the others have seen such powers. Xia Qing also got to experience what it feels like to go to the mall without paying today. There are really a lot of things over there. She can collect some items to put in her shop to sell. She bought 2 shops next to the supermarket, where she can sell those ordinary jewelry and some other items. It's practically zero cost. Thinking this way, she hired a renovation company to refurbish the 2 shops they had previously purchased. There aren't many people in the supermarket. There are regular customers every day, and this area has many new homes with a high occupancy rate. In another half-month, it will be the peak tourist season here. Anqing is an ancient city, and the surrounding counties also have cultural relics. Their Han County is famous for flowers and ceramics. Xia Qing took a walk around the supermarket. The cashier on duty in the morning, Wang Qin, warmly greeted her when she saw her coming. Just as Xia Qing left, a young woman came over gossiping. "Isn't that Xia Shu's daughter from our village? You know her too?" "Of course. She's our boss." "Oh, our boss is really great. Overtime comes with extra pay. And double wages on holidays. Work shifts alternate too," Wang Qin said happily. "Being able to get this job with that salary is really quite good. Usually, not many residents here come to buy, most of them just buy vegetables, but now there is only this one big supermarket nearby, so more and more people are coming here to shop. There is a row of self-checkout machines here, each equipped with a camera. Wang Qin is only responsible for manual checkout, so it's not very busy. Recently, Xia Qing hired another stock clerk to handle restocking in the supermarket. This young woman is also from the same village, and when she returned, she told her mother about this matter. "Mom, the new large chain supermarket downstairs in our building is opened by Uncle Xia. Their family is also related to the Xia family. In fact, she is Xia Qing's cousin, as her grandfather and Xia Qing's grandfather are brothers." "How could that be? Can your Uncle Xia really afford to open such a large supermarket?" "Really, I just saw Xia Qing at the supermarket. That cashier was very polite and enthusiastic to her. I asked, and it turns out Xia Qing is the owner. The job is so easy with double pay on holidays, and it's close to our home. She is currently not working and stays at home. Her mother came over to help take care of the child, and her mother-in-law is working outside to pay off debts. Then I'll go back to the hometown and ask Aunt Yang. It really is run by them. I'll talk to her. It's better for you to have a job there, even if it's easy," the old woman said while holding the child. However, she still found it hard to believe that Xia Jixiang's family had opened a supermarket in the county town. They didn't even have a house there. "It's so close, it's convenient for me to take care of the child," the woman said with a smile. "Being able to work here, earn a salary, and take care of the child, all while being nearby." The elderly person thought for a moment, then placed the child on the small sofa and said, "I'll go back and ask around. Since we're relatives, they will definitely help you out." Chapter 43, The Magnificent Kyoto Grand Hotel. Xia Qing had just left the supermarket when she received a call from Zhang Xin, a producer at Tainu Entertainment. "There is a dinner gathering in Kyoto tonight. I hope you can come. Our screenwriter also wants to discuss the plot with you." "Okay." Xia Qing saw the address of the Kyoto Grand Hotel on WeChat. It is a 5-star hotel. She directly bought a high-speed train ticket to Kyoto, arrived in Kyoto at noon, and had a simple meal. In the afternoon, she went to a beauty salon for a facial soothing treatment. Thinking that she would definitely see celebrities at the dinner party in the evening, she simply went to the mall to buy a set of clothes and did a simple styling. At 6 in the evening, she took a taxi to the 5-star hotel. The Kyoto Rosewood Hotel, with its huge crystal chandelier dazzlingly magnificent, and the lobby filled with many precious ornaments. "Hello, do you have a reservation?" the waiter asked politely with a smile. "Mr. Zhang has reserved the Plum Blossom Hall." "All right, please follow me," the waiter said with a smile, leading Xia Qing. The hotel's temperature and humidity are very comfortable, all of which are specially controlled. Suddenly, a surprised female voice called out to her, "Qing Qing Jie." Xia Qing turned around and saw Lin Wan wearing a little dress with delicate makeup, but she recognized her at once. When Auntie took Nguan back to her hometown to play, Nguan always clung to her. "Nguan? This is exactly Lin Wan, the daughter of her aunt. She came to attend this banquet today, and it is not easy for her to play a small role in it. The novel Power Over the World is currently a huge hit, and the film and television adaptations are being made to capitalize on its popularity. This drama has already gained extremely high popularity and attention even before filming has started." "Qing Qing, is it really you? We haven't seen each other for half a year," Lin Wan said with a smile. "Yeah. Lin Wan, what are you still dawdling here for? Hurry up and go. Do you know how much effort it took to bring you here?" the manager said with a frown. Lin Wan's conditions were good, and there were investors backing the project. She was only brought here to show her face and to serve as the female lead's maid. "Sister, I'll go up first. I'll treat you to a meal when I'm done," Lin Wan said quickly, knowing how important this opportunity was, and hurriedly followed the manager. You should think about why you came here. Can you be late for this kind of occasion? And you're chatting with that so-called friend of yours, the manager frowned and said. That's my cousin. Didn't your cousin go back to the village? What is she doing at this five-star hotel? Lin Wan's family situation was well known to her. This was a basic quality of a manager. That's true. Lin Wan didn't know either. Her cousin's financial situation wasn't good during college, so how could she afford a five-star hotel? Forget it, don't worry about it. Today, Ying Bao, Zhou Lingyi, and the others will all be here. The director, producer, and screenwriter will also be present. Just obediently follow me closely later. Originally, your maid wouldn't have needed to come to this occasion today, but because she has quite a few scenes beside the female lead, including a crucial one. I also fought for you to be here. You should get along well with Ying Bao. The maid scenes inevitably involve contact with Ying Bao. I understand, I will definitely act well, Lin Wan said. The manager nodded. She took this newcomer under her wing because she saw Lin Wan as a promising talent. The agent took Lin Wan upstairs and found the private room called Plum Blossom Hall. This is a large hall that can accommodate 3 tables in a big private room. At this moment, in the private room, the producer and the director had almost all arrived except for the male and female leads. The producer and director were sitting at the main table while the remaining supporting actors sat at the side table. A few people were chatting enthusiastically. Lin Wan's agent not only brought him along but also managed the supporting male actors, so this time they were able to tag along with Lin Wan. Generally, when writing scripts for films and TV dramas, the crew members, actors, and main creative personnel have already been determined. The novel's plot structure is very good, and there are no scenes that fail to pass censorship, so the approval was very quick. What is needed is efficiency. Today everyone will gather together, and tomorrow we will officially start the group. Xia Qing called Zhang Xin. It's not very good for her to suddenly rush in like this, especially since she doesn't know the others yet. Are you the one who stir-fries the chili? Zhang Xin subtly sized up Xia Qing. The girl in front of him had a good figure, fair skin, and especially bright eyes. Although she wasn't a great beauty, she was still recognizable. Even if you enter the entertainment industry with good looks, without distinctiveness you will blend into the crowd. Minor fame relies on body figure, major fame relies on fate. Yes, I am. Zhang Xin still values Xia Qing a lot. Their company has consecutively acquired 2 of her copyrights. To avoid conflicts, the 2 projects were filmed separately. It's not difficult to shoot now. The most important thing is to have a good script. Some popular novels can also be adapted, but there are many restrictions, and in the end, what gets approved ends up being a mix of everything. Go. Zhang Xin smiled and led Xia Qing into the private room, then directly walked towards the main table. Lin Wan, who was sitting at the side table, and the agent were both stunned. Isn't that your cousin? Why is she with the producer? Lin Wan shook her head. How could she know? She was already so shocked that she couldn't speak. The producer's girlfriend? The agent guessed wildly. Even if she was the girlfriend, there was no way she would be brought to such an occasion. Let me introduce everyone. This is Chao Lajiao, the author of Power Over the World, and the first imperial daughter. Zhang Xin smiled as he introduced him to everyone. Boom! Lin Wan's shocked pupils dilated, and the agent beside her was also stunned. Lin Wan, your cousin is Chao Lajiao. Why didn't you say so earlier? The agent frowned, knowing that if this relationship had been known, she wouldn't have had to go through so much trouble to get Lin Wan here. This is Chao Lajiao. This person has been extremely popular recently, with nearly 5 million new followers on Weibo in just 1 month. Xia Qing nodded slightly, looked around in a circle, but did not see Ying Bao and Zhou Lingyi. She saw the second male lead Wang Xingqing and the supporting actress Yang Shan. Ying Bao and Lingyi's flight was delayed today, so they will go straight to the set to shoot tomorrow, Zhang Xin said. Both of them are top-tier celebrities, so no one minds a slight delay. Xia Qing felt a bit regretful for not seeing the 2 top-tier celebrities. In the evening, everyone was having dinner, but Xia Qing was also entangled by the screenwriter and couldn't get away, constantly discussing questions about the book. After all, acting means portraying the characters from the novel and making them concrete. If you have scripts in the future, you can give them directly to me, and the copyright fees will be paid straight to you, Zhang Xin said with a smile. I actually have a modern tragic romance novel. I originally planned to publish it as a novel. You can read a few chapters. Xia Qing didn't waste any words and directly took out her phone to show Zhang Xin. The screenwriter beside them also started watching. This emotional tug-of-war is so intense. Is it just these few chapters? What about the rest? Zhang Xin said, already hooked. Chapter 44, bringing a baseball bat isn't too much, right? The screenwriter also took out his phone to read a few chapters and was instantly hooked by the plot. Are there more chapters? It's so frustrating to stop halfway. This script will definitely be a hit when filmed. The female lead is a police officer with a suspenseful and tragic romance theme. You write this script. Once you're done, I'll buy it outright. Zhang Xin decided immediately. It's really hard to find a good script. When you find one, you buy the rights right away. Okay. Xia Qing nodded with a smile. Hello, I'm Wang Xingqing, playing the male supporting role in your book. Wang Xingqing is a sunny young man. Xia Qing had also seen his elegant look in historical costume. The two clinked glasses amicably. It must be said that male stars in the entertainment industry, even supporting actors, are very handsome. At least their physiques are top-notch. Xia Qing inexplicably thought of Suyu's distinct facial features and strong waist. His aura was incomparable to ordinary people. The female antagonist you wrote is really so unique. I really love her, Yang Shan said. For her, this was quite a challenge. This female antagonist isn't simply evil. She became this way due to injustices she faced since childhood. Overall, it's a role that really tests acting skills. I really love your novels, including The First Imperial Daughter. They're so good. Yang Shan had a very pleasant chat with Xia Qing, and they even added each other on WeChat. The dinner party ended at 11 p.m. Xia Qing planned to stay overnight in Kyoto and booked a hotel there. Cousin, I really didn't expect you to be a hot scriptwriter, Lin Wan said in surprise. She always remembered her cousin studied painting, never expecting her novels to be so popular. I didn't expect you to be an actress now either. She remembered Lin Wan loved playing house as a child. I just signed a contract. This is my first official acting role, Lin Wan said. They chatted for a while and arranged to have lunch the next day. They were to start filming the next day. After Xia Qing left, the agent pulled Lin Wan aside and said, "Why didn't you mention your role to your cousin? My cousin isn't the screenwriter, she can't add to my role. Keep a good relationship with your cousin. I heard another drama, The First Imperial Daughter, was also bought by your cousin's entertainment company. Zhang Xin just said your cousin has a modern drama script that's also very good. Maybe your sister is the screenwriter. I'll try to get you a role, maybe they can increase your screen time," the agent said with a smile. Lin Wan frowned slightly. When she arrived, she saw her cousin greet everyone with an arrogant look, as if looking down on everyone. Now she was being told to keep a good relationship with her cousin. The entertainment industry is all about interests. The next day, Xia Qing and Lin Wan had lunch together. In the afternoon, they were to officially start filming in Hengqin. She was also thinking about this. She has scripts and money, so she doesn't necessarily have to sell her scripts to make money. She could directly invest in filming her own scripts. Starting an entertainment company isn't impossible either. Xia Qing had already made a plan in her mind. Since she now has unique advantages, she will use the money from another dimension to build her business empire. She will also enjoy the luxurious life that wealthy women do. In the afternoon, Xia Qing took the high-speed train home. There were 2 extra boxes of gift milk at home. Someone must have sent them because they wouldn't buy gift boxes themselves. "Qing, your second aunt came to see me this morning. I don't know how she found out you opened a supermarket in the county town, but she wants your cousin to work there." "That cousin, huh? Living in a village means everyone is related somehow. Xia Feng, she got married a few years ago and lives very close to the supermarket you run," Yang Xia said with a frown. "Maybe your dad was picking vegetables recently and accidentally let it slip. The downside of living in a village is that if something happens in any family, everyone finds out. Unlike in big cities, where even neighbors who have lived next door for years don't really know each other. This is nothing. Your eldest uncle's family also knows we run a supermarket in the county town and wants to get a job there." Yang Xia was very worried. Running a supermarket pays 2,000 to 3,000 yuan a month, which is better than farming wages. And it's in the county town, so taking occasional breaks won't affect watering the crops, and it's convenient to take a few days off during harvest. The supermarket doesn't need more staff now. There are 2 other shops nearby that are being renovated. I plan to open a clothing store and a ceramic store and then have them come work there. The salary last month was 2,500 yuan, plus commission, with days off and double pay on holidays. "Opening 2 more shops?" Yang Xia asked. "Yes. Let's open them." She planned to go to another dimension tonight to stock up. The other day, she saw a ceramics shop in a rundown mall and the styles were very nice. She planned to buy all the shops in that row and would buy them tomorrow. At night, Xia Qing scanned that novel into a folder on her laptop, planning to send it to Zhang Xin after some time. She thought if he wanted to acquire the script, she would invest, and then discuss with Zhang Xin after he had filmed most of the TV drama. After taking a shower, Xia Qing ate a few pieces of red velvet cake she bought from the city and watched a horror movie. At 1 a.m., she changed clothes and entered the space again. "Suyu." No response from Suyu in the space. She frowned slightly, wondering if he hadn't heard her. The next second, before she could react, she was sucked into a space rift. This time she was holding a steel baseball bat, which she had specially bought for self-defense. Every time she entered, she might encounter zombies, so buying a baseball bat for protection wasn't too much. A flash of light, Xia Qing appeared in a room and looked around. This was the place in the first dimension she had entered Suyu's room. She turned her head and saw Suyu shirtless on top, wearing only black windproof pants on the bottom, with a red bloodstain on his shoulder. His sexy, well-defined 8-pack abs and obvious, alluring V-line were exposed, with smooth lines and not a bit of fat. His skin was wheat-colored, and every muscle on his shoulder showed strength. Xia Qing's eyes widened, her mouth slightly open, seemingly stunned by the scene before her, swallowing nervously. Suyu was just treating his wound and froze when he suddenly saw Xia Qing. Xia Qing's eyelashes fluttered as she said, "Your shoulder is injured." "Yeah, a minor injury." A flicker appeared in Suyu's eyes, and his expression was somewhat awkward. Chapter 45 Too Many Good Things. Where is this place? This is the safe base I built. There's an underground warehouse below. Do you want to take a look? Suyu had already put on his clothes, an ordinary black t-shirt that looked like it was made for a model on him. Suyu's body proportions were perfect, much better than the celebrities she had seen. Most celebrities focused on looking good on camera, but were relatively thin in reality. Suyu's physique clearly showed strength and security, but he looked slim when dressed. Taking off his clothes revealed impressive muscles. Okay, let's go take a look. Xia Qing's cheeks flushed slightly, feeling a bit unnatural. Suyu led Xia Qing downstairs to the warehouse. They were on the third floor. The second and first floors were where the Evolved lived. Just as they reached the first floor, they ran into Li Yao's wife, Tian Rui, who was busy with the child. The families of the Evolved also lived in this building. The women were responsible for household cleaning and daily cooking. Brother Yu. Tian Rui smiled. With fresh food, their complexions had improved a lot. Tian Rui was surprised to see the girl suddenly appear beside Brother Yu. Such a healthy-looking girl seemed out of place in this world. We're going to the basement. This villa used to be Tian Rui's home, so she was very familiar with it. Brother Yu, I'll take you there. Tian Rui quickly said. She knew the value of the items in the basement safe. Suyu thought for a moment and agreed. Mom. A 2-year-old boy ran over to Tian Rui, dirty and skinny. To Xia Qing, he looked about 1 year old at best. Such a skinny child. Xia Qing felt a bit sorry, unable to bear seeing such pitiful children. So she took out several boxes of cheese sticks she had just bought from her space, originally meant for Suyu. She directly handed a bag of cheese sticks to the child. Facing the poor child, she gently said, Sister gives you this to eat, okay? This. Tian Rui saw the item Xia Qing pulled out of thin air, then looked at Suyu, who nodded. Only then did she excitedly take it and quickly say, Thank you. Thank you. This girl in front of her was definitely extraordinary. The dates on these were all fresh and they didn't even know the place of production. Tian Rui hurriedly put the items away and then led Suyu and Xia Qing to the basement. There were many stored items here, not only from Tian Rui's family but also from many people who came to exchange and store things. Tian Rui directly opened a safe and took out a box, saying, Here is an auction-grade pink diamond. My dad spent tens of millions to buy it back then. Xia Qing took it and saw that this pink diamond was larger than any she had seen before, and its color was also very beautiful. Really beautiful. In her world, this pink diamond would probably be worth hundreds of millions. This painting is a traditional Chinese painting by Master Zhen. Master Zhen. He is a national painting master here, very famous internationally. His paintings are highly valued, and each one has a starting auction price. Xia Qing also studied painting. This painting was indeed very well done with profound depth. I want this one. She wanted to take it back to copy. Suyu said, All of this is prepared for you. This box contains pearls, South Sea white pearls. This one has cold white pearls, South Sea golden pearls, and cold blue pearls. This box contains rare conch pearls, top quality in color, each round and full. This one is a blue diamond, the Oppenheimer blue diamond, which my mother bought for over 50 million back then. Tian Rui could accurately explain every luxury item here. Although her complexion was yellowish and she was somewhat thin, her aura was still evident. She must have been a wealthy young lady in the past. Hearing her words, Xia Qing knew that most of the items here belonged to her family. This was left to you by your mother, it wouldn't be appropriate for me to take it, Xia Qing said in a low voice. She could take those ownerless items outside, but this blue diamond was bought by her mother. No need. Yuga said all these belong to you, so they are yours. These mean nothing to me. When I was starving, they couldn't fill me up. When my child was sick, they couldn't cure him. To me, the bag of cheese sticks you gave me is more precious than all of these. When a person is hungry, everything else is meaningless. Then I'll leave this blue sapphire to you. This is enough for me. Xia Qing said. Thank you, Tian Rui said with red eyes. That blue sapphire was bought by her mother, originally intended as a gift for her. After the apocalypse, her parents turned into zombies. These are antiques. My father loved collecting these. This is a white jade dough, a Shang Dynasty dough-shaped wine vessel, bought for 1.2 million. This is a white jade snuff bottle, made from high-value jade, also collected for over 1 million. Tian Rui truly was a former wealthy young lady. She could identify these precious items. Xia Qing saw an item on the table resembling a makeup box with very simple patterns. There is a meteorite inside. My father bought it for collection, but later said meteorites might have radiation, so this item was sealed in this iron box. Xia Qing was very interested in this item, feeling that what was inside attracted her. She stored the item in her space. The contents emitted a blue light and instantly merged into the space. There were still dozens of gold bars and many gold jewelry pieces left. This was too much. Can I go to the mall we visited last time? There is a ceramic shop there. She planned to take everything there and sell it in her store. You want ceramics? Tian Rui asked. Yes. There is a ceramic factory in our city specializing in porcelain. This city is famous for porcelain. That factory is my family's. Tian Rui said their family once made a fortune from porcelain and their porcelain was exquisite. Xia Qing exclaimed happily, That's great. Suyu said, I'll take you there. So you frown slightly with concern. How long can you stay this time? I haven't tried before. How about I tour your base today, check the time, and go tomorrow? Okay. Calculating the time, Siyu would drive directly to the ceramic factory tomorrow and call Xia Qing out when he arrived. Listening to the conversation between Suyu and Xia Qing, Tian Rui seemed to understand something, looking at Xia Qing with excitement. This was the woman who gave them food. To them, she was a benefactor. Siyu walked with Xia Qing around the base. People in the base were shocked to see a girl beside Suyu. Who is that girl? She's actually next to Yugu. No woman had approached Suyu before. Previously, a few reckless women tried to get close but were thrown out by Suyu. Anyone who steps forward again will be kicked out of the base. This is how such situations were prevented afterward. I don't know, that girl looks so clean, not a bit malnourished. Chapter 46. Meeting little Luck. Xia Qing saw that the surrounding walls had already been built, and not only that, surveillance cameras had been installed. Drones were still circling in the sky. With the walls, they could protect their safety and no longer live in constant fear. Xi said, these were all sent by you. Yes. They passed by the square where several children were playing, the oldest no more than 6 years old, the youngest about 3. Why do these kids have so little hair? Xia Qing frowned. Some of the children were even bald. They previously had insufficient nutrition, eating tree bark, leaves, even soil, which all contained toxic substances. These children had relatively good resistance because those with weaker immunity had died early. Xia Qing looked at Suyu's still thick hair. If Suyu were bald, he would shave his head like a monk. Imagining that gave him a bit of an ascetic monk vibe. I'll give them some cheese sticks. A little girl ran over, holding a cloth doll that had become dirty but was still very precious to her. Mommy Qing Tian. You are my Mommy Qing Tian, right? The little girl looked up with big eyes, full of hope as she looked at Xia Qing. In her few memories, her mother had thick hair and a gentle appearance. Xia Qing found her somewhat familiar, like the little girl Suyu had taken a photo of before. Are you Little Luck? That name was given by her. Yes, yes. The little girl nodded excitedly at Xia Qing. Xia Qing looked into her clear eyes and affectionately patted her head, accidentally pulling out a lock of her hair. I didn't mean to, Xia Qing said awkwardly. The little girl didn't mind at all and said, it's okay, it's all fallen out. If it's all gone, no need to waste water washing it. Water resources were precious too. Xia Qing took out cheese sticks from her space and apologized. Here, this is for you. Wow, thank you, Mommy Qing Tian. Little Luck happily smiled, holding a big bag of cheese sticks. Several other children also looked on eagerly but didn't dare to come forward. Xia Qing looked at these poor children and said, kids, come here. 7 or 8 children's eyes lit up and they hurried over. Xia Qing took out a box of cheese sticks from her space and gave each child a big bag. Some children were timid and ran away after taking the food, but 2 sweet-talking kids said, thank you, pretty sister. The children happily ran off with their cheese sticks. Little Luck didn't run away but stood in place watching Xia Qing. Xia Qing picked up Little Luck. She was so light, probably only about 20 pounds. The child smelled unpleasant, looking like she hadn't bathed for a long time. Wouldn't long-term lack of bathing cause lice? I'll buy you a water filter next time to try. Even if filtered water wasn't drinkable, it could still be used for bathing. They would wait for rain and store rainwater, as only rainwater was still clean. Okay. Besides the children, everyone in the base was busy, some repairing the walls, cleaning up trash, building houses. Others went out of the base to look for supplies and upon returning, they checked for wounds. Today's harvest was good. I found a whole bag of jewelry. I can use it to exchange for a watermelon, I'm so craving it. I want to exchange for 2 potatoes. Several people were holding quite a few things as they walked into the base, and when they saw Suyu, they instinctively stepped aside. 2 people looked curiously at Xia Qing. They had moved here and the environment had improved a bit. Before, in that shack, the hygiene was very poor. They were all looking for gold and silver treasures for her. She was now an invisible wealthy person. Almost this time Xia Qing stayed for about 20 minutes before going back. Longer than last time. I'm going to the ceramics factory tomorrow. When I get there, I'll call you in the space. Okay. Xia Qing was in a fairly good mood. She planned to buy some filters there the next day, and she would also buy bottled water for Suyu every day. The next day, she first went to the county town and bought a row of shops, then in the afternoon went to the Kyoto Bank to sell more than 10 gold bars, and then went to the antique shop to sell 2 antiques. This antique is definitely old, but the dynasty seems to be Tang. Yet it also looks a bit like Han. He was unsure for a moment. This white jade cup, I need to find someone else to appraise it. It will take some time. Okay. Xia Qing was not in a hurry. After all, when selling things, the higher the price, the better. Soon, 2 dusty professors arrived, both holding magnifying glasses and intensely discussing the white jade cup. Most are green jade cups, but this one is a rare white jade cup. Actually, the green jade cup is just a teacup, but this white jade cup was too exquisite. This must be a white jade cup from the Western Han period, with a bluish-white color entirely carved from jade. This cup combines jade and dragon motifs. The Big Dipper on the jade clothing transforms into a blue dragon. In the Han dynasty, the Big Dipper was represented in a bamboo shape. The 2 professors immediately identified the dynasty upon arrival. They were both in the antique group and rushed over whenever there was information. May I ask where you found this? This is an heirloom from my family, Xia Qing said casually. I offer 5 million. The professor with glasses immediately bid. This is a Han Dynasty white jade cup. Last time, a green jade cup auction from abroad was also 7 million. This white jade cup will be worth much more, Professor Zhang said with a frown. The value will only be higher. I suggest you auction it here. Professor Zhang continued. After all, auction prices are definitely higher than direct sales. The professor who just offered 5 million looked a bit unhappy. He originally wanted to pick up a bargain, but obviously, Professor Zhang was very knowledgeable. The value of this collection was still very high. At least, there were no white jade cups on the market from recent excavations. Then I'll put it up for auction here, Xia Qing said. Professor Liang looked extremely unhappy. If this auction went on, he didn't know how much more expensive it would get if he wanted to buy it. Old Liang, we need trust in appraisal, right? Professor Liang's mouth twitched. If Zhang Guodong hadn't come, he would definitely have picked up a bargain. He could have made a few million by flipping it. I'm not as rich as you. Old Liang was both angry and anxious, but he had no temper against Zhang Guodong. Xia Qing signed the agreement and put the item up for auction here. The place would charge a 2% handling fee, and the auction proceeds would be transferred to her bank card. Hello, Professor Zhang, can I add you on WeChat? Xia Qing smiled and said. She felt this professor was very honest. If he hadn't spoken up just now, she might have sold it directly for just over 5 million. Okay. I have another item at home I'd like you to take a look at. Sure. Professor Zhang smiled happily. As long as he could see these old items and appreciate them, even if he didn't buy them, he liked them very much. Xia Qing took a small pot out of her backpack, and Professor Zhang immediately took a liking to it. He put on white gloves right away, his expression turning serious as he began to examine it. This is a reverse flow pot. It has a spout and a bottom. When water is poured into the bottom's plum blossom holes, no water comes out of the spout. When the pot is placed upright, no water leaks out. But when the pot is tilted, water flows out from the spout. This kind of reverse flow pot originated in the spring and autumn period, was popular during the Tang and Song dynasties, and was perfected in the Ming and Qing dynasties. The base color and glaze of this pot are very vivid. It is an item from the Tang dynasty. I really like your reverse flow pot. They are quite rare in our country. Only one pair from the Ming dynasty has been unearthed and auctioned for 12 million. I truly like yours. If you auction it, the price would be between 8 million and 10 million. If you sell it to me, I will give you 10 million and you won't have to pay the 2% fee. Chapter 47. Bought a whole street of shops. Are all these professors so rich? They can casually come up with 10 million? These professors who deal with antiques also have their own businesses and have collected many items before. All right. Then I'll sell it to you. Great. Professor Zhang was very happy. The two exchanged money and goods smoothly. This is my business card. Professor Zhang smiled and gave Xia Qing a card. He was actually a famous collector in China and also the vice chairman of the Huashua group. Now even the chairman is coming out to collect antiques? Actually, they usually don't come unless they encounter some truly valuable antiques or things they like to authenticate. Professor Zhang is also a collector who loves antiques. He took the reverse flow pot and quickly bought a box worth hundreds of thousands to store it. Seeing Xia Qing take it out with a backpack, he felt very protective, afraid it might get bumped or scratched. If antiques get even a little damaged, their collectible value decreases. Xia Qing had a lot more money in hand, and then ordered 2 boxes of water purifiers to be placed in the space. Su Yu's side received the water purifiers and began installing and using them. The tap water in the pipes was now turbid and even contained viruses and bacteria. Li Yao said, Brother Yu, the water from the purifier is a bit cleaner, but it can't filter out the viruses and bacteria. Boil the water from the purifier before drinking. With the water purifier, the water quality improved a lot, so everyone could take showers. Otherwise, with severe water pollution, not to mention drinking, even showering with that dirty water could infect the skin and cause serious skin diseases or death. Siyu said, install these water purifiers in residential areas for residents to use for bathing. Put these 2 in our villa area. All right, great. We can finally take showers today. It had been a long time since they last bathed. Siyu was fine, he had plenty of water. Xia Qing always gave her special care, not only water but also shampoo. Assign someone to watch over the shower water purifiers. Each person can use it once every 7 days. Okay. I'll have the Vanguard team watch over them. There are many tasks now and the Vanguard team is short on members. Liao frowned. They urgently needed to select people. There were many things to do and nothing could be neglected. Select a batch of strong fighters to join the Vanguard team, Siyu said. The strong prevail. This must be done in their base as well. Men and women both can join as long as they are capable. Siyu added a sentence. The signal network has been restored, and the signal from Sunny Day base has been released. Recently we have received 2 waves of information. Survivors are heading towards our base, Yang Shua said. With the addition of survivors, our Sunny Day base will grow stronger. But there will also be friction among the new arrivals, so strict management is necessary, Siyu said calmly. Everyone nodded. The dozen or so survivors Yang Shua brought earlier had conflicts at first, but they were all resolved. However, the signals they received next indicated that about 100 survivors would arrive in about 5 days. There would be friction then as well. In short, food is not given for free. Anyone who causes trouble will be dealt with by any means necessary, Xia said coldly. In the apocalypse, being soft-hearted only causes trouble. He wanted to build a home that would uphold the last order of humanity. Understood. Several people responded in unison. They were all soldiers and knew that in the apocalypse, moral constraints don't hold people back. Only iron-fisted measures can establish order. The girl who appeared today is called Xia Qing. From now on, you must protect her well whenever she appears. They exchanged glances, seemingly understanding something, and solemnly said, "We will protect her with our lives." Xia Qing, Sunny Day based the connection between these two was obvious to everyone. In the following days, Xia Qing was busy with her shops. Several shops were being renovated one after another. She opened a ceramics shop, a regular jewelry shop, and those otherworldly clothes. Xia Qing single-handedly boosted the economy of this street. Yesterday she had already gone to the otherworldly ceramics factory and collected many ceramic items. Today they were all stored in the warehouse and were being loaded onto trucks to be transported to the shops. "Uncle, just display these ceramics here. This is the cash register and the prices are all marked. This ceramic bowl costs over 200? That's too expensive. No one will buy it," Uncle frowned. "Selling at such high prices in a county town, not a big city. Uncle, just sell them at the prices I marked. If she sold these in a mall in the capital, they would easily fetch 1 or 2,000. That's too expensive. No one will buy it." "Qing, you'll lose money selling like this," Uncle said. Xia Qing frowned slightly. This was why she didn't want to hire people she knew, especially family, because they tend to interfere with your decisions. "Uncle, just leave it to me and sell as I say." Uncle looked a bit unhappy but nodded, still worried. This was too much of a loss. Xia Qing hired a young man and said, "You and my uncle take turns working from 8 a.m. to 2 p.m. and from 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. "Okay." The newly hired kid was very obedient and remembered everything Xia Qing said. "None of these are discounted, no bargaining. Remember, for items here you can give a 10% discount," Xia Qing said. "Got it." The ceramics shop was all set. Next door was the art shop she opened. She also hired 2 girls, one of whom was Xiafang. "None of these paintings are discounted. Here's my requirement. I'll give you a Douyin account and you must live stream for 2 hours every day." "Okay. Qing, we're family. I don't know how to live stream. Let Xiaolan handle it." Xiaolan frowned slightly. Who doesn't know how to use Douyin these days? "Fine, Xiaolan, you live stream 2 hours every day. For every painting sold online, I'll give you a 100 yuan commission," Xia Qing said. Hearing this, Xiaolan's face lit up with joy and said okay. Xiafang didn't really care, thinking that live streaming to sell paintings wouldn't make much money. But the commission was pretty good. 100 yuan commission per painting. She was a bit tempted. Selling 10 paintings a day would mean 1,000 yuan commission daily. Qing, I can do live streaming too." Thinking of this, Xiafang quickly said, willing to live stream if there was a commission. Xia Qing gave her a cold look and said, "1 person is enough for live streaming." Xiafang frowned slightly, thinking that since the 2 families were relatives, why wouldn't they help her? Chapter 48, Building A. "Commercial Street, aren't you the one who can't do it?" Xia Qing shut her down with one sentence. She had just said she couldn't live stream. Xiafang looked displeased, thinking that even if she did live stream, she wouldn't sell much. These paintings were so expensive. Who would buy them? Several stores were equipped with 360-degree surveillance cameras, 3 installed at once, plus a wireless one that could record for a while even during a power outage. Both stores opened simultaneously, and the live streams for both were ongoing, with accounts named Sunny Day Art Store and Ceramic Store. The paintings in the art store were collected from the post-apocalyptic world, and some were her own copies. The art store also sold some cultural and creative stationery and dried flowers. There were also 2 paintings by an old man from the post-apocalyptic world and a middle-aged man who could write. Xia Qing provided them with paper, ink, brushes, and inkstones. They painted traditional Chinese paintings and wrote calligraphy, especially for Suyu. Painting and calligraphy could earn points to exchange for food, which was much easier than hard labor. The stores gradually got on track, and Xia Qing spent money on doing live streaming to attract traffic. "Sister Qing, Zhou Lingyi is so handsome." The chosen one, Xia Yan. Lin Wan sent a message with a photo. In the photo, Zhou Lingyi stood tall, wearing a plain long robe fluttering in the wind, outlining his slender figure. His brows revealed an extraordinary aura, with sword-like eyebrows slanting into his temples. No wonder he was a top ancient costume star. This look was indeed very handsome. Xia Qing thought of Suyu. If he wore ancient costume, he would definitely be a commanding general or a war god prince who exuded authority without anger. "I recently wrote a new script and want to invest myself. How about you play the female lead?" Of course, she was willing to support her close little sister. The WeChat screen filled with shocked emojis. "Sister Qing, are you serious?" "Of course I am. I still need to discuss with your producer. How long will the filming take?" "This drama will probably be shot in 2 parts. The first part will take about a month." The pace of filming TV dramas was very fast now. Okay, I'll contact the producer to check the script. You have to act well. I'm learning from Ying Bao. She's really great. Unlike Wang Xinjia, who is just a third female. Letten acts like a diva. We had a scene today and she slapped me 3 times. My face is swollen, Lin Wan said aggrievedly. Most slaps were fake, but Wang Xinjia's acting was poor, and her fake slaps were not convincing, so they had to be real. Xia Qing comforted her a bit, saying that it was normal to be bullied when just starting out unless you had backing. Xia Qing used to work 996 and was treated like a workhorse, no holidays during National Day. Now that she had money when others worked on holidays, they got double pay or time off. For the next drama, Big Sister will be your investor. Xia Qing said dominantly. Thank you, Big Boss Sister. Lin Wan sent a sticker. Lin Wan was resting in her room, very happy. What's making you so happy? The agent asked. She had been slapped several times that afternoon and it looked painful. Lin Wan had gritted her teeth to endure it. My sister said she wants to invest in her next script and have me play the female lead. Sister Jiang, you will agree, right? Your sister is investing? Do you know how much it costs to invest in a drama? Even an ordinary school drama costs several million. Several million is just a small production. My cousin's script must be super good. I'm willing to do a small production. Sister Jiang, just let me go. Lin Wan pleaded. Last year's hit low-budget costume drama had investments of over 100 million. She really didn't believe a novelist could have that much money to invest in a new drama. Even a modern drama would cost tens of millions, right? Sister Jiang didn't really want Lin Wan to go, saying it would be a waste of time. We'll talk about it later. Lin Wan thought to herself that she wanted to go. Whether Sister Jiang agreed or not, she would go. Even if her cousin's production was small, the script must be good. Being the female lead in a small production was better than being a maid in a big production. Xia Qing's several shops were all finely decorated and only needed slight renovations. She thought the jewelry store should also open, and a gold shop was opening next door. There would also be a milk tea shop, but that would need to be a chain. Everything else could be stocked from another dimension. Xia Qing named this street Sunny Street. These days Xia Qing was quite busy going to the commercial street during the day and recruiting people. The jewelry and gold shops needed to hire reliable people, especially the gold shop. She also wanted to renovate the street a bit and set up live streaming to attract traffic. This area was also very close to the ancient city tourist spot. Later, she planned to build some ancient buildings to use as a filming base. She remembered that Siyu had a construction engineer who drew beautiful plans and wanted to ask him to draw an ancient city in another dimension. That scenery would definitely be attractive for filming and could be developed into a filming location. All of this required money. The weather had started to get hot recently, and their family had all turned on the air conditioning. Grandma Xia was supposed to go live at her place. Early in the morning, she packed her things and came over by herself without waiting for anyone to pick her up. The broken and unused items at home had all been replaced with new ones. The old worn-out sofa was replaced with a soft and comfortable leather sofa. There was even a sweeping robot cleaning the floor back and forth. Tian Kaihua also came along. As soon as she entered, she looked around, seeing the brand new furniture and the refreshed environment, feeling an indescribable envy. She had already worked up a sweat walking over, but the cool air inside the house instantly made her feel comfortable. Second brother, I heard Qingqing opened a supermarket in the county town and several shops are hiring. Do you think I can go? Tian Kaihua smiled. Xia Qing's cousins had all gone. She should be able to go too. The salary was good and they were all relatives, so it would be convenient to take leave when needed. Qingqing has already filled all the positions. Besides, don't you have to pick up and drop off the kids? Do you still have time to work? Yang Xia frowned slightly. I'm just hoping family can help each other. I can take leave to pick up the kids without affecting work. Then auntie should take good care of the kids. I've already finished recruiting and signed the contracts. Xia Qing came downstairs smiling. Tian Saihua's face looked a bit unpleasant. Yang Xia's family, the cousins could work, but she couldn't. Qingqing, I'm not saying this to criticize you, but your aunt is family. If you don't hire your own family and hire outsiders instead, what does that mean? Outsiders won't be as dedicated as family. Grandma Xia frowned. But I've already signed the contract. Breaking it means paying double the penalty. I can't lose money, right? The investment is already huge. Xia Qing said helplessly. Besides, auntie, my dad always buys vegetables from uncle's family first, and the purchase price is a few cents higher than others. Hearing this, Tian Kaihua looked a bit embarrassed. Then think of your auntie for any future jobs. Tian Kaihua still shamelessly said, Mom, I'll come to pick you up next month. Old Lady Xia trembled all over. He really didn't want to go to his eldest son's house. Tian Kaihua left Xia Jixiang's home and saw a small car parked outside. She heard that this brand of car costs over 200,000 yuan. Yang Xia said that writing novels earns a lot of money. What kind of novels can make so much money? Xia Lei, your cousin, writes novels and earns quite a bit. You've graduated from university and even got into graduate school. Isn't your literature better than hers? You should write too. Tian Kaihua sent a message to her son. Chapter 49, blocked outside by the space, the crack shrinks. Soon Tian Kaihua received a reply. I'm busy preparing for graduate school exams, no time. Is Xia Qing really making money? This car was just bought. There's even a supermarket opened in the county town. Tian Kaiwa sent him a video of the car. Xia Lei saw it was a Baoma, a car worth over 200,000 yuan. Once he gets his driver's license, he'll go back to borrow the car. Wang Kaiwa sent a bunch more messages saying people can earn so much writing novels. You can too. As a graduate student, you must write better than her. You can make money too. They were all children supported through university. Tian Kaiwa didn't think her son was any worse. After that, Xia Lei stopped replying and didn't answer voice calls. Over there, Xia Lei knew Xia Qing was really making quite a bit of money, so he sent her a message. Xia Qing, lend me 5,000 for an emergency. Xia Lei had borrowed money from her before and never paid it back. Pay back the 3,000 you owe me first. Are you really that stingy? You now run a supermarket and a store and you make quite a bit writing novels. Can't you lend me 5,000 for an emergency? No. Xia Qing refused. She still remembered when Xia Lei said he needed money for an emergency and borrowed from her. For 2 months, she almost had to buy vegetables at the market and make boxed lunches to take to work, walking long distances to save subway fare. The promised half-month repayment turned into 1 month, then 2 months. Including the 2 or 3 months she was fired from the company, she only had a few hundred yuan left. She almost couldn't afford the bus ticket home. When she asked him for money, he refused with all kinds of excuses. Now he wanted to borrow money again? No way. Xia Qing simply blocked Xia Lei. He couldn't send WeChat messages and was furious. So stingy. Has money but won't lend. Xia Lei said angrily. If he couldn't borrow money, so be it. He naturally assumed his second uncle would lend him the car. At this moment, in another space-time, Xiu held the crystal bead and fell into thought. Unfortunately, Xia Qing's time to come over was limited, and he had tried to enter the space but failed. He also tried absorbing the crystal bead, but the space didn't change. It seemed only Xia Qing could enhance the space by absorbing the crystal bead. Now it seemed the crystal bead had no use other than the abnormal space, but he felt it wasn't that simple. He recalled awakening his space and felt as if his soul had left his body, but he didn't remember what happened afterward. Anyway, he had now contacted the normal world Xia Qing and still looked forward to future life. But just exchanging supplies wasn't enough. At the same time, he worried whether the link would be stable. If one day the link was lost, their food supply would be at risk. He must find a way to be self-sufficient. Xia Qing entered the space and saw the thin crack. As long as she passed through it, she could enter another space-time. It was truly magical. A sudden idea popped into her mind. Why does this space span 2 different time and spaces? It's like a passageway. She looked at other spatial cracks. If a few more appeared, would they lead to other worlds? She tried once but was bounced back. What's going on? I can't get in. Xia Qing looked at the crack, wondering how it had changed like this. Did she need to absorb crystal beads to pass through again? Xiu, are you there? Xia Qing quickly called out to Xiu, fearing he couldn't connect either. I'm here. Hearing Xuyu's voice, Xia Qing finally breathed a sigh of relief. I don't know what's going on today, but the crack seems to have shrunk. I can't get in, Xia Qing said disappointedly. Upon hearing this, Xiu felt as if a heavy stone was pressing down on his heart. It's okay. Try absorbing crystal beads. Maybe the spatial crack is unstable, Xiu said in a deep voice. All right, I'll go back and try absorbing crystal beads. Brother Yu, a large group of survivors arrived today, 107 in total, 13 children, 20 women, and 5 evolvers, Liao said. Their leader wants to see you. These 5 evolvers are quite strong. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to lead so many people here alive. Arrange them downstairs. I'll come down right away, Xiu said into the walkie-talkie. He put all the crystal beads he had collected today into the space. He wanted to find a way to search for information on psychics. There are many evolvers now, but psychics are very few. He remembered once meeting someone who was also a psychic with a storage space ability. If he could find him, maybe he could get some information. These survivors were mainly managed by the 5 evolvers, with Li Zhong as the captain and Wang Jin as the vice captain. Li Zhong looked unwell, his lips severely chapped, and black veins appeared on his skin. Wang Jin wasn't much better. The others were temporarily outside the base, not allowed in. A group of refugee-like people sat weakly outside the base. Li Zhong and Wang Jin entered the base for a full body check. Children were playing in the square, looking in good spirits. People here were busy with their own tasks. I wish I could paint traditional Chinese paintings. Painting can also be exchanged for points, much safer than going out to find supplies. Teacher Wang is a university professor of traditional Chinese painting. He wouldn't accept even 1 point for your paintings. Good harvest today. Found a jade bracelet that can be exchanged for points. Li Zhang was confused listening to their chat. Shouldn't they be looking for food? What use is painting? Can gold be eaten? Li Zhang looked at the people in the base. Although some were thin, their complexion was much better than theirs. Their clothes were also much cleaner, and children were playing, holding cheese sticks and eating. He licked his lips, suppressing the urge to snatch the food, reason winning over impulse. He knew that if he tried to snatch, these people were not to be trifled with. Wang Jin shared the same thought. The two exchanged a glance, seeing shock and restraint in each other's eyes. The children even had cheese sticks to eat. The broadcast was true, there was uncontaminated food here. This only strengthened his determination to come here. Entering the villa, Li Yao told the two to wait a moment. Their base leader would come down soon. Soon Xiu came downstairs dressed sharply with a cold demeanor, accompanied by a young girl. Both of their clothes were very clean and they looked healthy. Compared to them, Li Zhang and Wang Jin were like two refugees. This is our base leader, Xiu. Li Yao introduced Xiu. The man in front of them was able to establish such a sizable base and had food, which meant he was very powerful. Captain Su, Li Zhang said hoarsely. His throat was dry and cracked from not drinking water for a long time. Xiu gave Li Yao a look, and Li Yao understood, going to get 2 bottles of clean water and 2 bowls of cooked tomato noodles. Mr. Li, Mr. Wang must be hungry after rushing here. Eat this food first. Once you're full, we can talk, Xiu said calmly. Since they came to seek refuge, they had to be given some benefits first, so it would be easier to discuss later matters. Li Zhang and Wang Jin looked at the 2 bowls of steaming noodles and the tomatoes. They swallowed their saliva crazily. They hadn't eaten for 2 days. 2 days ago they ate expired, moldy biscuits that tasted bitter, and even caused diarrhea afterward. Chapter 50. Unable to resist the temptation of food, eat even if poisoned. I don't care. I'll eat first. Li Zhang couldn't resist the temptation of food at all. Even if the noodles were poisonous, he would eat them. Even if it meant dying, he wanted to die full. Wang Jin stared fixedly at the 2 bowls of noodles, completely ignoring the surrounding conversation. He grabbed the chopsticks and ate the noodles frantically. If anyone tried to snatch them, he would kill without hesitation. The noodles were freshly cooked and still hot, but they seemed unaware and devoured them ravenously. Li Yao and the others did not look down on them because when they first got food, they were in a similar state. Only those who have been hungry know this kind of pain. Although 2 bowls of noodles were not enough to fill them up, they tasted food. They had forgotten what real food tasted like after a year, only imagining it countless times in their minds. Of course it's food. We also have noodles, vegetables, and clean water, Li Yao said with a smile. There was even meat, but only children and members of the Vanguard team could eat meat regularly. The rest had to exchange points to get it. Please let us join your base. We agreed to any conditions, Li Zhang said excitedly. As long as they could eat clean food like today, it was fine. Actually, they were skeptical before coming because they had been fleeing and searching for edible food all the way. There were no green plants along the way, and much of the land had become desertified. Not only that, but even the animals had mutated. Who would dare to eat an animal that looked like a corpse? Yes, we all agree. Wang Jin also said. He was afraid at first and had prepared for the possibility that the so-called food here might be human flesh. Some bases trick survivors and then trap and eat them. They had been running away all the way, but they did not want to give up any hope of survival. Of course, but entering our base means following our rules. Anyone causing trouble will be expelled. Xiu said coldly. You have a large number of people. Let the children, women, and elderly enter in batches first. We will make arrangements. Having over 100 people enter at once would cause accommodation problems and crowding. They were already working on building more houses. More people meant more labor. Okay, can you give us some food and water for some of our people first? Li Zhang's voice carried a hint of pleading. They hadn't eaten normal food for a long time. No, the base's rules are like this. Only by becoming one of us can you enjoy the resources we provide, Xiu said in a deep voice. Those who are not from our base will not be given food for no reason. A sense of belonging must be established from the very beginning. Li Zhang nodded lightly upon hearing this. As long as there is food, there is hope. A resolute look flashed in his eyes. All right. I'll arrange for the elderly, weak, women, and children to enter the base first. Once inside the base, they can be allocated food. Wang Jin exchanged a tacit glance with Li Zhang beside him, then the two quickly took action, beginning to organize the elderly and children in the team. Xiu also arranged personnel to test and register the new survivors joining the base and to provide them with clean clothes to prevent infectious diseases. He needed to be responsible for the entire base. There is food at Sunny Day base. Real food, Li Zhang said. The 100 people became excited upon hearing there was food and all rushed toward the gates of Sunny Day base. Don't push. Don't try to force the door. Otherwise, the base won't give you food. Wang Chang stood at the gate, holding a megaphone and said coldly. Everyone be quiet. Li Zhang was the leader of this group, a former Sanda expert with some prestige in the team. When he spoke, the group gradually calmed down. The elderly and children go in first, the rest will enter the base gradually. Once inside Sunny Day base, you must obey the base's arrangements. Anyone who causes trouble will end up like Zhang San. Li Zhang said coldly. They had all seen Zhang San's fate. He was beaten to death by Li Zhong for causing trouble. Wang Zhan arranged for the children and elderly to go in first. Li Zhong said. The children and elderly lined up and gradually walked toward the gate of Sunny Day base. What about the rest of us evolved ones? The remaining 3 evolved ones asked. Li Zhang gave them the 2 bottles of water they had just received. This is clean water. No pollution. One of the evolved ones said excitedly, noting there was no floating black substance in the bottled water. Drink these 2 bottles first. We are all evolved ones. Even if we enter the base, our treatment won't be too bad, Li Zhong said. It's definitely better than wandering outside hopelessly. The longer the time passed, the less confidence they had. They no longer sought clean food. Even their once firm hearts wavered. There is food inside. But we must stay vigilant. If they dare to eat people, we will resist, another bald evolved one said cautiously. Mainly because they had encountered such situations before. It shouldn't be. We just ate noodles inside. Tomato and egg noodles. Wangjin said as if still savoring the taste smooth. You even ate noodles? The noodles I'm thinking of. Zhang Yuan, an evolved one who hadn't entered, said skeptically. He didn't believe there was clean food left in this world. Every place they went, they searched with high hopes but were repeatedly disappointed. They even searched granaries. The rice had turned black and was crawling with black worm-like creatures, completely inedible. They survived this long because they found a truckload of canned food. Only canned food could be preserved. Although the taste was off due to spoilage, at least it was edible. They were noodles. Both of us ate a big bowl. Wang Jin said. If it was in their mouths, it couldn't be fake. Then what are we waiting for? Let us go in first. Zhang Yuan couldn't help but say. Let's wait a bit longer. Let the elderly, weak, women, and children go in first. You can share these 2 bottles of water. We will definitely be allowed in before nightfall, Li Zhong said. Although the other 3 evolvers were a bit reluctant, after all, Li Zhong and Wang Jin had just gone in and eaten. While they were still hungry, they did not resist Li Zhong's words. Although they were all evolvers, Li Zhong could take on all 3 of them by himself. The 3 of them shared 2 bottles of water and gulped them down. There was no unpleasant mutated water taste which made them believe in this base. Now they were all eager to enter the base as soon as possible. The elderly and children were lining up one after another. Let me go in first. Let me go. A young man bared his teeth and tried to rush to the front, even pushing a child to the ground. Give me water, please give me water, the man cried out. No entry. The Vanguard team member of the Sunny Day base immediately stopped him, then saw the dense red rashes on the man's arms and body. Get out of the way. Does this person have an infectious disease? No. I don't. Please let me enter the base, the man cried. And begged, but after long-term malnutrition and with unknown rashes on his body, he was no match for the base's Vanguard team members. Chapter 51, Suspected Infectious Disease. In the base, it was unclear whether this man had an infectious disease. Soon, several men were found to be infected and were pushed outside the base. Go find the base doctor. In the base's treatment room, the doctor from the previous survivors hurried over, wearing a mask and wrapped tightly. These rashes look like blood rashes. Do they itch or hurt? The male doctor asked. A little itchy, no pain, the sick man said, scratching the rashes. Doctor, is this an infectious disease? The man asked nervously. He feared infectious disease, which might mean being abandoned and death. Now, not only was food scarce, but medicine was also in short supply. It is not infectious, the doctor frowned and said. Although it was not infectious, the doctor's expression remained serious. The man visibly breathed a sigh of relief. We need to take a blood sample for testing, the doctor said. Then he took out a syringe for blood testing. Some sick people could not enter the base and stayed outside temporarily. Soon, the doctor reported the matter to the Vanguard team and then to Suyu. Have you roughly found out what disease it is? Suyu asked. An autoimmune disease including sexually transmitted diseases. Some children a few years old are also infected, the man hesitated to say. Damn it. Liao couldn't help but say coldly. They were already starving and yet there was a group of perverts doing such things. Find out who it is. These people cannot enter the base, Xi said coldly. Understood. Liao said sternly. Physical castration was too lenient for those people, who even did such things to children. The doctor said it can be treated, but medicine is needed. What medicine? Xia Qing asked beside him. The doctor named several medicines, but Xia Qing didn't have time to remember them before being bounced back by the space. Siyu and the others seemed used to her sudden appearances and disappearances. I feel like I've absorbed a lot of crystal beads, but why am I always bounced back with no pattern at all? Xia Qing complained. Perhaps there was a pattern, but Xia Qing hadn't found it yet. The only upgrade method now was absorbing crystal beads. Siyu had no choice but to note down the medicine names and pass them to Xia Qing. He also silently recorded the time she appeared and how long she stayed. They would find the pattern eventually. On the other side, Xia Qing quickly went to the computer to check and frowned, saying, We don't have this medicine here, but we do have the ingredients. Can you provide more ingredients? We'll make it ourselves. Siyu said. He had a pharmacist there. Siyu decided to go to the city hospital tomorrow to collect equipment, including from the pharmaceutical factory. Although the medicine was expired, the pharmaceutical factory's equipment could still be used. Sure. I'll help you purchase it, Xia Qing said. But the purchase could only be made the next day. Unfortunately, there wasn't enough money now, otherwise she would have wanted to buy the pharmaceutical factory. Outside the base, some sick children, women, and men were stopped outside. Those who were not sick underwent testing and registration to enter the base. These are food. After eating, everyone must take a shower together, said a Vanguard team member. Shower time is limited. Each person has 20 seconds to fetch water. Each of them was given a bowl of white rice and a bowl of cooked white radish soup. Their thin hands held a bowl of clean white rice, and the steaming soup contained white radish strips. They had no time to talk or be shocked, only the sound of wolfing down food. Gulp. After finishing the meal, not a single grain of rice was left in the bowl, and the soup was completely drunk. Several people looked at their empty bowls, touched their stomachs, still filled with the taste of delicious food. They finally ate food that was uncontaminated, without bitterness or moldy taste. A man who wasn't full saw a child not eating and went to snatch the food. "What are you doing?" A Vanguard team member from the Sunny Day base immediately stepped forward and pinned the man to the ground. Sunny Day base does not allow stealing others' food. These rules had been repeatedly reminded when they entered. "Expel him from the base." "No. I won't leave. I won't leave." The man grabbed the chair on the ground. The Vanguard team member struck him with a baton and dragged him out directly. "Please, I didn't steal anything. I didn't. Don't make me leave. I just wasn't full," the man pleaded loudly. The Vanguard team members would not give them a second chance. They supervised each other and had to enforce the rules set by Suyu. Making an example of one, the rest dared not cause trouble. They had eaten so quickly just now, wolfing down food out of fear others would snatch it. But now, seeing the strict rules of the base, as if returning to a law-abiding post-apocalyptic society, their eating speed slowed down. No one dared to steal food, and they felt much more at ease eating. "Guagua, eat slower," a middle-aged woman said, holding her daughter. Cough, cough. The little girl had eaten too fast and coughed a few times. "No one here will steal our food anymore," the woman said reassuringly. Gradually, many people registered and entered the base, except for those who were sick. The culprit had not yet been identified, so the sick people could not enter the base for the time being, except for 5 children who received special care. This is disease X. It is not contagious without close contact. Let these children live together separately. Once we have the pharmaceutical materials, they will be saved, the doctor said. "These children are so pitiful," the doctor's assistant said. Soon, a Vanguard team member with a red armband came in and said, "Dr. Lin, this person is a new survivor whose previous profession was medical research." "That's great. Can stay and help me," Dr. Lin said happily. At the Sunny base, he was the only doctor with a former nurse as an assistant. He had to manufacture medicines and was busy every day. The newcomer was a young man wearing glasses, a top student from a medical university. "I am a graduate from Longhua Medical University. I work at Mingdu Pharmaceutical Company," the man quickly stated his knowledge and usefulness. Mingdu Pharmaceutical Company is a major pharmaceutical factory in Longhua. "That's great." Today the base went to the hospital to find pharmaceutical equipment. "You can help with making medicine then. Working here is easier and safer than doing manual labor outside, and you earn more points," Dr. Lin said. "Building walls is tiring and going out to find supplies is dangerous. Of course, working here requires real skills. If you try to get food by cheating, the outcome won't be good. Those people got sexually transmitted diseases. It was done by one of the evolved. But that person was killed by Li Zhong half a month ago," the man said. "That's also why we trust Li Zhong so much. That person was a beast. He escaped from prison. Before the apocalypse, he was sentenced to 10 years for raping a neighbor's young girl," the man said angrily. At first, there were hundreds of survivors. That person specifically targeted orphans. His girlfriend tried to stop him but was also defiled, and he was almost beaten to death. Later, half a month ago, Li Zhong and a few others came and killed that scum. Upon hearing the message from Sunny Base, Li Zhong brought the remaining survivors here. Chapter 52. The feeling of a tycoon. Xia Qing immediately purchased many traditional Chinese medicinal materials according to the note from Suyu, including some Western medicine components. Lisher City has a very large pharmaceutical factory. The purchase went smoothly. Xia Qing directly arranged for a truck to transport the goods to the warehouse. At night, she went to store them in the space. Suyu took people to the hospital today where there were many zombies. The journey was dangerous. Fortunately, they had drones to create noise first, attracting a large group of zombies, allowing them to enter safely. Xia Qing expanded the crystal bead space significantly. Suyu then collected a large number of manufacturing machines and medical equipment. However, there were too many zombies when leaving, so they didn't have time to retrieve the crystal beads. The three got into Suyu's car and drove back to the base. The car was an SUV bought by Xia Qing and modified by Suyu. When the car entered the base, several sick people outside were not allowed in. "Please let us in." 2 women blocked Suyu's car, crying. They were not there voluntarily. They were infected too. "Move. Move. When the medicine is made, you can come in. Don't block the car," Zhang Liang said coldly. The car was covered in zombie blood and had some body parts. Upon entering the base, there were people responsible for cleaning and disinfecting Suyu's car. He gave the equipment to Dr. Lin for debugging. "The equipment has arrived. Luckily someone came. It's too much for just me and the assistant," Dr. Lin said. "Make the medicine as soon as possible," Suyu said. He also collected many medicines from the hospital pharmacy. Some of these could be useful, so they kept them. "Understood. We'll work overtime tonight to make the medicine," Dr. Lin promised. The children's illnesses were not optimistic. On the other side, Xia Qing's novel royalties for this month totaled over 1 million for 2 books. The TV drama filming was nearing its end when Xia Qing contacted Zhang Xian and said, "I've already finished writing the script. I want to invite you to be the producer and I will invest myself." Zhang Xian was momentarily stunned and replied uncertainly, "You're investing yourself? Shooting a low-budget film and TV drama costs several million. Even if you want to hire me, my salary would be at least 200,000. He was also a well-known producer. Zhang Xian had seen Xia Qing's last script. It was a good script, and since it was a modern drama, the cost wouldn't be too high. If they hired top-tier stars, the big investment would be there. Your script is good. If Tianyu Company invests, the investment would be at least tens of millions. But investing in a modern drama requires meetings and a series of approvals. A good script is just the beginning. There is still a lot of preparatory work, team building, actor contracts, investment financing, and so on. Because the big market now is mostly ancient romance, xianxia, and modern dramas have rarely exploded in popularity in recent years, Zhang Xian said. Their investors also had to keep up with the trends. I have tens of millions to invest. I want to invite you to be the producer to prepare this drama, with a salary of 300,000. What do you think? Zhang Xian hesitated for only a few seconds. His producer fee was not low, but the other party actually offered him an extra 100,000 salary. Who wouldn't be tempted? Okay, but the current drama being filmed is not finished yet. I can first find you a director and production team. Okay. May I ask what the investment budget is? 50 to 70 million, Xia Qing said. She now had over 70 million in total funds. Although she had a lot of jewelry, she didn't dare to sell so much at once. If it's 70 million, no problem. At least you can hire second or third tier stars, Zhang Xian said. Top-tier stars can command tens of millions or even over 100 million in pay for a single drama. I've already chosen the female lead. For the male lead, I think we can consider Su Jia. Su Jia is a recently popular actor playing a deep and emotional male supporting role, 187 centimeters tall, Pisces, and has decent acting skills. Zhang Xian quickly replied, "Okay, I'll contact them. Once the team is confirmed, I'll send it to you. If you're not satisfied, you can change it." After all, Xia Qing was now the investor. Okay. Xia Qing's new stores on Douyin all had live broadcasts. The commercial street had just opened and was not yet profitable, but gradually it was gaining popularity, with people setting up stalls selling snacks. This traditional Chinese painting is very beautiful. It was painted by a mysterious master whose name cannot be revealed, Xiaolan introduced. The few paintings above were sold without discounts. Xiaolan didn't understand how to appreciate traditional Chinese paintings but could see a sense of desolation. Xia Qing priced this painting while the others were priced from several hundred to over 1,000. She was also copying the ancient painting. The copy she made was priced at 999. Sold. Someone actually bought this traditional Chinese painting. Xiaolan exclaimed happily. Although the commission was only 100, she didn't expect the painting to be sold. She originally thought this painting was the hardest to sell because of its high price. Xiaolan was very excited. After the live broadcast, she told Xia Qing about this on WeChat, and Xia Qing immediately sent her a 1,000 yuan red envelope. "This is a reward. Good job, keep it up." Xiaolan looked at Xia Qing's reply and felt thrilled. She got a bonus of 1,000 yuan today, half a month's salary. "Thank you, boss. I will keep working hard." Xiaolan had learned a lot of knowledge to sell paintings and now read up on it whenever she had time. You also need to know something about selling paintings, otherwise you won't even know how to introduce them during the live stream. Xiaolan was still very excited. She called SF Express to come over and carefully pack the painting. Middle-aged people in Kyoto on the internet. "Dad, you spent 50,000 yuan on a painting? Did you buy it on Douyin?" The daughter was stunned when she saw the delivery. The girl was very surprised to see the delivery box at home. Could her dad have been scammed? Are elderly people prone to online shopping? Yes. This painting is really good. The lines and blank spaces of this Chinese painting, especially the artistic conception, have a kind of desolate beauty. This kind of work can only be done by an old painter with at least 10 years of experience. 50,000 yuan is not expensive. The girl leaned over. On the living room table were two framed paintings, one of which was a Chinese painting that looked somewhat bleak and desolate. Unfortunately, it's by a mysterious painter with no fame. If he had some reputation, it could sell for hundreds of thousands. The old man laughed. The fame of the painter affects the price. Famous paintings can fetch sky-high prices. Some paintings have been auctioned for 200 or 300 million. But the craftsmanship of this painting is indeed good. Nowadays, there are many digital artworks, but such traditional Chinese paintings are rare. Chinese painting is intricate and complex. What Douyin shop? Let me see, the girl asked curiously. Her father was a member of the China Artists Association, a collectors association, and an appraiser of artworks, calligraphy, and cultural relics, working at the China National Museum. He had seen many good things, so a Douyin shop that he praised really piqued her curiosity. "I'll take it to show my old friends." Some paintings were also good, lacking some ancient charm, and he also bought a painting priced at 999 yuan. The brushwork was somewhat amateur, clearly a copy. He wanted to see the original that was copied. Chapter 53. The cause of the apocalypse, the jewelry store had already been open on Taobao before, and now it also started live streaming. These jewelry pieces were found by Xia Qing from a jewelry store in the apocalypse of another dimension, and the live stream sales were even more popular than the stores. Because of this, the courier company specially opened a courier station across the street to collect the packages sold by their store. Supermarkets, gold shops, ceramics, accessories, painting shops. The milk tea shop was still being prepared. She had bought all 10 shops on this street, and other people wanted to rent shops, but she did not agree. She planned to open other shops in the following stores. After absorbing the crystal beads given by Suyu, the space expanded again. Tonight she was going to visit their city with Suyu. Suyu, I'm here. Xia Qing greeted and passed through the space rift. Suyu was already waiting for her, along with Zhang Liang and Wang Chang. This time the two of them were going to the city together. She arrived around 8 or 9 in the evening, but it was 8 or 9 in the morning in Suyu's time. Xia Qing had specially adjusted a watch to the time of the other dimension. They all had their weapons ready, and Xia Qing was wearing a black windbreaker. Why does it feel like the temperature here has dropped? Xia Qing said. When she came before, they were all in short sleeves, but now they were wearing jackets. The temperature dropped 10 degrees overnight, Suyu said silently. This was not a good sign. Today we're going to the large wholesale market in the city. There will be more zombies there. If you encounter danger, enter the space, Suyu said. Okay. Xia Qing's eyes lit up when she heard about the wholesale market. She wanted to see if there was anything she could take back to sell. She could now stay in the other dimension for 2.5 hours. It only took half an hour to drive there. The base is installing solar lights, all of which were given to them by Xia Qing, saving a lot of electricity. Xia Qing also wanted to see their pharmacy, so Suyu directly took her to the treatment room. You, the doctor's assistant said nervously. Dr. Lin and the new man were making medicine in the pharmacy. Upon hearing Suyu's arrival, they immediately put down their work and came out. Base chief. The two people were surprised to see Xia Qing beside Suyu but said nothing further. She took a few boxes of medicine, looked at the names and ingredients, and said in surprise, these are all traditional Chinese medicine ingredients. Last time when Suyu asked her to find medicine, she noticed that some medicines did not exist in their world. That's right. Dr. Lin frowned. Most of the medicines in their country are traditional Chinese medicine. She learned that traditional Chinese medicine in this time and space is very powerful and well known internationally, especially acupuncture. Do you have cancer here? Like terminal illnesses? Leukemia? Tumors? Dr. Lin looked at Xia Qing's curious expression. Her attire showed she was not an ordinary survivor and was following Suyu, so he answered carefully. Of course, but as you said, cancer is not a terminal illness, just a long-term chronic disease. Requires lifelong medication. This is common knowledge here. How could this girl not know? Although Dr. Lin was curious, he did not ask further. Xia Qing was already excited. He said cancer and tumors here are not terminal illnesses. Unfortunately, now in the apocalypse, there is no medicine left, Dr. Lin said with a frown. The key point is that the apocalypse is also an evolution. People with weak constitutions have long been eliminated. Can you treat cancer? Xia Qing asked. Of course, but there is no operating table and not enough doctors, Dr. Lin said. Although cancer is not terminal, treatment is much more complicated than other diseases. Xia Qing nodded, her heart already in turmoil. If she could find these medicines and produce them, the sick people in their world would be saved. The profit from these medicines would be huge. There is a crucial tumor suppressor that only exists in their world, but now with the apocalypse, mining it is very difficult. Xia Qing temporarily put this idea aside. We have already sent out information nationwide. Anyone who can receive the broadcast can know about our sunny base, Suyu said. As long as survivors come, various talents will arrive. He holds military equipment that can broadcast nationwide. If the satellite password code is known, it can broadcast globally. Hearing the name Sunny Base, Xia Qing realized it was named by Suyu using her name. The two left the treatment room and Zhang Liang had already driven the car over. Brother you, Zhang Liang said. Suyu and Xia Qing sat in the back, Zhang Liang drove and Wang Chang sat in the front passenger seat. The base gate slowly opened and people around consciously made way. The zombies around here have been cleared many times, but occasionally some zombies still run over. The wholesale market is on the other side of the city, so they need to take the outer ring road to get there. Through the window, the plants outside were not green, the trees were black and yellow, and the leaves had completely turned black. Are these the poisonous leaves? Walking on the road, corpses were everywhere. Already rotten and stinking, turning into skeletons. How did your apocalypse break out? It was too quiet in the car. So Xia Qing couldn't help but start a conversation. Wang Chang and Zhang Liang exchanged a glance and Zhang Liang spoke first. It started with a global outbreak of thick fog that seemed to last for months, followed by sporadic zombie infections. I was on a mission in the mountains and forests at the time. I saw a sudden loud bang in the sky and a fog quickly rose around us. When it cleared, many people had been infected, Wang Chang recalled. At first, we thought the infected had some kind of disease, so we arrested them and organized residents to stay indoors. But later, those infected started eating people. If you were bitten or injured by them, you would also get infected. The spread was too fast to control. It's a bit like the biohazard situation back home, Xia Qing sighed. Has there been any research? Could it be some kind of biochemical weapon? She asked again. The zombies in biohazard scenarios are mutations caused by biochemical weapons. What kind of biochemical weapon could cause a global mutation all on the same day? If that's true, then the plan was to exterminate all humanity, Zhang Liang said. Right now, no one knows how this apocalypse started. At first, it was just a global report of thick fog, Zhang Liang said. Siyu is a member of the Longwa Flying Dragon Special Forces. When he was returning from a mission in a neighboring country for leave, the thick fog suddenly appeared. Facing this global fog, countries around the world have been researching it. But no results have come out, and some even say the fog is not dangerous, that it's all fake. We were abandoned, Siyu suddenly said. Everyone in the car tensed up at Siyu's words. What is brother you know? Siyu's words piqued their curiosity. What do you mean by that? Xia Qing asked. Siyu is a special forces soldier from Longwa, an elite unit. Siyu shook his head, paused for a moment, then said, when the fog appeared, the higher-ups weren't stupid. They had already started stockpiling supplies. Among the 4 great powers, every country had secretly built safe bases. Noah's Ark underground bunkers. Only the nation's top survivors could enter these underground bunkers. Siyu was responsible for safely transferring those people. He could have stayed back then, but thinking about it made his eyes cold, and the wound on his back still ached faintly. So there are still people living in underground bunkers? Zhang Liang said in surprise. Yes, only a few. They had long given up on the surviving humans. But those people might be living worse than us now, Siyu said calmly. He wanted those people to know that not only did he survive, but he also established a survivor base himself. What he gave up on, he would build up. Yeah. Now we can eat rice, even have fresh vegetables, and the kids all have milk. How lucky is that? Wang Chong said. A month ago, he wouldn't have dared to imagine this. Now life has hope. Siyu looked at Xia Qing. Neither spoke, but both silently saw gratitude in each other's eyes. The road ahead won't be easy, Zhang Liang said. There was a car accident ahead, and the road was bumpy and full of potholes. Xia Qing grabbed the handrail, the car jolting so much she almost felt sick. A new experience riding in a car. About half an hour later, the number of zombies they encountered increased. Thud. Thud. The car directly knocked zombies flying. Xia Qing finally understood why the front of the car had been reinforced with such thick steel plates. This was a large wholesale market, selling basically everything for floors District 12. The zombies, attracted by the noise, gathered towards them. It was the first time she saw a scene from Resident Evil unfold before her eyes. The difference was that these zombies weren't very fast, which gave them plenty of time. Siyu said, get out of the car and enter the mall. Several people quickly got out of the car, and Siyu immediately stored the car in the space. They took the stairs into the mall, with 3 people instinctively surrounding Xia Qing in the middle. Xia Qing took out the baseball bat she had bought, and her watch showed her heart rate was around 108. It was false to say she wasn't nervous. On the way to the second floor, there weren't many zombies yet, only a few scattered ones staggering towards them. The 3 quickly dealt with the zombies, each cutting off a zombie's head with a single knife, while another dissected the zombie's head to extract the crystal beads. Xia Qing didn't get a chance to act. This floor was all wholesale bedding, pillows, and such, and Siyu collected quite a lot. The weather had suddenly turned cold, so they needed these supplies. There was also a toy section with some cute dolls, which Xia Qing also stored in the space. After an hour of collecting, the space was already full. Suyu, I'll go back first and clear out what I collected, then you continue. It wasn't easy for Suyu and the others to come here, so they tried to collect all the supplies. Okay. Xia Qing came out of the space at night. It was already 10 o'clock. She drove straight to the warehouse. There weren't many people at night, and she drove quite fast, arriving at the warehouse in 15 minutes. She quickly put all the things she collected into the space. Suyu, I'm done here. Suyu received Xia Qing's message and saw a large area cleared in the space, then continued to collect a lot more. The warehouse was already full. They would come back tomorrow to store more in the space. For the remaining toys and some other items, she planned to open a grocery store. It was already past 11 when she left the warehouse, and she was somewhat hungry. Since she was already in the county town, she decided to go straight to Di Lao Hot Pot. Suyu had finished collecting supplies and was already on the way back. Tripe, beef rolls, lamb rolls, spicy beef, yellow throat, duck intestines, shrimp paste, duck blood. 2 portions of each and 1 portion of the rest. Okay. Please wait a moment, the waiter said with a smile. She was scrolling through her phone in the restaurant, waiting for the waiter to bring the dishes. Suyu had gone back and she still had an hour and a half. When they returned, she would go over to have a late-night meal with them. They had collected a lot of things just now, and she could tell that Wang Chong, Zhang Liang, and Siyu were very protective of her. The zombies were dealt with by the 3 before they could reach her. Miss, add me on WeChat. A drunken voice came over. Sorry, I don't know you, the beautiful woman beside her said coldly. You don't know me? Adding me will make you know me, the young man with yellow hair grinned. I don't want to add you. The woman's voice remained cold. At this moment, the young man's 2 friends also came over. Beautiful lady, wearing so little at night, aren't you just trying to seduce people? Another man in a short-sleeved vest showed his tattooed arm. Are you crazy? The girl's friend, a short-haired woman, couldn't help but stand up and scold. Why not? Wearing a tank top out here might as well not wear anything. A chubby man behind taunted. The staff at He Lao saw the commotion and quickly came over to stop it. Please don't quarrel here. Everyone should eat civilly, the waiter said politely. Civilization my ass. Why is this woman dressed so scantily if not to seduce people? Freedom to dress, none of your business. What are you pretending with that shit-colored yellow hair? The short-haired girl snapped. What the hell did you say? The little yellow-haired girl exploded as if stepped on a sore spot, slapping the woman's face. The girl was caught off guard and her face instantly swelled. The clerk immediately stepped forward to stop it but was kicked to the ground by another tattooed man. It was already 1 a.m. There were only 2 clerks and just 2 tables of customers left, plus Xia Qing waiting for takeout. The little yellow-haired girl started fighting with the short-haired girl, and the chubby man joined in. 2 fragile girls were no match for 2 big men. The clerk was pinned to the ground and beaten by the tattooed man. One of the girls had blood at the corner of her mouth from a slap. The other beauty ran over to Xia Qing. Help! Xia Qing had just taken out her phone to call the police when she saw the woman run up to her. Chapter 55, Unexpected heroin. People tend to fall when nervous, and this woman was no exception. Don't meddle. The little yellow-haired girl warned Xia Qing with one finger. Xia Qing wore a black windbreaker with a mask and hat. She had just come out of the apocalypse and hadn't changed clothes yet. Help me, the beautiful girl pleaded, a hint of cleavage visible under her camisole. This made the little yellow-haired girl even more agitated. I've already called the police, they'll be here soon. Xia Qing said coldly. Having seen zombies, she wasn't very afraid of this threatening fight scene. Damn it. Stinky woman, want to meddle? I'll beat you up too. The little yellow-haired girl reached out to slap Xia Qing. She wouldn't wait around. To her, the attacker's speed seemed slowed down several times. The yellow-haired girl's hand was caught midair by Xia Qing. Xia Qing twisted his arm. The man tried to struggle but found his strength was less than a woman's. Frustrated, he kicked, but the next second Xia Qing kicked his calf. Crack. His leg made a sound. The pain sobered him up. The chubby accomplice saw his brother injured and rushed at her, but Xia Qing kicked him back, making him fall to his knees with a thud. The chubby man weighed about 200 pounds but was pinned down by Xia Qing, unable to move his arms. Ouch, ouch. The chubby man was in so much pain he almost cried. The tattooed man was still beating the female clerk. Xia Qing frowned slightly, released the chubby man, and ran a few steps to the tattooed man. The clerk's face was already swollen and bruised, looking pitiful. Xia Qing kicked the tattooed man's but from behind, sending him flying and hitting his head on the ground. Are you okay? Xia Qing asked the beaten clerk with concern. The clerk was shocked, eyes swollen and bleeding, barely able to see. You hit me. I'm calling the police. The little yellow-haired girl whose bone Xia Qing had just broken still shouted about calling the police. The beauty and the short-haired girl went from scared to admiring. See that? That girl is amazing. The short-haired girl looked at Xia Qing admiringly, but her face still hurt from the slap. The 2 girls, still shaken, walked up to Xia Qing and said, "Thank you. When the police come, we'll explain everything clearly." Xia Qing saved them. They wouldn't let her be wronged again. About 7 or 8 minutes later, the police arrived. There are surveillance cameras at He Lao, so watching the footage once would reveal what happened. The clerk also gave all the packed food to Xia Qing. Our store manager said this order is on the house. Thank you for saving our customer and staff. He Lao really has great and generous service. The food she ordered was worth at least over 3,000 yuan. The police took statements and seen from the surveillance that it was self-defense. The 2 girls left in less than half an hour. The other 3 were detained for causing trouble while drunk. At the police station, several officers watched the surveillance footage. Has this girl trained? She fought 3 men by herself, really impressive. You 3 still want to cause trouble? Think girls are easy to bully? After drinking some horse urine, you don't know what's going on. Each fine 3,000 yuan. Xinchang, you must pay the female clerk's medical expenses totaling 25,000 yuan. Ma Chao, you pay the victim 5,000 yuan. Each of you will be detained for 15 days, the police said. I don't accept this. My arm was twisted and broken, said Xiao Wangmao, who still had his arm in a cast. My leg was fractured, said the chubby man in pain. The tattooed man wasn't in better shape, bleeding from a head wound. The girl was acting in self-defense, the police said sternly. You 3 caused trouble, harassed the girl, 15 days detention is lenient. Later, it depends on whether the girl wants to press charges. After the police said this, the 3 men behaved and were taken to the detention center. Damn, my butt hurts. The tattooed man tried to sit down but jumped up immediately after Xia Qing kicked his butt, cracking his tailbone. It's really embarrassing to say, but none of us Han County's 3rd young masters have ever hit a woman. Don't let me find out who she is. If I do, I'll deal with her when we get out, the tattooed man angrily said. I have to know who she is. Such a busybody. Really embarrassing to say. They were all a bit drunk and agitated. The police at the station also watched the 3 men and couldn't help but discuss privately. These 3 deserve to be beaten. If they hadn't met someone tough, those 2 girls might have been bullied. I really admire that girl, so impressive. Maybe she's a female special police or something. Xia Qing wore a mask and didn't show her face, but the beauty she saved was a small internet celebrity from Haching, and she posted the surveillance video that day. Going for a late-night snack today, thanks to my female hero who saved me. I'm going to sign up to learn Sanda. The surveillance video got hundreds of thousands of views that day. Many expressed amazement and admiration. The girl is so strong. 1 against 3. Some thought it was staged, but the beauty influencer directly posted the police report. The next day, official police accounts also shared it. Girls must learn to protect themselves. Learn some self-defense tricks. With official police reposting, it couldn't be fake. Wow, I really admire her. I want my daughter to learn Sanda too. Is it still okay to sign up for combat training now? I'm a girl, I carry pepper spray with me. Xia Qing didn't pay attention to these. She got home at 2:30 a.m. Suyu, have you returned to the base? Yeah. Hearing Suyu's voice, she passed through the crack directly. They had just come back from the wholesale market, killed mini zombies and were covered in blood and dirt, now freshly changed into clean clothes. I brought hot pot. Want to eat some together? Xia Qing smiled. Good. With a small pot and a gas cylinder, she took out all the packed meals. Let's make a yuanyang hot pot, Xia Qing said. All right. By the way, call Zhang Liang and Wang Chong over too. This meal was Xia Qing treating them. Suyu's eyes flashed with a hint of tenderness as he said, okay. Suyu used the walkie-talkie to call Wang Chong and Zhang Liang over. Suyu's room had a table full of dishes already laid out. Wang Chong and Zhang Liang's eyes lit up when they saw the food. Is this hot pot? They hadn't had it in a long time. What do you want to drink? Xia Qing said, taking out 3 large bottles of drinks from the space. Coke. There was no such drink as Coke in their world, but they all liked drinking it because it was refreshing. At least Suyu gave them small bottled Cokes. The few of them were all dipping food into the hot pot. Wang Chong and Zhang Liang were a bit nervous. Both silently told themselves to control their eating and not to gobble down the food too quickly. It was really super good. Following. Suyu and Xia Qing to have such a delicious meal. Wang Chong and Zhang Liang almost fought over the food but dared not move too fast. The cool weather paired with hot pot, eating spicy broth, made their foreheads sweat. The temperature here has gotten colder, but it's still summer where we are. Chapter 56. Even if only the hot pot broth is left, it must be taken away. Not cold. When doing missions it was minus 10 degrees crawling in the wild, Zhang Liang said. They had all experienced harsh weather as soldiers. Brother Yu was once a person who traversed rainforests. They all admired this very much. No one had succeeded before, so Yu was the first. A very dangerous place? Xia Qing guessed. An uninhabited area, traversed the rainforest to eliminate an internationally notorious drug trafficking gang. They all admired Suyu a lot. Xia Qing had almost finished eating. She was originally having a late-night snack and was now full and sleepy. Suyu, I'll head back first. Tomorrow I'll put the things from the warehouse into the space. Okay. Suyu replied. The next second, Xia Qing disappeared from the spot and Wang Chong and Zhang Liang stopped pretending. Just now, Xia Qing was pretending to be reserved because they were afraid of eating too greedily and scaring her. My tripe, I grabbed it first, Wang Chong shouted angrily, seeing a big piece of tripe taken by Zhang Liang. Whoever grabs it first owns it, Zhang Liang said, stuffing it into his mouth, spicy and hot. He took another sip of Coke. The 3 of them finished all the dishes without leaving a bit, almost drinking all the broth. Awesome. When Liao asked about the smell, the room was filled with the aroma of hot pot. Where did the hot pot come from? Why didn't you call me? Liao looked aggrieved. The brothers were eating hot pot without inviting him. Miss Xia treated us today, didn't invite you, Wang Chong said, scratching his nose guiltily. Next time if Miss Xia goes out, I want to go too. Liao took a few deep breaths, still smelling the hot pot aroma, looking at the pot that was almost empty. He took the pot away and said, I'll cook some noodles with the broth. Wang Chong and Zhang Liang rubbed their bellies full. Xia Qing went back and slept until the next afternoon. Yang Xia left her lunch. She ate while scrolling through Douyin and saw a trending post. How can a girl protect herself? Woman fights 3 men alone, a heroine. Woman is a Sanda champion. Below were a bunch of strange trending topics. She was a Sanda champion? Only she knew that absorbing the crystal beads had evolved her body. Douyin really has bizarre trending searches. The whole internet is searching for female hero saving beauties. Luckily I wore a mask that day, otherwise I would have become a public figure by now. Xia Qing said nervously. Unexpectedly, this incident sparked a craze among girls to learn Sanda fighting. Xia Qing hadn't learned it, but she had fought a lot as a child and with her body evolving, her strength had increased significantly. After dinner, Xia Qing was about to go to the county town. She still needed to move all the items from the warehouse to the store. The grocery store was about to open as well. They had interviewed 5 people before and finally kept 2. Arrange these items properly in the next couple of days. The prices are all set. Boss, do we need to start live streaming in our store too? The newly hired young clerk asked. Just graduated from college, looking innocent and naive. Other stores all had live streams. Not for now, Xia Qing said. The items in this grocery store were too miscellaneous. Toys and ornaments were all sourced from the interdimensional wholesale market. First, organize the goods. Got it, boss, the boy replied shyly. Then Xia Qing went to the ceramics shop. Qing, you finally came. Someone wants to place a large order for these teacups from our store. We only have 28 in stock. Then don't sell. No stock. Xia Qing said indifferently. Should we order more? These ceramic cups sell well. Yang Xuan said. Can't order more for now, put up other items first. New stock will arrive tomorrow, Xia Qing said. Yang Ziyuan frowned slightly. Although he didn't understand business, it was like selling vegetables. If something sells well, you stock more. Qing, then order more. These ceramics sell so well. Otherwise, give me the factory's number, I'll order. Yang Ziyuan said, anxious to stock more with so many buyers. Uncle, they're out of stock on their side. Otherwise, I would have ordered more too, Xia Qing said. This was why she didn't want to hire relatives. Unlike other employees, they did whatever she said without questions. I see. Then why not make some at another factory? I think these sell really well. Yang Ziyuan said. Uncle, don't worry. I'll order when there's stock, Xia Qing said patiently. She had to get the stock from Suyu side. Besides, local factories couldn't make this kind of ceramic due to the soil quality. Yang Ziyuan frowned slightly and sighed. Because Xia Qing had opened a supermarket and stores, she had become a hot topic in the village recently. Almost everyone in the village wanted to help arrange a match when they saw Xia Jixiang and Yang Xia. My daughter is not in a hurry, Xia Jixiang said with a smile. Jixiang, did our family plant sweet potatoes this year? Grandpa's son asked. Yes. We planted sweet potatoes this year. Our family will harvest them, Xia Jixiang said with a smile. His daughter told him they would harvest more sweet potatoes this year. Because the temperature had dropped there, sweet potatoes were easier to store and quite filling. All right. Then we'll all plant sweet potatoes this year, Grandpa laughed happily. Sweet potatoes were easy to grow and had high yields. They not only managed the sweet potato harvest but also sent people to transport them, making things much easier and avoiding worries about selling them. Jiangwo? Where are you going? Xia Jixiang asked cheerfully when he saw Sun Jiangwo. Sun Jiangwo had been avoiding him these days. Usually he would go to Xia Jixiang to talk about what his family bought or what his son sent him. Now that his daughter bought a car and opened a supermarket and stores in the city, he was the one hiding. I'm going to the city. Well, I happen to be going to the city. I can drive and give you a ride, Xia Jixiang said with a smile. Drive? You drive? Sun Jiangwo asked in shock. Yes, I got my driver's license a few days ago and my daughter bought me a car. I'll take you, Xia Jixiang said happily, not noticing the change in the man's expression. There are only 3 people in your family and you bought 2 cars? Sun Jiangwo was clearly skeptical. Buying a car also means fuel, insurance, and maintenance. Even if you can afford to buy a car, you might not be able to maintain it. I just picked up the car yesterday. Come, I'll show you. Xia Jixiang was very enthusiastic. Sun Jiangwo immediately followed to take a look. He didn't believe the Xia family had bought 2 cars in less than a month. They were neighbors, just a few steps away from the Xia family home. At this moment, there was a car parked at the Xia residence, a black sedan. How about this car? My daughter bought it for me. A car worth over 300,000 yuan. It's a Volvo with very high safety performance. My daughter originally wanted to buy me that Land Rover worth over 600,000 yuan, but that car is a bit big, and she was worried I, as a new driver, wouldn't handle it well. Xia Jixiang pressed the key in his hand, and the black sedan's lights flashed twice. Come on, I'll take you to the city. Riding your electric bike is hot, and my car has air conditioning, Xia Jixiang said proudly. No need, I'm fine riding my bike, Sun Jiangwo said with a dark face and rode off on his electric tricycle. Seeing him leave, Xia Jixiang wasn't angry, he was quite happy. Sun Jiangwo had boasted a lot about his son in the past 2 years, always saying he only had a daughter and would suffer when he got old with no one to take care of him. Now Xia Jixiang kept talking about how his daughter bought everything for him. The more Sun Jiangwo thought about it, the angrier he got. Although their relationship was usually good, seeing the other person doing better made him uncomfortable. The key was that this person was Xia Jixiang, whom he had looked down on before for having only one daughter. Thinking of this, Sun Jiangwo got even angrier. Chapter 57. She became Lin Wan's financial backer. Zhang Xian called and said, I found the team. We still need to meet to confirm everything. As an investor, Xia Qing had to personally sign mini contracts and also register an entertainment company. Registering a company was quick, with registered capital and hiring a few people. Okay, then tomorrow it is, Xia Qing said. She registered Qing Tian Cultural Entertainment Company in Hanqing with a registered capital of 5 million. She rented an office in Qimo building in Hanqing and made a sign overnight. However, she still needed to hire staff and had already posted job announcements. The accounting was outsourced to an accounting firm. The next day, she arranged to meet the producer in Kyoto at the Guomao restaurant. Room 105. Besides Xia Qing, there were 2 others, a director named Lu Yuan found by Zhang Xian. He was a new director but had won a newcomer director award in university. He hadn't released any works afterward because he refused to shoot bad scripts. This is Zhang Yuan, Director Zhang. I've shown him your script, Zhang Xian introduced. Hello, Miss Xia, Lu Yuan greeted politely. Xia Qing sized him up. The man had somewhat long, slightly curly hair. Zhang Xian had already sent her his information. The man looked to be in his 30s with a somewhat messy beard. I've read the script, and I'm very grateful to producer Zhang for recommending me, Lu Yuan said, clearly liking the script. Lu Yuan and Zhang Xian had been good university classmates. Xia Qing nodded and said, I hope this script won't be drastically changed. No, I've read this script and it doesn't need any changes. It will definitely pass the review, Lu Yuan said. Nowadays, most novels adapted into dramas have a hard time passing the review, so they often undergo many changes. But this one doesn't need any, there's nothing that would fail the review. I hope Lin Wan can be the female lead. I have no other requirements. I'm planning to invest about 70 million. That's a decent investment. Lu Yuan smiled. If the female lead isn't a famous actress, then the male lead should at least be a second-tier star. Newcomers are fine too, as long as you ensure the quality of the drama, Xia Qing said. Definitely no problem. I can guarantee the quality, Lu Yuan said excitedly. The main issue now is that big investments mostly go to star salaries, which leads to cuts in special effects and other areas. It's also an era dominated by internet celebrities. In that case, I'll choose the male lead from the Film Academy again. You don't mind, right? Director Lu Yuan said. He had read the script and found no suitable second-tier stars. No, actually I think Su Jia is quite suitable. You can consider him, Xia Qing said. Okay. Lu Yuan silently noted the name since it was the investor's suggestion. If there's no problem, I'll invest 30 million upfront, and the rest will come later. You can start recruiting and officially form the team now, Xia Qing said. Okay, this drama is about to wrap up shooting soon, Zhang Xian said. They are filming 2 parts of Power Over the World. The first part is done and will air during the winter break. If the plot is well received, they will shoot the second part since the drama costs several hundred million to produce. It's a big production with period costumes and all first-tier stars. After the deal was done, Xia Qing settled the bill and left. Since she was in Kyoto, she planned to sell some jewelry. She wished she could open a gold shop in Kyoto. I'll contact Lin Wan's agent now. Yuan, you take a look at Su Jia for the male lead, Zhang Xian said. Alright, this script is really good. We need actors with both skill and charisma, Lu Yuan said. The female lead was already decided by the investors. He had seen Lin Wan's photos. She looked good and just needed some styling, but he wasn't sure about her acting skills. Lu Yuan was quite worried since it was a good script. He went back to find the male lead and quickly finalized the casting. Zhang Xian sent a WeChat message to Lin Wan's agent. Agent Jiang, have you thought about what I told you? The script has been sent to you. Agent Jiang immediately replied, yes. Lin Wan is available. Lin Wan asked, your cousin really invested in the drama? I've already agreed on your behalf. It's 100,000 per episode for 24 episodes. I didn't expect your cousin to actually invest. Although it's a small script, the pay is pretty good. 24 episodes at 100,000 each totals 2. For million. Their company's cut could be 1 million. They sign contracts to make money. For a newcomer like Lin Wan, 100,000 per episode is very good. Lin Wan's role as a maid in the big production Power Over the World paid 10,000 per episode for 16 episodes in the first half, totaling 160,000, with the company taking 70,000. Their agent always puts profit first. Really? That's great. Lin Wan said happily. By the way, Jiang, I want to tell you something, Lin Wan said a bit shyly. What is it? My cousin also registered a company called Sunny Entertainment. I plan not to renew my contract when it expires and want to go to my cousin's company, Lin Wan said. She knew her cousin had really invested in a drama, and even made her the female lead. Not only that, but she also started an entertainment company. Even though it was just a small company now, she still wanted to go to her cousin. Manager Zhang's expression changed slightly and said, you think you can become famous just by starring in your first lead role? And you want to leave our Tion Entertainment Company? Just like that. Tion Entertainment Company was indeed a big company with many stars under its wing, even some top-tier celebrities, but the good resources had already been divided. Lin Wan wanted to go to her cousin's place. Although it was just starting out, her cousin was an investor and would definitely support her. It was better than staying here. She had had enough of these days since her debut. Acting was her dream, but she didn't want to trade her body for it, especially as a newcomer. She felt this was an opportunity and nodded seriously, saying yes. Manager Jiang laughed angrily and said, fine, I'll prepare your termination contract now, but the profit share from this new drama you're filming still belongs to us. The newcomer's pay was 2.4 million and their share was 1 million. The manager's commission was also 300,000. No problem, Lin Wan said, treating it as their breakup fee. Manager Jiang frowned looking at Lin Wan and said, Lin Wan, you're just a newcomer, don't be so impulsive. Just because you got the lead in a small production doesn't mean you can get carried away. I really misjudged you. If you want to come back in the future, that's impossible. Chapter 58, Cooling Down in the Apocalypse. Manager Jiang was really furious. Lin Wan's looks are quite good, which is why she was willing to promote her. I just want to act well, I don't want to cater to those people. Every time they have to drink with the investors, and not only that, these managers even take them to various drinking parties. Heh. Am I giving you face? Others want to go but can't. Isn't it just accompanying for drinks? Who in this circle doesn't accompany for drinks? I'm just looking at how good looking you are. Lin Wan shook her head, seeing through some things but choosing not to speak out. Sister Jiang, don't be angry. It's not worth it to be upset over a newcomer like me just starting out. I chose this path myself, and even if I don't do well in the future, I will still acknowledge your kindness. Lin Wan held Jiang the manager's arm and smiled. Manager Jiang's attitude softened as she looked at Lin Wan. After all, the commission she was getting now was still 300,000 yuan, which is the commission for second or third tier celebrities. Fine. You chose it yourself, so go on your own. Manager Jiang grabbed her bag and left. Not long after stepping out, she thought of the dinner party tomorrow night, frowned, picked up her phone, and made a call. Yuan, a director has taken a liking to you recently. Remember to dress pure and innocent for the audition tomorrow night. Really? That's great. Thank you, Sister Jiang, for giving me this opportunity. I'll definitely dress up beautifully. An excited female voice came from the phone. Manager Jiang was very satisfied with this attitude, hung up the phone, and glanced back in the direction of the hotel. You want to terminate the contract? There are plenty of people eager to take the role. Ungrateful. Do you think being the female lead in a small production is such a big deal? It's just an online drama. Every year, there are countless male and female leads in online dramas, but how many actually become popular? She frowned slightly and called the investor again. Mr. Liu, our Lin Wan is sick and can't attend the audition for tomorrow's drama. I've sent a recent college graduate Yuan to audition instead. The voice on the phone was clearly somewhat displeased, but upon hearing that another female college student was switched in, reluctantly said, then let her give it a try. All right. See you tomorrow then. Manager Jiang hung up the phone with a forced smile. Lin Wan's looks are still decent, but every time she is sent to accompany someone for drinks, there's always some issue or another. Leaving me to handle things. You think you can become famous? Getting arrogant over a little investment. Even if I star in a female lead drama, so what? There are plenty that don't become popular. Manager Jiang left wearing high heels. On the other side, Xia Qing received a message from Lin Wan. Cousin, once my current contract ends, can I sign with your company? Sure. I'll find you an assistant and an agent. If you come over, you'll be our top star here, Xia Qing joked. Her entertainment company just started and hasn't signed any celebrities yet. All right. From now on, I want to follow you. Lin Wan sent a big emoji. When she was little, Wan loved to cling to her. Xia Qing shook her head and temporarily put this matter out of her mind. Qing Tian Entertainment Company just started. She bought many office supplies and today interviewed 5 groups of people. Temporarily hired 2 cleaners and 1 administrative staff. The remaining recruits are all recent college graduates, full of energy and ideas. The entertainment company is temporarily up and running, but there are no signed artists, only 1 film and television project in preparation. Lin Wan's side has not expired yet. It will have to wait until next month. In the meeting room of Qi Tian Entertainment Company, there are only 5 people in total. 3 are recent college graduates, and 2 were high-salary hires poached by Xia Qing from other film companies. We are about to start filming this drama soon. Zhang Nian, you will join the crew. We will have to handle the post-production promotion ourselves. Understood. Next, for the planning, Manager Jiang will be counting on you. Xia Qing said with a smile. Absolutely, we'll get it done. Just kidding, the boss in front of me hired them at double the salary. From then on, the company became their home. I'm very busy, you can contact me via WeChat if anything comes up. This basically means she hardly has time to come to the office. Right now there's only 1 project, but there will be others coming up. Let's first finish the current project well. She has many scripts on hand. No problem. If this drama's broadcast popularity exceeds 10,000, each person will get a bonus of 10,000. Director Xia is so generous. The employees all got excited the moment they heard Xia Qing's words. After finishing the entertainment company's matters, the coal she purchased had all been delivered to the warehouse, and in the evening she drove to lie down in the county town. Suyu? Yes, I'm here. Waiting for his reply, Xia Qing stored 500 boxes of coal into the space and headed towards the space rift. The temperature in Suyu's area has dropped again, with lows reaching 7.8 degrees. It's cold again. Although well prepared, Xia Qing felt that the temperature was much colder than the last time she came. The temperature has dropped, dropping 5 to 6 degrees every day these past few days. Suyu said in a deep voice. The base had already stocked up on supplies beforehand, and with the coal Xia Qing brought this time, they could ensure their warmth. It's just that when the weather gets colder, people become lazier, and fewer go out to look for supplies. Xia Qing, you mentioned before that there aren't many ceramic factories left. We can build a small ceramic factory here. Build a ceramic factory? Xia Qing said in surprise. We can build it in this world to supply you in exchange for your food. The weather is getting colder, giving these survivors some work to do, which in turn gives them a chance to exchange it for food. Of course, Xia Qing said with a smile just as her ceramic cup was out of stock. The last time we went to the ceramic factory, they only had that much stock, and once it's gone, there's no way to produce more. So, do you have people here who can fire ceramics? Here, everything is mechanically fired, and with the template data, the machine will do. I have already obtained that thing, Xia said with a smile. Moreover, among the survivors, there are also former ceramic workers. That's great, Xia Qing said. In that case, those survivors will also have work to do to earn food in exchange. How many people are at the base now? More than 400 people, and others who received our message are also on their way, Xia said. The found military equipment transmitters are enough to broadcast their signal nationwide. As long as the broadcast can be received, their information can be received. By the way, I want to use your architect to help me design an ancient street. Can we use the dynasty design from your supermarket? All right. I'll call him over, Xia said in a deep voice. After a while, a middle-aged man wearing glasses nervously walked in. Base chief, the man said nervously while rubbing his hands. He is an architect who designed the base's walls, and now he is also teaching his own son. Now it's the end of the world, and only those with a skill can rely on their abilities to make a living and survive. Hello, I want to design an ancient commercial street, as well as an ancient film and television city. She doesn't have that much capital at the moment, but it doesn't affect the preparation work. She also has an underground warehouse of suyus. If she runs out of money, she can sell it, so this is not a concern. Chapter 59. Autonomous Evolution. The architect was very nervous at first, but then heard Xia Qing ask her to design an ancient film and television city. Sure. No problem. I was involved in the design of Longhua film and television city back then, the man immediately said. Many movies and TV dramas were filmed at Longhua film and television city back then. I will prepare the drawing tools for you. There's no rush to produce the drawings for now, but they must be distinctive. Once finished, just give them to Suyu. Oh, by the way, what kind of reward do you want? Food or supplies? Xia Qing asked, blinking her eyes. Money might not be very useful to them. It would be better to use supplies and food. The man was very excited to hear Xia Qing's words. He was originally an architect and usually could only build the base's walls to exchange for points. I want some milk powder, can I? If not. Sure. Xia Qing agreed very readily. To her, it was just a few cans of milk powder. Hiring a designer would cost tens of thousands, right? Moreover, what she wanted was unique. Designed from an ancient era of a different time and space. Thank you. The man went out very excitedly, and the next day he received 10 buckets of milk powder. This is milk powder. Wife, after the baby is born, there will be milk powder to drink, the man said excitedly. He didn't expect to be given a full 10 cans of milk powder. Even if there was only one can, he would have carefully designed it. All of these must be kept safe, the man said nervously. Although the base has strict management that forbids seizing supplies, and there are surveillance cameras everywhere, anyone caught will be expelled from the base without mercy. The base is currently the only place with normal food. Who would be willing to leave? Leaving the base is a dead end. However, some people do plead with others, since quite a few women in the base are pregnant. Without any measures in place now, those who survive are all physically strong individuals, and the pregnancy rate is also very high. It's laughable when you think about it. Without food and with mutations, the reproductive ability of the remaining people has actually strengthened. Is this humanity's self-redemption? Now that there are more people in the base, the living space allocated to each person has started to decrease. The weather is getting cold. Everyone can exchange for one free briquette of honeycomb coal, but if you want more, you'll need to use points, the woman said with a frown. Actually, the base is already quite good. You can receive a large bag at a time, and if there are pregnant women, the elderly, the weak, or the disabled, they will get an extra bag. Look, the temperature is still going down. I don't know if the honeycomb coal will be enough, the woman said worriedly. They've been giving out thick quilts and warm clothes for free these days, but you still need to work and move your body more. The woman said. I'm fine, you rest well. I still need to hurry and finish drawing the picture, the man said, pushing up his glasses. He actually exchanged the map for 10 cans of milk powder. He has to design a perfect structure to be worthy of these 10 cans of milk powder. These are warm baby patches. I bought many of them. When the weather is cold, sticking them on your body will keep you warm, Xia Qing said. All right, send them to those kids first, Xia said. There is a villa in the base specifically for orphans, and they are responsible for cleaning it themselves. However, the food for these children is free, provided twice a day. The base has now opened a school to teach the children literacy and special skills. These children are all the hope for the future. The orphans all feel very insecure. At first, the children with parents would bully the orphans, thinking they had no one to back them up. So most orphans stick together in groups so they won't be bullied. There are now more than 50 orphans. When Xia Qing arrived, some of the children were playing, some were running, and the older kids were studying seriously. When the children saw Suyu approaching, they all consciously lined up in 2 rows. They had all met Suyu before. This time, Xia Qing did not see Xiao Xingyun, and she frowned slightly, saying, "Where is Xiao Xingyun?" Suyu looked around but also didn't see her, so he waved over a big kid and asked, "Where did Xiao Xingyun go?" "I don't know, she should be inside the house." The children are full of energy. Although the weather has cooled down quite quickly, these kids generally have better physical fitness than the adults. Moreover, the children are given extra meals of milk and meat every day, which has greatly improved their immunity. "Take me over to have a look," Xia Qing said. Okay. The 7-year-old girl nodded understandingly. Here, anyone over 12 years old is not allowed to stay in the orphanage. The base will arrange some light work for them to do. In the villa, because there weren't enough beds, everyone slept on the floor. Little luck? Xia Qing looked at a girl curled up in the corner of the room holding a doll. What's going on? Suyu's tone was cold and low. The two children in the same room were too scared to speak. Xia Qing walked over, picked up Little Luck, and frowned. She feels very hot. She must have a fever. She has been like this since last night. Brother Linlin has already gone to the treatment room to find the doctor, but the doctor still hasn't arrived yet, the girl said nervously. Facing Suyu, there was a sense of pressure. The child was somewhat afraid to speak. Xia Qing picked up Little Luck and followed Suyu to the treatment room. At this moment, Dr. Lin was busy. There were quite a few people in the treatment room catching colds due to the seasonal change. When Suyu came into the treatment room, it instantly became quiet, and everyone consciously made way for him. Dr. Lin, come over and check her condition first, Suyu said in a deep voice. Okay. Dr. Lin quickly responded, putting down what he was doing and coming over. Naturally, the others did not dare to say anything. Dr. Lin examined Little Lucky and drew some blood to give to the assistant for testing. The results came out shortly after. No illness, all vital signs are very good. Then what's going on with her fever? Xia Qing asked in confusion. Maybe she is evolving. Suyu understood and said. Evolving? Didn't you say evolution only happens when zombies bite and the body resists, causing evolution? Yes. But it is also possible to evolve autonomously, Suyu said in a deep voice. Because he himself also evolved autonomously back then. Dr. Lin, put the child with you first for close observation. Okay. If Suyu gives the order, he definitely has to follow it. If any medicine is missing, tell Suyu, Xia Qing added. Dr. Lin's eyes lit up, and he nodded excitedly. They are indeed very short of medicine now. The illness can be treated, but there is no medicine. Suyu took Xia Qing to an empty area at the back and said, we can build a small ceramics factory here. If the ceramics factory is built here, so close to your living area, won't it pollute your side? Xia Qing asked worriedly. No. Our ceramics factory here generates electricity. Chapter 60, The Ceramic Factory. The ceramic factory will be established quickly. Tomorrow, I'll bring people to get all the equipment for the ceramic factory. Having ready-made equipment will speed up the progress a lot. Tian Rui's family already has a ready-made ceramic factory. I'll have her take charge for you. Tian Rui's ceramic factory is also one of the top 3 large ceramic factories in Longhua and has previously exhibited at international ceramic exhibitions. Thank you so much, Xia Qing said happily. In that case, she can create any ceramic pattern she wants. She can also place large orders for popular products. You haven't finished absorbing the crystal beads I gave you, Suyu asked. The space has now been upgraded to more than 200 square meters. I'll absorb them as soon as I get back, Xia Qing said with a smile. Immediately after, Suyu called Liao and Tian Rui over. I'm planning to build a ceramics factory. I'll go to the factory tomorrow to collect the equipment, Suyu said. / a ceramics factory? / Tian Rui said in surprise. You actually want to establish a ceramics factory now? How can that be done? Where will you sell it? / yes. A ceramics factory. Tian Rui, I remember your family business is in the ceramics industry. I hope you can be in charge of this factory / Suyu said. Tian Rui was somewhat excited. Before the apocalypse, she was not only a second-generation rich kid but also held dual bachelor's degrees from Washington abroad. Her grandfather was also a famous ceramic culture heritage master in Longhua. Really? Tian Rui said somewhat incredulously. She is now at the villa, spending her days taking care of the child and cleaning. Li Yao's points are enough for the supplies for both of them. But Tian Rui didn't want that. She felt that the longer the time passed, the more disconnected she would become, yet she felt she couldn't do anything. Now that there was such an opportunity, she was certainly willing to take it. Originally, she wanted to apply to be a teacher and teach those children, but she didn't go through with it because she still had to take care of her child. Li Yao didn't want her to be too tired. Because the work at the base is equivalent to earning points, the teacher's work is relatively easy and can also earn some points. Li Yao's points are enough for their food, and since they live in the same villa as Suyu, there is occasionally extra food. The factory needs to be set up quickly in the next few days, and you are responsible for selecting the workers, Suyu said. Yes. Brother Yu. Tian Rui was very excited. After Suyu left, she directly hugged Li Yao. Husband, I will definitely make the ceramics factory successful. I won't let you down, you good, Tian Rui said seriously. I will definitely support you, Li Yao said affectionately. I know it will be hard, but I am willing to do it. This is the opportunity Yu Gu has given me. Li Yao also clearly knows that establishing a ceramics factory in the post-apocalyptic world is definitely what Miss Xia wants, and with long-term cooperation, they are also willing to do it. Since the apocalypse, plus having a child, Tian Rui, who was once a wealthy young lady, has seen her life plummet drastically. The blow to Tian Rui was severe. The belief that sustains her to live on is Li Yao and the child. Now she finally has something to do, and her whole mood has become much more hopeful. Liao was very happy to see the changes in Tianrui. The next day, Siyu threw a big bag of things to Liao. This is for your wife, Siyu said in a deep voice. Thank you, brother Yu, Liao said happily. Liao hurriedly took the things back. At this moment, Tianrui was coaxing the child to sleep. Wife, this is something brother Yu asked me to give to you. Liao handed a large box to Tianrui. What could it be? Such a big box. Tianrui opened the box. Inside was a set of skincare products, several large packs of sanitary pads, a few sets of intimate clothing, and some small noodles and milk powder for the child. This definitely wasn't prepared by brother Yu, Tianrui said. Tianrui thought of the girl from earlier that day. It must have been her who prepared it. Only a girl can empathize with another girl. I will work hard. Brother Yu said, don't worry about using it. You will get such a big package every month, Liao said with a big smile. Tianrui was very happy. Her face had become dry and withered due to malnutrition and long-term dehydration. This set of skincare products looked very expensive. She used to often buy luxury goods as well. Alright, I won't say that brother Yu asked me. Today we're going to the ceramics factory to bring back all those pieces of equipment. Take a look and see roughly how many workers are needed. 2 of them are former workers from the ceramics factory, and they can help you. Okay. Thank you, dear husband. You all must come back safely. Okay. There are too many styles of ceramic cups. Now that it's the end of the world, the previous copyrights definitely no longer count. She can completely recreate those famous and beautiful styles from before. There is still a computer in the villa, but there is no internet now. However, there are stored pictures inside, and all of these can be recreated as long as there are templates. The crew on Xia Qing's side is already fully prepared. The male lead is set as Sujia, and he agreed immediately after seeing the script. Sujia's total fee is 7 million. Zhang Xin said, we plan to shoot this drama in Xiakou and expect to start filming in 3 days. Okay. Xiakou is located at the confluence of the Yangtze River and Han River, a first-tier city. Xia Qing opened WeChat and sent a message to Zhang Nan saying, we start filming the day after tomorrow, you should go along and prepare the promotion in advance. Got it. Zhang Nan replied instantly. This is their company's first project, so he definitely wants to do a good job. Otherwise, how could he justify the high salary the boss paid him? Tomorrow I'm going on a business trip to Xiakou, probably for 1 or 2 months, Zhang Nan said to his girlfriend. A business trip for 1 or 2 months? The woman complained slightly. Yes, I'm going to Xiakou with the film crew. When you miss me, you can come visit. Is your company reliable? Didn't you just register not long ago and already have a project? Yes. And starring Sujia, Zhang Nan said with a smile. For a newly established entertainment company, being able to hire a second-tier star like Sujia was already quite good. It should be known that most small companies start with short dramas. He felt that his boss definitely had someone backing him up. Xia Qing was not in a hurry to start the second project. She thought it wouldn't be too late to continue with the project after the first drama aired. Sister Lu, I'll add 15 more buckets of that milk tomorrow. Xia Qing sent a message to Sister Lu on WeChat. Next is the transfer. Got it. I'll deliver it to the warehouse as usual tomorrow. Sister Lu replied instantly, then accepted the transfer. There are more survivors over there, so order more milk. She now has a WeChat contact for supermarket supplies, and she sent the supply order to the person in charge of supplies, saying, order 50 portions of each of these to be delivered here. The address she sent later. Okay, once the goods are arranged, they can be delivered by tomorrow afternoon. This time she added a few hundred more gene of lamb. The weather over there is cold, so eating some hot braised lamb will definitely be comforting. Chapter 61, getting further and further on the path to becoming a rich woman. Xi brought Wang Chong, Liao, and a worker from the ceramics factory. The worker sat in the back, looking a bit nervous since going out might mean encountering zombies. Also, sitting in the same car with the base commander and a few other responsible people is definitely very nerve-wracking. It's like an ordinary resident sitting in the same car as the president, with a heart rate that never dropped below 100. Which factory equipment can be used still needs to be checked by the workers. The display screen in the car shows the temperature is only 5 degrees. Fortunately, the air conditioning inside the car makes it a bit warmer. A thin layer of fog had also formed on the car window. If this keeps up, it's probably going to drop below 0 tomorrow. Hopefully the temperature won't drop any further. They had been to the ceramics factory before, so they were quite familiar with the place. Brother Yu, all these devices are fine and can be used. There are quite a few ready-made molds here, the worker said after checking them. Good. Xi replied, then put away all the usable equipment. This actually includes a pair of molds for national porcelain teacups. The ceramic worker said happily. This is a porcelain teacup mold. This is a lotus petal cup, very valuable. The ceramic worker smiled, not expecting that this ceramic factory had preserved this as well. Then take them all away, Xi said with a big wave of his hand. On this side, all the equipment from the ceramic factory was taken away, while Tianrui was recruiting people, already broadcasting at the base, and many people came to apply. As long as you have the mold, you can pick it up quickly, All the equipment is there, but the coloring side requires people with a certain foundation in painting. They say our base is going to open a ceramics factory, isn't that a joke? Can you eat ceramics? Or can you even sell them? Yeah. Sell them to zombies? Several people laughed together. But the ceramics factory offers good recruitment benefits. There are points in food. In such cold weather, having a job that can be exchanged for food is definitely better than going out to scavenge for supplies. It's cold outside and their movements are restricted, but those zombies are not limited at all. Before long, a line had formed over by Tianrui's place. So many people coming to recruit workers, Liao said in surprise as he looked at the crowd. I originally thought that not many people would come to the ceramics factory. All the valuable things around have been completely taken, so if you want to go, you can only go to the urban area. There are many zombies there and ordinary people don't dare to go. Besides, working at the ceramics factory can earn you points and additional benefits. They would definitely be willing to come, but I'm not hiring just anyone. Tianrui said seriously. After all, it's a family business. She used to work at the ceramics factory for a while, so she knows all the processes and can make ceramics herself. A wealthy heiress, wealth is not only about money but also various aspects, including vision and the expenses spent on various kinds of learning and cultivation. Learning piano costs 10,000 per lesson, and for painting they even hire master-level teachers. I saw the note Xia Qing gave me. All the recruited female employees receive an extra set of skincare products and a hygiene gift pack. Hygiene products are really friendly to girls. It's very hard to find supplies for girls nowadays. They are consumables to begin with, and with expiration and contamination they can't be used anymore. Like sanitary pads, when there were no supplies, they all use cloth, but due to water source pollution, there was no way to clean them. It's really great to have clean things like their sanitary pads now. I have to say that girl is really thoughtful. Thinking of this, Tianrui is even more determined to do this job well. Even though the conditions are very harsh now. The benefits here are so good, of course there are many interviews. Alright, you go take care of the child. I need to continue the interviews. Liao looked outside at the long queue still waiting and could only take the child outside to maintain order. After 3 hours of interviews, Tianrui hired a total of 15 people. A few of them have a background in drawing, so coloring should not be a problem. For making ceramics, they have machines and molds that can produce in batches, mainly for decorative painting, and there are also machine models for carving. Mainly there are also pigments for glazing. These are currently quite hard to find here, but the ceramic factory still has some stock. Brother, the workers for the ceramic factory have already been hired. Tomorrow I will bring them to try it out, but the pigments over here. If it is glazed ceramics, then pigments need to be applied. You don't need to worry about this, Sui said. Okay, then I'll take them to get familiar first, Tianrui said. After Tianrui left, Sui told Xia Qing about this matter. Arrived at the 5-star hotel in Xiakou just after midnight. She was applying a face mask, drinking milk tea, soaking in a large bathtub with a screen above it, where Xia Qing was playing a TV drama. When you have money to enjoy, all worries disappear. Xia Qing, are you there? Xia Qing was also stunned for a moment when she heard Suyu's voice, then she came to her senses. She used to only be able to hear Suyu's voice when entering the space, but now she can actually hear it directly. It seems she has absorbed quite a few crystal beads recently to upgrade the space. Yes, I'm here. Xia Qing quickly responded, her voice a bit flustered. She was now in the bathtub with pink bubbles flying all around. The ceramic factory workers have already been hired, but we don't have the pigments for making ceramics here. Where don't they have factories producing pigments? Many pigments have expired and cannot be used. Okay, I got it. I'll go buy it tomorrow, Xia Qing said hurriedly. Okay, are you busy? So you heard a man's voice over there. No, I'm watching a show. She was too embarrassed to say she was taking a shower. So you seemed to breathe a sigh of relief over there, and only then did Xia Qing see the scene in the TV drama where the male lead was confessing his deep feelings to the female lead. After a long time, with no more sound from Suyu, Xia Qing finally breathed a sigh of relief. She was still afraid that Suyu might suddenly enter her time. She was currently taking a shower. Thinking back, she had once done the same before passing through without getting his response and seeing Suyu's upper body. She has a great figure, and thinking about it made her cheeks flush a little. However, Suyu cannot enter the space and can only take things out, so he probably can't come over. Tomorrow, they will start filming their new drama, and Xia Qing will specially come to take a look, since it is her first time investing in a drama. The first part of Power Over the World has already finished filming and is now in post-production. The script is very faithful to the original, so the review should definitely be fine. It is estimated that riding the wave of popularity, it will be able to air during the winter vacation. Xia Qing opened her phone and saw the message Lin Wan sent her an hour ago. Cousin. Hooray. You actually invited Su Jia. I really like him. He is my passionate second male lead. This drama is popular. Not to mention Su Jia, Zhou Lingyi can also be invited for you. Xia Qing replied dominantly. Seriously reading the script. I will act well. Not only Zhou Lingyi, Zhan is also an option. Lin Wan sent a charming expression. Question the rich woman, understand how the rich woman became rich. She is now on the path to becoming a rich woman and will definitely go further and further. Chapter 62. Visiting the set and requesting to purchase. Xiakou City belongs to the subtropical monsoon climate, with distinct 4 seasons. Summers are hot and humid, and right now is the hottest time. She went out today wearing a gray baseball cap, her thick black hair flowing behind her, dressed in a black off-shoulder short-sleeve top, paired with gray denim shorts. Wearing dazzling pearl earrings brought from another time and space, a red carnelian necklace, a rose gold red carnelian bracelet, and carrying a pink pocket bag. Zhang Nan sent her an address, the filming location for today, and she took a taxi directly there. "Sorry, we're filming here. Please walk over there," said a staff member. "I'm looking for Lu Yiwen," Xia Qing said calmly. "Looking for the director?" The female staff member was a bit surprised and sneaked a glance at Xia Qing. Could it be that actress? But the bag that girl is carrying is really nice. Over there. The staff member pointed towards the front, then secretly took out their phone to take a picture of Xia Qing's backpack. She couldn't find the same style on Taobao, so she took a screenshot, keeping only the picture of the bag, and posted it on Xiaohongshu. "Does anyone know this bag? Looking to buy." Xia Qing said thank you and walked forward. She was still ordering takeout on Meituan, placing an order for 100 cups of "Farewell My Concubine" milk tea. Su Jia. So handsome. I heard that Lin Wan joined the crew with financial backing. She's a newly debuted actress, right? She has no fame at all but can act with Su Jia. Su Jia played the deeply affectionate second male lead in the palace drama before, so heartbreaking. Several background actors were gossiping and chatting. Su Jia previously also played the male lead's bodyguard and gained some popularity due to his looks. A deeply emotional second male lead role made him a bit more well-known. Not far away, Lin Wan was rehearsing a scene with Su Jia. She still had 2 months left before her contract expired. Lin Wan had originally signed a 3-year contract. During these 3 years, she attended many drinking parties but had only a few film offers, all minor supporting roles. "Boss?" Zhang Nan saw Xia Qing approaching and quickly ran over with a smile. "Director Lu is busy and the producer is over there," Zhang Nan said, handing a small fan to Xia Qing. "The weather is so hot that many people are holding small fans." "Miss Xia." Zhang Xin saw Xia Qing and quickly stood up, smiling as he spoke. People around saw the producer's kind smile towards the girl in front of him, and everyone vaguely guessed what was going on. This drama is an original script, and Chao Lajiao is the investor of their play. "It's okay, you guys go ahead and be busy. I'll walk around here. By the way, Zhang Nan, the milk tea will arrive soon. Please distribute the milk tea to everyone." "All right. Producer Zhang, you go ahead and be busy first," Xia Qing said. "Great. I'll thank the boss for the milk tea on behalf of everyone. I'll get busy now," Zhang Xin said. The pay is high, but he is handling the work of 3 people by himself. Lu Yuan has high standards and some of these people are beginners, so he has to supervise personally. Inside the shuttle van. "Brother Jia, I told you this drama is being filmed in Xiakou, and it's really hot right now," Assistant Su Jia said. The assistant felt a bit regretful. After all, 2 dramas had previously approached Brother Jia. One was a xianxia, fantasy, drama, and the other was a modern drama. Although that role was the second male lead, both the female lead and the male lead were top-tier stars, an S+ big production with a budget of several hundred million. At that time, Su Jia's agent Yin Shui was reviewing both scripts simultaneously and said, although that one is a big production, it's a second male lead role. But the script is really very good. The director is Lu Yiwen, who hasn't had many works in recent years, but his previous work did win an award. In the end, Su Jia chose this male lead, and since it's a modern drama, it's relatively easier without having to wear a headpiece. The assistant was making tea for Su Jia when Yin Shui came in shortly after. "How's the filming going? The female lead in this drama is from the investors, so get along well," Yin Shui reminded. They didn't want to offend any of the investors. "Not bad. The shooting went smoothly and this director has a lot of ideas," Su Jia said with a smile. "The male lead in this drama is very charming," Su Jia said as he picked up the script. "To be honest, acting in it is quite challenging. I believe in you. Your acting skills are definitely not a problem. This Lin Wan actually has good conditions. It's a pity that there are no breakthrough days at Tian Entertainment Company," Yin Shui sighed. Tian Entertainment Company is a big company with quite a few first-tier and second-tier stars, but resources are limited. Xia Qing went to find Lin Wan. Tian Entertainment Company definitely wouldn't provide her with a chauffeured car, so she could only rest outside. Wan. Xia Qing greeted with a smile. "Cousin." Lin Wan had delicate and beautiful features, and most importantly, she was very recognizable. "The first time I acted with a celebrity, I was so nervous that my palms kept sweating. You will be a celebrity too in the future. My contract with our agent expires in 2 months, and I won't renew it then. The agent has already drafted the termination contract for me. It's pretty good that they can let people go so quickly, Xia Qing said. She originally thought it would be difficult to terminate the contract. I'm not a top-tier celebrity and they don't lack newcomers. Lin Wan was quite clear about the reality. I'll ask Zhang Nan to help you hire an assistant later, and a nanny car will also be arranged for you. Cousin, you are really so kind. From now on, I'll stick with you. Lin Wan said sincerely with a smile. The two chatted for a while and quite a few staff members watching their interaction were quietly guessing. Is that person the one who stir-fries chili peppers? I heard the investor is the female lead's cousin. Please give me a cousin like that. Soon the takeout arrived and Zhang Nan shared the milk tea with the staff. Who says this is a small production? On the first day of shooting today we already have milk tea. 20 yuan a cup, that's 100 cups. Alright, you focus on acting. I'll visit the set in a few days. Xia Qing said she still had to busy herself with buying paint. There is a paint factory supplying here in Xiakou, but it is in the county area. Okay. I will definitely act well. Lin Wan said seriously. Cousin has already given her this opportunity, so she will definitely shoot well. At noon, Xia Qing found a place to have lunch and in the afternoon rented a car to go to Sinyu Paint Factory. She ordered a batch of all the colors and the address for delivery was the county warehouse. This is the deposit. Please expedite the delivery. No problem. We will send it via SF Express. Once all the goods are ready, they will be delivered in a day or two, the person in charge said. After Xia Qing left, the person in charge was also very happy. There were so many new orders today. Half a month later at the post-apocalyptic ceramics factory. This cup shape is so beautiful. Xia Qing exclaimed, holding a cup that looked like a flower petal. This porcelain cup is called Yingqing Red Glaze High-Footed Porcelain Cup. Its color lies between blue and white. The reason the red glaze appears red is because it contains copper elements, which are unstable during firing, Tian Rui explained. Xia Qing nodded. They also had red porcelain in ancient times, but it was difficult to fire and unstable, so the production volume was low. The red halo effect on this porcelain cup is caused by the firing temperature, which creates these glaze colors, Tian Rui said. This porcelain cup is very beautiful. It was once exhibited at their national porcelain exhibition. This cup is also very beautiful. Xia Qing said. This is a Buddha's hand cup. The color combination is really extremely beautiful. Chapter 63, Deputy Base Commander. The workers have just started to become skilled and there will be even better quality ones in the future. Half of this first batch are defective, Tian Rui said with a frown of regret. Keep making them. I'm quite satisfied with both of these designs. I'll take them all back, Xia Qing said. She already thought the color schemes of these ceramic cups were very beautiful and they would definitely become popular if sold in the store. Now her ceramic shop's live broadcasts have thousands of viewers every day. This batch was so successful, we have to eat something to celebrate. Xia Qing said with a smile. She had specially ordered 5 roasted whole lambs today. She also went to see Little Luck today, who had already successfully become an evolver, but was still young and weak in strength. The weather in the post-apocalyptic world is now -10 degrees Celsius, and it has been consistently this cold recently with no rain or snow, just dry cold. Tian Rui's eyes lit up. Recently, Xia Qing occasionally came over, and every time she brought a lot of delicious food. This time, Siyu invited several key members from the ceramics factory, as well as the master who painted for Xia Qing. All the evolvers in the base were arranged to come in today. The evolvers who received the notice were all very excited. Today the base commander is treating us to roasted lamb chops. The smell is really irresistible. Hurry up, hurry up. Mr. Ma, the base commander called for you again today, and you can bring one family member. Really? I can go too. Mark Rand said excitedly. Yes. You can only bring one family member. The notifying Vanguard member said before quickly leaving. Marco Ran is in his 50s. He originally thought he was a burden, he couldn't even manage the base's fence, and his weak body made earning points difficult. But unexpectedly someone appreciated his paintings, which gave him hope to keep living. Which one of you two will come with me? Marco Ran looked at his 2 sons. The eldest son is 20, the younger son only 16. Their mother has died, leaving just the 3 of them. Both sons are very filial and he doesn't know which one to take with him. The elder son has a talent for painting and these days he has been learning from him. Dad, I can go too. You just said that a few key people from the ceramics factory can go, so I can go as well. If you can't go, then I won't go either, said the elder son. The elder son successfully entered the ceramics factory, his painting skills are good, and he works in ceramics as a color painter. Now we can all go together. Today we're having a whole roasted lamb. Eating something this warm on such a cold day feels absolutely wonderful, the eldest son Ma Chiao said excitedly. It's been a long time since we've had meat. They specifically found a large warehouse where tables had already been set up. A fire pit was lit in the middle, and quite a few people had already arrived early. In the middle is the fragrant whole roasted lamb, a total of 10 of them. Pig head meat, chicken legs, roast duck. Not only that, there are also various kinds of fruits, watermelon, apples, bananas. These are things that usually can only be eaten by redeeming points, but today they are all free to eat. Various pastries and also white liquor. Drinking some white liquor can warm everyone up a bit. Everyone looked at the delicious food in the middle and was about to drool, but no one took the initiative to rush forward and grab a bite. After all, the base commander hasn't spoken yet. You go. You go. Several people immediately greeted Suyu when they saw him walking over. Following behind was Xia Qing, who had already changed into a pink ski suit, the same style as Su Yu's. Everyone, please sit down. With a clatter, everyone sat down, about dozens of people in total. The front were all evolvers, and at the back were several captains of the Backbone Vanguard. Also Li Zhong and Wang Zhan, who came in some time ago. These roasted lamb chops, the aroma is so delicious. When can we eat them? Wang Zhan was already starting to drool. Zhang Ge, the woman next to the base commander, looks really pretty, said another man with a crew cut. Just take a look. Don't pay too much attention. She is a woman from the base, Li Zhong warned. In the past, when they were outside, as long as it wasn't too excessive, even the most heinous acts wouldn't be strictly controlled by him. But if it was something like a pervert bullying a young girl, he would kill them immediately. Not only men were watching, but others were too, mainly because Xia Qing was so bright and sunny. In this dark apocalypse, she was more like a clean pink rose. This is Miss Xia Qing, who will be the deputy base commander from now on, Siyu said in a deep voice, not giving others a chance to object. A few people who knew the inside story, like Zhang Liang and Wang Chong, had no objections. The people in front were silent, while a few people behind were very surprised. Li Zhang was also shocked for a few seconds. He originally thought she was the base chief's woman, but now she has become the deputy base chief. What Siyu said next shocked everyone even more. From now on, what Xia Qing says will also represent my decision. Xia Qing, Qing Tian base. Some people who didn't understand, upon hearing Xia Qing's name, roughly knew what it was about. Deputy base commander. I toast to you. Zhang Liang very sensibly picked up his wine glass and walked over to Xia Qing. Xia Qing glanced at Su Yu. This guy suddenly gave her such a big official title. You're welcome. The two of them drank a glass, and seeing this, the others also gradually toasted to Xia Qing one after another. Everyone invited here today has contributed efforts to the Sunny Base project. Today is a celebration feast. Siyu said in a deep voice. Everyone eat freely today. If you can't finish, you can take it away. As soon as Siyu finished speaking, the people downstairs couldn't sit still and all started eating the food. Rustle, rustle, rustle. For a while, no one spoke, only the sound of chewing while eating. Siyu, am I about to become the deputy base commander? Yes, Siyu said with a smile. The base is still unstable now. If it becomes stable in the future, Xia Qing won't have any objections even if the base leader is stationed at this location. Everyone ate until their stomachs were full and the remaining food was packed up and taken away. Several people grabbed some pastries, wanting to take them home for their children to eat. Xia Qing watched them eat everything cleanly without wasting a bit. Suddenly, a roaring sound came from outside. It was the sound of an airplane. There's a plane. Soon someone hurriedly said, a large airplane has landed 1 kilometer from our base. Call a few people to go and take a look, Siyu instructed. I'll go take a look too, Xia Qing said. Okay. 1 kilometer from the base, a passenger plane landed, and they heard a broadcast on the plane saying this is the last home of humanity. There is abundant food and uncontaminated water sources. Due to an improper landing spot, the plane's nose crashed into the wall upon landing. Everyone get off the plane quickly, the captain said hurriedly. If the plane leaks fuel, an explosion might occur. Just now, I saw signs of other people living below inside the plane. Chapter 64, Mutant Zombies Appear. Ah, zombies, a man shouted in terror. A man in the cabin suddenly mutated, his limbs grew longer and his eyes turned blood red. Originally he was only 175 centimeters tall, but he forcibly grew to 2 meters with abnormally long limbs, especially that mouth dripping green slime. Black sharp teeth exposed, this guy had no lips. Run quickly. Pfft. The mutated zombie's hand slipped by, and a man's head was instantly severed. What kind of zombie is this? How did it suddenly mutate like this? Everyone hurriedly ran off the plane and scattered to escape, and a few survivors also encountered people from the Sunny Sky base who had just arrived. Don't go over there. There's a mutated zombie on the plane. 2 people who escaped gasped out a warning. Many people on the plane were killed by them, and they escaped. 2 people jumped out of the plane, both with injured legs. What mutated zombies? Wang Chong asked. We flew over from Landu. That person was fine all the way, but just before landing, his body suddenly swelled up. It was terrifying. Everyone clearly checked before boarding the plane. Mutated zombies? Wang Chong frowned slightly. Nowadays, zombies are more active at night but relatively calm during the day. Although somewhat disgusting and terrifying, their harm is not very great. If you encounter a horde of zombies, that would be quite dangerous, but most zombies move in groups. They can smell the scent of their kind and thus gather together. A total of 5 people were rescued by Wang Chong after escaping from the plane, 3 men and 2 women. Does this base really have clean food? The man asked anxiously. They gave up the Landu survival base and flew here by plane. Of course, but you all have to undergo inspection and then stay in quarantine for a day before entering the base. They should still be careful about the mutated zombies and isolate them for a day. We can provide you with free food before you enter. That's great, the man said excitedly. But before that, they also wanted to ask some questions about the Blue City survival base. Blue City is backed by the sea, there should be food, right? Zhang Liang asked from the side. At the beginning of the zombie mutation, it was discovered that the land and vegetation started to turn black, so the government established survival bases. The seawater turned a dark green and no mutations have occurred yet. They have eaten seafood for nearly half a year. Although the taste of the sea fish became increasingly strange, turning sour and fishy, they were almost about to vomit. But with no other food, they had no choice but to eat that. Water resources are very scarce because of water pollution. Seawater is not drinkable, and long-term bathing in seawater has caused various skin damages on their bodies. But 2 months ago, they couldn't catch any fish. Not a single small fish or shrimp could be seen. Some people found boats and left, while others stayed behind. I am the captain, leading a group of people to escape from there, not knowing where our destination is. We flew to 3 places but couldn't find a suitable place to survive. We didn't see any green plants. There was only a black forest with many animal corpses hanging above. We flew over as soon as we heard the broadcast. What's going on with the mutated zombies on that plane? Where have you been? Wang Chang asked. If it was that black forest, we thought there would be food there, so several people got off the vehicle. At that time, a few people got pricked by tree branches and all mutated into those kinds of zombies. Later, several people escaped back onto the plane, another woman recalled. The man who mutated on the plane kept covering his face when boarding. Maybe he was also scratched, the woman speculated. No wonder there was always a foul smell on the plane. They were almost eaten by his mutation, but fortunately, their plane landed in time, and they managed to escape. There were more than 30 people on the plane in total. I wonder how many managed to escape, the woman sighed. Several of them jumped off the plane and ran immediately, without looking back, until they saw Wang Chang and the others. Wang Chang frowned. It was very likely that the mutation could also infect others. After Suyu learned of the situation, he first directed a drone to check it out. Suyu and several other evolvers, including Xia Qing, were all in the monitoring room. Zhang Liang controlled a drone flying towards the landing plane. At this moment, the nose of the plane was smashed and the glass of the cabin was shattered. Suddenly, a long arm reached out from the broken glass. This mutated zombie had abnormally long limbs and crawled out eerily from inside, its mouth dripping with thick, red blood. The drone clearly captured the chunks of flesh on its mouth. What kind of zombie is this? How can his body twist 360 degrees? Wang Chang was so shocked by the scene that he was speechless. Xia Qing also saw the scene and frowned slightly. This thing looks a bit like the humanoid form from the movie Alien. Make sure to take safety precautions. Patrols at the base will be doubled tonight, Suyu said in a deep voice. Understood. Although they had obtained an infrared system that is effective against warm-bodied humans, it had no effect whatsoever on these zombies, which are cold-blooded creatures like corpses. Poochie Poochie, 2 mutated zombies actually kept emerging one after another from the plane. These things are quite close to us. We must patrol, Suyu said in a deep voice. The base must remain quiet tonight and try not to attract these mutated zombies. Okay. These cameras will automatically capture and record anything that walks by, and they will send out an alert, Xia Qing said. Our country bans guns, so I have no way to help you purchase weapons. If she wants to buy guns, she can only wait until she goes to Myanmar or M country to purchase them. That means after she returns, she needs to hurry up and get a passport, but if she wants to buy a large number of guns, it would probably be better to go to Myanmar. But she herself didn't really dare to go to Myanmar, as it is said to be very chaotic there. If you want to buy, you can only go to Myanmar. It's quite chaotic there, Xia Qing said frankly. She had also seen scam cases about that place on Douyin, so it was somewhat unreliable for her to go there to buy guns. She looked up at Suyu's figure. Having him along would indeed provide a lot of security. It's a pity that he has no way to enter the space. Maybe if she absorbs more crystal beads it might be possible? Then don't go. I'll find a way to handle the weapons, Suyu said in a deep voice. Some military bases still have armories, but these are all secret locations, all in mountainous areas. Their Dragon Nation also prohibits firearms and has very strict management in this regard. These mutated zombies need to be eliminated. They are too close to the base and pose a security risk, Suyu said. Through the drone, they discovered a total of 3 mutated zombies. Temporarily close the base gates for the next few days. No one is allowed to go out to search for supplies, Suyu instructed. Okay. When Xia Qing returned to the space, Suyu frowned and said, Liao, check if there are any lone mutated zombies. Got it. They instantly understood that Suyu wanted to eliminate this mutated zombie. Otherwise, with such a bomb near their base, none of them would be able to sleep peacefully. Chapter 65, New Arrivals on the Shelf. Xia Qing returned home, a bit worried about the other world. After all, there was an additional mutated zombie there. That thing looked strong in attack and scary. Although she couldn't buy guns and ammunition, buying some baseball bats and protective helmets should be useful over there, right? Xia Qing directly ordered a batch to the warehouse, and once it arrived, she would send it to Suyu. In the afternoon, she went to the ceramic shop to display today's new goods, and a few paintings also needed to be delivered to the art store. He placed the ceramics in the county warehouse and then looked for someone to transport the ceramics to the shop. Cousin, a boy called out happily when he saw Xia Qing. Why is it you? On vacation? Xia Qing saw it was Yang Wan, her uncle's eldest son, who had just finished the college entrance exam this year. The college entrance exam just finished, and my dad asked me to come over to help. He's harvesting vegetables in the field today, Yang Wan said. When she went out today, she heard from her mom that they also harvested the vegetables grown at her uncle's place. Recently, the bulk orders have been so many that one warehouse wasn't enough, so she simply rented several nearby warehouses as well. Then let's just arrange this batch of new goods properly. There's still some in the car. Xia Qing carried a large box of ceramics out of the car's trunk. Good. Yang Wen thought it wasn't very heavy when he saw his cousin carrying it so easily. But when he tried to lift it, he found it surprisingly heavy, weighing at least 60 or 70 jin. Yang Wen watched Xia Qing carry it down so effortlessly, and now he seriously doubted himself. Was he really this weak? Xia Qing unpacked all the boxes and arranged all the cups inside. These cups look really nice, Yang Wen said with a smile. These are new stock, let's put them out. The previous goods were almost sold out, and these have all been restocked. Yang Wen took out his phone and started filming the cup. I think your shots are really good. Very expressive, Xia Qing praised. Yang Wen likes photography, but cameras are too expensive, so he always uses his phone to take pictures. I want to apply to the photography department of Chuanyang Academy of Fine Arts, but my parents don't agree, Yang Wen said, feeling a bit sad. Why don't you agree? Chuanyang Academy of Fine Arts is not bad either. Xia Qing frowned and said. Yang Wen has finished the college entrance exam, but the scores are not out yet, and he has not submitted his application. My mom said that the photography major is too expensive, and just one camera costs several thousand to tens of thousands. Xia Qing thought about how she spent quite a lot of money when she was admitted to the art academy, but she is an only child. Yang Wen has a younger brother and a younger sister. Then I'll give you a camera so you can take good photos. I think you have quite a talent. She just saw the cup Yang Wen photographed and felt it instantly looked high-end. No need. That camera is quite expensive. Although Yang Wen was a bit tempted, he also knew that his cousin was currently running both a store and a supermarket, and was quite wealthy. But he still felt a bit embarrassed to ask his cousin for it, especially since it was such a valuable item. There's no cousin giving you anything. You can take pictures of the ceramics in the shop and put them online, Xia Qing said with a smile. This can also be considered a form of promotion, right? Although Douyin has live streaming, you still need to have photos. Thank you, cousin. I will definitely take great photos of the ceramic cups in our shop, Yang Wen said excitedly. Okay. Xia Qing took out her phone and looked at several cameras on JD.com. She decided to buy one and get it all at once. She placed an order for the Sony A7M4 at the listed price. The next day, Yang Wen was helping in the shop, and his father Yang Xian was also there. Dad, this is the ceramic encyclopedia you wanted. Take a look. Yang Wen took out a book and gave it to Yang Ziyuan. It was what his dad had asked him to order online a few days ago. His dad also wanted to do live streaming. That kid sold quite a lot through live streaming and earned a good commission. If he wants to broadcast, he needs to understand this stuff first. Hello, JD Express. Is this Yang Wen? The JD courier walked in carrying a box. That's me. Yang Wen was a bit excited. His cousin had told him yesterday that she bought him a camera on JD.com. I didn't expect it to be so fast. The JD courier put the package down, had me sign for it, and then left. What is this? Yang Ziyuan frowned slightly. How could his son have money to buy something? My cousin bought me this camera yesterday, Yang Wen said happily. He immediately opened the camera and saw that it was this model, so surprised that he was speechless. He had looked at many cameras online before, checking the prices of almost every model he liked. The cheap ones still cost 2,000 or 3,000, which is his dad's monthly salary. The expensive ones cost over 10,000. This is a 10,000 yuan camera, Yang Wen said excitedly. I love it so much, Yang Wen said, unable to put it down. Yang Ziyuan beside them was very worried and said, how can you let cousin buy you such an expensive thing? This is way too expensive, Yang Xian said with a frown. Yang Wen also thought it was expensive, but he remembered what Xia Qing had told him. Dad, don't worry. From now on during winter and summer vacations, I'll come to the shop to help out. Excited, Yang Wen quickly took out his phone, took a photo, and posted it on his WeChat Moments. Thanks to my cousin for the gift. I like it so much. Before long, there were quite a few likes below. He also added Xiaolei, and there was his comment below. Your sister didn't even lend me 5,000, but then she turned around and bought you a camera. Yang Wen frowned slightly and ignored this comment. He only met Xiaolei during the new year, and then they added each other on WeChat. He also has a younger brother in elementary school and a 3-year-old little sister. He can only express his gratitude to Xia Qing on his moments. He is really so happy. He's going to hold this great camera while sleeping from now on. Remembering what his cousin said, he wants to take beautiful photos of all the porcelain cups in the shop and post them online. Yang Ziyuan saw his son so happy and excited, and he didn't want to spoil his son's mood. He had no choice but to pick up the book, but surprisingly, there were some characters he didn't recognize. Each page of the book had a QR code, and as long as he scanned it with his phone, he could listen to the explanation. He also wanted to do live streaming to sell these ceramics. Recently, he had been learning how that kid explained things. Xia Qing went to the art shop. Xiaolan had just finished a live stream and sold 2 paintings. She was very happy to see Xia Qing coming over. But after a while, Xiaolan revealed a deep affection, hesitant to speak. Boss, I want to tell you something. It's about that Xia Fang. Xiaolan knew that Xia Fang and Xia Qing were relatives, so she had been thinking these days about whether to say something. But today she saw that Xia Fang had really gone too far. Chapter 66. I call the shots in this store. Xia Fang and I were originally on opposite shifts, but she often arrives late or is tardy. Every time I hand over work to her, it's always rushed, Xiaolan complained. Because of this, she always has to do extra work. She has to live stream every day as well as manage stock and clean. Xia Fang often brings her child here to play. When customers come in, she neither introduces the products nor manages stock or cleans. She always waits for someone else to do it. Xia Fang was jealous of Xiaolan's high commission from her salary. Every day during her live streams, she could sell nearly 10 paintings. At the beginning of their chat, Xiaolan was so happy that she blurted it out, and Xia Qing transferred her a bonus of 2,000 yuan. From then on, Xia Fang became envious and also wanted to do live streaming, but almost no one watched when she streamed. The screen was always filled with Xiaolan. Xiaolan also researched a lot of painting materials for her live streams, and as the popularity of her streams increased, she gathered even more information. She is currently focused on live streaming, and she simply can't keep up with the store's cleanliness, including the hygiene of the goods, all by herself. The salary for working here is pretty good. And the boss is very nice. There are holidays and commissions. She is very willing to work, but before she even thought about sending a WeChat message to Xia Qing about this matter, Xia Fang's conflicts with her grew bigger and bigger, always relying on the fact that she is a relative of the boss. Actually, Xiaolan was still a bit nervous when telling Xia Qing about this matter. You don't need to worry about this, it will be resolved in a couple of days. Xia Qing said. You can sell these paintings, another batch will arrive in a couple of days. Xia Qing said with a smile. They were hand-painted by her, including the power over the world, painting by the post-apocalyptic master. They are all in the style of traditional Chinese painting. Boss, I have a friend who also wants to work here, and she can also be a live streamer. Xiaolan introduced her to Xia Qing. She also showed Xia Qing several videos of her friend. Considering that most of the store sales now come from live streaming, and there is only one live stream in the store, it is indeed a bit busy. Hiring 2 people with live streams in both the morning and afternoon streaming all day. How about this? Your friend can come and be a full-time streamer. I don't care if she streams during the day or at night, as long as she streams for 8 hours a day. The salary commission will be the same as yours. In the future, you can be like her. As for the streaming schedule, you two can discuss and decide, Xia Qing said with a smile. However, if there is no performance for 3 months, the salary will be halved. Got it. That's really great, boss. For other jobs, if you have no performance for a month, they let you go, and most of them don't even have a base salary, only commissions. But in that case, what about the store's cleanliness and other goods? Xiaolan asked with some concern. You don't need to worry about that. Xia Qing said. Is Xia Fang's monthly salary just given away for free? And she even pays the 5 social insurances. Xia Qing glanced at the time. It was time for Xia Fang to come over and hand over the shift, but 10 minutes had passed and she still hadn't arrived. Xiaolan, you go back first, I'll wait for her here. Xia Qing's expression was not very good. The ceramic shop is also run by her uncle. Sometimes when he's busy in the fields, he calls his son over to watch the shop. In any case, it doesn't delay the shop's work. That is her uncle, she turns a blind eye to it. But this Xia Fang is just a cousin from the same generation and they rarely have contact. They only visit relatives during the new year when parents bring the children along. It's okay, I'll wait here for a while, Xiaolan said. Wait a moment, Xia Fang is coming. It's best for both sides to clarify this matter face to face. Alright, I just ordered a fingerprint attendance machine. I'll wait for the delivery and installation before I leave, Xia Qing said. After about an hour, the fingerprint attendance machine had already been delivered, but Xia Fang still hadn't arrived. It was installed in just 5 minutes and Xiaolan had already registered her fingerprint. Another half hour passed before Xia Fang finally pushed the cart and brought the child to the store. Her home is just upstairs, such a short distance, yet she was an hour and a half late. Usually when she arrives, the shop door is locked because she is always so late. She simply lets Xiaolan leave first when the time comes. Xia Qing. Xia Fang was also a bit flustered when she saw Xia Qing coming in as soon as she entered. Usually Xia Qing rarely comes over, even when delivering goods, she has the courier deliver them to them. Son, this is your aunt. Xia Fang pretended nothing had happened and greeted Xia Qing while holding her own child. The child is not even 1 year old yet and can only babble. Sister Fang, the child is still so young and you're quite busy going back and forth to work, Xia Qing said sarcastically. Not busy. Xia Fang seemed not to catch the tone in Xia Qing's voice. She truly thought this job was great. Although she couldn't sell paintings through live streaming, she could take care of the child and earn a salary at the same time, and they even paid for her insurance. Xia Qing gave her a displeased look and said, I've installed clock-in machines in all these stores. You have to clock in every day 4 times a day? Being late twice results in a 100 yuan fine, and being late 3 times results in a 500 yuan fine. Upon hearing this, Xia Fang's expression turned very unpleasant. By the way, Xiaolan will be a full-time streamer from now on. She only needs to stream for 8 hours a day, and she will no longer be responsible for the store's affairs. How can that be? Xia Feng's tone became sharp. There are still things to say and cleaning to do in the store. Someone has to take care of that. And isn't this punch card machine specifically targeting her? This store is mine, Xia Qing said calmly. Cousin, if you are too busy to take care of the store regularly, I suggest you resign and stay at home to take care of the child. Of course, I don't mean to discriminate against mothers. If there are family matters, I allow you to take leave, and I can also turn a blind eye to occasional late arrivals or early departures. These have never been deducted from your salary, and I even pay double for working on holidays. Since you took this job from me, I hope you can take it seriously. It's not like I waited here for an hour and a half today only for you to arrive so late. Xia Qing said in a somewhat cold tone. The atmosphere became tense and oppressive, and Xiaolan beside her was so nervous that she couldn't speak. In the past, the boss was always kind and gentle to her, even giving her rewards, which made her work with great enthusiasm. But now Xia Qing's tone was cold and harsh, her expression serious, and her aura very strong. Xia Feng was already guilty for being late, and seeing Xia Qing's powerful aura, she was completely overwhelmed and couldn't say a word. There was something going on at home today, that's why I came late. I had no choice, the kids were all brought along. Xia Feng still wanted to defend herself a little. There are surveillance cameras in this store. You have something going on today, had something yesterday, and will have something the day after tomorrow too? Sister Feng, this clock-in machine will be used starting tomorrow. If you can't accept it, you can resign. No. Qing, how can you let me resign like this? She now has a job with a salary, close to home, provides insurance, and the store usually allows her to bring her child along. Sister Feng, in the future, if you need to take leave beyond the public holidays, the pay will be deducted according to the normal wage. Chapter 67, The Terrifying Mutated Zombies. After Xia Qing left, Xia Feng glared fiercely at Xiaolan. The latter doesn't care about her. She just needs to do her own live streaming well. At worst, she can come to live stream at night. Xia Qing had previously registered a company called Sunny Management, also to pay insurance for this group of people. Usually, salaries are paid to this group through this company. The office is located on the second floor of the store. Currently, there are 2 accountants responsible for tax reporting, salaries, etc. for several stores and 1 person in charge of HR. She sent the salary system to HR and said, improve the clock-in system. Sunny Art Store will hire 1 more streamer. Have her come to interview with you tomorrow. The salary will be the same as Xiaolan's. Received, boss. HR replied very quickly and promptly. After all, her usual work is very easy and she still gets a salary of 2,500 yuan per month plus a full attendance bonus. She has opened several shops and a supermarket on this commercial street. She definitely can't manage them all by herself, so she might as well start a company, which would be much more convenient. Xia Feng still wasn't working properly after clocking in, so she directly stopped her salary and left the rest of the matters to the HR department. Xia Qing has bought up this entire street, and there are still a few shops not yet opened. She is also planning to set up a costume makeup shop. For the clothing store painting, she combined ancient costumes from another dimension. Since she originally studied painting, she does have some skills, just no time. Thinking of this, she wanted to directly ask Suyu. Suyu, are you there? Xia Qing asked. There was no sound in response. Xia Qing entered the space and changed clothes, then a muffled groan came from over there. Suyu? Suyu? Are you there? She thought for a moment and still took the baseball bat, entering the space rift. When she came in, it was night. The time on the post-apocalyptic side should be morning. The surrounding environment was rather dim, with a factory building overhead, and a large hole in the middle. Strange. She is always by Suyu's side whenever she comes in, so why isn't she this time? Woohoo! A bizarre mutated zombie suddenly jumped up, just like the one she saw in that surveillance video. Human alien. She instinctively tightened her grip on the baseball bat, but before she could react, someone covered her mouth and pulled her behind the door. It was Suyu. He made a shushing gesture. This mutated zombie's nose was not sensitive, but its hearing was sharp. He came rushing over with Wang Chong and several Vanguard team members. These mutated zombies were all alone but were found devouring their own kind. There were 3 in total. They dealt with 2, but this mutated zombie devoured both of them. The mutated zombie has a very strong recovery ability. Except for Wang Chang and Suyu, the 2 evolvers were killed by it. It was found that when it devours one, its strength evolves partially. So you lured the mutated zombie here. Xia Qing smelled a metallic scent of blood and saw blood still on Suyu's shoulder, her face turning pale. The zombie was still wandering outside and they dared not make a sound. However, the mutated zombie had not left yet. It saw a half-corpse of a zombie on the ground. It was actually gnawing on that corpse as if it were some delicious food, eating it with great relish. The key thing was that while eating, it was also leaking something from its throat. Xia Qing felt a bit nauseous seeing this scene. Also, the knife was still stuck in the back of that mutated zombie. He swallowed the zombies on the ground and he seemed to be evolving again. The speed of this change is so fast and its body has grown larger again. While they were hiding behind the door trying to figure out how to get out, Suyu signaled her to return to the space for safety. Xia Qing shook her head. If Suyu dies, she probably won't be able to connect to this time-space anymore. And she doesn't want Suyu to die. Woohoo! From the wooden box behind, creaking sounds came. This sound attracted the mutated zombies, and they pounced instantly. The wooden box was torn apart by it, and inside was hiding a mutated animal. In no time, the mutated animal went silent, directly swallowed whole. Taking advantage of the mutated zombie leaving the gate area, Suyu decisively said, "Let's go." Suyu blocked Xia Qing's waist and ran towards the gate. Surprisingly, there was even a buggy outside. "Get in." Boom boom boom. The noise from this two-seater buggy is really loud. This is the sand buggy modified at their base, similar to a sand dune off-road vehicle. It heard the sound and is chasing us. Xia Qing turned her head and saw that mutated zombie with such long legs. The running motion was very strange. Suyu was very fast. The surrounding road was difficult to walk on, with uneven surfaces and broken-down cars. The mutated zombie chased after him, stepping on the broken-down cars. That's so fast. This mutated guy has gotten even faster. Xia Qing watched as that guy leapt up, about to jump over. She gripped the baseball bat tightly, timed it perfectly, and struck with all her strength the moment it jumped over. "I'll see you off." Bang! The mutated zombie was directly knocked flying, falling in an arc from the air and crashing into a nearby dilapidated car. She didn't expect her strength to be this great. Roar! There's still a horde of zombies ahead. Suyu directly turned into a nearby residential building. Suyu stored the dune buggy into the space. "Let's go upstairs first." After finding a safe place, Suyu's shoulder was already stained red with blood. "Don't move anymore. I have medicine in the space to help treat your wound," Xia Qing said nervously. Suyu sat down on the sofa and immediately took off his clothes. It was still 0 degrees outside, and the room was somewhat cold. "This is an old injury," Xia Qing frowned. The old injury had never healed, and it was struck heavily again, causing his wound to rupture. "I'll do it myself." He has treated this kind of wound on himself many times. "Let me do it, it's at the back," Xia Qing said with a frown. After helping Suyu treat the wound, he said, "You need to go to the treatment room to have a doctor stitch it up this time. It will heal faster that way." "Okay." Suyu did not object. After treating the wounds, they finally returned to the base. "You go." Wang Chong and the others had been waiting outside the base. Seeing Suyu return, they all rushed forward. "I'm fine." The 2 team members who died have families, and their families will receive free food for a year, Suyu said. "This can also be considered as compensation." "Okay. You go. I knew you were fine. That mutated zombie was too strong. Even stabbing a knife into its neck didn't kill it." Wang Chong thought of Suyu cutting into the mutated zombie's throat with a single stroke, yet it still didn't die. It only left a hole exposed in its throat, which would be visible when it was devouring flesh and blood. The mutated zombie even had Suyu's knife stuck in its back. That thing not only devours people but also its own kind. "It probably isn't dead yet," Suyu frowned and said. "Li Yao, send out drones to check. We can't let it break into our base." "All right. I'll go control the drones to search." Chapter 68. Can I meet in person? 2 team members died on this outing, but 2 mutated zombies were also dealt with. Now there is only 1 left. How about installing a high-voltage fence around the base perimeter? 4 or 5 meters high, Xia Qing said. The electric fence they installed here is too ordinary. If we install the kind of electric fence used in zoos, which is 4 or 5 meters high, it would definitely be safe. The current generator can't keep up. We can only look for a backup generator from a large factory. After all, it's the electricity needed for several hundred people. I can purchase a batch of solar panels. Meeting the base's daily usage definitely won't be a problem, Xia Qing said. In that case, your generator will only supply power to the outer protective wall, which will increase the voltage. The protection will also be stronger. The strong voltage is enough to stun even a bear. They are increasing the power, so zombies breaking in will also be electrocuted. That's really very much appreciated, Li Yao said, feeling very excited. After all, the stronger the protective measures, the safer their base will be. Among the professions you registered before, is there anyone in embroidery or the clothing industry? Can you find a few people for me? Xia Qing asked. You go check on this matter about Li Yao and make me a list, Suyu instructed. Understood. Xia Qing came this time precisely for this matter. After asking about this matter, she hurried back. She still needed to quickly contact the solar panel manufacturer to order a batch of solar panels. These solar panels are not cheap. For the base with several hundred people, she would need to purchase at least tens of millions worth of panels. She first checked her balance. She had bought quite a few things recently and still had more than 20 million on hand. She directly spent 20 million to purchase a large batch of solar panels, and after placing the order, they were all sent to the warehouse. She bought from 3 different manufacturers in batches, so it wouldn't be too conspicuous, and since they had stock, all could be delivered within a week. On the other side, Xi was watching the footage from the drone. This drone's maximum range ends here. The last footage it captured shows it right here. Li Yao froze the drone surveillance footage. The mutated zombie inside has grown larger in size, and not only that, there is a large bulge protruding from its throat. This thing is really disgusting to look at, Wang Chong said involuntarily. This guy is a hidden danger. The protective net hasn't reached here yet, so the base's perimeter must be reinforced recently, Xi said with concern. Understood. Recently, the weather has turned cold and the patrol team has increased the number of patrols. Liao instructed the Vanguard members to register all the information from the base. Captain Yao, is there anyone who can do embroidery? There are only 2 female workers from the Tiancheng garment factory. All right, give me the list, Liao said. Liao glanced over the information on the list, which included employees from a garment factory and a machinery factory. Salespeople are of no use here. What Xia Qing needs over there should be technical staff. He handed the list to Suyu and caught a glimpse of a pile of boxes in his room. Blood tonic? There are also quite a few medicines for treating wounds. Xia Qing saw that he was bleeding too much and looked pale, so she specially bought him high-end blood supplements. By the way, the few people who escaped from that plane with Hugo are all senior pharmacists from Landu Pharmaceutical Factory. One of them is even an expert level. Liao was quite pleased to see this profession. They made a request for double the points. Senior pharmaceutical researcher starting with an annual salary of 1 million. Give it to them, Siyu said generously. In the past 2 days, they discovered ingredients in Ms. Xia's purchased medicine components that do not exist in their world. When the 2 ingredients are combined, they produce an effect that can enhance the human body. Still in the research phase, our equipment isn't quite up to par, Liao sighed. No wonder they are expert-level researchers. It's just that their current equipment is too poor. One of the senior researchers said they have a secret research facility over here in Jiangkou. She used to work here for a while before being transferred to Landu. Secret research facilities are all registered with government departments, and their equipment is all professional. The most advanced. Then go and retrieve it. The location is quite hidden, so Siyu must go in person because he has space, and only Siyu can bring back the large equipment. Siyu thought for a moment and said, no rush for now. Wait until the solar panels arrive, then add the electric fence before going. Otherwise, we might come back to find the house attacked by zombies. Not all of these surviving humans can mutate into zombies. Understood. After the 2 finished talking, Liao stared at the blood tonic on Suyu's desk but still didn't speak. These things were all specially given to him by Xia Qing. Although Suyu saw that Liao wanted them, he was also reluctant to give them. He was never a stingy person, but today, for some inexplicable reason, he developed such feelings. On the other hand, Xia Qing was calculating her balance. These shops made a monthly profit of just over 300,000 yuan, but apart from paying salaries, there were no other costs. For a county town, this profit was quite good. Siyu gave her the drawings made by the architect and also used a computer for the design work. Xia Qing looked at the pictures and said, not bad. Not bad. If she builds a film and television city like this on the land behind the shop, then she won't have to worry about low-foot traffic for her store. But building it, buying the land, and the demolition of the urban village behind it require not just tens of millions, but several hundred million. Originally, she still had 20 million, but it was all used to buy solar panels. These things are really expensive. She took out a pink, French-colored floral bowl from the space. This item was obtained by Suyu and the others from the museum and should be very valuable. After thinking for a moment, she took a photo and sent it to Mr. Lin at Kyoto Wanbao. Xia Qing thought that the other party was probably very busy and wouldn't reply quickly, so she decided to focus on other things first. Could you send a few more photos? How about we meet and talk instead? Just as Xia Qing was about to reply, the other party called on WeChat. She could sense that the other party seemed a bit anxious. Hello, Mr. Lin, Xia Qing said with a smile. Can you show me the photo you just sent again? Of course. She sent it to Mr. Lin just to let him see how much it costs. Xia Qing held her phone and switched the camera. Take a closer look. It looks like Qing Dynasty enamel. This one uses the rare and most difficult to fire pink as the base color, with flowers designed in a more Western style. I guess it was painted by a Western missionary. If this is genuine, its collectible value is extremely high. Strangely, this pattern is something I've never seen before. This was something Lin Dong was uncertain about. Can we meet in person? He wants to hire a collector to appraise it. No problem. The 2 agreed on a time and Xia Qing prepared to pack and take the high-speed train. Lin Dong is now in the ancient town of Tsangnan. Believe it or not, he actually received a valuable little gadget here. He hurriedly told his assistant to book a plane ticket to Kyoto. He wants to return to Kyoto immediately. Chapter 69. No forgiveness. Kyoto Wanbao store. It's genuine. Absolutely genuine. It's just that this pattern is really the first time I've seen it. This value will be even better, the collector exclaimed excitedly. This antique is from another dimension, so of course it is slightly different. In a couple of days, there will be a Jiada auction in Kyoto. Yours can be listed there. At that time, well-known international collectors will all come. Lin Dong said. The Jiada auction is one of the largest auction houses in China, specializing in Chinese artworks and cultural relics, holding an important position in the Asian market. This is the Kyoto Autumn International Collectibles Auction. That's great. You can register with this application form and the 2 of us will recommend you. Not every item can be listed in this autumn auction. Even hundreds of thousands are not qualified. This is where you will understand that money is just a string of numbers. Mini auction items are just a string of zeros. The Guardian auction has a 2 to 3 day preview, followed by 2 days of auction, Lindong said. Porcelain antiques and collectibles, classical furniture, handicrafts, jewelry, jade, and watches. Various calligraphy and paintings, ancient books and rare editions, fine wines and famous brews, stamps and coins are all available. The preparation materials for the auction, including high-definition photos of the artwork and detailed written descriptions. We can help you with the auction. Can we use the name of our jewelry store? Lindong said with a smile. He can't afford to bid on this item, but by using their jewelry store's name, it will increase their reputation. Sure. Xia Qing agreed readily. After all, Lindong had helped her quite a lot. This bowl was taken to the Guardian auction house, and later she also got the contact information for Guardian. She also sent several sets of jewelry she had to the Guardian auction house. The preview is from October 1st to 3rd, and the official auction is from October 4th to 5th, the staff at Guardian auction house told her. No problem, Xia Qing said. After all, Guardian is the most reputable auction house in China. This time, taking advantage of the holiday, there will definitely be many people coming to Kyoto from the international auction house, mostly some of Kyoto's upper-class individuals. During the preview, you can participate in the exhibition for a few days as long as you register. This Jiada auction house holds auctions 4 times a year. Xia Qing, are you free to have a meal together? A pink little rabbit chat bubble jumped on WeChat, with the note being Tang Tian. Something wrong? Xia Qing asked. They used to be college roommates, later working together at a design company in the Magic City. After she returned to her hometown, they lost contact. It's about the original artist's draft you followed before. Can we meet to talk? After graduating from the Academy of Fine Arts, she went to a studio to work. She followed a project which was an Eastern-style game production, responsible for character design, including scene layout, object design, and so on. I'm very busy, just tell me what you need. Then after stopping for about a minute, she made a voice call to Xia Qing. Xia Qing, it's like this, the layout you drew back then, as well as the original artwork of the female lead, the client has always really liked your style. I have already been fired, Xia Qing said in a deep voice. She used to work overtime every day, staying up late to finish the main illustration, but they said that as a new intern, she wouldn't get a single cent of overtime pay. Later, she found out that her bonus was taken by the project manager and she had tried to fight for it at the time. But no one was willing to help her. Tang Tian's tone was somewhat awkward. After Xia Qing left, the male lead they continued to draw, including the subsequent original design, was rejected by the client. Too much time has passed, and this time the client clearly said that if it is still not suitable, they will change the design company. The project manager knew that Tang Tian and Xia Qing were good college roommates, so he had Tang Tian work with Xia Qing. That is all in the past. Now I hope you can come back to work, and the bonus will be doubled. This was the condition set by the project supervisor for her. The double bonus was given to Zhang Si? Xia Qing snorted coldly. After her first draft was approved by the client, she stayed up late every day working on drafts, and the money in her hand was borrowed by Xia Lei. Just waiting for the bonus. So what happened? Did she take it? The double bonus would be 40,000 yuan. This kind of thing is common in the workplace, Tang Tian sighed. So you all just watched? Not a single person came forward to prove it? Tang Tian noticed that Xia Qing's tone was off and quickly comforted her, saying, "This is my fault. I didn't speak up for you at the time. In fact, Zhang Si warned us in the group." Not only that, everyone also sent a 500 yuan red envelope. She didn't tell Xia Qing what was said afterward. "Forget it, I don't have time," Xia Qing said and then hung up the phone. She really was busy. Besides, she didn't want to forgive those people. Tang Tian didn't expect Xia Qing to refuse just like that. That was double the bonus. Tang Tian entered Zhang Si's office holding his phone. Outside the door it said, "Head of the art department," and the atmosphere was tense. "What the hell is this you're drawing? Did you even go to college for nothing? Can't you use some imagination? Take it back and redraw it." With a crash, the laptop was thrown out by Zhang Si. Smack, the laptop's casing was scratched and the paint damaged. "Manager Zhang, I quit," the young girl said angrily. "Getting an intern salary while doing a professional concept artist's job? And my laptop cost 20,000. You almost broke the screen by throwing it. It costs thousands to send it to the factory for repairs. I'm here to work, not to be your punching bag," the girl said coldly. Looking at her damaged laptop, she was furious. "You expect me to do work worth 30,000 with an intern salary of 3,000? Keep dreaming." The young girl slammed the door and left. Tang Tian was stunned. The girl was a new intern who hadn't even graduated from university yet. Usually wearing branded goods, it's true that having money at home gives you confidence. If someone can't stand it, just roast them. Tang Tian's family is also ordinary people. The key is that she still has a younger brother to support. Interns nowadays have such bad tempers. Zhang Si's face turned pale with anger. Zhang Si saw Tang Tian come in and asked, "Tell Xia Qing to quickly come up with a design within 3 days." They were pressing hard over there, and she didn't think Xia Qing could refuse at all. She had made such a scene at the company for the 20,000 yuan bonus back then. Tang Tian's face turned slightly pale and he said awkwardly, I'm afraid it can't be done. Can't be done? How come it can't be done? Double the bonus and she still can't deliver the design in 3 days. Zhang Xi frowned and said, this guy is way too greedy, right? Zhang Xi thought Xia Qing still wanted to raise the price. All right then, I'll give her an extra 5,000 yuan to get the images done within 3 days. Zhang Xili said matter-of-factly. No. Xia Qing said she's very busy and can't take on our job, Tang Tian said awkwardly. How is that possible? She wouldn't take a 40,000 yuan bonus. Zhang Xi felt like he was hearing things. Chapter 70, he is willing to harvest now. Not answering? On what grounds would she not answer? Zhang Xi asked irritably. Tang Tian secretly gave her a sidelong glance. The bonus she promised was transferred to the project department but not given to Xia Qing. Did it all end up in her hands in the end? She said she was very busy. Busy? What does she have to be busy about? I gave her double the bonus, that's 40,000 yuan, which is her salary for working a whole year in the county town. What? Does she want me to personally invite her? It's just a painting, can't get it done without her? Tang Tian imitate her painting style, I want to see the draft by tomorrow morning. Tang Tian's face grew even uglier. Isn't this just blatantly copying Xia Qing's style? Tang Tian clenched his fists tightly and walked out of the office holding his phone. Plagiarism is a shameful thing. This client on the side is a major customer, they don't want to give up. Zhang Xi asked Tang Tian to imitate it. If it succeeds, it's fine, if something goes wrong, she will take the blame. Tang Tian sent a WeChat message to Xia Qing saying, Zhang Xi is at fault for this matter. Can you help me with this? Now Zhang Xi wants me to submit the draft to her by tomorrow morning. Xia Qing saw the WeChat reply, is your face big? She refused to help her back then and now she still wants to ask for her help. Is your face really that big? There is a saying called mutual help. The preview exhibition of the Beijing Guardian Auction House was arranged on a very grand scale. The event is held at the Guardian Art Center, number 1 Wangfujing Street. Ordinary people can participate in the exhibition as long as they make a reservation. The upper class does not need to attend the preview. These exhibits have long been compiled into catalogs and some have already been recorded on video. A certain hidden Kyoto tycoon collector, with graying hair, over 50 years old. Chung Lao, these are the Autumn Guardian auction items, please have a look. The old man nodded and the latest season of auction items was being shown on the 100-inch big screen TV. Stop. Chung Lao saw a pink enamel-painted bowl. There are actually some good items at this auction. Chung Lao nodded with satisfaction, very interested in this. When will this bowl be auctioned? Qing Lao asked. The staff member from Jiada respectfully replied, at 10:45 a.m. the day after tomorrow, this will be the final highlight lot. Okay. Cheng Lao nodded. He had already arranged the driver and the seat. He would go to Jiada auction house at 10 o'clock the day after tomorrow. There was no need to go early for some items he didn't care about. Xia Qing didn't know that the painted bowl she took out had mobilized many top collectors. The solar panels Xia Qing ordered have arrived one after another, and Xia Qing stored them in the space in batches. The two of them worked very cooperatively, one collecting while the other fetched. The 5-meter power grid was also transported over, and Su Yuside is arranging manpower to install it with full effort. The power grid can be installed within a day. I will go to the research institute in a couple of days, and I might have to stay for a few days. Su said. Great. Then I'll order 2 more batches of food, arriving tomorrow afternoon. You can receive them in the evening. Xia Qing immediately understood Su Yu's meaning. Su might be away for several days and the base consumes food daily. She basically harvests vegetables in large quantities every 2 or 3 days. Rice, flour, and oil can last for a while. She stocked 2 warehouses full in just 1 week. Although the weather there is not below 0 degrees, vegetables can stay fresh for a few days without any problem. She sent a WeChat message to the supermarket supplier. 200 bags each of 50 jin of rice and millet, 100 boxes of canned fruit, 300 boxes of instant noodles, 200 boxes of classic milk, and another 200 boxes of children's milk. Fresh milk cannot be stored there for too long. She used to order fresh milk before. The supplier almost replied instantly, received, arranging the supply, it should arrive by tomorrow afternoon. The supplier had long set Xia Qing as a special focus client. She called Xia's father, Dad, please collect the sweet potatoes, and pumpkins from our village for me. These foods have a longer shelf life. All right. Take as much as there is. The warehouse location is still the same address. I've rented the several warehouses next to it. Just find someone to deliver it over. Tell me how much money you need, Xia Qing said. No problem. I'll go collect it right away. Xia Jixiang said with a smile. He is now willing to harvest the crops. Xia Jixiang smiled and went out. Old Xia, what are you up to today? Try these sweet potatoes we just dug up from the field. Grandpa Wang handed several steamed sweet potatoes to Xia Jixiang. Old Xia, try these baby melons from my garden, they're so sweet. Here, have some. A slightly plump woman named Yang Ernyang popped out nearby. Sun Guoqiang, who came out together with Xia Jixiang, frowned deeply. In the past, Xia Jixiang was always the village's laughingstock. The most talked about thing was that he would be completely wiped out in the future, but now anyone in the village who sees Xia Qing is extremely affectionate. The taste is really good. Brother Wang, how many jin of sweet potatoes did your family harvest this year? Grandpa Wang smiled broadly when he heard Xia Qing and said, we just dug up more than 1,000 jin now, a bumper harvest. It's no problem to harvest several thousand jin per mu of land. Then I'll take them all, hurry up and start plowing the fields, Xia Qing said. Grandpa Wang's eyes lit up and he said, all right, I'll go now. You can have all of these. Young Ernyang nearby quickly joined in and said, Old Xia, will you take my bebe melons? He had previously taken sweet potatoes, and more vegetables, but he hadn't taken bebe melons before. Harvest. Your family has already picked everything, so we'll go collect the goods this afternoon, Xia Qing said. He remembered his daughter telling him that bebe melons were also needed. All right. Yang Ernyang also smiled broadly and quickly notified everyone at home not to do anything in the morning, but to first pick the melons from the field. Xia Qing walked around the village, and when people heard that old Xia was coming to collect vegetables again, quite a few people gathered around. The more people there were, the more excited he became. Collect everything, Xia Qing said. You collected so much, it must be over 10,000 jin, right? Which supermarket of yours can sell it all? You'll probably end up losing money. Sun Guoqiang beside him said angrily, unable to stand Xia Qing's smug smile. Hearing Sun Guoqiang's words, he also felt a bit nervous and quickly sent a WeChat message to Xia Qing. The latter directly transferred 50,000 yuan to Xia Qing. Take as much as you can. Seeing the message his daughter replied with, along with the money transferred via WeChat, the worry he had just been holding instantly lifted. He had thought he might have taken too much and that his daughter would end up losing money. Now that his daughter replied saying it wasn't enough, his worry instantly lifted. Xia Qing happily waved his phone in front of Sun Guoqiang and said, my daughter said to keep collecting. Sun Guoqiang saw Xia Qing's phone. The transfer was glaringly obvious with several zeros at the end. My daughter just transferred me 50,000 yuan, telling me to use it first and she'll transfer more if I need it. Sun Guoqiang couldn't keep a straight face and went home angrily. Old son, our family's potato crops have all been dug up. When is old Xia coming to collect them? Chapter 71. Going to the apocalypse is also a business trip. Sun Guoqiang's wife thinks that their family and the Lao Xia family are neighbors and the two of them have a good relationship. Now the whole village is busy turning the soil. This time, Xia Qing bought a lot of vegetables from many households, almost half the village. I haven't told Xia Qing yet, Sun Guoqiang said with a frown. He just saw Xia Qing's phone screen. His daughter transferred 50,000 yuan to him. His son also transferred 500 yuan to him during the holidays. With these 50,000 yuan after buying so many vegetables, there is still quite a lot left. Then go say it quickly. What are you waiting for? Our family has already turned over the land. Sun Guoqiang was unhappy in his heart, hesitating and mumbling, thinking to himself why he didn't have a daughter. No, he does have a daughter, but she never went to college. They are all from the village. The family supported the eldest and youngest sons through school, while the second daughter dropped out of high school and is now working in Seoul. Sun Guoqiang rarely called his daughter. Dad, what's the matter? Sun Ning asked, as he usually didn't even call her once in half a year. Did something happen at home? Nothing, just wanted to ask how your work outside is going, Sun Guoqiang asked somewhat awkwardly. It's okay, Dad, I'm busy right now. Let's talk when I have time. A noisy sound came through the phone and Sun Ning hung up immediately. Before long, Sun Guoqiang saw his WeChat notification sound. His daughter transferred him 2,000 yuan, and for some reason, he felt a bit emotional seeing her transfer. Was it a mistake not to let his daughter go to college back then? If he had supported her education, would she have been as successful as the daughter of the Lao Xia family? There are quite a few people in the village with these ideas, and when they are not busy, a few of them often gather together to chat. Look at old Xia's daughter. Back then you all laughed at the idea of sending a girl to college, saying it was useless. Now she's the one buying up the village land. With the land well cultivated, old Xia took full control, saving the time that would have been spent selling it elsewhere. They saved a lot of work, and they could also take the opportunity to go out and do some labor. They are all capable of doing some construction site work. In recent years, there haven't been any buildings constructed here. If we want to work as temporary laborers, we have to go to other provinces or cities. Yeah, the train tickets back and forth cost quite a bit. When will they start building here? I heard there is a land auction in the county town. Once the land is sold, buildings will definitely be constructed. Then we can get hired for the work. The work on the construction site is tiring, but the wages are high. This way they can all do some temporary work to earn money. Right now, they can only do small odd jobs. Work more to earn money, and I'll also let my daughter continue studying. If she does well, I'll let her go to university. Nowadays, whose family doesn't envy Xia Qing? Xia Qing has been very busy these past 2 days ordering large quantities of goods during the day that need to be delivered to the warehouse, and then she goes at night to put the items into storage. Recently, she has absorbed quite a few crystal beads again, and the space has expanded to about 300 square meters now. Suyu, these are the remaining solar panels. I've sent the assembly video to your phone. Okay. Suyu has already cleared the space here and arranged for people to go down and install these solar panels. With this, even in cold weather, they will have enough electricity for heating. Many people want to go out to look for supplies, air conditioners, mobile phones. These machines that use electricity, after all, they can be quite bored sometimes. Without mobile phones and computers, there are far fewer entertainment options. But the base is still under control at the moment. In the end, quite a few survivors still want to go out to look for supplies. Make sure to remind everyone that there is danger outside. Those who want to go out to look for supplies must quarantine for 24 hours upon returning, Suyu said with a frown. The mutated zombie has now disappeared, and the drone has not detected any trace of it, but that does not mean it no longer exists. It might even still be mutating. For now, the best we can do is to improve the base's security and keep reminding everyone. Understood, brother Yu? Mainly because we now have solar power, many people want to go out to find electrical appliances, Liao said. The danger has already been communicated to them, the decision is theirs. Everyone entering the base must undergo quarantine. Yes, Liao responded. Yuge, those 3 researchers want to see you, Wang Chang said hurriedly as he walked over. Let them in, Suyu said. Hello, base commander. I suppose you already know that we need a large amount of this titanium compound. They said if they want it, they can only come to you, said the middle-aged man in his 40s politely. He is the expert-level researcher Zhang Yan. It's already very good that they can eat normal food here. We also need an advanced research device, Zhang Yan added. Our company has a secret research facility located at Jiangkou, not far from here but deep in the mountains, said a woman about 28 or 29 years old. A flash of admiration passed through her eyes as she glanced at Suyu. The man before her had a very strong presence. Is there a position available? Yes, because only I know the exact location of the secret research facility, said Sudan. What is the approximate effect of what you have researched? Suyu ignored Sudan and asked. We found that the combination of 2 ingredient medicines can enhance cells and promote human evolution. We also took some cells from evolved individuals for comparison. Although they are not as strong as the cells of evolved individuals, they can enhance various aspects of the human body for ordinary people. This was also what excited him greatly. But unfortunately, the experimental equipment is limited, and there is not much of that component left. Without experimental equipment, conducting experiments on humans is too dangerous and requires thousands or even tens of thousands of successful results. Actually, Suyu was already prepared to set off. Prepared to set off for the Secret Research Institute tomorrow, Suyu decided. Wang Chang, you come with me and find another person. Triple points. Understood. Where is it very dangerous, just the 3 of us going? Sudan frowned. Although she wanted those devices, there were only 3 people, and she was very afraid to face those zombies when going out. Our deputy base leader will go too. We are all evolvers, so we can definitely bring those advanced experimental devices back, Wang Chang said. Sudan nodded, instinctively thinking that the deputy base leader should also be very strong. The car can only seat 4 people, but Xia Qing still wants to go along, and she wants to stop by the garment factory to take a look. However, she still needs to finish handling things here first, which freed up quite a bit of space. She ordered many dishes at the restaurant and bought buns, milk tea, hot pot, canned food, and so on. Mom, I'm going on a business trip to the mountains for a few days. The phone signal might be poor. If you need anything, send me a message on WeChat, and I'll reply as soon as I see it. Going to the apocalypse can also be considered a business trip, right? All right. Then you must be careful, Yang Xia reminded. Xia Qing said she went out on a business trip but was still at home. After preparing everything, she absorbed all the crystal beads that Suyu had struck. It was only at 1 a.m. that I entered the spatial rift. Chapter 72, Essential Snacks for Apocalypse Business Trips. New mission on an external assignment, quadruple points, food and drinks provided, so many points for this mission. I'm not going, I have enough points. This trip is definitely dangerous and there are mutated zombies outside. Having a lot of points also means danger. With sufficient life security, they don't want to take risks anymore. Now the base has electricity and it doesn't go out. I just found a phone. The weather is cold and after finishing work at the base, we can rest without worrying about zombies. But we are evolvers. Only by absorbing crystal beads can we improve our strength. Following the base leader isn't bad, right? They know the base leader is very powerful. Several evolvers were a bit hesitant, quadruple points. And going out also allows you to hunt zombies and obtain crystal beads. Brother Zhang? Are we going? Wang Jin asked. Not going. It's hard to find a safe place, it's too chaotic outside. Li Zhang said. I don't want to go either, but quadruple points. You can exchange them for a lot of delicious food. Ordinary points are enough to redeem normal food, but for things like beer and cigarettes, the points are multiplied several times and they are also limited in quantity. Points for vegetables and fruits are doubled, only rice and flour points are the cheapest. Oh my, said a buzzcut evolver. None of the other evolvers actually signed up. Let me go. I urgently need quadruple points right now. Xian, if you go, what will happen to your whole family? Yeah. It's precisely for them that I'm going. You all know my current situation. I'm the only one in the family who can earn points, but supporting 4 or 5 people is not enough. Xian said helplessly. We can only eat plain rice every day, and it's still not enough to fill us up. We don't even dare to exchange for vegetables. The others also nodded. Their points are now enough to exchange for food, and there are fewer burdens at home. This trip will last at least 7 or 8 days, facing danger at any time every day. Several team members died last time, and this mission is voluntary, not forced, so these people are reluctant to go. In the end, Xian took on the mission. Mom, I want to go out on missions with the base commander. Yeah, take good care of Grandpa, Grandma, and Mom at home. Yeah is only 10 years old but already very sensible. His parents were injured, one is paralyzed, the other has an arm injury. Neither can do heavy work or earn many points. Husband, you must come back safely, the woman said with difficulty, her large belly sticking out. She was pregnant with triplets this time. Her belly was too big, making it hard to move and unable to earn points. The base provided a daily cup of milk to pregnant women, the elderly, and children. But for their whole family, this was just a drop in the bucket. Don't worry, I will be fine, you just focus on your delivery. The quadruple points will be issued tomorrow. You can use the points to redeem more nutritious food. And even if I really die doing the task, you can keep receiving the compensation money. It is also enough for their living expenses. The car has been modified again by the modification team with reinforced front guardrails. Miss Su said the Secret Research Institute is right at this location. It would take us about 2 days to get there, so at least a week is needed. The map was still taken from a book, and the paper map only shows a rough location. This is near Ileo Mountain. I went there before when I was doing extreme sports, and I encountered 2 stranded tents at that time, Xian said, looking at the spot Wang Chang was pointing to on the map. Yes, it's right near Ileo Mountain, Su Dan said in a deep voice. That place is relatively secluded, which is why the secret research facility was established there, and it needs to be far from the city center. Once Brother Yu arrives, we'll set off, Wang Chang said. The vehicles are already prepared. Don't we need to bring supplies and water? Su Dan asked. If we don't bring food, what will we eat along the way? You don't need to worry about this. When you're hungry, there will naturally be food, Wang Chang said in a deep voice. Su Dan just arrived and doesn't know, but most of the evolvers in the base secretly understand that their base leader is a spatial ability user. Brother Yu, Sister Qing. Wang Chang saw Su Yu and Xia Qing walking over together. Both were wearing professional ski outfits. Xia Qing had her hair pinned up and wore a black windproof hat. Ready, let's go. Wang Chang, you drive, Su Yu said. Okay. Wang Chang replied, took the car keys, and went to the driver's seat. Xian automatically sat in the front passenger seat. Su Dan frowned and said, Isn't it your deputy base commander who is supposed to go? How did a woman come out? This is our deputy base commander, Xia Qing, Wang Chang introduced. Su Dan widened her eyes, a bit shocked. She didn't expect the post-apocalyptic base commander to be a girl. She looks very delicate and is still young. Hello. Xia Qing greeted with a smile. She had heard from Su Yu that this time he brought a female researcher. Su Dan nodded in surprise. The two of them sat in the back row, and Su Yu also sat next to Xia Qing. This was originally an SUV conversion, with a spacious back row that could easily seat 4 people. Li Yao, Zhang Liang, and Yang Shuo came over to escort them. Li Yao, Zhang Liang, the base is handed over to you, Su Yu said. Don't worry. We will definitely guard the base well. Brother Yu, wait for our return, Li Yao said seriously. When we come back, I'll treat you to barbecue, Xia Qing also added. Li Yao, Zhang Liang, and the few people behind them lit up their eyes, excitedly looking forward to Sister Qing's quick return. The barbecue feast, last time's whole lamb buffet, they were drooling. The aroma was just too fragrant. The car drove all the way, and although the tires had been modified, it was still a bit bumpy. Xia Qing, who was driving, felt a bit drowsy, tilted her head, and leaned on Su Yu's shoulder. Wang Chang saw through the rearview mirror that Su Yu's gaze at Xia Qing was very gentle, and out of curiosity, he couldn't help but look a few more times. As a result, the car went over a pothole, causing a big jolt. Ah! Xia Qing exclaimed in surprise. Sorry, I fell asleep, Xia Qing said awkwardly. Not only had she fallen asleep, but she was also leaning on Su Yu's shoulder. It's okay, you can sleep a bit more, we haven't arrived yet, Su Yu said softly, while giving Wang Chang a sharp look through the rearview mirror. Qingjie, didn't you want to go check out the garment factory? It's only 20 kilometers away, Wang Chang said nervously. There are many garment factories around Jiangkou, with several large and small ones located close to each other. Sure. And they could pick up a few pieces of equipment along the way. Xia Qing immediately perked up, no longer feeling sleepy, but she was a bit thirsty. She took out several cups of steaming hot milk tea from the space. Here, have some. Thank you, Sister Qing. Wang Chang was not polite at all, he took it openly and generously. When Xian took the cup of milk tea, his hands were trembling. Thank you. Su Dan did not mishear or missee. Xia Qing was holding a cup of milk tea which also had a milky fragrance. This flavor is super delicious, have some. Xia Qing handed it to Su Dan. Su Dan took the milk tea, so surprised that she was speechless. In the past few days at the base, she had eaten normal white rice and even steamed buns, which she already considered the most delicious food. Sudan carefully took a sip. It had a light taste of milk and tea fragrance. It's milk tea. The flavor is different from any she has had before. Suyu drink. Xia Qing also handed a cup to Suyu. Have some milk tea, and she took out quite a few snacks from the space again. Essential snacks for boring car rides, duck neck, duck leg, konjac jelly, and so on. Chapter 73, Why it became clear that Xia Qing is the deputy base commander. Along the way, we snacked and drank milk tea, and by noon, everyone surprisingly didn't feel very hungry. Xia also secretly pocketed one to take back for Yeye. He can already imagine how happy his daughter must be to eat the snacks. This snack is really spicy but quite satisfying. And this milk tea, is it made with milk and tea? It doesn't taste like what I used to drink, Sudan said curiously. You have milk tea here too? What flavor is it? Xia Qing also became curious. Yes, to be precise, it's called medicinal tea. I also remember in our dragon country, there are medicinal tea shops everywhere, paired with fruit tea, not only delicious but also good for health. Xian said. Before the apocalypse, they often bought and drank it. I drink your milk tea, although it's very tasty, it seems to contain some kind of substance, a preservative. You can even taste that? Xia Qing looked at Sudan in surprise. I am a pharmaceutical researcher, and medicinal tea also falls under the category of traditional Chinese medicine. I have tasted many, Sudan said with a smile. In that case, drinking it occasionally is fine, but long-term consumption is not beneficial to the body. It can cause changes in the body's insulin, leading to diabetes. Especially the lipid powder inside can cause cardiovascular problems, and the caffeine can cause nervous excitement, insomnia, and disrupt the digestive system. Instantly, Xia Qing found the milk tea in her hand no longer appealing. There are still dozens of cups in her space. It doesn't matter to Xian and Wang Chang, anyway it tastes pretty good. They are both evolvers, so it probably won't be too serious, right? Sudan kept drinking, looking at Xia Qing's expression and said it's okay, occasionally drinking it will be metabolized by the body. If you are an evolver, the metabolism is even faster. How do you make that medicinal tea you mentioned? Xia Qing was very curious about this. If so, she could open a milk tea shop. There are prescriptions, and then the Chinese medicine is prepared and brewed, which is beneficial to the body and tastes good. In Xia Qing's impression, Chinese medicine is always very bitter. Isn't that very hard to drink? It's just like drinking Chinese medicine. No. Each Chinese medicine ingredient, after extraction and mixing, has different flavors. There are sour and sweet, fragrant and astringent tastes. Xia Qing seemed to understand a bit. They also had sour plum soup there, which was made from traditional Chinese medicine, but it was just that one kind. Is there a recipe and method of preparation? Xia Qing asked. Yes. I know them all. The Longcha chain store is run by our family, Sudan said. Their family was a traditional Chinese medicine family. Later, she was admitted as a researcher and went to study pharmacy. That's great. Can you teach me? Xia Qing said. This requires traditional Chinese medicine raw materials. Sudan frowned and said. I can get all of these for you. How about this, after a few days when we return to the base, can you help me make it? What do you want me to trade for you? Girls' big brand skincare products, face masks, sanitary products. Clothing. Anything. Xia Qing said excitedly. Really? Sudan said in disbelief. She had wanted sanitary pads for a long time. Of course. Xia Qing said seriously. She could even bring out milk tea, let alone other things. At this moment, Sudan somewhat understood why Xia Qing was the deputy base commander and why she was on the mission with them this time. All right, as long as you have the medicinal ingredients, I can concoct it for you, but I will need to find a few assistants then. This is simple to make, but the recipe is quite precious, otherwise it wouldn't have become a nationwide chain. Lungua's medicinal tea is also quite famous internationally as a healthy tea drink, Sudan explained. No problem, just tell me how many assistants you want, and I'll arrange it for you, Xi said. As long as he could make what Xia Qing wanted, that was enough. Of course, he didn't say what came after. All right. I'll get it for you as soon as I get back. Sudan responded promptly. Xia Qing immediately gave Sudan a box of face cream worth 3,000. Sudan looked at the ingredient list of the face cream. Is there any problem with this? Xia Qing asked. This is a big brand. No problem. This face cream claims to be anti-wrinkle and whitening. But the ingredients effects require using at least 3 bottles to see results. Moreover, the preservatives added here can cause harm to the body if used for 1 or 2 years continuously. Also, this ingredient, although it can whiten the skin, affects female metabolism, and long-term use can cause menstrual disorders in women. Xia Qing frowned. No wonder so many people have dysmenorrhea nowadays. Sorry, I'm used to studying ingredients, Sudan said apologetically. This skincare product is quite expensive where we are. An ordinary person would need a month's salary to buy just 1 bottle. Sudan found something strange in Xia Qing's words and didn't understand at first. Then the skincare products made with traditional Chinese medicine where you are must be better than ours. We also have skincare products with traditional Chinese medicine ingredients here. Let me show you. Xia Qing took out a bottle of skincare product made from pure Sanchi traditional Chinese medicine ingredients from the space and handed it to Sudan. It does contain traditional Chinese medicine ingredients, but with this kind of formulation, it can't fully exert its effects. Moreover, for Chinese medicinal materials to work, it's not just about processing, but also about the formulation, proportions, and so on. Some professional terms that followed Sudan did not explain to Xia Qing. Even if she had explained, she wouldn't have understood. Xia Qing listened as her bright eyes sparkled. When we get back, can I make it for you? Sudan said. All right. Xia Qing was already immersed in a beautiful future, a traditional Chinese medicine milk tea shop, a traditional Chinese medicine cosmetics store. I'll make one for you first when I get back. You can try it out, and if it works well with a machine and a few people, we can produce it in large quantities. All right. The two people talked for 2 hours and didn't feel tired at all. We've arrived at the garment factory, Wang Chang said. You two stay in the car, Xian, you stay behind, Siyu said. Understood, Xian replied. He was asked to stay and protect the two girls. Wang Chang and Siyu both pulled long knives out of the trunk. Let's go outside for a bit, I want to use the restroom, Sudan said shyly. They had been in the car for a while and they couldn't resolve it while on the road. Then I'll go with you. Girls' friendships all start by accompanying each other to the bathroom. Xian also got off the car. There was a large billboard by the roadside, and Xia Qing and Sudan walked over. Xian turned his back, but his eyes remained alert to the surroundings. After about half an hour, Siyu and Wang Chang both came out, but both of them had varying degrees of dirt on their bodies. Crystal beads, remember to absorb them. Siyu tossed a few crystal beads to Xia Qing. Okay. You are an evolver? Sudan asked in surprise, then understood that Xia Qing must also have space. The zombies in the clothing factory have all been dealt with. There is a large batch of goods and machines in the warehouse. See if you need them, Siyu said. Chapter 74. Is this a mission? It's clearly camping. Need it? Of course I need it. Otherwise, she would have spent money to buy the clothing machine. Now she can just take it directly. The ground is littered with the bodies of zombies that have been cleared away. The machines in the clothing factory here only need the design patterns to be input into the system to start production. The sewing is done by machines, although there are also some manual tailors. Xia Qing collected several machines as well as some clothes from the warehouse. The space was already more than half full. It seems she needs to go back once more to move these things into the warehouse. Xia Qing hasn't continued to collect some semi-finished products. The main thing is the equipment. Once she has the equipment, production can begin. She can buy the materials when the time comes. Having collected these things is enough, and they continue on their way. At dusk, they found a quiet abandoned factory with dust all over the ground and spider webs covering the walls. Xia Qing took a heat pack out of the space and handed it to Sudan. Take this to keep a little warmer. Thank you, Sudan said gratefully, holding the fluffy, warm item in his hand. She bought 2 windproof and warm tents, so she could rest here at night, along with a small battery-powered lamp. Bringing coal, a stove, a waffle table, and several small outdoor stools. This actually looks like someone out for a night stroll. I'll start the fire, Wang Chang said, putting coal into the stove and adding some fire-boosting charcoal. Siyu and Xian went out to patrol the surrounding area. This place is on a remote road and relatively quiet, with no zombies found. She also brought a smaller heating stove and had a mini generator of her own. Watching Xia Qing take out various skewers. Lamb skewers, chicken wings, lamb kidneys, beef tendons, and chicken hearts. Sultan couldn't help but salivate a little. She had eaten all kinds of seafood in the first half of the year, but the later ones had gone bad, and now she felt like vomiting whenever she saw fish. But Xia Qing still took out some large prawns, which should taste good when grilled. Over there, Wang Chang was holding back his saliva while grilling skewers. Here, Xia Qing took out a small round stove, placed roasted sweet potatoes and chestnuts on it, and there was a small ceramic pot boiling hot milk with goji berries and red dates inside. It takes a strong willpower to roast these things. Wang Chang couldn't help but sigh. Siyu and Xian saw the scene when they came back. Xian's eyes were wide open, speechless. The aroma of the barbecue hit his nose, causing him to lose his brief ability to think. Is this what going on a mission looks like? He imagined it would be full of dangers, with little food and clothing. He was even prepared mentally for not eating for several days. As long as the kids have quadruple points and can live well, it doesn't matter if they are in danger or hardship. The evolvers in the base all think this is a tough job and don't want to go. Now, looking at the abundant food on the table, Xian thought, how is this a tough job? This is clearly a great job. He wants to compete for this kind of task from now on. Xian, what are you standing there for? Come help quickly. Wang Chang said he was grilling too slowly by himself. He could skewer several sticks in one go. Okay. Xian stammered and hurried over to say. So you also came over to help, and the whole factory was filled with fragrance. Wang Chang was a bit anxious while grilling the meat, and at first, none of it was cooked through. Grilling here is the biggest test of my willpower, said Wang Chang. Xian nodded in strong agreement. Then next time let's eat cooked food, said Xia Qing. She specializes in fixed-point orders of tea oil duck, roast chicken, and the like. All right. Thank you, Sister Qing, Wang Chang said with a smile, although Xia Qing was several years younger than him. Sometimes calling someone sister is a form of respect. After the end times in Sudan, long-term food shortages caused their appetites to shrink. She also ate quite a lot this time. It was really delicious. Xia Qing took out everything without leaving a single bit. At night, Xia Qing and Sudan shared one tent, and the other 3 people shared another tent. I'll take the first half of the night watch, Wang Chang said. He had just eaten too much and was too full to sleep. Xia actually wanted to say that he couldn't sleep either and he was eating more. You take the first half of the night, I'll take the second half, Xia said. Years of health habits meant light sleep. He fell asleep quickly but would wake immediately at the slightest noise. Inside the tent, Xia Qing had arranged fluffy bedding and pillows. I'll give you this set of clothes, but our shoe sizes don't quite match. I can't give them to you for now. It's okay. I'm already very grateful for all of this, Sudan said sincerely. Especially the underwear, she hadn't changed it for a long time. By the way, I need to disappear for a while, you go ahead and sleep, Xia Qing said. Ah, good. I'll wait for you to come back to sleep, said Sudan. But when Sudan lay down on the fluffy bedding, it was incredibly comfortable, and sleepiness immediately swept over him. Xia Qing also went out to tell Suyu, then she returned to the space, which was now more than half full. She appeared in the bedroom, which had already been cleaned spotless by Yang Xia. During this period, the parents should all be out busy. She hurriedly sneaked out, took a taxi, and rushed to the warehouse in the county town. These warehouses were all rented by Xia Qing, and the previous items were also sent to the base. She put the clothes and machines collected today into the warehouse. She went to KFC in the city again and bought 4 family buckets of fried chicken plus 10 hamburgers. While waiting, she browsed her phone for a bit and came across the pre-auction preview of that enamel-painted bowl at the Guardian auction. The starting bid for this piece is already 50 million. Ancient artworks are so beautiful. Genuine pieces are too expensive to bid on. Are there any replicas I can buy? I think this shop is pretty good, and I also really love the Gustin Xiang pink teacup. Xia Qing saw that the comment mentioned her shop's name. Sunny Day Ceramic Shop. I also know this ceramic shop, the photos they took are so beautiful. I've already purchased and it's on the way. That bowl hasn't even been snapped up yet, and she already has at least 50 million credited. A bunch of WeChat messages were waiting for her reply, and she also saw several WeChat messages and voice calls from Tang Tian. Xia Qing, can't you really help me? I can't lose this job. I'm begging you. I'll give you all my bonus. How can you be like this? We're classmates and even roommates and you won't help at all. It's one thing not to help, but now I know what kind of person you are. Then lend me your style of drawing. Xia Qing was speechless when she saw this. Can you just lend your style of drawing? I can't lend you what I eat with my meals. Even if I lent it to you, you wouldn't be able to imitate or innovate later on. Xia Qing directly blocked Tang Tian after seeing the message sent by Lin Wan. Cousin, the filming is going very smoothly and will wrap up in a few days. I'll treat you to a meal then. Thank you, cousin. I received the nanny car today. This car is so comfortable, though a bit too eye-catching, even better than Sujia's car. Love you so much. I definitely have to treat you to a meal. This message was sent last night, and Xia Qing replied. Sure. Wait for me 2 days. I've been on a business trip in the mountains recently with poor signal. Wait for me to get back. Chapter 75. The Secret Research Institute of Ileo Mountain. Return to the space, absorb the crystal bead along the way, the space expanded a bit, and the time I can stay there will be extended. Back in the tent, Sudan was already curled up and asleep in the warm tent. The bed at the base is just a bedboard and very hard, and even with a quilt, it's not as comfortable as this. The rabbit fur quilt cover is fluffy and very warm. After eating and drinking well, sleeping on a comfortable bed, wrapped in a quilt, she felt like she had returned to before the apocalypse. To be honest, if it weren't for the advanced equipment in that laboratory, she wouldn't want to come out. The days of eating rough, sleeping outdoors, and living in fear continue every day. Being in a dangerous environment for a long time is both a mental and physical torment. This trip turned out much better than expected. It really felt like going on a vacation. As soon as Xia Qing returned, Ziyu noticed it. Although they slept in 2 separate tents, everyone had developed a habit of vigilance in the post-apocalyptic world. Ziyu saw that there were many more things in the space and for some reason he felt a bit tender. At the very beginning he didn't have such thoughts. It was just mutual help and cooperation for mutual benefit, unconsciously and subtly changing. Sultan was really comfortable. He slept very deeply for the first time, and Xia Qing lying beside him didn't even feel it. The next day, they all woke up early. Xia Qing had been busy running between 2 worlds for half a day and still hadn't gotten up. However, everyone tacitly agreed not to call her. About an hour later, Xia Qing finally got up, packed the tent back into the space, and then prepared breakfast. Soy milk, spicy pepper soup, or tofu pudding, take whichever you want, Xia Qing said with a smile. Here are fried dough sticks, steamed buns, and fried cloth bags. Xia Qing had bought everything for breakfast, lunch, dinner, and even snacks and fruits. After all, going on a business trip in the apocalypse means you have to be fully prepared. Then I won't be polite. Wang Chang laughed, feeling that the food he ate last night had already been digested. Sure enough, only with Sister Qing can I eat my fill. They are evolved beings who resist hunger. But their appetite is also large because their bodies require more energy. Xia was no longer so reserved. At this moment, he just felt that this trip was a great deal. The mission was totally worth it. If the other evolved beings knew this, they would probably regret it to death. After eating and drinking their fill, everyone tidied up and continued driving. As soon as she got in the car, Xia Qing felt a bit sleepy and unconsciously leaned on Siyu's broad shoulder again. This time, Xia was driving and he drove very steadily. Up ahead is the mountain road. Be careful, Su Dan reminded. The mountain road is winding and rugged, not easy to travel. The surrounding roads are very quiet, and the solemn mountains have lost their former vitality. When I came here before, this place was full of green forests and trees. It was a forest, but now it has become like this. The green forest has turned into black, withered tree trunks, resembling the scene left after a fire. You guys are impressive, actually building a secret graduate research facility here, Wang Chang said. Of course it has to be established in a secret place. This is classified. The research institutes their company builds are all reported to the state, and many are even developed in cooperation with the government. There was a video circulating online about 2 people who died while exploring in the wild. Actually, they were not accidental deaths but foreign spies, Sudan said. Anyway, it's the end of the world now and the world is in chaos. I just happened to pass by and captured this video online. I'm not a spy. I was purely curious about the terrain of Ileo Mountain, Xia said. It's the end of the world now. Even if you are a spy, so what? Can they put you in prison? Sudan said with a laugh. As long as you don't betray our sunny day base, Wang Chang said jokingly. Impossible, Xia said. The sunny base is his home. Now he already feels a strong sense of belonging. The car can't go any further. The road is all cobblestone. We can only walk, which will take about an hour, Sudan said. After changing clothes, Suyu stored the car in the space. Ileo Mountain used to be a dense forest covered everywhere with thick moss and large, strange trees. Because of the tall vegetation, sunlight was blocked, making the environment dark and damp, and various molds grew in the air. Now the trees are all withered and blackened, as if arriving at a tree graveyard. Maybe we should still wear masks, Xia Qing said, unable to help but comment on the scene. Actually, she was still a bit nervous inside and wished she had bought some gas masks earlier. Several people put on masks, but the fishy smell in the air remained. Oh my god! Xia Qing couldn't help but exclaim when she saw the scene before her. Several black tree trunks twisted and intertwined together like twisted strands of dough. She felt that such a scene could be painted. It was too eerie. This tree used to be even more peculiar. The leaves were all twisted together. Everyone be careful, the research institute is over there, said Sultan. Xia Qing felt that her stamina had unknowingly improved. She used to be out of breath after walking for half an hour, but now she felt fine even after walking for an hour. They saw a simple rustic gate, like an ancient thatched cottage. No matter how you looked at it, it didn't seem like a high-end research institute at all. A secret research institute means it is very hidden. This is the place, Sultan said, panting heavily. This machine is out of power, the door won't open. Outside the door, there is a video intercom screen that is currently black. Is anyone there? Senior brother, Sudan shouted loudly. The door is underground and the research institute is all equipped with dedicated generators. No, there's no power and without the password it can't be opened from the outside. Sudan frowned and said. You all wait here, Wang Chang, come with me. Siyu said. Okay. Siyu and Wang Chang went in, leaving Xian and the other 3 behind. Siyu is a special forces soldier. Although he has never been inside his own country's secret research facility, he has infiltrated those of other countries. After about an hour, the main door was opened from the inside. There was a rumbling sound and an indescribable smell, probably because it hadn't been ventilated for a long time. Come in. Wang Chang came out to greet them. Are there others inside? Sudan asked hurriedly. Yes. 2 are still alive, but it looks like they've been without water for several days. Brother, you just gave them some water, Wang Chang said. If we had come a day later, they probably would have died. Generally, our research institute always has reserve food supplies. Researching a project requires at least a few months of isolation, and given the remote location, we stock up for several months at a time, sometimes even half a year, Sudan said. The laboratory's generator broke down, leaving only backup lighting. Senior brother. The 2 men lying on the ground were both very weak, with pale faces and unshaven beards, their hungry eyes looking somewhat faint. One of the men's eyes brightened slightly upon seeing Sudan. Sudan. Chapter 76 Research on Inhibitors. It's me. Sorry I'm late. Sudan felt bad seeing her senior brother like this, but it was already good that he survived. Xia Qing took out a milk tea and said, This is high in calories, drink some to replenish. The 2 men picked up the milk tea and gulped it down, then ate the burgers that Xia Qing had brought out. The 2 of them ate 5 burgers in one go. Being too hungry and suddenly eating too much can upset the stomach, but they could no longer control themselves. So hungry. He didn't even have time to savor the delicious food, only wanting to fill his stomach. Xia Qing watched them eat and felt hungry herself. 2 men had eaten their fill and rested for a while. Only then did one of the men say, more than half a year ago, old Wang at the base suddenly mutated and turned into a man-eating monster, even biting a colleague. Later, we locked them in the level 1 laboratory's disappearance room. When Su Wang and Wang Chang just came in, they indeed saw 2 zombies. Later, we tried to call the police, but the phone lines were completely dead, and there was no network connection to reach anyone. So a few colleagues went out to report it, but unfortunately, they never came back. A few of our remaining colleagues also drove out and discovered that the forest outside had mutated. They also found that a colleague's body had been decomposed by the mutated giant trees, so we dared not go out anymore. The research institute had stocked up on 6 months' worth of food. We have our food intake every day, but there was very little water stored. Later, they survived by drinking their own urine. But the food was really gone. A few days ago, the research institute suddenly lost power. To go out, they needed to manually lift the restrictions. After being hungry for several days, they simply had no strength left. Fortunately, I met you, the man said excitedly. Taking this opportunity, Sultan introduced. This is Su Yu, the base commander of Sunny Day Base, and Xia Qing, the deputy base commander. Yang Fan frowned slightly, seemingly not understanding what a base commander was. This is my senior brother Yang Fan, a genius Chinese medicine researcher. He also wanted to introduce the man beside him, but Sudan did not know him either. This is Feng Xiang, a senior researcher, Yang Fan said. Hello, thank you all. At that time we had already thought about how we were going to die. Feng Xiang said, day after day without hope, their hearts were dead. Seeing a faint light growing closer, at first I thought it was the guiding light of heaven. So you didn't want to waste any more time and said, Miss Su, which research equipment here needs to be taken away? Take away? How can we take away so much equipment? Where would we take it? These are research products of the company and the country, and the equipment is worth at least hundreds of millions. The value of the research drugs is even more incalculable, Yang Fan said with a frown. Now the world is in apocalypse, the country no longer exists, outside are mutated zombies, and the land and water sources are all polluted. Nowadays, our Sunny Base needs these things. Senior brother, come with us to Sunny Base, Sudan said. Yang Fan and Feng Xiang had also gone out before. He thought the problem was only on the Ileo mountainside, but unexpectedly it was global. If we don't go to Sunny Base, staying here is just waiting to die. All right. I am familiar with all this equipment, and the advanced medicines currently under development also need to be taken, Yang Fan said. There is a batch of advanced ingredients in the laboratory, but there are 2 zombies locked in the disinfection room. Take us there, Siu said. These devices are all worth over 100 million. If we want to take them away, we have to disassemble and reassemble them. I'm afraid we can't take them all at once, Yang Fan said, feeling very regretful. Before he finished speaking, Siu had already packed everything up. Yang Fan and Feng Xiang both widened their eyes, staring at the device that suddenly disappeared from its original place. This. Sudan pulled Yang Fan and Feng Xiang aside and said something unknown. About 5 minutes later, they no longer asked any questions. However, they were still very shocked and curious inside, yet hesitant to speak. These 2 zombies have been locked up here for so long. I often study them. They can survive without eating or drinking until now, Feng Xiang said with a frown. It has been nearly a year, and their cell division is extremely strong. They are very sensitive to sound and smell. During the day, they fall into a dormant state, but at night they become very active. After the research facility was shut down, only the 2 of them were left. At first, they were quite hopeful, working tirelessly in the lab every day. Later, they couldn't get out and couldn't contact anyone. At first, a few people went out together, but they all died, leaving only the 2 of them to escape back. I extracted blood genes from the bodies of the zombies for research, and found that their cells are highly active. The cells continuously self-repair, frantically self-repairing, eventually becoming insane and uncontrollable, leading to mutations. If we can control the speed of this cell division and extract inhibitors, perhaps mutations would not occur. If the human body can be injected with this inhibitor in advance, even if bitten, it will not be infected, Feng Xiang said. This is somewhat like a rabies vaccine, Xia Qing said quietly. Our bodies also produce inhibitors. Strong people can rely on themselves to overcome and become evolved, while the weak cannot. However, it is possible to enhance human cells with auxiliary support, similar to researching vaccines. Yes, exactly like a vaccine, Feng Xiang said. I still need a lot of research. Come with us to the Sunny Base. When you do your research, we can support you with whatever you need, Siu said in a deep voice. He was very interested in this. If Feng Xiang's idea is researched successfully, the chances of human survival will be greatly secured. After all, those humans who go out to search for supplies have a high chance of turning into zombies if they are bitten by zombies. Now humans are less than 1/10 of the population. It would be good to have a vaccine to prevent humans from mutating and then develop a drug to enhance the human body. The humans can also survive. Survival of the fittest. Humans have survived for billions of years by relying on tools and brains, step by step. Great! I'm willing to go. Together with these devices, Feng Xiang said. Researchers rely heavily on equipment. Without equipment for research experiments, everything is just empty talk. All the equipment of the research institute has been stored in the space. The generator at the research institute is broken, but it can still be used after being repaired. This is a high-powered generator. Now there are 6 of us, the car probably can't fit us all, we can only squeeze in? Xian said awkwardly. Their modified SUV seems to only seat 4 people. You 5 squeeze in. I need to go back first. Suyu, wait for me to go back and buy you an RV. Xia Qing said generously. She simply didn't squeeze back in with them. Without her, the 5 of them could barely sit down. Xia Qing's sudden disappearance shocked both Yang Fan and Feng Xiang, but they recalled what Su Dan had just told them. Although their curiosity was already at its peak, neither of them asked. For researchers, curiosity is a strong form of persistence. Chapter 77, A Bountiful Harvest. Suyu, there is still plenty of food in the space. Take whatever you want to eat. I'll head back for the next couple of days. All right. Thank you for your hard work this trip, Suyu said. Not hard at all. I actually gained quite a lot, Xia Qing said sincerely. She can start a garment factory, a medicinal tea factory, and a cosmetics factory. She is already envisioning her own business sectors. She will be very busy from now on, and after spending a few days over there this time, she found that life there is very hard with not a single green plant in sight. A dilapidated and desolate city, a gray and gloomy sky, and roaring zombies. She also wants to help over there a lot. She plans to group buy vegetables and fruits in every aspect. She only considered the sanitary products for the female workers she employed at the time. Ordinary survivors also need them. When she returned to her own world, it was nighttime. The warehouse was filled with a pile of clothing, as well as equipment and machines. These need to wait until Siyu returns to the base to be received over there, so for now they are stored in the warehouse. Late at night, she didn't go home but instead booked a hotel in the county town to sleep for the night. The next morning, she was woken up by a call from Yang Xia. Qing, are you still taking those vegetables? Yes, but it will have to wait a couple of days, Xia Qing said sleepily. Because Suyu hasn't returned to the base yet, the vegetables can't be transported even if they are picked now. In a couple of days? About how much can be harvested? What happened? Xia Qing asked. Usually she was the one to ask first, and then her parents would help with the harvest. This year the fields had a bumper harvest, not only in our village but also in your grandma's village. Your grandma's Yangzhuang village grows fruit trees, and it's a bumper harvest. The fruit purchase price is low, and on top of that, they can't even sell them. Today your grandma called me, asking if you are harvesting apples and pears. Got it. But it will be a couple of days later. I'll be on a business trip this afternoon, and when I get back, we'll have a detailed chat, Xia Qing said. All right. Yang Xia had just hung up the phone and felt a sigh of relief. This year's fruit harvest is abundant. The village where her maternal family lives grows apples, pears, as well as oranges and peaches. The harvest this year is very good, better than each year before. But the price just won't go up. Wanted to buy fresh baked strawberries, 10 yuan for 10 jin. Buy 10 jin of strawberries and get 10 jin free. When Xia Qing was going home, she passed by the market and saw street vendors pushing carts selling strawberries. These strawberries need to be sold the same day they are picked. Otherwise they will spoil easily by the next day. Many of the roadside carts are run by elderly men and women. Homegrown apples. Cheap, selling for whatever you pay. Oranges. 5 yuan for 10 jin. It seems the prices of these fruits have become cheaper again. There was a good harvest this year, so fruit prices can't be high. Some canned food manufacturers recycle fruits to make canned goods, but canned fruit prices are 3 times that of fresh fruit. When I got home in the afternoon, I found quite a few people there. Everyone was extremely excited to see Xia Qing come back. Mom, why are there so many people in our house? They are all from Yangguang village. After I called your grandmother back, they all got excited and came over. I told you that you could accept those fruits, but the elderly in the village are not at ease, so they all want to come in person. Xia Qing looked at these elderly people whose skin was very rough from years of exposure to wind and sun, with hunchbacks. Most people came through Yangguang village. They plant crops hoping for a good harvest, but when the harvest comes, they can't sell it. Even the fruits that couldn't be sold before are rotting in the fields, wasting food. Bye. Here's the deal, you write down your names, addresses, and what you plant at home. As long as you register, I'll transfer a 500 yuan deposit. In a few days when the picking is done, I'll come to your homes to buy from each of you, Xia Qing said. I want to register. I came first, so I register first. Line up. Everyone line up one by one. If anyone causes trouble or cuts in line, I won't accept them. When Xia Qing said this, the scene immediately quieted down and they were busy for almost an hour. Everyone had left and only then did Xia Qing finally breathe a sigh of relief. This year's harvest is quite good. If these can't be sold, where would the farmers get their income? Qing, you really helped them a lot, Yang Xia said. When they left, they were extremely grateful. Xia Qing didn't deliberately lower the purchase price and even offered a bit more, so of course they left happily. This year, for some reason, the usual fruit buyers didn't come to their village to purchase. If they can't sell the produce, all their hard work will have been for nothing. Being a farmer is tough. The investment is large and the returns are small, so farmers work every day during their free time and basically have no time to rest. But can all these fruits be sold? Young Xia was still very worried. I take them to the fruit factory to make canned goods. They have channels to sell them to Xia Qing, where desert fruits sell very well. It's just that the transportation cost is a bit high. Don't worry. No losses. It's just a bit troublesome, but when does making money not involve trouble? Xia Qing came up with a set of reasons. That's fine. Young Xia was also very happy to hear that. Gradually, Xia Qing almost took over all the orchards in Yang village. 3 days later, Siyu and the others finally returned to the base. Xia felt like he had gained a few pounds after this mission. Dad, you finally came back safely. The little girl looked at Xia with tearful eyes. I'm fine. Not in danger. These are for you. Xia took out the snacks and the little girl was overjoyed. Honey, I'm worried about you at home every day. I'm afraid something will happen to you on your missions. I don't even want to use my points, but why do I feel like you've gained weight? Your complexion looks better? Xia awkwardly scratched his nose. These past few days he's been eating meat at every meal, only to be stuffed. How could he not gain weight? That night, Siyu and Xia Qing worked together to put all the equipment collected from the clothing factory warehouse into the base. Li Yao asked that architect to clear a space here to establish a small clothing factory. Understood. In the room on the table, there was a hand-drawn architectural plan of the Sunny Day base. This was drawn by the architect based on drone footage, making it clear and easy to see the entire base layout. He was planning the base's buildings. He wanted to build the base into a fortress. At this moment he is still planning, but he needs to establish the factories that Xia Qing requires. These are the prerequisites for reaching a long-term cooperation with Xia Qing. Mutual benefit in exchange, more importantly, it makes their connection closer. So you also got a batch of construction machines from Jiangkou, including excavators, compactors, and so on. With the support of machinery, the construction speed will be accelerated. Brother Yu, you're finally back. I have important matters to report to you. Yang Shua hurriedly ran to Suyu's room and said anxiously. He has always been responsible for the base's network equipment. Chapter 78, 200 million received to buy land. Siyu put down what he was doing and gestured for Yang Shua to continue speaking. Just received a signal from the underground base alliance of Huagua. They asked if we really have fresh food and they have already sent people over. The previous signal notified us of the survivors' address. They are survivors from the capital base. Could they have weapons? This is what Yang Shua is very worried about. Because they have been broadcasting from the survivor base hoping to find the remaining survivors. It's them. Siyu frowned tightly. He remembered that the underground base's safety plan stored at least decades worth of food. They said it's the capital base and there are several thousand underground survivors, Yang Shua said with great concern. They only have a few hundred people now and the daily food supply is sufficient, but if there were thousands or tens of thousands more, would their currently prosperous life be disrupted? This is exactly what Yang Shua is worried about. He has already regarded the Sunny Day base as his home. He does not want this peaceful life to be broken now. Then let's wait until they come over to talk, Siyu said. They number several thousand and the distance between them is very far. It takes more than 10 hours to drive and even by plane it takes several hours. They can't all come over, at most they will send a few people to scout. Siyu seemed to notice Yang Shua's worry and said coldly, they can't snatch our food. Otherwise they will never get it. If they want food, they have to give us something of equal value in exchange. The people in the underground survivor base of the Dragon Nation, those who managed to enter before the apocalypse, all come from influential backgrounds or are high-level technical talents from various industries. Siyu's words gave people a sense of security and Yang Shua gradually relaxed. All the food in the base came from their base commander and deputy base commander. No one knew the exact source of the food, but one thing was clear, all the food came from Suyu. Recently the temperature has been rising and Suyu arranged for personnel to hurry up with the base expansion. We sent drones to search around for that mutated zombie, but it hasn't appeared again, Leo said. We must not take it lightly, that guy is very strong and is definitely a hidden danger. Hidden dangers must be eliminated. Xi will not allow this threat to remain around the base. He has already thought of a solution. Although Xia Qing side cannot purchase guns and ammunition, fireworks and some chemical materials can still be bought. He plans to make bombs himself to be prepared for emergencies. Xia Qing was biting into an apple while the trailer for Powerful World was playing on the TV. The drama will officially air the day after tomorrow. Suddenly looking at the SMS notification on her phone, she was speechless after seeing that a total of 290 million had been credited. That enamel-painted bowl was auctioned for a sky-high price of 200 million. The remaining jewelry she placed was also auctioned for a price of 100 million, and after deducting the auction house's fees, she ended up with a full 290 million in hand. Thinking about how she still has many items. There are also bronzeware, porcelain, and Sanskrit stone carvings from Suyu and their place, all stored in the museum. She also has an ancient painting, one that she truly likes herself and therefore did not put it up for auction. She decided to buy that piece of land and then build a villa on it, to establish her own film and television city. The land in the county town is not very expensive. After all, it is a small county town in a third-tier city, and the housing price is only a few thousand yuan per square meter. She looked up some information online. Currently, there are 3 plots of land totaling 1,091 mu being auctioned near her commercial street. The land now costs about more than 200,000 yuan per square meter, which means buying this piece of land would cost over 20 million yuan. The subsequent investment for building houses and construction will require even more money. It will probably need several hundred million yuan. But she can first hurry to secure this piece of land. She is a very proactive person. She drove to her commercial street in the morning. She had previously registered the Sunny Day Management and Development Company. She bought all the shops in this row, and one of them has its second floor converted into an office-like space. The company has only 3 people in total, so besides the meeting room, each person has their own office. President Xia. HR Xiao Shasha smiled when she saw Xia Qing arrive. I came specifically to find you today. President Xia, just give me your orders directly if you have anything. Xiao Shasha felt a bit nervous hearing this. Last time, after she installed the time clocks in all the stores, Xia Feng deducted wages and bonuses for those who were late several times when paying salaries. Xia Feng also came to find her, but she refused every time. Now the boss personally came to find her, which made her very nervous. It's like this. I need to buy a piece of land recently. The company also wants to expand, so it's best to hire a manager and recruit a few staff members. The choice of manager must be approved by me. Understood. Xiao Shasha was a bit stunned listening to Xia Qing's words, but fortunately it wasn't because she came looking for her over the matter of the boss's cousin. Okay, I'll post the job advertisement right away, the HR immediately said. Good, I'll leave it to you then, Xia Qing said. I've already ordered your lunch, just wait to eat, Xia Qing said as she found team building too troublesome. And for some employees, team building with the leadership feels like working overtime. In the afternoon, she took Xiao Shasha to the Hanqing County government. This piece of land originally belonged to Hanqing Construction Company, but due to debt arrears and bankruptcy complications, the land is now listed by the government for auction. Hanqing County Government Investment Promotion Office. Yes, to bid for this piece of land, the company's registered capital must be at least 5 million. And it also requires a one-time payment. This piece of land is over 1,000 mu, and the bid price is 28 million. This land is relatively remote, and since it is in a county town, if it were in Hanqing, it would be 70 to 80 million, and in Kyoto, it might even be several hundred million and still not guaranteed to win the bid. I can arrange the company's registered capital by tomorrow. I want to build a film city here. Our Hanqing is originally an ancient city, so this can also add tourism projects to our county in the future. Yes, this is actually a good thing. This piece of land has always been a headache. If you buy it, it will solve a big problem for my government. You must have looked into this land before. Previously, Handong City Development Company demolished the area, went bankrupt due to debt, which caused the buildings not to be constructed. Now there are still more than 20 villagers petitioning. They are also very troubled when this is mentioned. If you want to bid on this land, you will also have to pay the demolition compensation promised to them at the time, so you need to think it through. Each household is at least 200,000 yuan. These 20 households amount to only 4 million. In other words, an additional cost of 4 million must be paid, which is why no one wants this piece of land. Although the county government is eager to sell this land, they will also explain the pros and cons. They are also attracting capable development companies. Okay, I agree, Xia Qing said without hesitation. That's great. Really great. As for this, I will report this matter to the county magistrate, the day after tomorrow. No. At the latest, I will give you a reply by tomorrow, the minister said excitedly. No problem. Chapter 79 successfully purchased the land. After Xia Qing left, the minister immediately went to the county magistrate's office. Qitian Management Development Company agreed to pay 4 million in compensation to those villagers. These petitioners cause trouble every few days, giving their county government a huge headache. After all, this is a historical issue left behind by the Hanqing Company. If the more than 20 petitioners are not resolved, the higher authorities have asked us to advance the money first. Sigh. How much money can a county government have? They can only cut expenses. By then, the entire county government plus a few offices will have to stop paying salaries. Check if the other parties' qualifications have any issues. If not, open a fast track to handle this matter first, the county magistrate said excitedly. Now some large companies simply dare not take on this hot potato. This is a mess left behind. This way, these petitioners are resolved, and not only is his position secured, but it may even be promoted. Also, if we develop and build a film and television city, our county government will fully cooperate, said the county magistrate. This also creates tourism resources for their county town. Full support is a must. The county chief called the office phone. Secretary Zhang, book a restaurant for tomorrow morning. Invite the secretary from Guangming Bridge, Zhang Jihua, and Yang Jianping. Got it. In the evening, Xia Qing also received the news that she would have dinner with several leaders tomorrow, and she was still a bit nervous. However, recently she has also trained herself, so she is not afraid of zombies and nothing else is scary anymore. The next day at the county government's guest house, This place is far worse than the hotels in the city, which just shows how poor their county government really is. Today, my Sunny Management Development Company has completed a capital injection of 10 million, Xia Qing said. Xiao Shasha nervously took out the business license from her briefcase. Her heart rate hadn't dropped below 100 since she entered. This room is full of county leaders. Now we can even sit and eat together with the leaders. All right, I can get you through the fast-track process on my side, the county chief said enthusiastically. Here's the situation, Director Xia, there are still more than 20 petitioners here. Can we resolve these people first? The minister said. Sure, once the process is completed, I will arrange for the accountant to transfer the compensation funds into their bank accounts within these few days. In that case, as soon as the payment is settled, Xia Qing can also arrange for the construction company to build her Film City project. Okay. I have also mentioned to Minister Zhang that developing this piece of land into a film city is a good idea. Our Hanqing is an ancient city with a history of 3,000 years, rich in cultural heritage, backed by Lingyan Mountain. As long as it could be developed, the prospects are quite promising, Xia Qing said. She also owns an entertainment company. When the time comes, she will promote Lin Wan, invite celebrities to film here, and hold concerts, so there will be no shortage of popularity. Indeed, our Han County has this cultural heritage, and I have been applying to develop the Lingyan Mountain scenic area as well, the county magistrate said. In this county, most of the population are farmers and the majority have moved to big cities and urban areas. There is a large flow of people making development very difficult. However, with the support of Qingtian Development Company and the establishment of the film city, it can drive the entire economy of Hanqing. The county chief was worried before because Han County's economy was always ranked last or second to last among the counties under Hanqing. Now, with Qingtian Company's involvement, the county chief sees hope. These county chiefs just want their jurisdictions to develop well, so that the people can become prosperous. No problem. You handle the matter with Yang Jianping and cooperate with Comrade Xiaoxia for the follow-up construction. The meal didn't really fill us up. We were busy discussing the project all along. Xia Qing and Xiao Shasha saw the leaders off. Notify the county office that there will be a meeting at 4 p.m. The county chief said to the secretary just after getting into the car. Okay. This project is the breakthrough for driving the economy of our county. Minister Zhang, as the head of the economic department, you must follow up on this matter thoroughly, said the county magistrate. Rest assured, I will ensure rapid approval and accelerate coordination, the minister said seriously. The project that Xia Qing mentioned, once established, will boost the economy of their county town. For example, building a film city requires a large number of migrant workers, which will drive employment and consumption. The approval process for this matter was indeed very fast. Within 2 days, Xia Qing had already purchased the piece of land. Sasha, you've worked hard following me these past 2 days. You can hire 2 people for HR and you'll be the HR manager. I'll give you a 2,000 yuan raise. Xia Qing said. Thank you, boss. Xiao Sasha said excitedly. At first, she had little motivation, earning a salary of 1 or 2,000 yuan, usually not working overtime and leaving on time, which was already enough for her. But these past 2 days, running projects with Xia Qing, the county leaders and those specialists have all been kind and friendly to her. Especially with an extra 2,000 in salary. Plus overtime pay, bonuses, and performance incentives, her monthly salary has reached 10,000 again. This is considered a high salary in a small county town. Now she has motivation to go to work. When there is money in work, there is drive. Xiao Shasha is no exception. The land has been purchased and Xia Qing has been busy with the construction company these past 2 days. If you want to find someone good, you have to look for the best. These past few days, Xiao Shasha has also interviewed several people and the project manager has found a few as well, but Xia Qing is not satisfied with any of them. Xia Qing simply hired someone through a headhunting company with a high salary. Hello, thank you very much for coming to my company, Xia Qing said with a smile. She had spent an annual salary of 500,000 just to hire the woman in front of her. President Xia, you're too polite. I also have high hopes for the future of our company. The woman was named Wang Manwei, but she liked to be called by her English name Moon. Dressed in a sharp professional outfit with an oval face and a stylish short haircut. Compared to the two, Moon's demeanor was more like a boss, while Xia Qing looked more like a lazy young lady. Xia Qing smiled slightly, no need to say much. To put it nicely, it was about the company's prospects, but it was also because the company paid well. This woman, Xia Qing, is still very satisfied. Next is the construction of this project. There are several construction companies in the country. I hope you can finalize one as soon as possible. Here is the design plan for the film city. My requirement is to complete the construction perfectly, no matter how much money it takes. Of course, I will invest 200 million in the early stage. Moon was looking at the design plan on the computer, completely captivated by the beautiful scenes inside. If we were to fully construct such a beautiful scene, I'm afraid 200 million in funding wouldn't be enough, Moon said truthfully. Of course, there will definitely be more in the future. You don't need to worry about that and you can take charge of the personnel issues, Xia Qing said. All right. I will definitely complete this project, Moon said seriously and solemnly. At this moment, the look she gave Xia Qing had already changed into something different. She is a strong woman, and precisely because she is strong, despite her own capabilities, she has suffered unfair treatment in the workplace. Now that Xia Qing is also a female boss, she is giving her this opportunity. Then I'll trouble you. You can organize a team-building event today, the company will reimburse it, I won't go. Xia Qing said with a smile. Okay. Moon also knew Xia Qing wouldn't go. This was to let her get along with the team, after all, she will be the general manager here in the future. Chapter 80, Free Fruit Giveaway. The garment factories on Suyu side have also been built, and the equipment is all ready. There are at least 2 garment factory workers who can take over directly. This garment factory is done quite well. Xia Qing observed, though the factory building is a bit small. The clothes I want are all ancient-style garments. I'll purchase the fabric later. You first produce a few designs for me to see, Xia Qing said. Understood, said Liu, the person in charge of the garment factory. Deputy base chief. As soon as Sudan heard that Xia Qing had come to the garment factory, she hurriedly followed. Why are you still so polite to me? Qing, is this okay now? By the way, I figured out the recipe for your medicinal tea. When will you give me the Chinese herbs? Sudan said. Without the herbs, she couldn't make the medicinal tea, and there was no way to conduct experiments on the medicinal cosmetics either. Now her senior fellow Yang Fan and Feng Xiang are still following Professor Zhang Yan to study pharmaceuticals, so the number of people is enough. The main thing is that she promised Xia Qing to make these things, so she definitely has to produce them well. Forgot. I'll arrange it for you in a few days. I've been too busy recently, Xia Qing said, patting her forehead. You also need to prepare a batch of beauty equipment for me. I want to try making it first. No problem, just make me a list of what you need. She felt that her money was not enough to spend again. Mainly because the later construction of the film city was very costly. I just received a large batch of fruits. The weather here seems a bit warmer. Let's distribute these fruits for free to the women and children, Xia Qing said. That's really great, Sultan said with a smile. She hasn't eaten fruit for a long time. The base's small loudspeaker broadcasted an announcement. Today, fruit will be distributed. Elderly people over 60 and children under 10 can receive 1 portion of fruit every day for the next 3 days. Each person can only receive 1 portion per day. The base broadcast repeated this 3 times. Fruits are being given out. And it's still free. Many people have already started lining up. Coming to this base is their best choice. We at the ceramics factory don't need to line up. Everyone will receive a share. Just focus on finishing your own work, Tian Rui said loudly. All right. It's still better to work at our ceramics factory. Plus, everyone can get a share of the fruit, and the supplies are more than others. I wonder what kind of fruit will be sent this time. Director Tian, come quickly and see, this batch was successful, said the staff of the ceramics factory excitedly. This ceramic has a large glaze surface, glossy and soft, like the fair and translucent skin of a beauty. The plump pear-shaped teapot has smooth lines, full and rounded, paired with 2 exquisite teacups of the same color. Perfect, just pack this setup nicely. I'll take it to show the deputy base commander, and put the rest of these into the warehouse, Tian Rui instructed. Tian Rui took the packed set of teapots and went to find Xia Qing. Tian Rui was also a wealthy heiress, and both she and Sudan could get along well. The 3 of them simply found a room, and Xia Qing set out tea and drinks. The 3 people chatted all afternoon. So you still couldn't go far, otherwise if Xia Qing was restricted, she would be sent back to the space. Now the size of the space determines the maximum distance limit between her and Suyu. Li Yao and the others were barbecuing on the nearby balcony. After the 3 finished chatting, Xia Qing said with lingering interest, let's chat again next time. Let me know if you need any supplies. Good. Thanks, Deputy Base Commander, Sudan said jokingly. Xia Qing gave her a look. They were on good terms now, like old friends at first sight, knowing Sudan was teasing her. So you remember to put away the ceramics in the warehouse. I'll put them in the warehouse when I get back from the evening event. Okay. The next second, Xia Qing disappeared from the spot. So you frowned slightly. In the past, every time Xia Qing came over, he was always by her side. Why do I feel like the base is a bit angry with us? Sudan said as she had just sensed Suyu's coldness. Ahem. Maybe it's because we monopolized Xia Qing all afternoon? Tianrui said. The 2 exchanged a glance, seemingly discovering some tacit understanding, and nodded. Everyone at the base was lining up to receive fruit. There had been fruit before, but it required points which were very expensive, so most people were reluctant to use their points to redeem it. After all, every point is hard-earned through daily work, and if you don't work for a day, you don't get any points. Xia Qing returned home, took a hot shower, and changed into a clean set of clothes. After having a full meal, she took the high-speed train to Qingping City in the afternoon, which took 3 hours. She needs to go there to order a large quantity of medicinal materials, and it would be best to establish a long-term cooperative relationship. Qingping City Traditional Chinese Medicine Market is one of the earliest professional traditional Chinese medicine markets established in Huagua. It is located by the Pearl River at the intersection of Qingping Road and Tiyun Road. The market is very large with more than 2,000 shops inside, and it is the only traditional Chinese medicine market established in the center of a major metropolis. Since she is already on the Pearl River side, it's also nice for her to take the opportunity to tour here. Her WeChat kept buzzing and she first looked at the message Jiang Yang sent her. Jiang Yang is the high-paid planning manager hired by her entertainment company. Boss Power Over the World just aired 2 episodes and its popularity has exceeded 10,000. It shares the same screenwriter as our drama and I planned the promotional video. Taking advantage of the opportunity to ride the wave of popularity, not only for her drama but also for The First Imperial Daughter. Cousin, our drama is already popular before it even airs. Lin Wan also sent a video to Xia Qing. Although the 2 dramas have different star power, the screenwriter and producer are the same, so Xia Qing's modern drama became popular even before it aired. Xia Qing browsed Douyin and found many videos of Quan Qing Tianxia. Liu Yu's theme song is so beautiful. Did you guys catch the lyrics? They are the words recited by Chu Wangyu in the show. The author is amazing. Her Weibo account has also gained quite a bit of popularity. Next, The First Imperial Daughter also gained a wave of popularity and will start filming next month. Then the trailers for Su Jia and Lin Wan were released to capitalize on the hype. Is Su Jia going to play the male lead this time? I heard this is an original script, and the author is also Chao Lajiao. I want to watch. The vibe from the trailer is pretty good, but why do I feel like the 2 of them don't really match? Su Jia is 1.85 meters tall, and isn't that actress just the little maid from The First Emperor's Daughter? How can she be paired with Su Jia as the female lead? The maid in The First Imperial Daughter is so weak. Xia Qing saw that many comments in the promotional video were criticizing Lin Wan, saying the 2 of them didn't match. Don't mind the comments. After filming wraps, have a good rest for a while. When I'm done with my work, we'll eat together. Xia Qing sent a message to Lin Wan. I'm fine. When the drama comes out, I'll slap their faces. The director said I acted very well. Don't worry. Since I chose to be an actor, I have this kind of mental toughness. Cousin, hurry up and finish your work so we can eat together. Lin Wan sent the message. You should be about to terminate your contract soon. I've arranged for Zhang Nan to find you a new agent. Thank you, cousin. Lin Wan expressed her gratitude. She had thought she would be out of work for a few days. Lin Wan sent a message to manager Jiang. Sister Jiang, I have arrived at the company. Shall we officially sign the contract now? Chapter 81. Lin Wan terminates the contract. Sister Jiang is busy. Your contract termination has already been stamped. You just need to sign here, the staff said. Lin Wan signed directly and left without a moment's hesitation. Isn't that Lin Wan? She actually terminated her contract with our company. Didn't she work so hard to be the top trainee just to get into the company? You didn't know that recently someone filmed a drama with a female lead, and even the trailer made people say that Lin Wan and Su Jia have no chemistry at all. Isn't the trailer just trying to ride on the popularity of our drama? They think it will become a big hit just like that. There are too many actresses in the entertainment industry who are just fleeting stars. A few gossiping women couldn't help but gossip when they saw Lin Wan come over holding a contract termination letter. In Manager Zhang's office, there were dozens of photos of new talent spread across her desk at this moment. It's very difficult to maintain long-term success in the entertainment industry. To stabilize her position, she needs to continuously promote new talents and also have newcomers to accompany those investors. This way, her status as a top-tier star will become even more solid. Sister Jiang, Lin Wan has already signed the termination contract. Sign if you want, but she's just a transparent little newcomer. Manager Jiang didn't care at all. She had so many newcomers in her hands. Every year, there are fresh college graduates for her to choose from. But having an income of 300,000 before leaving is also pretty good. Lin Wan really thought she would have a good career after leaving me. But her female lead drama flopped. She actually thought it was that easy to become popular? How many people can truly become famous each year? Without the backing of capital operations, even if you become famous, it will only be a flash in the pan. Besides, how much money can her cousin, a writer, have to invest in a drama? If it loses money, that would be her entire fortune gone. At least tens of millions are needed to invest in a single drama. If they manage to invite Su Jia, probably all the investment went into his salary. The quality of the drama won't be high. It's no wonder the audience won't accept it. Isn't the trailer full of complaints about Lin Wan? Manager Jiang sneered dismissively. She has signed with so many people before, but she was always the one to terminate others' contracts. Lin Wan, however, became the first to terminate her contract. She wants to see if she can become popular without her. No resources, no one supporting her. Can she really make it? Sister Jiang is right. Lin Wan looks okay, but there's no shortage of beautiful women now. Zhang's manager laughed. Xia Qing didn't pay attention to online comments, whether good or bad. As long as there was buzz, it was fine. Upon arriving in Qingping City, first go to buy medicinal herbs. After buying the herbs, go for a walk around the nearby Yuzhong City. The two cities are very close. The high-speed train takes only a few minutes. There are many kinds of medicinal herbs, at least several hundred varieties. According to the list written by Sudan, she ordered a batch of them all. There are several expensive medicinal herbs inside. Nowadays, All the herbs are artificially cultivated, so the price varies depending on the quantity available. The cultivation of snow lotus is difficult, so the price is also high, said the owner of the herb factory. As long as there is stock, send this batch by express to this location, said Xia Qing. All right, you are the most straightforward customer I've ever met. I'll give you 50 gene of snow mountain shirkway as a gift. This is really a good thing. It relieves summer heat, refreshes the spleen, promotes saliva production, and quenches thirst, said the owner of the pharmaceutical factory. Thank you very much. Let's add each other on WeChat. I'll transfer you 20% of the deposit first, and I'll pay the remaining balance after you ship the goods, said Xia Qing. All right. Their pharmaceutical factory specifically targets some large pharmaceutical companies or some traditional Chinese medicine hospitals and clinics. Many buy medicinal materials in large quantities, and there are quite a few who buy more than Xia Qing. The prices of Chinese medicinal materials are clearly marked, and buying in bulk usually qualifies for wholesale prices. Xia Qing was quite straightforward, which saved him a lot of effort. Otherwise, negotiating the price would have taken 1 or 2 hours. She purchased medicinal materials in another world, exchanging food and supplies for their labor. To put it bluntly, she still made a considerable profit margin, so she didn't really care about these things. After finishing all this, she originally planned to take a trip around the Pearl River, but Moon sent her a message saying that the construction company had been preliminarily established, the Huaxi Construction Company in Chuanjiang. All right then, let's meet in Chuanjiang tomorrow, Xia Qing said. Okay. Moon replied instantly. Anna, this time you come with me to Chuanjiang. Xiaolu, you booked the high-speed train ticket for tomorrow. Moon said. Got it. Sister Moon, there are high-speed train tickets at 7:10 and 7:30 tomorrow morning. Which one should I book? Xiaolu asked. Xiaolu is their newly hired administrator. Anna was previously a subordinate of Moon and has also followed to jump to Xia Qing's company this time. At 7:10, book the hotel. No need to book. Moon urgently retracted this message. Xiaolu was a bit puzzled. Moon looked on WeChat and saw that Xia Qing had already sent her the address of the 5-star Jialong Yuan Sihiyuan Hotel in Chuanjiang. It is ranked among the top 20 most expensive hotels in the country. The cost for one night stay ranges from 3,000 to 100,000 yuan. Xia Qing arrived in Chuanjiang that afternoon. It must be said that their country's high-speed trains are really fast. The city's spicy hot pot is very famous, especially the 9-compartment pot, as well as the spicy rabbit head and brown sugar glutinous rice cakes. She bought a large pile of food directly outside the hotel and sent it to the room. Suyu, Xia Qing shouted. I'm here. The next moment, Xia Qing took a large pile of food to Suyu's time space. In the room, besides Suyu, there were Wang Chong, Zhang Liang, and Li Yao. Xia Qing looked at them with serious faces as if something had happened. I brought hot pot for everyone, spicy 9-grit hot pot. How about we eat and chat at the same time? Xia Qing said. A few people nodded. As soon as they heard there was spicy hot pot, their eyes instantly lit up. Invite Tian Rui and Sudan as well. Okay. I'll go call them. Li Yao happily ran off to call his wife. Last time when he had hot pot, he wasn't there, and in the end, they took away all the leftover broth. This time, he should eat more. Tian Rui was holding the child, and Xia Qing had specially bought a cake and yogurt for the child at Chuanjiang. Don't keep looking at the ingredient list, or I'll feel like I can't eat anything, Xia Qing said, looking at Sudan, who seemed to be fixated on the ingredient list again. I'm just taking a look. Yogurt isn't a big deal, it's just fermented milk, Sudan said awkwardly, scratching his nose. A few people were eating hot pot, but Suyu, Wang Chong, and Zhang Liang seemed a bit down. By the way, I haven't asked what happened just now, Xia Qing said. Our base survivors were kidnapped, and I heard those people have weapons, Wang Chong said. Could it be those mutated zombies? Chapter 82, Unworthy of Being Human. Not mutated zombies. I suspect it's that group of cannibals. The drone captured footage, but by the time we arrived it was already too late. Siyu's gaze grew colder. They are capable of cannibalizing their own kind. They no longer deserve to be human. Li Zhong and the others encountered them before. Without food, they would definitely be searching everywhere for signs of survivors. Send Li Zhong and the others with drones to search. They have seen those people and can recognize them. Let at least 5 of them go together, Siyu said. Understood. Recently, those who have gone missing have been in pairs. They don't target large groups, which indicates that there aren't many of them. Those who attacked are not evolved beings. Those people definitely haven't evolved. Just as Siyu guessed correctly, the 2 people from their base are currently tied up and hanging. First cut the thigh, then the calf. Don't kill them outright, or it won't be interesting later. The man had a beard, sunken red eyes, and was holding a large machete. Don't worry, big brother, I have plenty of experience. The man walked towards a bound man holding a knife. Don't kill me, our base has food. We have rice and fruit. I even have steamed buns in my pocket, the man said fearfully. He went out looking for supplies with steamed buns in his pocket. Although they had cooled, they were still soft, clearly fresh within the last day or 2. It's a steamed bun. The man took 2 bites of the bun in his hand. Haha, what a steamed bun. Even the meat inside the bun has its own unique flavor, the man said with a sinister laugh. Crack, crack, the flames flickered twice as fresh blood splattered onto them. The bound man's thigh had already been cut off, and the fresh blood was tied with a rope to stop the bleeding and prevent him from dying. The man trapped nearby was already scared to death. He knew he shouldn't have gone out to look for supplies. The base said not to leave for now because it would be dangerous, but he still wanted to come out to move antiques and exchange points. He just wanted to exchange points for cigarettes. The points were expensive and he had a strong craving. He didn't want to do hard labor at the base, so he came out to take risks. The museum outside the city they went to didn't have many zombies, but who knew they would encounter people? He now regrets it deeply, his face pale. He definitely doesn't want to die like this. Brother gang, they say that Sunny Day base really seems to have food. How about we join them, another man said. Just one steamed bun is enough to buy you off? Lu Gang sneered. This meat is so delicious. The roasted flavor is so damn fragrant. Don't forget, if we don't eat this we'll die. From the moment we took the first bite, there was no turning back. Don't forget the fate of Wang Shuai and the others, Lu Gang said with a grimace. We still need that blood in the plastic bag to catch it. Nothing can be wasted. The toxins in their bodies are accumulating more and more. Not only that, it's like poison. Inhaling it into the bone marrow, they can no longer eat ordinary food. If they don't eat for a long time, they can't bear it, turning into neither human nor ghost. The toxins even invade their brains, and they end up gnawing on their own flesh. They have no way back now, only by eating can they survive. Siyu is busy eating spicy hot pot over here. This food is so delicious, I really love eating this crispy stuff. Backslash, this is bamboo shoots, they taste best when cooked in hot pot. Backslash, Xia Qing explained. Backslash, have you bought all the medicinal herbs? The equipment is already set up, just waiting for the herbs. Also, my senior brother needs one ingredient. Backslash. Backslash, all bought. I'll bring them to you probably the day after tomorrow. Then write down the ingredients for me, I'll buy them as soon as I get back. Backslash, Xia Qing said. It's a pity that the inhibitor is too difficult, but the enhancer proposed by the professor is still very effective. It has already shown preliminary results. With the enhancer, our physical fitness will improve a lot, said Sudan. Xia Qing was also very tempted. If this enhancer works, she wants to get a dose for all her family members. If it can be mass-produced, she could make a lot of money by selling the enhancer in the future. The batch of survivors who came yesterday caused trouble and a few of them were taught a lesson. They were not given a single bite of food for being disobedient. Now they don't dare to cause trouble anymore and are very well behaved. Liao said. The survivors who just arrived, having been hungry for a long time, would recklessly grab food when they saw it. However, the base has rules and after being severely reprimanded, they no longer dare to cause trouble. Follow the rules to get food, causing trouble will get you kicked out. That's fine. Let them go build the walls first, Xi said. After Xia Qing ate her fill with them and chatted for a while, she left. She still had to go with Mon the next day to discuss matters with Huaxi Construction Company. By the way, remember to have your architect design a few villa plans for me, Xia Qing said as she was leaving. Okay, Suyu responded. After Xia Qing disappeared, Suyu's eyes clearly darkened. Things are too busy right now, the base is still under construction and Xia Qing came to his world unilaterally. Suyu is very clear that now is not the time to bring up any feelings. Doing so rashly would only cause her trouble. Maintaining the current state is good, but to develop further, an opportunity is needed. Suyu is very patient and will wait. Moreover, he can feel that Xia Qing does not dislike him. This is not a long-distance relationship, but a cross-time one. It would be great if one day he could also come to her world. However, Suyu could still only contact the space and check it. She had no permission to enter. Brother Yu, the people from the Dragon Kingdom's capital base have arrived. They are flying fighter jets. Yang Shuo hurriedly said over the walkie-talkie. Fighter jets? No wonder it's the Dragon Kingdom's underground base. I don't know how long it would take to walk over here, Wang Chong said in surprise. In times of crisis, the country's resources are definitely the most abundant, and the majority of these resources are controlled by a few people. They have arrived. Fighter jets. There are actually fighter jets. Is it people from the country? The base personnel excitedly gathered around the landing plane and said, What are you thinking? If Longwa wanted to save us, there wouldn't have been no rescue for a whole year. Hopefully they won't come to seize our base. No way. How could it not be? Our Sunny can take a bath now, and we have rice, flour, fruits, and milk. Hearing this, everyone became nervous. Looking at the fighter jets was no longer a source of happiness but of anxiety. 3 soldiers came down from the fighter jets wearing gas masks, fully equipped and holding guns. But Suyu saw at a glance that this gun was just for show and had no bullets left. Suyu. One of the men took off his mask and said in surprise. Zheng Chun. Suyu frowned slightly, not expecting it to be him. I thought you died back then. I didn't expect you to still be alive now, Zheng Chun said coldly. Sorry to disappoint you, I'm not dead. Suyu said coldly. Following behind Suyu, Wang Chang and a few others exchanged glances. None of them recognized the person in front of them, but since he knew Suyu, it seemed the two did not have a good relationship. I actually hope you get eaten by zombies, Zheng Chun said coldly. How can you talk like that? Liao said angrily, looking at Zheng Chun's attitude. They actually cursed brother you to be eaten by zombies. Chapter 83, the design drawing is worth 2 million. At noon, Moon and Anna had already arrived at the hotel. We can go directly to the Huaxi headquarters at 2 p.m. The manager has already been scheduled, Moon said. Wow, this is a 5-star hotel. 5,000 a night. Sister Moon, can we get reimbursed? Which company reimburses 5,000 a night for business trip hotels? This was booked by the boss for us. Moon said with a smile. Moon naturally felt it was worth it given the generous boss. She must win the negotiation this afternoon. Xia Qing was wearing a gray cardigan from Piasseville, with an orange floral inner top underneath, carrying a small leopard print bag from Versace, and wearing a light coffee-colored short skirt. Her hair was styled directly into a lazy low bun. Although it was already after October, she didn't feel cold. After all, she took a taxi directly when going out and didn't have to squeeze into the subway. Boss? Mon greeted when she saw Xia Qing come out. Just call me Xia Qing or Qing Qing. Xia Qing's approachability made Moon feel even more comfortable, especially since Anna saw that Xia Qing was quite young but was actually their boss. This time they were here to discuss a project worth several hundred million and they were still the client. After getting in the car, Mon handed all the materials to Xia Qing and gave her timely explanations along the way. Huaxi Construction is one of the top 10 construction companies in Huaguo, with strong state-owned enterprise strength. There are other construction companies domestically as well. Mon chose Huaxi after comparisons, including price inquiries, and finally confirmed Huaxi. After all, the final choice of Huaxi company was for a project worth several hundred million. Huaxi offered us a price that includes a commitment to complete everything within 2 years, at the earliest in 1 year, and at the latest in 2 years. Huaxi is one of the fastest construction companies in the country. It took half an hour by car to get to Huaxi company, and Xia Qing also roughly understood Huaxi's construction, including the price discussed in this negotiation. Huaxi Construction Senior Conference Room. Project Manager Qin Jun came with 2 assistants. Hello, we have seen your design drawings and are very confident that we can bring this to life, said Qin Jun. This design must have been created by a very professional architectural designer, with very clear annotations. Such a design can only be created by a first-class architect, with a commission of 2% of the total cost. That is to say, the design fee alone is 2 million. Xia Qing felt she had given too little, not expecting that she had only exchanged some materials for design drawings worth 2 million. She decided to buy more things to make up for the architect when she went to see Time-Space tonight. According to the design drawings, we can guarantee that the entire construction will be completed within a year and a half, Qin Jun said. Once this construction is completed, it can also create a good reputation for their company. That's great. Of course, the most important thing is quality, Xia Qing said. The remaining matter is Mon's negotiation. Her purpose for coming here is to sign the document. After all, it's an investment of several hundred million. If her company is big enough, she won't need to appear in person in the future. But this was also an eye-opener for her. She used to have no such confidence. Mon was in full command of the atmosphere, the meeting was intense, and the assistant quickly brought over coffee. After about 2 hours, both sides finally agreed on the details, but they still needed to continue discussing the remaining matters. Pleasure working together, Xia Qing said. Pleasure working together. I will start the project as soon as possible, Qin Jun said. If there is anything next, you can talk directly with Mon. No problem. Miss Mon is the most professionally capable person I have ever met, as strong as always. I look forward to working with you, Qin Jun said, his eyes fixed on Mon. Manager Qin, you are too polite, Mon said lightly, avoiding eye contact. Anna beside had already gone through the contract several times, and only after confirming there were no issues did she allow Xia Qing to sign it. However, for such large orders, both parties would have lawyers present, and since Huaxi is a state-owned enterprise, this aspect is very secure. 5-star hotel in the evening. Mon, did you know Manager Qin before? Xia Qing asked. In the afternoon, she had already sensed the awkwardness when Moon and Qin Jun first made eye contact. Yes, he is my ex-boyfriend. The project manager I was previously dealing with at Huaxi was Chen Junsheng from Group 2. I didn't expect this time it would actually be Qin Jun from Group 1 coordinating with us. Mon also looked nervous. She was afraid Xia Qing would misunderstand and think she chose Huaxi Construction because of her relationship with Qin Jun. I haven't been in contact with him for a long time. I promise it won't affect my work, Mon said seriously. I believe you. But for the next 2 years you'll have to interact with him. Maybe old feelings will rekindle. I see a sparkle in his eyes when he looks at you, Xia Qing teased. Moon already said that the project was initially coordinated with Huaxi Group 2, but when it came to the front, it actually turned into Huaxi Group 1. No. Impossible, Moon said coldly. She just wants to work hard now. Her family is a burden and she has no plans to get married in this lifetime. Xia Qing looked at Moon's expression without saying anything, but she felt that she would be proven wrong in the future. However, she also knew about Moon's situation. It was widely known at the previous company, and the headhunting company naturally passed this information on to her. If it weren't for Xia Qing, Mon might not have found such a job even after resigning. Mon's parents favor boys over girls and actually made Mon pay for her brother's house and car. She was avoiding them, but somehow they found out about her company, and her parents even caused a scene with the director. Her father got drunk that day and even hit the director. Mon, I know you are very capable at work. Even though you didn't graduate from a top university, I still promoted you to department manager. But your father's behavior today has become known throughout the entire company. Sorry, you should resign voluntarily. For the sake of our past relationship, I won't report your father to the police. Mon looked at the director's bruised face, and on her usually stern face she said, I'm sorry, director. Mon gave all her savings to her parents before sending them away. But by then, she had almost no money left. However, she received a job offer. Manager Wang, there is a job that suits you quite well. If you are willing to come, the salary is negotiable, said the headhunter. And they sent her some information. The office is located in a small county town in a third-tier city. She was about to refuse, thinking that the salary in a small county town would be at most a few thousand yuan, while she earns over 400,000 yuan annually as a manager here. The other party is willing to offer you an annual salary of 500,000 yuan. Think it over. Is this not some kind of scam company? Mon couldn't believe there could be such a good thing. Of course not. Our country strictly cracks down on fraud. Who would dare to scam? Who wants to get shot? Mon looked at Xia Qing in front of her and felt that coming here was the right choice. She was determined to do this project well.